The Perfect Supreme Chapter 1019 to Chapter 1097. Gu country takes action. Moreover, Lin Ling stole the person he loved and even announced it to the world. That person was none other than Tang Yuyu. Although he and Tang Yuyu were related by blood, it didn't stop him from liking her. When he first saw Yuyu, he was shocked like a celestial being. He believed that he was the only one in the world who was worthy of Tang Yuyu. Everyone else was just an ant. However, the marriage alliance between the Rain clan and the Sparrow clan, and Mo Zilong snatching away his beloved, made him furious. Originally, he wanted to make a move against Mo Zilong, but who would have thought that there would be a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel? Lin Ling rose up and even announced everything domineeringly. Therefore, he wanted to make a move against Lin Ling. Lin Ling, when you die, you will know that I am the one who caused your death. I am like an enemy you can never see through. Tang Yicheng was still smiling, but his smile was very cold, even very sinister. It made the valley indescribably cold. He was like the coldest viper in the world, the king of all vipers. In the rainforest sacred land, everyone thought that Lin Ling had risen up, but they didn't know that the next heaven and earth would be turned upside down. Perhaps, the rainforest sacred land's change was also to welcome the arrival of the heavenly meteor era. In the long river of history, every time the world changed, countless people would die and become cannon fodder for the merciless wheel of heaven and earth. No matter how powerful a king was, no matter how powerful they were in the past, they would all fall in the end. However, among the kings, there would always be a new king rising up. This was the will of heaven. The sky was indescribably oppressive. Lin Ling's speed was very fast. In a flash, he passed through a large number of green mountains and went straight for the Qin Matter. However, his eyes flickered. The sky seemed calm, but it always gave him a feeling that a storm was coming. Lin Ling, you are even more powerful than I imagined. Boom. At this time, a clear and melodious voice came from a mountain peak. A woman wearing a long black dress quietly stood there like a fairy under the night sky. The umbrella in her hand gave off a mysterious and dreamy feeling. The second dream. Boom. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He was extremely surprised. Back then, after you defeated me, there was a long period of time where I was unwilling to accept it. But now, I am completely convinced. Losing to you is not an injustice. The second dream's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Ling in the sky, and Hongyan's small mouth moved slightly. That's why you're here now. You want to kill me, steal my glory, and shake the rainforest's holy land. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked at the second dream with an indifferent expression. The second dream shook his head. I really want to kill you, but I know that I can't. In fact, the moment I attack will be the moment I die. Then you're not afraid I'll kill you? Lin Ling asked again. He was curious. What was the second dream? His biggest impression of this woman was that she was very mysterious and shrewd. You won't kill me. The enmity between us ended when you defeated me. The second dream smiled. Her smile was very beautiful. However, she was indeed intelligent. Her guess was correct. Lin Ling would not kill her because Lin Ling had left her life to Sakura. I'm here to say that a storm is brewing in the rainforest's holy land. The assassination plot against you has already begun. Furthermore, it has shocked everyone. There are many experts and factions that have been mobilized. The second dream's beautiful face suddenly turned serious. Lin Ling's heart trembled. No wonder he felt that everything was going too smoothly. It seemed like someone was really going to make a move on him. Be careful of the people behind the scenes. Those who can summon the 5 great ancient countries. Think about it, who have you offended in? The 4 great desolate races. The second dream took a step forward and flew into the distance as if she was stepping on a lotus. The umbrella in her hand made her look even more mysterious. Also, your friend is in danger. I can see that you like her a lot, so I don't want you to lose anything. Finally, I hope that you won't treat me as an enemy. Her? Lin Ling frowned. He wanted to ask something, but the second dream had already disappeared into the distance. This caused Lin Ling to ponder. To be honest, he didn't really believe in the second dream. This was because this woman was too shrewd. In the past, she had deceived his big brother, and now she might deceive him. Perhaps all of this was just a trap, but her. At present, everyone in the 7 profound martial house was safe. Then, this her, besides Yu, was in Yuer. Not good. Lin Ling's complexion changed, and his pupils became cold and gloomy. Before, he had destroyed Thunder City's brilliance mine, killed Long Chongqing, and then killed Duan Zuanwang. Each of his actions had been vast and mighty, shocking the world. The reason he had done this was to make his enemies fear him and not dare to move against him. However, no one knew that even though Lin Ling had shocked the world, there were still people who dared to touch his reverse scale. At this juncture, to touch Lin Ling's people, that was simply courting death. At this moment, in the direction of the main city, a massive number of powerhouses were flying towards a street like locusts. There, a white-clothed woman was like a fairy that had come from the horizon, but she was surrounded by a massive number of powerhouses. These powerhouses were all at the Saint Spirit realm, and from their clothes, one could see that they were from the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family. How terrifying, they are all at the Saint Spirit realm. In the distance, many people were shocked. Saint Spirit realm powerhouses were not rare in the Rainforest Holy Land, but for so many of them to appear at the same time was very rare. Besides a limited number of large influences, who else could summon such a large force? The person they're surrounding, is she Lin Ling's woman? Many people began to speculate. This wasn't difficult to guess. After all, if 2 powerhouses from 2 ancient countries joined forces, then they must be the one who killed Lin Ling. And Yuer's origin is a mystery, but her hometown is from the Cloud Domain, and she is Lin Ling's childhood friend, am I right? In the silence, an old man in armor looked at Yuer indifferently and said. His voice was full of majesty, as if he was the judge of death. You're all not afraid of death. And Yuer's beautiful face became even colder after being surrounded by so many powerhouses. In fact, she was also very surprised. After all, Lin Ling's name had shaken the entire Rainforest Holy Land, and at this time, no one would dare to provoke Lin Ling, but she didn't expect that the Heavenly Dragon Empire would be so shameless as to use her to kill her. Die? It's not up to you to say that. The old man shouted coldly, and the other powerhouses also looked indifferent, but their eyes were filled with deep hatred. Lin Ling had humiliated the people of 2 ancient countries, but the imperial family had asked them to endure. They didn't know why they had to endure, but this time they could finally take action, and sweep away the grievances in their hearts. If Lin Ling knew that when he went to kill Duan Zuanwang, his woman was also killed, then who knew what kind of mood Lin Ling would have? Maybe he would vomit blood in anger. Moreover, no one knew what kind of huge waves would be set off in the Rainforest Holy Land. After all, Lin Ling was in the limelight, but they dared to touch Lin Ling's reverse scale. This huge contrast was enough to shock the world. If Lin Ling knows that you came to kill me, you will all die. Translator, Nioibo Studio Fury of the Infernal Gods. He won't know, because we already have a plan. Moreover, we were just enduring before, but now, the counterattack has truly begun. You will be the first sacrifice. The armored old man's eyes were still cold. Fighting for the Empire was his honor. My lord, I'll kill her. Just as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man took a large step forward. Surging spiritual energy burst out and transformed into a long spear, directly attacking Yuer. Rumble, the void exploded as the long spear came through the void, carrying with it an ancient aura. It was a profound martial skill. Extreme realm. And Yuer's eyes flashed with red lightning. It was similar to the sword in Lin Ling's hand. Perhaps, her mutated soul force was also caused by Lin Ling. Crack, the sound of thunder rang out, and the void spear shattered like glass, causing the middle-aged man's eyes to widen. Previously, he had not placed Yuer in his eyes, but who would have thought that this young girl would be so powerful? In the next moment, the red lightning struck him, causing his body to tremble and fall from the sky. An instant kill, the crowd was shocked. Lin Ling was very strong, this was a well-known fact, but no one would have thought that Lin Ling's woman was also so powerful. That white-clothed girl was indeed a fairy-like existence. This woman is a genius. I'm afraid that even an early-stage Holy Spirit Realm expert won't be able to kill her. Let's attack her together. The armored old man's expression was still cold as he waved his hand. Kill. The sky became vast and mighty as killing intent surged, shocking the direction of the main city. It even attracted the attention of many powers. Many people rejoiced in Lin Ling's misfortune, especially the Great Serpent Mansion. They had a grudge with Lin Ling in the past. Now, they couldn't wait to see ancient country obliterate Lin Ling. Extreme Realm. And Yuer Hongyan's lips moved slightly as she stared at the sky with her beautiful eyes. Plop, as soon as the Extreme Realm appeared, a large number of figures descended from the sky. It was extremely easy for him to instantly annihilate an early-stage Saint Spirit Realm expert. However, the experts here weren't just at the early stage of the Saint Spirit Realm. Moreover, there were too many of them. And Yuer wasn't able to resist all of them. Extreme Shield. And Yuer was enveloped in a ball of lightning. Moreover, this ball of soul power was very powerful. As long as one attacked the ball, a bolt of lightning would be sent back. If the opponent was only at the early stage of the Saint Spirit Realm, it would be a one-hit kill, and Yuer was the holy son of the Water Moon Holy Land. Her strength was naturally incomparably powerful. Kill. However, the powerhouses that rushed over were not afraid of death. Clearly, they were all death warriors. As long as it was for the glory of the Empire, they would not be afraid even if they were sent to hell, and Yuer's attack methods were very mysterious, making it impossible for them to guard against it. However, they still wanted to use numbers to kill Yuer. Bastard! And Yuer's countenance paled when she saw the endless stream of experts attacking, causing the hearts of the spectators to tremble. They didn't know why, but a feeling of wanting to help this young girl rose up in their hearts. After all, the people from the two ancient countries were too despicable. They actually joined forces to kill Yuer. As for Lin Ling, most of the time, he would decide everything by himself. He was straightforward and upright. It was much better than the ancient countries. That young girl is so determined. For Lin Ling, she would rather die than live in dishonor. If she could have such a confidant by her side, her life would not have been in vain. Someone enviously said in the crowd. They all knew that the fairy-like girl was implicated by Lin Ling, otherwise, she would not have died. However, that young girl did not have any complaints. She was willing to do everything for Lin Ling. Such a beautiful and powerful girl. Who wouldn't be jealous of her? What a powerful soul power. She can even block the attack of an intermediate stage Saint Spirit Realm expert. However, I see that her face is getting paler and paler. I'm afraid she won't be able to block them for much longer. In the middle of the street, a man stared at Yuer who was fighting a group of powerhouses and sneered. Lin Ling was very tyrannical in the past. He came to my Great Serpent Mansion and killed the third young master. Today, I can avenge him. Solitary serpent wandering. The man clapped his right hand and a gray snake shot out. It instantly disappeared between heaven and earth. In the next moment, a small gray snake appeared at Yuer's waist. Then, its cold teeth flashed and it suddenly bit her. This snake was obviously poisonous. Normally, this kind of attack would be ineffective against Yuer. However, Yuer's mind was focused on the powerhouses of the ancient country. She did not have time to pay attention to what was happening behind her. Therefore, she was bitten by the snake. As a result, Yuer's breath became weak. She firmly bit her red lips. Many people in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. They saw that the red lightning balls around Yuer had disappeared. Many people subconsciously looked at the person who had launched the sneak attack. Their eyes were filled with anger, and Yuer fought a group of heroes alone. This was enough to make people sympathize with her. However, someone had launched a sneak attack on her. That person was too despicable and sinister. It's the people of the Great Serpent Mansion. They launched a sneak attack on others. Sinister. How sinister? The crowd saw the man hiding in the street. That man's expression changed. He laughed and arrogantly said, "My skill was inferior. Who can I blame? Moreover, even if I did not launch a sneak attack, she would still die in the end." Finished speaking, he left with large strides. Previously, he only wanted to take revenge. He did not expect others to see him. Yuer, you still have one chance to live. Give up on Lin Ling and follow our two great ancient countries. Sigh. That armored old man looked down at Yuer indifferently. They did not immediately kill Yuer. Instead, they thought that if Yuer betrayed Lin Ling, then Lin Ling would suffer even more. Repent and be saved. This is your only chance to atone for your sins. Why go to hell with the wicked? Sigh. Others also coldly said, as if they represented the righteous side. No need to say more. If you want to kill me, then kill me. I would rather die standing than live kneeling. Under thousands of gazes, Yuer's white clothes were whiter than snow. Her beautiful eyes were filled with determination. Her white clothes were stained with her blood. She looked like a withered flower. It was a ghastly sight. I would rather die standing than live kneeling. The distant crowd's hearts fiercely trembled. Yuer was as proud as Lin Ling. We have advised you. You are stubborn. You want to follow Lin Ling and disturb the balance of the rainforest's sacred land. We can only let you die. The armored old man's face was filled with holiness. It was as if he represented heaven and earth. He was the judge. Kill. His hand finally heavily swung down. Die. Many people could not bear to watch and muttered with a sigh. Yandi's fist. However, at this time, flames surged in the sky. Clouds of fire appeared. The entire sky turned into a sea of fire. It was shocking, moreover, those flames seemed to be ancient flames. They carried a destructive aura and even more so anger, flames of anger. The flaming fist smashed down like a meteor. The illusion of a flame god appeared and occupied one side of the world. Boom. Wherever the fist passed, everything was burned. Even a middle-stage Saint Spirit expert would be filled with hatred in the underworld. This sudden change caused the eyes of the two great ancient countries' death warriors to widen. What a terrifying flaming fist. They all scattered, but a large number of people still died. Finally, the fist smashed into the ground, causing the entire main city to violently shake. The distant buildings also turned into a sea of fire. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. I can't bear to part with you. Everything happened so quickly that no one knew what happened. They could only watch as heaven and earth turned into a flaming purgatory. Swish, at this moment, a meteor jumped down from the sea of fire in the sky and heavily smashed into the ground. Boom, layers of cracks appeared on the ground, and then it exploded. Under countless shocked gazes, the figure that fell like a giant appeared in front of him. It was a young man wearing a black cloak. His long hair danced crazily like fire, and in his indifferent eyes, there was actually a kind of fire burning. Lin Ling is here. In the next moment, countless people's hearts trembled violently. The two ancient kingdoms' death warriors' eyes widened. They dared to kill Yuer, so they naturally knew that Lin Ling would not appear. Who knew that Lin Ling would still rush over? Who exactly informed Lin Ling? Lin Ling. Yuer was still standing on the ground at this moment, like a stubborn flower in the wind and frost. However, after seeing the arrival of the young man, her tense nerves finally relaxed, and she powerlessly sat down on the ground. Her man was here. Previously, she was already thinking about death because she knew that Lin Ling had gone to kill Duan Zuanwang and should not be able to rush over. However, when death approached, she did not have much fear. Her only regret was that she had to leave him, and she was somewhat reluctant to part with him. At that moment, the bits and pieces of the Gu Yan sect flowed through her heart. The first time she met Lin Ling was in the alchemy hall. At that time, Lin Ling was insignificant and nameless, but with his elixir skills, he left a heavy shadow in her heart. Then, during the Gu Yan sect's inner sect disciple assessment, Lin Ling would rather die than live in dishonor. He stubbornly refused to admit his mistakes to the sect, and that young man walked into her heart. When the Heaven Mystics' kingdom suffered a calamity, their clan declined, and she, Yuer, almost became a prostitute. However, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring. The young man came and helped her, and even saved her from the 9 nether hell. All of this seemed to have happened yesterday, and only the moment of death was so clear. Lin Ling, I can't bear to part with you. Yuer, who had always been cold, had tears in her eyes at this moment, and she finally said what was in her heart, Pa. The ground shook heavily, and Lin Ling took a step on the ground. When the beauty was about to hit the ground, he helped Yuer. His eyes as Huiyu, the anger disappeared, and in its place, it was replaced by fear and regret. He had almost lost his love. Sorry, I'm Thousands of words, Lin Ling finally, Lin Ling's eyes Jiang Chen, Yang's, love. And Yu rested her head on Lin Ling's chest, and the tears in her eyes finally flowed out. At this moment, she no longer looked like an aloof fairy. Instead, she looked like a girl who had been hiding her thoughts for a long time and was finally able to speak them out. So, you'll never die. Lin Ling gently patted Yuer's back. His eyes looked into the distance, and the flames of anger burned again. Heavenly Dragon Empire, Justice Duan family, you're courting death. At this moment, he was furious. No matter who it was, he had to kill anyone who touched the reverse scale. He killed Duan Zunwang, and those who stopped him died, but those who didn't stop him, even if they were from the Justice Duan family, he wouldn't care. But the Justice Duan family didn't do that. They didn't send people to kill him, but to kill Yuer. This move was too shameless. No matter what secrets they were hiding, Lin Ling didn't care about anything today. He only wanted to erase everything. Boom. As he held Yuer in his arms, terrifying flames swept out wildly from the two of them, causing countless buildings on the ground to collapse and turn into a sea of fire. Kill. In the sky, the experts of the two ancient countries were all death warriors. They didn't fear anything. They only wanted to kill Lin Ling. Death sword. Still hugging Yuer, Lin Ling stretched out his right hand, and the Tyrant Song sword appeared in his hand. At this moment, the Tyrant Song sword wasn't filled with righteous energy, it was filled with sharp killing intent. In the past, the killing intent that Gu Yanmo left in Lin Ling's body was suppressed by Lin Ling, but now, Lin Ling didn't suppress it, he only wanted to kill. He did things with a clear conscience, but he wasn't pedantic, he killed those who deserved it. Xiao, the sword fiercely slashed out, and a decisive sword chi gushed out. It actually turned the sword into a world of killing. Killing intent. Bang. Bang. Bang, with a single slash, more than 10 Saint Spirit Realm experts were split into two. The sword of death wasn't dazzling, it only had one purpose, and that was to kill the enemy. Kill. However, in the sky, the experts of the two ancient countries were still flying over like locusts. Death warriors didn't fear death. Kill. Lin Ling coldly shouted. He tightened his grip on the sword, and once again, he decisively slashed out. Instantly, blood rained down from the sky, and a large number of experts died. So powerful. Is Lin Ling invincible in the middle stage of the Saint Spirit Realm? The crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. Seeing Lin Ling kill so many experts by himself, they were shocked. Yuer, wait for a moment. Lin Ling whispered in Yuer's ear, and Yuer nodded. Then, Lin Ling took a step forward. Flame Emperor's fury. Staring at the death warriors, Lin Ling's eyes turned colder. Not afraid of death? Then, all of you can die. The flame of anger in his heart burst out crazily with his fire power. Upanishad, rumble, rings of flame rippled out from his body and exploded in the void. A giant image of a flame god appeared. Lin Ling had already cultivated the profound meaning of fire to the 4th level, but he had always been using the 3rd level of the profound meaning of fire. But now, the 4th level of the world had exploded, with him as the center. It was like an erupting volcano. Countless extreme flames bloomed. No. In the distance, the Saint Spirit Realm experts sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, their fearlessness for death was shaken, the flames burned over, shaking the heavens and earth. As soon as they touched their bodies, countless death warriors were burned to ashes, destroying everything. Run. The death warriors wanted to run away at this moment. Lin Ling was too crazy. They simply couldn't defeat him, however, they only wanted to run because they were afraid of death. So, how could they escape? The death warriors should have been prepared to die a long time ago. They wanted to kill Yuer and shock the entire rainforest Holy Land, but in the end, they were all annihilated. Countless meteor-like flames shot out in all directions as if they had a spirit. They wrapped around the death warriors and burned them alive. Among them, there were even late-stage Saint Spirit Realm experts. When the crowd saw this scene, they forgot how to breathe. Lin Ling had finally displayed his terrifying strength in the rainforest Holy Land, and this display undoubtedly shocked the world once again. The main city turned into a sea of fire, as if the named flame had descended. All the martial arts palaces in the rainforest Holy Land sucked in a breath of cold air. Obviously, they were shocked by Lin Ling's strength. One had to know that Lin Ling's name had shaken the rainforest Holy Land before, but that was because of his arrogant actions. This time, it was because of his strength. This kid is really a genius. The final battle Chi-Chi, the flames were burning crazily, and there were no longer any figures in the sky. The death warriors of the two ancient countries came to kill Lin Ling. They originally thought that Yuer's death would cause Lin Ling to be heartbroken, and this could be considered as the most painful blow they could give Lin Ling. However, who would have thought that Lin Ling would receive the news and rush over at the crucial moment, causing all of their death warriors to die in battle? This group of death warriors was cultivated by the two ancient countries using countless resources. Today, they died in battle, so the ancient countries would definitely be heartbroken. Lin Ling, we didn't do anything before. You shouldn't have burned the main city. Silence. In the silence, an old man braced himself and said. This was because more than half of the main city was burning. It was Lin Ling's flame. Silence. Lin Ling's eyes indifferently looked over, causing the old man's body to tremble. What a terrifying gaze, but the old man still braced himself and said, this is between you and the ancient countries, it has nothing to do with us. Silence. This time, he didn't dare to speak loudly, and there was even a hint of begging for mercy. Lin Ling slightly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the anger in his eyes was somewhat restrained, and his eyes became clear and clean. Then, he waved his right hand, and all of the flames on the ground flew back, causing the land to gradually recover its tranquility. Only the smoke continued to float out from the ground. Amazing. Silence. The crowd looked at Lin Ling's methods, then looked at the main city that was destroyed, and their hearts were filled with admiration. When the Flame Emperor was angry, it was terrifying. Lin Ling, thank you. Silence. Many people respectfully bowed towards Lin Ling. They also knew Lin Ling's character. This person clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred, and was magnanimous. As long as you didn't provoke him, Lin Ling was very easy to talk to. Previously, it was because the Great Serpent Mansion's people sneakily attacked your friend, causing her to be injured. The old man who spoke first said gratefully. Because Lin Ling gave him face, he was somewhat moved. Great Serpent Mansion. Lin Ling said in a low voice, and a jade medallion appeared in his hand. Everyone, gather together and destroy the House of Great Serpents. In 2 hours, I will disappear from the rainforest. Exterminate the Great Serpent Mansion? The crowd gasped. Although the Great Serpent Prefecture couldn't be compared to the 5 ancient nations, it was still a sacred land of the rainforest. Moreover, the Great Serpent Mother was in the Great Serpent Prefecture. She was an extremely ancient figure. However, Lin Ling had said that he would destroy the Great Serpent Prefecture. Would a natural disaster befall the Great Serpent Prefecture? Commander Lin Ling, the Great Serpent Mansion is not one of the 2 ancient nations. This is beyond our agreement. A man's dignified voice came from the Jade Token. Then are you going to die or not? Lin Ling's voice became even more gloomy. Right now, he wanted the 3 great ancient nations to exterminate the Great Serpent Mansion. Move out. The other party was silent for a long time before he finally spoke. At the same time, the Great Serpent Manor was on high alert. Lin Ling had arrived at blazing main city and frivolous rainforest. It was impossible for them not to know about this. Bastard, who told you to provoke Lin Ling? The Great Serpent Manor's patriarch angrily glared at the man who attacked. Provoking Lin Ling was the same as provoking an evil star. In order to vent their anger, the Great Serpent Manor had consigned themselves to eternal damnation. Boom! At this moment, a thunderous roar resounded, shaking the entire Great Serpent Manor. Everyone rushed out of the manor and saw that the sky was filled with martial artists. Lin Ling's attack had arrived. Kill! Kill! Without saying anything, the experts of the 3 great ancient nations attacked one after another, destroying the earth. No! The Great Serpent Manor's patriarch shouted in fear. Although their Great Serpent Manor had a reputation, it couldn't compare to the 5 great ancient nations, let alone the alliance of the 3 great ancient nations. Where is Lin Ling? I want to talk to him. Kill! The Great Serpent Mother also came out of seclusion. She couldn't not come out, otherwise, her bloodline would be exterminated. However, the experts in the sky didn't seem to care at all, only continuing to attack. This caused the Great Serpent Mother's expression to become extremely ugly. Her strength was terrifying, and she could kill many experts of the three great ancient nations, but she couldn't guarantee that none of her bloodline would die. After all, the three great ancient nations had joined hands, and there were too many of them. She could choose to kill Lin Ling and stop this disaster. Unfortunately, in the entire rainforest sacred land, only she knew that Lin Ling was from that place. She couldn't afford to provoke that place. Everyone, leave this place and go to the 100 territories. The Great Serpent Mother coldly shouted. She could only do her best to save people. Grandmother, where are we going? Grandmother. The Great Serpent Manor's patriarch anxiously asked. He thought that since his grandmother had appeared, she would definitely lead them in an all-out attack. However, his grandmother had chosen to escape. The 100 territories, this place is no longer suitable for us. The Great Serpent Mother sighed softly. Their Great Serpent bloodline was about to leave the rainforest sacred land forever. She then shook her head and said, "You shouldn't have provoked him." Sigh. If it was anyone else, she wouldn't be afraid. However, Lin Ling made her feel apprehensive. That was because Lin Ling had that enemy protecting him. If she dared to make a move, the price she would have to pay would be even more terrifying. Let's go. Sigh. Seeing the Great Serpent Mother's serious expression, the patriarch felt a chill in his heart. In his heart, Lin Ling had become an existence akin to the Grim Reaper. The remaining people of the Great Serpent Manor all left. As for the three ancient countries in the sky, they didn't continue to pursue. They only returned to report after destroying the 1,000-year-old Great Serpent Manor. As for the others in the rainforest sacred land, they thought that since Lin Ling dared to destroy the Great Serpent Manor, he would definitely suffer a desperate counterattack. However, who would have thought that the Great Serpent Mother would remain silent? She was afraid of Lin Ling. For Lin Ling, she gave up her ancestral land and left the rainforest sacred land. This also meant that the Great Serpent Manor had been destroyed. The rainforest sacred land was a place they would never dare to step into again. And the reason was because of one person, Lin Ling, and the source of the fuse was because Xianxia was ambushed. Lin Ling, no one can stop you when you're angry for a woman. The crowd felt like they were in a dream. Lin Ling's rise was getting more and more frightening. It was as if he was going to dominate the entire rainforest sacred land. But what was he going to do next? After all, the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the other two ancient countries had made a move on him. He couldn't just sit back and do nothing. At this moment, on the main street of the main city, Lin Ling waited quietly for 2 hours. Finally, in the sky, a large number of powerful figures appeared. Other than the patriarch of the Great Qin Empire, the other two ancient countries' people looked at Lin Ling meaningfully. They seemed to be angry because Lin Ling casually ordered them to do things. This made them very unwilling. But since it was an order, they had to do it even if they didn't want to. Lin Ling looked at these people indifferently and said nothing. In his mind, countless thoughts flashed. From the Great Tang Empire telling him about Duan Zuanwang's appearance, to Xianxia being ambushed, all kinds of things made him feel that this was a conspiracy. The Great Tang Empire told him about Duan Zuanwang's whereabouts. Lin Ling didn't know what was hidden in this, but Xianxia being ambushed, the intention was very obvious. It was to provoke him. After all, Lin Ling's footsteps of revenge had shocked the entire rainforest sacred land. Unless the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Duan family were idiots, they should be focusing on defense instead of provoking him. So, what was their purpose? Let's have a final battle. Go. The 5 great ancient countries gather the final battle. The powerhouses in the sky narrowed their eyes. Was it finally here? Was Lin Ling finally going to reveal his true strength? As for the distant crowd, they sucked in a breath of cold air. The final battle seemed to mean that Lin Ling was about to make his move. Not only was he going to attack Lord Long, but he was also going to fight the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the other two ancient countries. At this moment, everyone's hearts were shaken. The era of the Holy Land of the Rainforest had quietly begun. But no one knew whether Lin Ling, the new king, would become king or fall. All of them? A prince from the ancient kingdom of Lion Orchid lightly said. Of course, all of them. All the powerhouses of your three ancient countries have gathered. Lin Ling calmly replied. The Great Qin Empire's side let out excited cries. They had also been waiting for this moment, but their wait was different from the Great Tang's. Alright, Lin Ling, release your full strength. The Great Qin Empire, Great Tang, and ancient kingdom of Lion Orchid will also erupt with their full strength. An expert from the Great Tang Empire also spoke up. Good, the first battle is to destroy the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Yes. Lin Ling didn't seem to know what they were thinking. He lightly nodded and waved his flag. All the powerhouses of the three ancient countries moved out. They've finally made their move? It seems that Lin Ling trusts us, and the Great Qin Emperor trusts Lin Ling. Since Lin Ling has spoken, then the Great Qin Empire's powerhouses will all move out. Yes. Most importantly, Lin Ling can release his trump card. That is the most precious thing. Yes. Maybe he doesn't have a trump card, and is only relying on the Great Qin Empire. But no matter what, Lin Ling has become a sinner of the Great Qin Empire. Let them all die. Yes. Although there are people in the Seven Profound Martial House who support Lin Ling, they are only protecting him. They don't follow Lin Ling's orders. So, let's catch them all in one fell swoop. The Great Qin Emperor and Lin Ling must die. Yes. A low voice sounded from the Great Tang Empire and the ancient kingdom of Lion Orchid. All of this was indeed a scheme. The Great Tang Empire had revealed Duan Zuanwang's whereabouts and sent experts to help Lin Ling in order to gain Great Lin Ling's trust. If Lin Ling trusted them, then Great Qin's king would also trust them. As for the sneak attack on Anuer, it was because they knew that Anuer was Lin Ling's reverse scale. For a beauty, Lin Ling would not be afraid to fight with the heavens and earth. If Lin Ling was furious, he would naturally take revenge, resulting in a decisive battle. At that time, all the trump cards of the Grand Qin dynasty and Lin Ling would be revealed, and at that time, it would be the time to wipe them all out. The skies of the rainforest Holy Land finally began to stir. Countless people were paying attention to everything that was happening. On the ground, Lin Ling looked at the gradually departing powerhouses. His pupils flashed, but he didn't say anything. He returned to the Seven Profound Martial House with Anuer. He had reached an agreement with the three ancient countries. One day later, he would go to the Heavenly Dragon Domain and destroy the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Thus, he guessed that at this time tomorrow, powerhouses would descend from the Heavenly Dragon Domain. The war of the ancient countries would begin. Whoever controlled the winds and clouds, everything would be decided tomorrow. You want to see my trump card? Good, I'll let you see. But the moment you see it is also the moment of your death. Lin Ling sneered in his heart. He had already sensed that something was wrong, but with the reminder of the second dream, the doubts in his heart were easily resolved. Everyone wanted to see Lin Ling's final trump card, so he would show them. With the ancient tomb's endless resources piled up, it was time to show them. 100 territories, Heavenly Dragon Domain. This was the homeland of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Every bloodline had the pride of the dragon. Everyone here was surnamed Long, and they even believed that they were the descendants of the dragon. Of course, this was only what they believed. After all, the 9 sons of the dragon were all different. They only had impure bloodlines, so how could they have the qualifications to call themselves the descendants of the dragon? At this moment, a massive number of the common people of the Heavenly Dragon Domain had left. The vast Heavenly Dragon Empire was incomparably peaceful. The only ones that remained were the Emperor Spirit Realm powerhouses. This was because the final battle had begun. Without the strength of an Emperor Spirit Realm powerhouse, they were no different from ants. No matter how many people there were, it was useless, but an Emperor Spirit Realm powerhouse was the cornerstone of the ancient countries. Your Majesty, the Justice Duan family has arrived. All of the Emperor Spirit Realm and above powerhouses have arrived. At this moment, on top of the walls of the massive dragon city, a middle-aged man wearing a robe with 9 dragons on it looked into the distance. Behind him, a guard respectfully reported. They've all arrived? The middle-aged man smiled faintly, as if he was in control of the world. The 3 ancient countries had joined forces to kill. The Justice Duan family would definitely come to help the Heavenly Dragon Empire. After all, once the Heavenly Dragon Empire was destroyed, the Justice Duan family would be next. Xiao. On the other side, densely packed martial artists appeared. Qilin aura was released. There were a total of 100,000 experts from the Justice Duan clan. Among them, an emperor wearing a Qilin robe looked at Dragon King Tian and nodded faintly. Qilin Immortal King, the current emperor of the Justice Duan family. His strength had reached the level of omnipotence. The two emperors of the ancient countries had appeared. Clearly, they placed great importance on today's final battle. How confident are you in destroying them? The Qilin Immortal King said faintly. 80%. Dragon King Tian's lips curled into a confident smile. Because he was so happy, 9 dragons appeared on the surface of his body. 90%. On the other side, the Qilin Immortal King shook his head and smiled. Haha. The two emperors looked at each other and laughed. Lin Ling was very arrogant. They had no choice but to fear him. However, today, Lin Ling would die here. Being able to kill such a rising king would undoubtedly give them a sense of accomplishment. The net has been cast. It's time to collect the prey. Finally, the two emperors sat down and quietly waited for Lin Ling's arrival. Other than them, many warriors of the rainforest sacred land had come to watch the battle. One had to know that the 5 ancient countries were established under the heavens. Other than the martial arts hall and the 4 desolate races, no one could shake their prestige. Today, the final battle had begun. Hence, they wanted to see who would be the final king in the rolling wheel of history. What a huge faction. Many experts looked at the 2 ancient countries' people and were secretly shocked. There were countless Emperor Spirit Realm experts and a large number of Saint Spirit Realm experts. Among them, there were even peak Saint Spirit Realm experts. One had to know that Emperor Spirit Realm experts were existences that could summon wind and rain in the 100 domains, not to mention Saint Spirit Realm experts. Look over there. At this moment, someone pointed into the distance. A large number of experts had arrived. Among them were several dazzling banners. They were the Great Tang Empire, the ancient country of Lion Orchid, and the Great Qin Dynasty. Furthermore, they had brought many experts with them. It seemed like they had turned out in full force. Is that the Great Tang Emperor? He looks so majestic. The ancient country of Lion Orchid's emperor looks like an old man. He's at the peak of the Saint Spirit Realm. Only the Great Qin Dynasty's emperor is the youngest. He's also very handsome. He can be said to be the most beautiful man in the world. The crowd began to discuss. Betrayal of the ancient kingdoms looks like the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the others are going all out. Great Tang's king said calmly. We're the same. Lion Orchid King's elder nodded and looked at Great Qin's king. Lin Ling hasn't arrived yet? He'll come when it's time. Great Qin's king was as handsome as ever. He looked calm on the surface, but he felt uneasy inwardly. If they won this battle, the Great Qin dynasty would benefit greatly, and its name would shake the world. The 5 ancient kingdoms would become 3 ancient kingdoms. However, if they lost, the Great Qin dynasty would disappear from this world forever. After all, the Great Qin dynasty had mobilized all of its forces today. If they were all captured in one fell swoop, the Great Qin dynasty would no longer have any experts to defend it. However, Lin Ling was the one who had said that the final battle would happen, and he trusted Lin Ling a lot. He knew that Lin Ling was very cautious, and if he was certain that the final battle would happen, he would be confident. Lin Ling is here. At that moment, someone spoke, causing the heavens and earth to fall silent. Millions of people looked at the figure in the sky, especially the younger generation. Their hearts beat violently. Lin Ling was their idol, and he had become a king as a genius. They didn't know when they would be able to reach the same height as Lin Ling. 5 people? Plus a demonic beast? Following this, the crowd looked at the people following Lin Ling and found that there were only 4 people and a giant red-furred ape. Lin Ling and the others were sitting on top of that giant ape. However, apart from one person, Lin Ling is at the Saint Spirit Realm. Yes. Are these all of his trump cards? Many people thought to themselves. In such a big battle, Lin Ling should have used all of his trump cards. The eyes of the 5 ancient kingdoms' emperors flickered. Following this, when Lin Ling arrived at the mountain range, Great Qin's king smiled and said, "He's here." Yes. Lin Ling glanced at the emperors of the other two ancient countries and nodded. This was the first time he had seen the emperors of the other two ancient countries. They were very powerful, at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. If he did not use his trump card, he would not be a match for them. You're Lin Ling. The emperors of the two ancient countries looked at Lin Ling. This was also the first time they had seen him, but they couldn't help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling's name had shaken the entire rainforest Holy Land, but only after seeing him with their own eyes did they realize that his aura was indeed extraordinary. A black cloak, long robes, and long hair fluttering in the wind. His expression was indifferent, unaffected by the world. It was clear that Lin Ling had experienced many great battles. Only like this could he remain calm when facing an ancient expert. Let's begin. Lin Ling did not care about the attitude of the two emperors. Instead, he said calmly. Sure. The three emperors nodded and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling came to the edge of the mountain and looked at the endless sky. Finally, he waved his hand and said, "The great battle begins." Boom, along with his voice, the entire world seemed to tremble. Countless experts narrowed their eyes and killing intent leaked out from the depths of their eyes. Fight. A mighty voice sounded. Then, Lin Ling took a step forward and the army followed Lin Ling towards Heavenly Dragon City. So handsome. Many people in the distance were trembling in their hearts, especially the female experts. Their eyes were flickering with light. Lin Ling was indeed very handsome to be able to summon three ancient countries. As for the Heavenly Dragon Empire, they had been waiting for Lin Ling's arrival for a long time. The moment they saw Lin Ling, everyone's eyes focused on him. For many of them, this was the first time they had seen Lin Ling, but now, they could faintly feel that Lin Ling was difficult to deal with. Get ready. Dragon King Tian waved his hand and all the experts prepared themselves for battle. In the sky, invisible auras collided with each other. King's Chi bloomed. A total of 6 kings were like dazzling stars, intimidating the entire world. After an incense stick's time, the experts of the 5 ancient countries drew their swords and clashed with each other, making the sky inexplicably more oppressive. Lin Ling, as expected of a young hero. However, the enmity between you and me, is it unresolvable? Dragon King Tian looked at the black-clothed Lin Ling in the distance and said indifferently. Lin Ling's expression was indifferent as he scanned the crowd. Finally, he found Lord Long, who had a cold expression on his face. He said coldly, "Unless he dies and you two emperors apologize, we will never understand." Lin Ling, what kind of attitude is this? How dare you speak to our emperor like this? Lin Ling's voice was as if he did not hear anything. This made many people of the Heavenly Dragon Empire angry. Do you have the right to speak? However, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. The sword in his right hand ruthlessly slashed out and instantly took the lives of those people. The current situation was very clear. However, those people still wanted to show off. In addition, the two armies were fighting. Lin Ling naturally could not show weakness. It seems that there is no solution. However, I also did not think that there would be a solution. Because those who violated my Justice Duan family cannot possibly still be alive. Immortal Qilin said indifferently. Then, he suddenly laughed. Before the battle, I want to ask you a question. Lin Ling, have you ever thought that you would die? When these words came out, many people of the Justice Duan family laughed. They seemed to be looking forward to this question. No. Lin Ling did not know why the other party was laughing and shook his head indifferently. If one day, you discover that everything you control is a dream and you are about to die, how would you feel? Dragon King Tian said indifferently. No. Lin Ling's expression was still indifferent. Haha, you don't have now, but you will in a while. Dragon King Tian laughed lightly. His expression suddenly became somewhat playful. He even looked at the great Tang King behind Lin Ling and said, "Yesterday, the wine at the Imperial Wine Banquet was not bad." Haha, that was the great Tang Empire's 1,000-year ice-burning jade. Naturally, it can't be wrong. However, the great Tang King also laughed. His words caused the eyes of the great Qing dynasty's people to narrow. What was going on? The battle was about to begin, but Dragon King Tian and the great Tang King were drinking yesterday? You. The great Qin King's expression changed slightly as he frowned at the two of them. Haha, sorry, I was also at the imperial wine banquet yesterday. However, what made him even more surprised was that the immortal Qilin also said with a faint smile. Immortal Qilin, you are like a Qilin, but your alcohol tolerance is poor. After the immortal Qilin spoke, the Lion Orchid King laughed. His voice was indescribably heroic. Silence, the entire world fell silent. Countless people in the distance narrowed their eyes. They also couldn't see what was going on. The great Qin dynasty's people began to tremble. Vaguely, they seemed to have guessed something. They had been betrayed, or it could be said that the entire battle was a trap to deceive the great Qin dynasty. Are you surprised? Originally, 3 ancient countries joined forces to wipe out 2 ancient countries. Now, it has become 4 ancient countries to wipe out the great Qin dynasty. As if he felt that there was no need to hide it anymore, the great Tang King spoke indifferently and spoke the truth. Qi, although many people in the great Qin dynasty had guessed it, when the truth was revealed, they were still shocked and gasped. 4 ancient countries joined forces to wipe out the great Qin dynasty, wipe out Lin Ling. The crowd in the distance stiffened. The situation had changed beyond their imagination. Lin Ling had been tricked. On the 3rd day of the new year, I still pay my New Year's greetings. The chapter 1 owed yesterday has been made up today. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. After a moment of silence, the 4 sovereigns suddenly started to loudly laugh. They seemed to enjoy seeing the great Qin King and Lin Ling's shocked expressions. Perhaps they knew that Lin Ling had wanted to take revenge, but now that things had changed, he had become a ghost under someone else's blade. As such, he felt quite uncomfortable. The people of the great Qin dynasty were pale. They had come out in full force, but they were facing the experts of the 4 ancient kingdoms. They could not escape this calamity. All of you are despicable. I should have listened to Lin Ling. I should not have trusted you. Ha ha ha, the great Qin King's handsome face was filled with anger, but his anger was met with even more mockery. It was as if the great Qin dynasty was an ant that they were toying with. Great Qin Emperor, you were too focused on benefits, and in the end, you lost the entire battle. Lin Ling was much more cautious than you, and he was not blinded by benefits. However, we sacrificed Duan Zunwang as bait, and then ambushed in Yuer. In the end, Lin Ling still fell for it. You trusted Lin Ling, and brought all the powerful cultivators of the great Qin Empire out, and you were all wiped out. The great Tang King seemed to have everything under control. Great Qin King, you must be in pain. More painful things have yet to come. Your great Qin dynasty will disappear from this world, and you, the high and mighty emperor, will become a slave. Furthermore, I know that you are a woman, the most beautiful woman in the world. I look forward to the day when you serve me. Ha ha ha, tsk, a slave like an emperor, and a beauty. I look forward to it too. Ha ha ha. The other emperors could not help but laugh. Among them, Dragon King Tianlong looked at Lin Ling and suddenly shouted, Lin Ling. I said before, have you ever thought that you would die? How do you feel now? As he said this, everyone looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's name had shaken the holy land of the rainforest not long ago, but today, he had fallen from heaven to hell. They wondered how Lin Ling would feel. If you were an ant, then so be it if you died. However, you can be considered a great king, so before you die, tell me your thoughts. The Qilin Immortal King looked down from above and indifferently asked. He was also looking forward to what Lin Ling would say. Perhaps he would beg for mercy, perhaps he would regret his actions, but no matter what he said, he would be incomparably pleased. I just want to know what kind of person can make the 4 great ancient nations work together. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was indifferent as he calmly spoke. Everyone was astonished. They didn't think that Lin Ling would ask such a question. The 4 great kings looked at each other but remained silent. This made everyone feel that they were incomparably mysterious. It was because of me. At this moment, a clear and elegant voice drifted out. Under countless gazes, a young man with long flowing hair strode out. He had a slender physique and his hands were clasped behind his back. He had an indescribable expression on his face, causing many spectators to suck in a breath of cold air. This young man was very strong. He had surpassed all the heavens chosen from the martial arts palace, but who was he? Many people didn't recognize that young man. One of the Rain clan's twin prides, Mozihu. Lin Ling coldly said. He already had a guess in his heart, but now he had finally confirmed it. Rain clan. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. To them, the four desolate races were like the most mysterious ancient races. They were rarely seen, but today they had finally seen a genius from the Rain clan. And his strength was astonishing. Young Master Zihu. The four great kings looked at Mozihu and laughed. They had to give face to the desolate race's bloodline. And according to what they knew, although Lin Ling also had the Rain clan's bloodline, he wasn't treated well in the Rain clan. He was treated like a servant. As for Mozihu, he had the true Rain clan's bloodline. Heh. Mozihu faintly smiled. He enjoyed the respectful gazes from all around him. He looked at Lin Ling and said, "You never thought that it would be me in the end, right?" He was looking forward to seeing Lin Ling's shocked expression. And he guessed that Lin Ling would be extremely shocked, or even regretful. However, he didn't know that he was overthinking things. It's not much of a surprise. I already guessed it. Lin Ling calmly said. It made Mozihu's pupils constrict. He came here proudly because he wanted to see Lin Ling's shock, but Lin Ling was too calm. It made him feel extremely uncomfortable. To be able to summon the four great ancient countries, other than the desolate race, no one else has the ability. And the person in the desolate race who hates me the most is none other than you, a loser. Furthermore, you are a piece of trash who has been defeated twice by me. Lin Ling's lips twitched as his disdainful voice floated out. Mozihu has lost to Lin Ling before. The crowd's pupils trembled. This matter came from the desolate race, so they did not know about it. The four great kings also frowned. To them, Mozihu represented the Rain clan. His status was extremely noble, but he had lost to Lin Ling? This seemed somewhat embarrassing. Why does a dying person like you have so much nonsense to say? Mozihu's expression instantly turned ugly. He came here with pride, enjoying the reverent gazes of the crowd. However, Lin Ling had reopened his scars. After he finished speaking, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded once again, Mozihu, you are very impressive. You think you control everything, but in fact, you are just a piece of trash who relies on his family clan. Besides, if the Rain clan's patriarch knows of your actions, I wonder what punishment you will receive. After all, the Rain clan is considered a large family clan. How can it produce a sinister and cunning person like you? Upon hearing this, the four great kings' hearts trembled once again. They believed that Mozihu had come here on behalf of the Rain clan, but Lin Ling's words had said that everything was Mozihu's personal wishes. The Rain clan did not know of any of this. Mozihu's body began to tremble. Today, the scene he imagined did not happen. Instead, Lin Ling's few words had made him lose face. Mozihu's embarrassment has turned into anger. In the distance, the crowd's gazes focused. Facing Lin Ling, Mozihu could not be arrogant. Kill them all. Leave none alive. Mozihu roared, afraid that Lin Ling would say something else. You don't dare to face me alone, so you borrowed the hands of the four great ancient nations? Mozihu, after losing to me, you seem to be declining more and more. Lin Ling was still not afraid. The four great kings took a step forward. Now that the arrow was on the bow, they had no choice but to release it. Destroying the great Qin Empire and killing Lin Ling, this was a fact that could not be changed. Lin Ling, what's the use of saying so much? Winner takes all. Today, all of you will die. I will still say the same thing. Have you ever thought that you would die? The four great kings released their powerful auras as if they were invincible war gods that had conquered the north and south. Haha. However, under the pressure of the great army and countless experts, Lin Ling laughed loudly. His laughter was frivolous and carefree, shaking the clouds and causing the entire world to become silent. Not to mention the people from the four great ancient nations, even the people from the great Qin dynasty were stunned. Lin Ling, such courage, facing the pressure of experts, he was still unafraid of death. Just based on this fearless courage, he was much better than the two prides of the Rain clan, Mozihu. You said before, have I ever thought that I would die? Let me tell you now, no, I have never thought of it. Instead, I want to ask you this question. Have you ever thought that you would die? Unsheathing the sword, you asked me what I was thinking before I died. Now, I'll ask you what you were thinking before you died. However, an even more shocking voice floated out. Lin Ling was like an unsheathed sword, causing the four kings' eyes to twitch. One had to know that Lin Ling should be panicking in the current situation, but Lin Ling asked them what they were thinking before they died. Could it be that Lin Ling was hiding something? The world suddenly became silent. The experts of the four ancient kingdoms were silent with solemn expressions. Lin Ling was like a sword that was about to be unsheathed. It made them feel as if the sky and earth had changed color. Although they did not know what Lin Ling was relying on, based on their understanding of Lin Ling had never dared to play his cards according to common sense. He had never dared to turn the tide and turn defeat into victory unless you could nail him to death in one move. You set up this trap to catch us all in one fell swoop, but did you think I didn't know? Everything was just a plan to beat you at your own game. Under the heavens, only Lin Ling's voice floated out. It was as if today was his stage, his battlefield, and he was all-powerful and dominating everything. Beat them at their own game? As for the experts of the four ancient kingdoms, they were even more silent. The excitement from before had completely disappeared, and the uneasiness in their hearts grew stronger and stronger. This was because the more Lin Ling showed off his ability, the more afraid they were. They couldn't see through Lin Ling. Most importantly, Lin Ling knew they had set up a trap, but he still dared to come. This meant that Lin Ling had absolute confidence. He's only deliberately mystifying to scare you. Don't be scared by him. Kill. Moziha couldn't help but be shocked by Lin Ling's boldness. 3 sentences to intimidate the world. This was something he couldn't do. That's right. The situation has been decided. The Qin dynasty's experts are all here, and Lin Ling only has a few Saint Spirit Realm experts as helpers. There's nothing to worry about. He's just trying to scare us. Unfortunately, we've fought on the battlefield millions of times. How can we be so easily scared? Kill. The four kings took a deep breath. They were indeed intimidated by Lin Ling before. To them, this was a great humiliation. Of course, it wasn't because they were cowards, but because Lin Ling was too mysterious. After his rise, his name repeatedly shook the rainforest sacred ground. They couldn't help but be afraid. Intimidating? Kill. Lin Ling laughed coldly, unsheathing the sword in his hand. Haven't you always wanted to see my trump card? Today, I'll let you see a powerful trump card that can kill any Saint Spirit Realm expert. Kill. After he finished speaking, he pointed to the front. Mystic Golden Ox. Yeeting Tengu Formation. 100 Demon Universe Tiger King Formation. At the same time, a terrifying aura appeared in the sky. Illusions of ancient beasts appeared one after another, shaking the heavens and the earth. Among them, there was a giant ox, a roaring tengu, a mighty demon rat, and a heaven's might tiger king. These were the ancient 12 zodiacs. What was surprising was that these 12 zodiacs looked like demonic beasts, but they seemed to be condensed by spiritual energy. What is that? No. No one understood. Everyone's heart trembled. They felt as if they were trapped in the 12 zodiacs. This is his trump card. The four kings looked around in shock. One must know that they had been waiting for Lin Ling's final trump card to appear. They wanted to catch him in one fell swoop, but now, Lin Ling finally showed it. However, they didn't know why, but they felt that it was irresistible. Deliberately mystifying, kill. Kill. Dragon King Tian coldly shouted and waved his hand. He didn't believe that the 12 beasts could stop the experts of the 4 ancient countries. Dark gold sky shaking. At this moment, a voice came from behind Lin Ling. It was the heavenly concubine who had been following Lin Ling. A banner appeared in her small hand, and she waved it in a beautiful arc, roar. At the same time, the indomitable and resplendent giant bull let out a roar. Golden rays of light shot out from its mouth like needles. That aura was incomparably terrifying. Boom. wherever the needles passed, it was like a forbidden light. Countless experts who rushed towards the dark gold giant ox were pierced through, and then they were destroyed like paper. In one move, 30,000 experts were killed. Moreover, the weakest of these experts were at the Emperor Spirit Realm, and there were even quite a few Saint Spirit Realm experts. So terrifying, what is that? The faces of the 4 ancient countries' experts stiffened, as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in their lives. That's a human array. As expected of someone from the Rain clan, Mozihu's knowledge was vast, and he immediately made a guess. That was because he vaguely saw someone within the colossal ox of profound gold when it attacked. This meant that the colossal ox of profound gold was a human formation set up by an expert. As for the 12 ancient zodiac beasts, they were all human arrays set up by experts. The Tao of arrays was ancient and mysterious. It was vast and boundless, allowing a martial artist to display 10 times or even 100 times the power. However, the more powerful an array, the more difficult it was to set up. Disregarding everything else, just the array diagrams alone were enough to stump many people. This was because these mysterious things only appeared in ancient times. Those human arrays were probably set up by Emperor Spirit Realm experts. The great Tang King said in fear. At this moment, he no longer had any of his previous arrogance. Kill. I don't believe that a mere 12 arrays can defy the heavens. The immortal Qilin King angrily roared. Lin Ling was too hateful. They had wanted to see how Lin Ling would die, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would be the Oriole behind the mantis, revealing his trump card in the end. 12 strands. At the same time, the heavenly concubine lightly shouted. The silk banners in her hands began to intertwine, releasing a dazzling light, as if an order had been issued. The 12 vicious beasts that occupied the heavens and the earth began to radiate a majestic aura. Like a blazing sun, they began to release powerful attacks. Roar, the dark gold giant ox roared, causing everyone to feel a splitting headache. Roar, the universe Tiger King array was activated. Heaven and earth turned into a giant black and white circle. A terrifying suction force was produced. Any martial artist that was sucked in would be turned to ashes. All of the human arrays displayed a terrifying might. One had to know that this was an ancient array from a higher level Saint realm. Moreover, the ones who set up the array were the Flame Core. They had grown with Lin Ling's endless cultivation resources, and each one of them was extremely powerful. Even without the array, they could match the power of an ancient country, let alone when the array was fully formed. Massacre. The moment the 12 strands were activated, the Flame Core released a dazzling light. Any Emperor Spirit Realm expert would be strangled to death. Even mid-stage and late-stage Saint Spirit Realm experts would find it difficult to resist. Outside the 12 beasts, the people from the rainforest's holy land widened their eyes. There was no blood falling from the sky, but they could see countless lives being devoured. The strength of the 12 beasts had probably reached the peak of the Saint Spirit Realm. This also meant that 12 peak Saint Spirit Realm beasts were slaughtering. How terrifying. Many people muttered to themselves. When Lin Ling hadn't revealed his trump card, no one knew how terrifying it was. However, after he revealed it, the 4 great ancient countries were still able to sweep through them. Your Majesty, they're too powerful. These beasts don't even come from the rainforest's holy land. A large number of ancient countries' experts were alarmed. They saw the 12 beasts in the sky with their own eyes. As for the 4 great kings, there was no need for them to say anything. They could see it themselves. Peak Saint Spirit Realm Array. Controlling the mountains and rivers, kill that girl. At this moment, Dragon King Tion's pupils shrank as he looked at the heavenly concubine. Although this array formation was powerful, it also had a flaw, and that was the eye of the array. As long as the eye of the array was broken, then the array formation would collapse. The remaining people all looked at the heavenly concubine. They no longer had any arrogant aura, but were now like trapped beasts. Protect that girl. The great Qin king was incomparably excited. He had thought that the great Qin dynasty would be destroyed, but in the next moment, Lin Ling had rescued them from the 9 nether hells, and even killed them back. Protect Lin Ling. Everyone from the great Qin dynasty was excited. Lin Ling was their hero. No need. If they dare to come, then kill them. However, Lin Ling coldly shouted, causing everyone's complexions to change. Lin Ling was still hiding a trump card? Since things have gotten to this point, if we don't break the array then we will all die. Kill. The four kings glared at Lin Ling, their vast auras billowing out. They were all at the peak of the Saint Spirit realm, comparable to Elder Xian of the Seven Great Martial Halls. With four kings attacking together, they didn't believe that Lin Ling would still be alive. Heavenly Dragon descends, Kirin appears, Monstrous Sparrow King, Ancient Infernal Lion, the four kings all had ancient bloodlines. When they erupted with their full strength, they were extremely terrifying. King after king appeared in front of everyone, causing many people to suck in a breath of cold air. This was the first time that they had seen the emperor of an ancient country attack. Then, many people looked at Lin Ling. Just how would Lin Ling face this? Kill me, then I will destroy your entire country. Lin Ling's pupils were incomparably cold. He was not a fledgling. He knew that in this situation, it was either you die or I die. 49 Flame Array. Lin Ling raised his sword once more, proudly pointing it in front of him. His cold voice came out from his mouth, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. From the 12 giant beasts, 49 figures shot out. These people were even stronger, they were all at the Middle Saint Spirit realm. Moreover, many people could see that they were all students of the Seven Profound Martial House. Could it be? Someone suddenly had a terrifying thought. The 12 colossal beasts formation had been set up by countless Emperor Spirit Realm experts, but it had been able to kill late-stage Saint Spirit Realm experts. Now, it was being set up by Saint Spirit Realm experts. How terrifying would their formation be? This was hard to imagine. Moreover, all of them thought that Lin Ling was so arrogant because he had the Grand Qin dynasty's backing. But now, they noticed that he actually had a force of his own, and he even had a huge amount of Saint Spirit Realm experts by his side. The wheel of history was moving forward. Among the myriad kings, a new king would rise. Lin Ling was proving his kingly demeanor. You've already missed the chance to live. You can only use your lives to wash away everything. Lin Ling swung his sword heavily. If it wasn't a situation of life and death, he would naturally choose to let his friends live and let his enemies die. Boom. The 49 Saint Spirit Realm powerhouses arranged themselves in a mysterious array formation, forming a massive flame giant. This giant seemed to be formed from the rocks at the bottom of a volcano. Its flames were yellow, but these flames seemed to come from the depths of hell. It had to be known that in ancient legends, hell had a fire demon. A fire demon was born from flames, and was the most terrifying demon king, and this 49 flame array was created by simulating a fire demon. Bang, the massive flame giant strode through the sky, its billowing fists sweeping out. Suddenly, the world changed color, the clouds were incinerated, and flames swept through every corner of the world. Ah! On the side of the four ancient countries, countless powerhouses cried out in pain. This was the first time that they had seen such a terrifying array formation. Perhaps in their hearts, they didn't even know what an array formation was. Still, there was no blood, because everyone had been incinerated into nothingness. There were only endless ghosts floating in the air. The flame giant was even crazier. With a single fist, several thousand Saint Spirit Realm powerhouses were turned to ashes. This was too dreamy. To many people, a Saint Spirit Realm powerhouse was like a mountain on the horizon. But now, they had disappeared in front of them like paper. Supernatural strength? The four kings' mouths trembled. They had already evaluated Lin Ling and knew that the desolate race would not help Lin Ling. They knew that the Seven Profound Martial House's old Xian would not move, and the Rainforest Holy Land did not have any powerhouses to help Lin Ling. But, they had missed a point. They did not know where Lin Ling had obtained methods that surpassed the Rainforest Holy Lands, but he had ruthlessly suppressed them. You are too inexperienced. As they were still in shock, Lin Ling's icy voice sounded out. Indeed, the four kings were too inexperienced. They thought that they were very powerful, that they could command the heavens and earth. But, they didn't know that there were always people stronger than them. They didn't know that outside the Rainforest Holy Land, there were countless powerhouses. They didn't know that the heavenly meteor era had arrived, and they didn't know about the ancient flame demon. There were far too many things that they didn't know. They didn't know anything, and yet they wanted to kill Lin Ling. That was just courting death. Kill. Lin Ling waved his sword again, his eyes cold and merciless. countless people looked at him. Today, Lin Ling controlled the world. Boom, the 12 giant beasts and the infernal flame demon from hell pressed forward, surrounding and killing the 4 ancient kingdoms' people. Amazing! The great Qin king said in shock. It turned out that Lin Ling had the power to destroy an ancient kingdom. Previously, he had allied with them to beat them at their own game. The great Tang king and the others were stupid. They didn't have to die, but they had been bewitched by Mo Zilong and wanted to destroy the great Qin dynasty. In the end, they had been completely annihilated. The experts here were the elites of the ancient kingdoms. If they were destroyed, the ancient kingdoms would no longer have the power to intimidate others. That meant that Lin Ling hadn't been fooled, but the 4 kings had been fooled. Lin Ling. The 4 kings' expressions were savage as they watched their experts being killed. Before I die, I want to know what you think. Yes. However, Lin Ling calmly replied. This was the question that the 4 kings had asked Lin Ling before. At that time, they had been mocking him. Now, Lin Ling wanted to see how the 4 kings would answer, but how should they answer? Could they answer? They couldn't answer at all. The sky had become a battlefield of slaughter. Flames, tsunamis, tornadoes, and thunderstorms swept through every corner of the sky, plunging the sky into misery and suffering. Everything was just as Lin Ling had said. If you dare to kill me, I'll destroy your entire country. This was Lin Ling's tyranny. For his family and friends, he had become the most tyrannical ruler, but he had a clear conscience. With a human formation that can kill any Saint Spirit Realm expert and a transcendent flame demon, Lin Ling's power is comparable to the 4 desolate races. Many people sighed in the distance. They could already see the rise of a generation's king, but they still had doubts in their hearts. After all, Lin Ling was just an ordinary youth. Where did he get so many resources to nurture experts? How could they know that Lin Ling had obtained all of Yan's treasures in the old tomb? How could he not have nurtured powerful subordinates? Yan was an expert comparable to the holy king of the Bodhi sacred palace. How could the treasures that caught his eye be ordinary? Lin Ling, we admit defeat in this battle. Stop your slaughter. The 4 kings roared madly as they dodged the flame demon. After all, they were no match for a human formation comparable to a transcendent. Have you ever thought that you would die? However, Lin Ling didn't answer. Instead, he asked calmly. Today is the 3rd update. I have to go out tonight to socialize. In the next few days, I might not be able to update much. I'll start saving up and prepare for the next explosion. After all, I didn't save up during the new year, sacrificing a lot of time to accompany my family and relatives. On the 4th day of the new year, I'll start celebrating the new year. Blood oath bastard. The Qilin immortal king roared. Lin Ling was humiliating them. They wanted to get close to Lin Ling, but they were blocked by the fire demon. As long as the fire demon was not extinguished, the 12 giant beasts would wreak havoc. They could only watch as the experts of the ancient countries were annihilated. They had set up a trap with the intention of catching all of them in one fell swoop. However, Lin Ling had a trump card that was beyond their imagination. Once he used his trump card, they were the ones who had wanted to catch all of Lin Ling in one fell swoop. The mistake was that they had underestimated Lin Ling's trump card. That trump card was not something they could shake. Don't kill me, I admit defeat. Dragon King Tian's heart was bleeding. It's too late to admit defeat now. Lin Ling's eyes were still emotionless. How could this life and death battle end just because someone admitted defeat? Sin. Lord Long had been following Dragon King Tian. Seeing his bloodline dying, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Because of you, all of them will be buried with you. Lin Ling smiled. His smile was cold, but his voice made Lord Long's body tremble violently. Because of him, indeed, a life for a life. If he had surrendered his life, the Heavenly Dragon Empire would have been safe and sound. Unfortunately, he refused and wanted the 4 ancient countries to annihilate the Great Qin dynasty. In the end, countless deaths fell on his body. The ancient countries are finished. As for the crowd in the distance, they could see that the experts of the 4 ancient countries were getting fewer and fewer. Those kings and generals had fallen one after another. Only the 4 great emperors were left. Although the fire demon was terrifying, It would be difficult for him to kill the 4 great emperors in a short period of time. After all, the 4 great emperors were at the peak of the Saint Spirit realm. Lin Ling, the Heavenly Dragon Empire, and you cannot live under the same sky. The enmity of destroying our empire will be repaid for generations to come. Dragon King Tian roared with red eyes. The other 3 kings were the same. If they did not die today, they would definitely kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling, if I don't die today, you will die in the future. The Justice Duan family will definitely annihilate you, and your family, your 9 generations will be annihilated. A slave for life. The other kings roared furiously. They could see that it would be very difficult for the fire demon to kill them, and if they escaped, they would definitely hide and regroup. They would use 10 years to build up their forces, and if 10 years weren't enough, they would use 100 years. Finally, the day would come when they would exterminate Lin Ling's 9 generations. Pung pung pung, heaven and earth suddenly became blood red. Clouds of blood surged, shaking heaven and earth. In the end, they turned into 4 blood-colored pearls that shot towards the 4 great kings. Blood oath. The hearts of some of the elders in the crowd trembled. That was a long-lost blood oath. It was said that those who made the blood oath would greatly increase their strength, but it would consume dozens of years of their lifespan. Once the blood oath was made, the oath had to be fulfilled. Otherwise, after death, they would not enter the cycle of reincarnation and would disappear from this world forever. The 4 great emperors swore a blood oath. They want to escape. Many people had the same thought. The 4 great kings and Lin Ling were absolutely irreconcilable. In the future, they would definitely destroy Lin Ling. If the 4 great kings were to escape, Lin Ling's days would undoubtedly become a nightmare. He would have to constantly be on guard against the 4 great kings who were hiding in the dark. After all, it was easier to block a spear in the open than an arrow in the dark. Stop them. The great Qin emperor's expression greatly fell. He knew that the 4 great kings had been forced into a dead end, but it would be very difficult for the great Qin dynasty to stop the 4 great kings. As such, he could only try his best. Even if he had to use all of his strength, he had to stop at least one of them. Of course, he knew that this was just wishful thinking. We can't stop them. Everyone shook their heads. The 4 great kings were all at the peak of the Saint Spirit realm, so even if the great Qin emperor and the flame demon worked together, they would only be able to stop 2 of them. Moreover, this was only if they were lucky. If they were unlucky, they might not even be able to stop one of them. Let me do it. At that moment, a soft voice sounded out, causing everyone's pupils to narrow. The person who had spoken was Lin Ling. He was going to do it. Lin Ling was the most terrifying genius in the rainforest's holy land, but compared to the ancient kings, he was still a bit lacking. Could he succeed? Lin Ling, this. The great Qin emperor couldn't believe it. I returned to the rainforest's holy land and dared to take revenge for old man Xiao, so I naturally made preparations. In fact, I've been preparing for this day for a long time. Lin Ling calmly nodded, his gaze cold. The 4 great kings had sworn a blood oath to kill Lin Ling and his family, and they would kill him for generations to come. Since that was the case, what was the point of Lin Ling keeping them alive? Originally, Lin Ling didn't want to destroy the ancient kingdoms, but the 4 great ancient kingdoms working together to kill him had infuriated him. Afterwards, the ancient kingdoms' experts had all been wiped out. If the 4 great kings had sworn a blood oath to never offend Lin Ling again, then perhaps apart from the Heavenly Dragon King and the Qilin Immortal King, Lin Ling wouldn't have cared about the other 2. However, they still wanted to die. Then, he would destroy their ancient kingdoms. Do you think you can escape? Lin Ling's voice was low. In his right hand, a lamp of destruction that seemed to come from ancient times appeared. The lamp was mysterious green and had the majesty of an ancient Buddha. Under Lin Ling's gentle blow, it seemed to blow out the origin of fire, qi. Qi, the green flame was extremely fast, even faster than the flame demon. In the blink of an eye, it caught up to the 4 great kings, causing their pupils to narrow. Lamp? What was that? Insignificant tricks. Today, this emperor wants to leave. Can you stop me? Heavenly Dragon King roared, and 9 dragons appeared on his body to protect him, causing his head to become a golden dragon head. He took a big step forward, and the surging emperor's qi in his hand shot out. What was shocking was that his hand also turned into a dragon's claw. Obviously, after swearing the blood oath, his strength had already stepped half a step into the transcendent realm. Heavenly Dragon King, I will help you. The great Tang King also coldly snorted. His body trembled as colorful feather screens appeared behind him. It was as though he was protected by the halo of a king. His hands fluttered like wings as an ancient peacock king appeared behind him. That peacock king let out a sharp cry as countless resplendent feather screens enveloped him and the Heavenly Dragon King. Obviously, he wanted to use his bloodline to block Lin Ling's green flame, while Heavenly Dragon King was responsible for attacking. Perhaps he could kill Lin Ling, and even if he couldn't, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape unscathed. Kings had the pride of a king. They had already lost face by running away today, but if they even failed to escape, how could they still have the face to call themselves kings? Hung long long, the void exploded, and the terrifying shockwaves from the shockwaves killed countless onlookers on the ground. The power was too great. Obviously, this clash had reached the peak of the battle. Retreat! Many people shouted in horror, and they retreated again, hiding in the mountains. At the same time, they looked at the sky in shock. In the sky, the green flame was sacred and majestic, but it also carried an aura of nirvana. After it collided with the five-colored feather screen of the great Tang King took a deep breath. His feather screen was on fire, burned by the green flame. How is this possible? Vengeance no. The great Tang King's voice became softer and softer as he was burned into nothingness under countless gazes. Beside him, Dragon King Tian maintained his dragon claw posture and even had a sneer on his face. He was looking forward to Lin Ling being killed by him in one move, and even if he failed, he would be able to escape unscathed. But now, the sneer on his face had become somewhat eerie. The great Tang King was dead, and he had died right beside him. This was too terrifying. What kind of fire is this? In the next moment, Dragon King Tian had no time to worry about the great Tang King, because the flames had already wrapped around him and could not be extinguished. In fact, he even felt like he had given up his butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Not only was the fire sacred and scorching, it had also disintegrated his fighting spirit. Lin Ling! A furious roar came from Dragon King Tian's mouth. In the sky, Dragon King Tian gradually turned into ashes and was burned into nothingness. The whole world fell silent as countless gazes looked at the ashes drifting away with the wind, their hearts trembling fiercely. They thought that Lin Ling's trump card came from the human array, but they did not expect that Lin Ling had an ancient artifact that could instantly kill a half-step transcendent. Lin Ling had too many trump cards, and none of them could be seen through. Kill. As for the immortal Qilin King and Lion Orchid King in the distance, their bodies trembled. They had wanted to watch a good show before, but now, they began to worry about themselves. They even regretted making the blood oath because it would have killed them even faster. The ancient green flames rolled over, forming a vortex that swept towards the two kings. Its speed was very strange, and although it seemed slow, it appeared in front of them in an instant. This was the ancient Buddhist flame, which not only burned the body, but also the soul. In other words, a part of this fire was actually born in their hearts. The combination of the fire in their hearts and the ancient Buddhist flame allowed the sacred flames to appear in front of them. Stop it! The two kings roared, but they were more sorrowful in their hearts. Were they going to die? In fact, they had already lost the will to resist. The two great kings were all-powerful, and they were the most mysterious kings in the 100 domains. Everyone looked at them with reverence, and if they did not provoke Lin Ling, they could continue to enjoy the feeling of being above others. However, one wrong step would destroy the entire situation, especially the elder, King Lion Orchid. He did not have any grudges with Lin Ling. The reason he attacked Lin Ling was because of benefits. He had originally thought that by killing Lin Ling, not only would the 5 great ancient countries become the 4 great ancient countries, he would also be able to improve his relationship with the desolate race. However, this was only his own wishful thinking. He chose Mozihu and didn't choose Lin Ling. This caused everything to turn into ashes. I regret it so much. Lion Orchid King let out the most regretful sound in his life. However, they were still unable to withstand the burning of the green flames. In merely an instant, the two king tiers had fallen again, heaven and earth became silent. The four great kings were annihilated. Everything was just too unreal. What kind of lamp was Lin Ling holding in his hand? How could it be so terrifying? How could they know that even the ancient tombs Yan would have to avoid the ancient Buddha's burning lamp? Yan was a genuine transcendent realm expert, while the four great kings were only half-step transcendent realm experts. How could they withstand the burning of the green Buddha flames? And this was Lin Ling's confidence. That was because he had a powerful treasure that the rainforest Holy Land did not have. Dead. On the ground, the crowd's face stiffened. The four great ancient countries had destroyed Lin Ling and the Great Qin dynasty. In the end, not a single person from the Great Qin dynasty had died. Lin Ling had resolved everything. In terms of power, Lin Ling had it. He had swept through the four great ancient countries. In terms of strength, Lin Ling also had it. He had swept through the four great kings. Lin Ling's rise today was comparable to that of the four great desolate races. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Finally, they were all dead. The blood oath no longer existed. This allowed him to relax. After all, if the four great kings were to leave, there would be endless trouble in the future. No one could guarantee that the Fire Ancient clan would be assassinated one day. Lin Ling would not let such a regrettable thing happen. Therefore, even if it meant the destruction of the world, he would destroy the four great ancient countries. However, this was also within his expectations. After all, he knew how powerful the ancient Buddha was. The only thing that surprised him was the power of the human array. This was beyond his imagination. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was normal. After all, the Fire Legion had used up all his treasures. If it was not strong, then it would be unreasonable. It's your turn. Looking around, Lin Ling looked at Lord Long. However, Lord Long's face was extremely pale. He was dead. The four great ancient countries' experts were all dead. He was the only one left. Lin Ling was the last to kill him. I'm willing to die. However, you have killed so many people. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Countless thoughts surfaced in Lord Long's mind. Finally, Lord Long said in despair. He knew that he had no way out. At the moment Lin Ling decided to take revenge, no matter how many experts came to stop him, it was useless. Anyone who tried to stop him would be killed. He would kill Lord Long even if he had to go to the ends of the earth. The world is heartless. It treats all living things like dogs. I can't be a saint, but I do things with a clear conscience. Since you killed old man Xiao, then I will definitely kill you. If 1,000,000 people come to stop me, I will kill 1,000,000 people until the day I get my revenge. Lin Ling replied coldly. He raised the sword in his hand. His words represented his heart of martial arts, and also his principle of being a man, right and wrong, good and evil. In this heartless world, it was difficult to distinguish. Therefore, all he needed to do was be himself. Lord Long, you're talking nonsense. At that moment, the great Qin Emperor coldly shouted, you said that Lin Ling will suffer retribution, but that's just the weak comforting themselves. If the four great ancient countries won today and killed the Great Qin dynasty, would you feel guilty? When two armies fight, it's either you die or I die. You lost, yet you're saying that the other side is vicious and merciless. You're shameless. Shameless. Everyone from the Great Qin dynasty furiously roared. They didn't think that Lin Ling would suffer retribution. After all, even though Lin Ling had killed 1,000,000 people, he had also saved them. Shameless. The people from the Flame Corps also furiously roared. They had killed those people, yet Lord Long blamed Lin Ling evidently. This old man was very sinister and wanted to feel guilty for Lin Ling even before he died. Thank you. Lin Ling faintly smiled. There were many people who supported him, but he knew that they didn't want him to feel guilty. However, what they didn't know was that he didn't feel guilty at all. Lord Long, you said that I would suffer retribution. Haha, I'm already waiting for it. So what? You. Lord Long's expression became unsightly. Before he died, he wanted to harm Lin Ling and cause Lin Ling to have an inner demon in his heart. However, Lin Ling was telling him that he wanted to kill even more. With such a firm martial heart, how could he have an inner demon? You can die now. The sword slashed out, and a sword mark appeared on Lord Long's neck. He unwillingly looked at Lin Ling before finally closing his eyes. Today, the people from the 4 great ancient countries had been completely annihilated. Revenge has been taken. Killing the Rain clan Qingjing Tian, sacrifice these 2 heads to your father. Lin Ling coldly shouted. On the ground, Qingjing Tian took a step forward and looked at the heads of the 2 enemies floating in the sky. His eyes were cold as he kowtowed towards Lin Ling. In the past, Old Man Xiao had died protecting Lin Ling. Today, Lin Ling had helped him get justice. Father, you're right. Lin Ling is a good person. Being friends with Lin Ling is your lifetime's fortune. Tears flowed out of Qingjing Tian's eyes, and his heart was moved. The enmity of killing his father was irreconcilable, and he had always wanted to take revenge. However, he knew that there was no hope in this life because he didn't have enough strength. Now that Lin Ling had helped him, he would kill anyone who dared to stop him. If the 4 ancient nations dared to stop him, he would destroy their ancient nations. He, Qingjing Tian, would never forget this great kindness. Alright, there's still one more enemy that needs to be dealt with. Lin Ling looked into the distance as his cold voice drifted out. There was still one more enemy? Many people were puzzled. Who was this enemy? However, in the next moment, the crowd's pupils fiercely trembled. They had forgotten that the person behind all of this was the Rain clan's Mo Zihu. In the previous battle, Mo Zihu, one of the 2 prides of the Rain clan, had actually escaped. However, they hadn't forgotten. Perhaps they hadn't even thought of taking revenge on Mo Zihu because the Rain clan was too powerful for them. Lin Ling, Mo Zihu has returned to the Rain clan. If we want to take revenge, it'll be very difficult, the great Qin Emperor said worriedly. Kill him without hesitation. However, Lin Ling coldly shouted. He had already spared Mo Zihu many times, but Mo Zihu hadn't learned his lesson and had come to seek death. How could Lin Ling let him off? Moreover, even if he spared him this time, Mo Zihu might not appreciate it. Next time, he would still harm him. Those are the 4 desolate clans. The great Qin Emperor sucked in a cold breath. Lin Ling was so bold. I want to kill Mo Zihu. If the Rain clan dares to stop me, I will stop them from plunging them into misery and suffering. Lin Ling said softly. Now that his faction and strength had increased greatly, he had strength that could match the desolate race. If he continued to endure, then what was the point of talking about martial arts? Attack the Rain clan. Lin Ling pointed his sword forward, and the Flame Legion immediately shouted, Kill the Rain clan. Under Lin Ling's lead, the group advanced towards the rainforest. Other than the Flame Corps, there were also people from the Qin dynasty. Lin Ling was their hero, and if Lin Ling wanted to fight, they would follow him. How crazy! On the ground, countless people were mumbling to themselves. They felt that everything was too surreal. At this moment, the battle in the Heavenly Dragon region had ended, but the people in the Rainforest Holy Land didn't know about it. After all, the battle had just ended, so they didn't have time to figure out the details. Above the Rain Sea, a mighty crowd appeared. They boarded the dragon boats and headed straight to the Rainforest Holy Land. Who are these people? Their strength is terrifying. Many people gasped. They saw a large number of Emperor Spirit Realm experts, and there were even countless Saint Spirit Realm experts. With so many experts summoned, the king must be extremely powerful. The dragon boats took 2 hours before they finally arrived at the Rainforest Holy Land. Following that, Lin Ling waved his hand and everyone dispersed, heading towards the Rain clan from every corner. As for Lin Ling, he led Inuer and company straight towards the Rain clan. That's Lin Ling. Beside the Rain Sea, many people saw the crowd disperse. They stared at the black-robed youth and said. They recognized Lin Ling. Previously, Lin Ling said that he would attack the Rain clan. But soon, someone said in trepidation. The Rain clan was one of the 4 great desolate clans. It was the most ancient clan in the Rainforest Holy Land. Many people did not even know the whereabouts of the ancient clan. This showed how mysterious the Rain clan was. But today, Lin Ling said that he would attack the Rain clan. Not long ago, there was a rumor that although Lin Ling is of the Rain clan's bloodline, he was bullied by the Rain clan and was greatly wronged. But today, Lin Ling is going to kill his way back. He wants to take back his dignity. I heard that Lin Ling's mother is trapped in the Rain clan. Lin Ling probably wants to save his mother. Your information is too outdated. In this war of the ancient countries, I heard that Lin Ling was deceived by someone, and the person behind it was a top genius of the Rain clan. The crowd whispered. There were all sorts of rumors. Many people were curious and followed Lin Ling. Of course, there were some people that asked about the final result of the war of the ancient countries. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had arrived at the Rainforest Holy Land much faster than the martial artists from the Skydragon region. Because of this, no one knew the truth of the matter. However, they could guess that Lin Ling had won. Otherwise, Lin Ling would never appear here. A massive number of people followed Lin Ling. This also drew out the proud sons of heaven from the martial hall. They were also watching from afar. But as they saw the young man that was like a king descending from the heavens, their eyes flashed. Lin Ling, each time he was fiercer than the last. First in the semi-finals, then at the 7 Profound Martial House he was surrounded and killed by Duan Xuanwang. Then there was Lin Ling's revenge, and now he could proudly go to the Rain clan. This young man was only 20 years old, so how could his battle record be so terrifying? Bastard, where did these people come from? You must know that the Rain clan is the most sacred and noble of all. How can we allow some weak ants to come and watch our Rain clan's valley? At this moment, in the Rain clan's valley, the Rain clansmen were fuming with anger. This was because they could see that a massive number of people were approaching the Rain clan. This was the same as removing the mysterious veil covering their Rain clan and turning them into an ordinary clan. This was not something that they could accept. It's Lin Ling. A person ran back from outside the valley. That unfilial son is going to rebel against the heavens. The Rain clansmen were even more furious. Lin Ling was looking down on them more and more. Of course, their bloodline was noble, so they had never placed Lin Ling in their eyes. It was just that they didn't want to admit it. Good, since you dare to come, then today I will strip Lin Ling of his Rain clan status in front of everyone. I will no longer recognize him as my nephew. A blue-clothed middle-aged man coldly shouted. If he didn't recognize Lin Ling as his nephew, then Lin Ling would surely regret it. Mozihu, get out here. However, at this moment, a cold shout shook the world, causing the Rain clansmen to grit their teeth. Lin Ling had come. Let's go, I want to see how this unfilial son will rebel against the heavens. A large number of Rain clansmen rushed out of the valley. Their auras surged and their anger overflowed. Today, they would punish this disgraceful scum of the Rain clan's bloodline in front of everyone. At this moment, a large number of people had gathered outside the Rain clan. They did not dare to get too close, so they watched from afar. This was also the first time they saw the Rain clan's residence. It was indeed extremely ancient, like a paradise. Following that, their gazes landed on a person at the valley's entrance. That person was Lin Ling. They did not know why Lin Ling had come, but they were curious. Where did Lin Ling get the courage to fight against the 4 great desolate clans? Was Lin Ling courting death? Lin Ling, you sure have guts. Under countless gazes, a large number of experts walked out, causing the crowd's pupils to constrict. It was the Rain clan's people. They were very strong, especially the middle-aged man who spoke. They could not see through his strength. You, scram. The 4 desolate races gathered. The ancient valley of the Rain clan was filled with mist and light, making it look like an immortal realm. The Rain clan members were like immortals from another world. They wore long robes and looked elegant. However, these mysterious people all had ferocious looks on their faces. Their anger was clearly displayed. Clearly, Lin Ling's words of scram had humiliated their noble bloodline. Most importantly, there were countless people watching. This was even more embarrassing. Lin Ling, do not be rude. If not, I will represent the Rain clan's patriarch and strip you of your status as a Rain clan member. I will no longer be your uncle. One of the middle-aged men roared angrily. He released his surging aura. His strength was at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. In the Rainforest sacred land, he was an existence comparable to a king. From this point, it could be seen why the desolate race was able to reign supreme in the Rainforest's sacred land. He is Lin Ling's uncle. Many people's pupils constricted. Lin Ling's background was indeed impressive. His uncle was at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. If Lin Ling could lower his voice and say a few words, it meant that he had a large number of experts backing him. Is the Rain clan very big? That's all there is to it. As for uncle? Sorry, don't randomly claim kinship. I have never treated you as my uncle. However, Lin Ling only chuckled. His disdainful voice floated out. People from the various martial arts halls drew a cold gasp. To have a peak Holy Spirit realm expert as an uncle was something that others would burn incense for several lifetimes. However, Lin Ling actually disdained it. He even said in a high and mighty manner, "Don't randomly claim kinship. I don't recognize you." You. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth in anger. Lin Ling was disdaining him in front of countless people. Bastard. Everyone from the Rain clan could not bear it any longer. Lin Ling was too arrogant. He only had a bit of strength. Who gave him the guts? Heh, it sure is lively. However, Lin Ling, feel free to speak. With us three desolate race here, if you are right, we can uphold justice for you. At this time, a large number of figures mysteriously appeared around the vast valley. No one knew when they had arrived, but all of them had an otherworldly aura, like fairies from another world. Among them, three old men smiled at Lin Ling. The strength of the three old men was unfathomable. No one dared to look directly at them. They were like ancient saints. Fengbo of the Wind clan, Yiming of the Night clan, and Sparrow God of the Sparrow clan. The others did not know these people, but the people from the Rain clan knew them. These people were from the other three desolate races. Furthermore, the patriarchs had come. It seemed like the sensational event today had shocked the four desolate races. Of course, this was not strange, because the four desolate races had formed their own circle. How could they not know that something had happened to the Rain clan? Little fellow, did that old ghost Rainmaster bully you? Don't worry, we will speak up for you. Rainmaster Mo Ping is a serious person. As his grandson, you naturally feel a lot of pressure. However, he is only thinking for the Rain clan. As for you, you have alarmed the world and brought people to the Rain clan to seek justice. This has caused your grandfather to lose face. Regardless, the four desolate races are not the four royal races. We do not bully the weak. What injustice do you have? Say it. The three old men calmly spoke as they stared at Lin Ling. It was as though they had a good relationship with Rainmaster Mo Ping. However, Rainmaster Mo Ping was too old-fashioned. Hence, they wanted to remind Rainmaster Mo Ping today that he had to treat the juniors more kindly. Lin Ling sure is lucky. He actually got three ancient experts to seek justice for him. Many people's hearts were thumping. They could see the situation. As for the people from the Rain clan, their faces turned ugly. The three patriarchs were speaking up for Lin Ling. It seemed like they did not have the qualifications to speak up. Who do you think you are? Are you trying to take advantage of your seniority? If you want to support me, just stand by the side and watch. If you want to watch a good show or show your patriarch demeanor, then sorry, go sleep somewhere else. Just as everyone thought that Lin Ling would be grateful, Lin Ling said lightly. He did not think much of them. What? Outside the valley, there was complete silence. Lin Ling had gone mad. He actually dared to speak to the patriarchs of the four desolate races in such a manner. He did not give them any face. Did he think that he was a desolate race patriarch? After the crowd fell silent, shocked voices sounded one after another. Only Lin Ling remained calm. Other than him, and Yuer and company smiled faintly. With the arrival of the three patriarchs, they believed that they were highly respected, so they supported Lin Ling. Lin Ling had to give them face. However, they did not know that Lin Ling needed them to give him face. Although the trump cards Lin Ling had could not compare to the four desolate races, they were not far off. Hence, they had to give him face? And if the three patriarchs were sincere in helping Lin Ling, then Lin Ling would give them face. However, it was clear that the three patriarchs were not sincere. They only wanted to build him up. At the same time, they wanted to tease Rainmaster Mo Ping. And Lin Ling was their chess piece, a chess piece used to teach Rainmaster Mo Ping a lesson. Unfortunately, Did they have the qualifications to treat Lin Ling as a chess piece? Lin Ling, you are too rude. The patriarchs are trying to help you, but you do not show any respect. This is not good. Listen to me. Apologize. The patriarchs will not blame you on account of your youthful frivolity. At this moment, a clear voice floated out, causing countless gazes to look over. They saw a white-clothed youth with a handsome and feminine face looking over, Tang Yicheng, one of the Rain clan's supernovas. He was also one of the most dazzling existences among the 4 desolate races. How handsome! Many of the elites in the martial hall were shocked. This was the first time they were seeing a genius from the Rain clan. And with just a glance, they felt a sense of inferiority. Tang Yicheng was a genius among geniuses. They could not compare to him. Brother Yicheng, Lin Ling's visit to the Rain clan today is a matter between him and the Rain clan. It is inappropriate for outsiders like us to interfere, so how can you blame Lin Ling? Another voice sounded. It was a purple-clothed girl. She was like a lotus in the snow. She had an agile and otherworldly aura. Coupled with her devastatingly beautiful face, it made the hearts of many youths in the martial hall thump violently. What a beautiful girl, and she was Yu, Tang Yicheng. After Yu said that, she took a step forward and came beside Lin Ling. At the same time, she looked at Anuer and company and smiled happily. Clearly, she did not expect that Anuer and company would come. She knows Lin Ling. Seeing this scene, many people began to feel jealous. There were a few beautiful girls standing beside Lin Ling. All of them had different temperaments that made them captivate the birds and beasts. It made people envious, and the last girl from the desolate race made countless people envious. After all, anyone could tell that the girl was supporting Lin Ling. She did not even hesitate to oppose the desolate race. Sister Yu. Tang Yicheng's expression was extremely ugly. After all, in the sparrow race, he would often find opportunities to approach Yu, hoping to gain her favor. However, he never expected that the girl would not reject him. She would reply politely every time, but whenever he wanted to have a deep conversation, the girl would reject him coldly. As for Tang Yicheng, he believed that sincerity could move metal and stone. As long as he put in some effort, he would eventually be able to win the girl's heart. However, he now realized that it was just wishful thinking. It was impossible for him to succeed. With Lin Ling around, he would never be able to win the girl's heart. Meet the strong and become strong. A grown girl can't be kept at home. The sparrow race's patriarch, Sparrow Deity, sighed and shook his head. Obviously, he also knew about the matter between Yu and Lin Ling. Brother Lin Ling, in order to help you, Yu has provoked the displeasure of the sparrow race's elders. If you really like Yu, you should leave her and not drag her down. Tang Yicheng also sighed and spoke again. He seemed to have a good relationship with Lin Ling, and his words were all for Lin Ling. You get lost too. However, how could Lin Ling not know what kind of person he was? He was just a sinister, smiling tiger. Tang Yicheng was so angry that he couldn't speak. He wanted to portray a perfect image in front of the elders, so he pretended to be sincere and tried to persuade Lin Ling. However, who knew that Lin Ling wouldn't even try to reason with him, and would directly and overbearingly say get lost. He could even see that not only did Lin Ling not give him any face, but he also didn't give any face to the 3 great patriarchs. Haha, the younger generation these days is indeed frivolous and ignorant. Forget it, old friend, let's slowly watch the show. Some young people are too arrogant and don't know how to respect the older generation. Only when they suffer will they regret it. Fine, let's see how he clears up this mess. Let him face Rainmaster Mo Ping himself. The 3 great patriarchs faintly smiled and didn't become angry. Obviously, with their seniority, it wasn't good for them to be angry at Lin Ling, but they said to let Lin Ling deal with it himself. Then, Lin Ling would have to face the Rain clan himself. My purpose in coming to the Rain clan is very simple, and that is to kill Mo Zihu. So, hand over Mo Zihu and I will leave immediately. Lin Ling didn't care about what the others were thinking. His style of doing things his own way caused many proud sons of heaven in the martial arts hall to secretly admire him. This was a true martial artist of their generation. No wonder those young girls liked Lin Ling, because Lin Ling had a charm that no one his age had. You want to kill Mozihu? You are too bold. At this moment, the clouds in the valley parted, and an old man with an ashen face slowly walked out with a young man. Patriarch. Everyone from the Rain clan saluted. The elder was dressed in a standard long robe. His long hair was tied to the back of his head. His eyes were like lightning and his back was straight. He had an indescribable dignity that made people feel reverence just by looking at him. And among the 4 desolate races, Rain Master Mo Ping was indeed the most dignified, but he was also the most old-fashioned. Everyone was shocked, but Lin Ling's expression was calm. His voice floated out, Rain Master Mo Ping. Unfilial son, you don't call the clan leader grandfather when you see him, do you know how to show respect? The young man behind Rain Master Mo Ping was Mo Zihu. He had never imagined that Lin Ling would come to kill him. Now, he wanted to frame Lin Ling with a crime. He wanted to turn Lin Ling into a demon-like existence with no respect for his elders and no distinction between good and evil. Unfortunately, although his idea was good and useful to others, it was useless against Lin Ling. For Lin Ling to dare come, he naturally had absolute confidence. One had to know that in this world, the strong were respected, while the weak had to bow respectfully to them. However, when the strong faced the strong, why would they need to give face? Hence, Lin Ling did not treat Rain Master as a strong person, but as a warrior of the same generation. If that was the case, why would he need to bow respectfully? The way of respect? Respect is for those who must be respected. I can respect old man Xiao of the great Qin dynasty because he treats me like a son. I can respect the old man who has no martial arts because he is indeed my senior. However, I will not respect those who look down on me or wrongly accuse me. I, Lin Ling, am a man of integrity. If others respect me, I will return them 10 feet. I will repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. This is my principle as a man. Lin Ling said. Lin Ling took a step forward and coldly shouted, his voice imposing. Those words caused many of the Qin dynasty's people behind him to feel excited. Yes, this was Lin Ling. It had to be known that although Qin Xiao had died, he was not a match for Lin Ling based on his current strength and influence. However, Lin Ling still respected him, sought justice for his death, and even knelt down to worship him. However, he did not bow or kneel to Rain Master Mo Ping, who was even stronger. This was not lowering his head for power, but for the principles in his heart. He didn't treat me as his grandson, so why should I treat him as my grandfather? Also, people of the Rain clan, don't try to claim kinship with me. Have you ever asked me if I want to be your relative? I don't care. Lin Ling said coldly again. So arrogant. Many people felt deep admiration. After all, if it were them, they would definitely hug the thick thighs of the Rain clan and not be as arrogant as Lin Ling. Then why did you kill Mo Zihu? Rain Master Mo Ping said with an indifferent expression. He was not surprised by his grandson's character. In fact, he liked him from the bottom of his heart. Unfortunately, his grandson's brilliance was too great. It embarrassed him, so he could not put down his pride to speak to his grandson. He wants to kill me. Lin Ling only said one sentence. You previously said that you are not from the Rain clan. If you are not, then what right do you have to take his life if he wants to kill you? In the Rain clan, Lin Ling's uncle shouted coldly. If Lin Ling was from the Rain clan, then Mo Zihu would be handed over according to the clan's rules. However, Lin Ling had said that he was not from the Rain clan, so how could the Rain clan allow him to kill Mo Zihu? After all, the 4 desolate races had the pride of the desolate race. Even if their bloodline had made a mistake, they would not easily hand it over. At most, they would give some other compensation. As for Rain Master, he fell silent, silently agreeing with the middle-aged man's words. Countless people looked at Lin Ling. What right did Lin Ling have? Ha ha, it's good for a young man to have drive, but unfortunately, he is too proud. The 3 desolate races patriarchs sneered. Lin Ling did not have anything to rely on, so he was nothing. And if he wanted to kill Mo Zihu, then he had to take out something that allowed him to resist the Rain clan. You don't dare to speak? Sure, today, on account of all the important figures here, you can scram. From today onwards, disappear from the rainforest's sacred land. Seeing Lin Ling fall silent, Rain Master Mo Ping finally said lightly. Although he was liking this stubborn grandson of his from the bottom of his heart, today's matter concerned the Rain clan's reputation, so he could not give in. What if I can? Lin Ling said with an indifferent expression. Then Emoziha will be handed over to you. My Rain clan is the fairest. Those who harm others must pay with their lives. Rain Master Mo Ping gave a disdainful smile, treating Lin Ling's words as a joke. Sure, if I can't, I will never appear in the rainforest's sacred land again. But if I can, not only will I hand over Emozihu, I will also hand over my mother. Rain Master Mo Ping, do you dare? Lin Ling took a step forward as his eyes revealed a resolute look. This was the first time he was resisting Rain Master Mo Ping. One had to know that back when he was living in the Rain clan, he was resisting, not resisting. How dare you? Is this how you speak to the patriarch? The Rain clan's people were enraged. Lin Ling seemed to think of himself as the desolate race's patriarch. He was too arrogant. Do you dare? However, Lin Ling did not even bother speaking to them. He still took a step forward and looked at Rain Master Mo Ping. Lin Ling. To hand it over or not in the rainforest sacred land, other than the three of us, this little guy is the only one who dares to force Rain Master Mo Ping. Humph. The other three clan leaders gasped. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Sparrow God, if I can make Emoziha hand it over today, do you dare to make a bet with me? Humph. Lin Ling looked at one of the three clan leaders. The Sparrow God's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling wanted to make a bet with him? You don't dare? Humph. While he was still in shock, Lin Ling coldly shouted. Haha, little guy, you really know how to take advantage of the situation. You want to use the fact that everyone is here to provoke us, the experts of the older generation. However, I can tell you that the glory before your eyes will only last for a short time. The pain after your arrogance will accompany you for the rest of your life. Why wouldn't I dare? As long as Emozihu is handed over, I can agree to any of your conditions. The Sparrow God's elder laughed. How could he be afraid of a junior who had just come out? The Sparrow God has also agreed. Rain Master Mo Ping, do you dare? Humph. Lin Ling looked at Rain Master Mo Ping. In the end, Rain Master Mo Ping nodded. Lin Ling had forced him to nod. Fine, let me see what you have. Humph. The Rain Master Mo Ping's cold voice drifted out from his mouth. His eyes were filled with anger. Just as the old man from the Sparrow God had said, the glory in front of him was short-lived, and Lin Ling had offended an ancient powerhouse for this brief moment of glory. Then, in his next life, Lin Ling would be accompanied by a lifetime of pain. This grandson of his was very sad. Based on us. Humph. At this moment, a large number of voices came from behind Lin Ling. The people of the Qin dynasty slowly walked out. There were hundreds of thousands of them. Based on the Flame Legion. Humph. Another majestic voice came out. The clouds in the sky churned. The Flame Legion had arrived. So many people. When did Lin Ling develop such a terrifying force? The desolate race members' pupils constricted. They were certain that these were Lin Ling's loyalists. After all, in the present situation, as long as Lin Ling lost, there would be no hope of redemption. And those who followed him knew this, but they still dared to fight alongside Lin Ling. This meant that these people had given their hearts and bodies to Lin Ling. As for the people from the four desolate races, it was not difficult to get them to summon experts to help them, but to win their hearts, that was very difficult. Impressive. Lin Ling, I have to admit that I have underestimated you. However, the Great Qin dynasty is only one of the 5 great ancient countries. Together with your useless army, you only have a few Saint Spirit Realm experts. With that, do you think you can shake the 4 desolate races? Rain Master Mo Ping roared with laughter. His laughter had a deep meaning, as if he was laughing at himself for misjudging Lin Ling. He never expected Lin Ling to be more terrifying than he imagined, but he also seemed to be laughing at Lin Ling's frivolity, which led to his eventual demise. Sorry, the rainforest sacred land no longer has the 5 great ancient countries. There is only one great ancient country. Lin Ling shook his head and said, causing Rain Master Mo Ping's pupils to constrict. At this moment, someone in the crowd finally exclaimed, "The outcome of the Tianlong region battle has been determined. The 4 great ancient countries have been destroyed. The 4 great kings have fallen, and the entire army has been wiped out." What? Everyone drew a cold gasp. Although some of them had guessed that Lin Ling had won the battle with the 5 great ancient countries, they never expected that Lin Ling would wipe out the 4 great ancient countries in one fell swoop, completely wiping them out. Flame Legion, I promised you in the past to let you roam the rainforest sacred land. Today, against the 4 great desolate races, this promise has been fulfilled. Come out and let them see if you are a useless army. Ignoring the surprised voices around him, Lin Ling raised the sword in his hand. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The members of the Flame Corps soared up into the sky like locusts, and they left mysterious trajectories that formed terrifying storms of spiritual energy in the sky. In just an instant, 12 invincible figures at the Holy Spirit realm had appeared, and they shook the heavens and the earth. Roar. As for the Saint Spirit Masters, they laid down an ancient flame demon array, turning the skies into the most ferocious sea of fire. The 12 ancient beasts and the flame demons roared. These terrifying human arrays floated above Lin Ling's head. Lin Ling's long hair wildly danced in the wind, his black robes flapping in the wind. His sword pointed forwards, completely revealing himself in the rainforest sacred land. What are those? Countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. Among them were the 7 martial hall masters, especially the martial house master of the 7 profound martial house and the martial house master of the 7 profound martial house, Skylin. Their complexions were extremely ugly. The former was filled with fear. In the past, when he had given in to Lin Ling, that had been the best choice. Otherwise, if those terrifying ancient beasts had swept through the martial hall, all of them would have died. As for martial house master Skylin, his heart was heavy. Lin Ling already had the ability to not fear him, especially that terrifying flame demon. It gave him a feeling that it would be difficult to resist. It had to be known that in the rainforest sacred land, the number of opponents he feared could be counted on one hand. And now, that flame demon was one of them. It should be at the transcendent realm. The transcendent realm had the strength to reach the other shore. In the rainforest sacred land, they were the peak kings. Hand it over. At this moment, outside the mountain valley, there was complete silence. The only sound that could be heard was Lin Ling's voice. Countless people looked at Lin Ling. They saw that beside Lin Ling were hundreds of thousands of people from the great Qin dynasty, and in the sky were the 12 ancient beasts and the terrifying flame demon. In terms of numbers, Lin Ling was not inferior to any of the other forces. In terms of strength, Lin Ling had a transcendent realm existence. He was already comparable to the 4 great desolate races. Was this the army that everyone thought was trash? If you don't hand it over, then we will fight to the death. Perhaps I will die, but the Rain clan will definitely suffer. I would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Lin Ling's firm voice floated out. The army was pressing down, forcing the Rain clan to hand over their people. This bastard. The 3 desolate race patriarchs' complexions changed. A moment ago, they had taken advantage of their seniority, but now they discovered that Lin Ling really did have the right to not give them any face. You have proven yourself. Rain Master Mo Ping looked deeply at the sky, and finally, his gaze fell on Lin Ling. His heart was as shocked as thunder. In the past, Lin Ling had said in front of him that Yu was his person, but he had objected. Lin Ling had proudly left, and at the same time, said that he would prove himself in half a year, but now, half a year was not enough, and Lin Ling had proven himself. With his own strength, he had nurtured an existence that was not weaker than the 4 great desolate races, and from then on, a 5th great force had appeared in the rainforest sacred land, the Flame Corps, and when all of this appeared before his eyes, it was undoubtedly a heavy slap to his face. His grandson, who had not been nurtured by the Rain clan, had surpassed everyone in the Rain clan. This slap was very loud and very painful. Boom, in the sky, as if to prove the pride of the Flame Corps, the 12 ancient beasts exploded with a terrifying aura. Flames, tsunamis, tornadoes, and thunderstorms swept through the sky, shocking everyone. If you don't hand it over, then all of you will be plunged into misery and suffering. In the distance, at the 7 profound martial house, everyone from the Fire Ancient clan was looking at the sky. The appearance of the 12 ancient beasts caused their hearts to be filled with excitement. When Lin Ling had returned, he had said that he would make the entire rainforest sacred land go wild. And now, the rainforest sacred land had indeed gone wild. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The fifth great power. Just by relying on that fire demon, you already have a power that is not weaker than our clan leader. Hand him over. Hand him over. Rainmaster Mo Ping sighed lightly, and finally nodded. If he didn't hand him over, then Lin Ling would fight with his Rain clan. At that time, Lin Ling might die, but the Rain clan would also die, and he would be the only one left. He didn't want to see this kind of scene where both sides suffered losses. Moreover, subconsciously, he didn't want his grandson to die, because his grandson was really too terrifying. If such a genius fell, then even if he could pass this trial, he wouldn't have the face to face his ancestors. Hand him over. Hand him over. The Rain clan's people also said with pale faces. They no longer had their previous arrogance. Among them, the middle-aged man sighed and said, Lin Ling, in the end, we are relatives, and I am your uncle. Although Zihu is young and has done some wrong, I hope you will spare his life for the sake of your relatives. Hand him over. He was begging for mercy, and he was begging in a low voice. That's right, nephew, how can there be overnight enmity between family members? The others also laughed and said, however, when Lin Ling was weak, they didn't treat Lin Ling as a relative. But when Lin Ling had everything, they treated Lin Ling as a relative. This kind of opportunistic attitude was very disgusting. Don't randomly claim to be relatives. Hand him over. Lin Ling said indifferently, and his words were filled with ridicule. When they wronged him in the past, these relatives all said one after another, but now they were all flattering him? Ugly, incomparably ugly, his words made the Rain clan's people laugh awkwardly, but this time, they didn't dare to have any objections. Facing the powerful Lin Ling, they could only speak in a low voice. Today is the Rain clan's dirty linen. You don't need to do anything, I will. Hand him over. Rainmaster Mo Ping said coldly, knowing that Mo Zihu would undoubtedly die. After all, this world was actually very cruel. If he didn't sacrifice Mo Zihu, then he would have to sacrifice the Rain clan. Moreover, this world was also very realistic. If Lin Ling didn't have enough qualifications today, then Lin Ling would be consigned to eternal damnation. But if Lin Ling had the qualifications, then he would have to yield. In this world where strength reigned supreme, strength ultimately represented everything. Grandpa, no. Mo Zihu let out a terrified cry. He was incomparably regretful. He thought that Lin Ling was not a direct descendant of the Rain clan, and that even if he provoked him, it would only be so. But who would have thought that even his grandfather would be afraid of Lin Ling? Provoking Lin Ling was simply courting death. Soon after, he suddenly thought of something. He looked towards Lin Ling and continuously kowtowed. Rainmaster Mo Ping's palm also stopped. He knew that Mo Zihu's life and death all depended on Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling, spare my life. I was wrong. I won't dare to provoke you again. I should be convinced that I lost to you. I was wrong. Please spare my life on account of the fact that we are relatives. Many people shook their heads when they saw Mo Zihu kowtowing and begging for mercy. They roughly understood the situation, but if they were in Mo Zihu's shoes, they wouldn't be so soft-hearted as to spare Mo Zihu. Because there were some things that couldn't be wrong. Mo Zihu, when you brought the 4 ancient countries to kill me, you were extremely arrogant. But now, you are in such dire straits. Have you ever thought that today would come? Lin Ling's expression was calm as he spoke. His words caused Mo Zihu to feel even more regret as he continued kowtowing. You are very foolish. When I exterminated the 4 ancient countries, you shouldn't have hidden in the Rain clan. Instead, you should have knelt down in front of the Rain clan, begging for forgiveness and waiting for my arrival. Maybe I would have spared your life on account of your sincerity. However, you still held on to your luck. You didn't know that Rainmaster Mo Ping was the most ruthless and cold person. For the sake of the Rain clan, he didn't dare to face me head-on and could only sacrifice you. Lin Ling's voice drifted out again, causing Mo Zihu's heart to tremble. That's right, his grandfather had always said that everything was for the benefit of the Rain clan. then, he would definitely be sacrificed. Kill. The cold voice was like the judgment of a death god drifting out, causing Rainmaster Mo Ping to look at Lin Ling for the last time before slapping out with his palm. Tang Yicheng, you harmed me. Die. At the moment of his death, Mo Zihu glared at a person in the distance. If not for Tang Yicheng, how could he be so impulsive? Moreover, at this moment, he discovered that he had been used as a gun by Tang Yicheng. Pong, the palm that carried a vigorous power slapped out, causing Mo Zihu to die unwillingly, turning into dust. Zihu, why bother? Sigh. Among the Rain Clan's crowd, Mo Zilong sighed lightly. Jealousy had killed Mo Zihu. After all, Mo Zihu and Lin Ling didn't have much enmity. That resentment actually came from the fact that Mo Zihu had lost to Lin Ling. Soon after, he looked at Lin Ling who was standing there indifferently. The two prides of the Rain Clan? There's no need for them to exist. It's better to call them the Rain Clan's supernova. I don't even have the face to stand side by side with him. In the past, the Rain Clan's most dazzling people were the two prides of the Rain Clan. But now, he had taken a step back, allowing Lin Ling to become the #1 genius of the Rain Clan. Furthermore, he was convinced. After all, nurturing an existence that could match the desolate race was not something anyone could do. Lin Ling, the Rain Clan is very fair. You have proven yourself today, so your mother can come out. Rainmaster Mo Ping said lightly, making Lin Ling nod. He was somewhat excited. In fact, he could forcefully bring his mother out, but that would be disrespecting his mother. After all, the Rainmaster was his mother's father. Hence, with the Rainmaster admitting it himself, his mother would be able to come out with a clear conscience. I did it. At this moment, Lin Ling clenched his right hand into a fist as he looked into the sky. Vaguely, he could see his father smiling at him, feeling proud of him. Lin Ling, you did it. Yu and Yuer, and the others also walked over, holding Lin Ling's hand. They were very excited. They knew that Lin Ling had put in a lot of blood and sweat for this day. Others only saw Lin Ling's glory, but did not see Lin Ling's many life and death situations. Hence, Lin Ling's glory today was well-deserved. Thank you. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He had completed 2 of his goals. Then, he looked at the 3 clan leaders. Senior Sparrow God, does the promise from before still count? It seems that I have no possibility of refusing, unless I want the Sparrow clan to fight with your army. The old man from the Sparrow race stared deeply at Lin Ling before finally sighing. He had noticed that the 12 ancient beasts could sweep away all Saint Spirit Realm masters while the fire demon was no weaker than a transcendent. Although this force wasn't as strong as the Sparrow race, it was still strong enough to shake the Sparrow race, so he also approved of Lin Ling. Grandpa, you're raising others' morale and lowering your own. Tang Yicheng shouted anxiously from the side. All his calculations had failed, and Lin Ling was becoming more and more dazzling. This made him very uncomfortable. Shut up. However, the Sparrow clan elder shouted coldly, causing Tang Yicheng's face to turn pale. This was the first time his grandfather had shouted at him, and it was for Lin Ling. Was Lin Ling really that terrifying in his grandfather's heart? It seems that the Rainforest Holy Land has changed. The 5th force has appeared. The crowd muttered to themselves. From the attitude of the 4 desolate clan leaders, it could be seen that they acknowledged Lin Ling's position. In the history of the Rainforest Holy Land, Lin Ling was the first person to be acknowledged by the ancient desolate clan, making the 4 clan leaders treat him as an equal. This was all too surreal. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. Tang Yicheng, what promise do you have? The old man smiled. His tone was no longer arrogant, as if he was talking to a friend. He had clearly acknowledged Lin Ling's identity. The other patriarchs also looked at Lin Ling and smiled. This scene made the Rainmaster Mo Ping feel very uncomfortable. Lin Ling was his grandson, but now he was on the same level as him. Lin Ling's proof was too terrifying. 2 conditions. First, Yu and I will marry. She is my woman. Lin Ling looked at the girl next to him gently and said proudly. When he left the Rain Clan, he had said that he would marry Yu in front of the world because it was his respect for Yu. Lin Ling. Yu's eyes were moist. She remembered the innocent young man in the ancient Yin sect. At that time, he held her hand and said that he would take her to the ends of the earth. Now, he was a man of his words. If the Rain clan opposed, he would force them to not dare to speak. If the Sparrow clan opposed, he would use his power to make them agree. Lin Ling had the power, the treasures, and the strength. In the current rainforest Holy Land, who among the younger generation could compete with him? Perfect, the most perfect genius, therefore, Lin Ling was absolutely qualified to propose marriage. Yes. Yes. The old man from the Sparrow tribe smiled faintly. He wasn't as stubborn as the Rain Master Mo Ping. He was very satisfied with Lin Ling's potential. He was definitely qualified to be paired with the most perfect princess of the Sparrow tribe. Indeed, he is qualified. Many people looked at Lin Ling and Yu. The man was handsome like a dragon among men, and the woman was devastatingly beautiful. They were indeed a match made in heaven. Thank you, senior. Lin Ling also smiled. He felt that Yu's patriarch was easy to get along with. You still call me senior? You can also call me grandpa. Lin Ling was stunned after hearing this. He helplessly smiled and found that this senior was even more anxious than him. It was as if he was afraid that this grandson-in-law would run away. Not too far away, Rain Master Mo Ping felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. There was jealousy, unwillingness, and all sorts of emotions that made him sigh. He seemed to have personally pushed away the most perfect genius from him. There's one more thing. I'm a person who draws a clear line between gratitude and grudges. If there's enmity, there's revenge. If there's a favor to be repaid. I heard Mo Ziha say that he was provoked by someone, and before he died, he said, Tangy Cheng. So, I want Grandpa to hand over the killer. Lin Ling said again. Lin Ling, don't slander me. Tangy Cheng frowned. Then, he quickly looked at the peacock deity. Grandpa, you know your grandson's temperament. The thing I hate the most is provoking others. Moreover, I've only met Lin Ling once. How could I harm him? Many people from the Sparrow tribe nodded. Tangy Cheng had given them a good impression. He was knowledgeable and approachable. How could he harm Lin Ling? Lin Ling, there's a misunderstanding. I Cheng isn't the kind of person you think he is. Yes, perhaps Mo Ziha wanted to harm Tang Yicheng before he died. Many people from the Sparrow tribe spoke, but they didn't dare to be too arrogant because they were still very wary of Lin Ling. Lin Ling frowned. Based on his intuition, he trusted Mo Zihu. Mo Zihu was bold but not astute. He shouldn't have thought of using the 4 ancient nations to kill him. As for Tang Yicheng, although Lin Ling didn't have much contact with him, he didn't have a good impression of him. Lin Ling, this must be a misunderstanding. However, you're already engaged to Yu. You're also my family. I hope you won't fall into someone else's trap and affect our relationship. Tang Yicheng walked over to Lin Ling and extended his hand. His attitude was sincere. Many people nodded. Tang Yicheng didn't look like someone who wanted to harm Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say anything. He also extended his hand, but at this moment, he heard a faint laughter in his ears. Mo Zihu, that trash, actually didn't kill you. What a disappointment. However, Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, the enmity between us isn't over yet. It was Tang Yicheng's voice. At this moment, he still had a smile on his face, but his words were threatening Lin Ling. How sinister, the people in the surroundings couldn't hear the voice. On the contrary, they were all praising Tang Yicheng's magnanimity. After all, Lin Ling had wanted to kill him earlier, but he didn't care about the past. Instead, he shook hands with Lin Ling. This wasn't something that anyone could do. In the depths of Lin Ling's eyes, a cold light flickered. This person was too despicable. Mo Zihu was indeed instigated by him. The most despicable thing was that this person wanted to harm him in the dark, but on the surface, he called him brother. You and I don't seem to have any enmity between us, right? Lin Ling indifferently asked. Yes, you stole my light, you stole my woman. Tang Yicheng's voice drifted into Lin Ling's ears, causing Lin Ling's heart to turn cold. He had stolen Tang Yicheng's limelight, hence, Tang Yicheng wanted to kill him. This hatred was too sudden. Could it be that Tang Yicheng thought that the entire world revolved around him? that everything belonged to him? Yu, I like her very much. One day, I will snatch her back. Furthermore, I will let you watch me and Yu consummate our marriage with your own eyes. Tang Yicheng's expression was still amiable. However, after that voice, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. The flames in his hand erupted, burning Tang Yicheng's palm. He could endure anything, but Yu, he couldn't. Lin Ling, what are you doing? Inexplicably burned by the flames, Tang Yicheng let out an angry roar. He seemed to be puzzled by Lin Ling's actions. The crowd gasped. One should know that Tang Yicheng didn't care about Lin Ling's previous grievances. Instead, he shook hands and made peace. However, Lin Ling wanted to kill him. Lin Ling, you are too overbearing. I sincerely want to be friends with you. Tang Yicheng held his hand that was wrapped in flames and kept retreating. His expression was bitter and hateful. He seemed to be very disappointed. Lin Ling, you don't give me any face. The old man from the bird deity frowned. He was obviously surprised by Lin Ling's actions. However, they didn't know that Tang Yicheng had said to Lin Ling before. This Tang Yicheng was indeed very sinister. On the surface, he treated Lin Ling with sincerity, but in the dark, he was plotting against Lin Ling. Grandpa, Lin Ling was just being impulsive. Don't blame him. After Tang Yicheng extinguished the flames on his hand, he looked at the old man from the bird deity. He was pleading for Lin Ling. As a result, everyone felt that Tang Yicheng was magnanimous. Tang Yicheng is indeed a supernova of the bird race. He has such a good temperament. He is full of righteousness and doesn't bother about trifles. The crowd began to discuss, making Tang Yicheng secretly delighted. Following that, he looked forward to hearing the voices of the crowd denouncing Lin Ling. However, after waiting for a moment, those voices of anticipation didn't appear. Tang Yicheng looked at the crowd and saw them looking at Lin Ling with complicated expressions. However, no one blamed Lin Ling. Even his grandfather was only unhappy, but he didn't say a word. This unforeseen event made Tang Yicheng's heart palpitate. Why wasn't anyone criticizing Lin Ling? Yes, it was strength. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Lin Ling had the strength to match the 4 desolate races. Therefore, even if he made a mistake, no one dared to casually criticize him. After all, Lin Ling was the 5th king of the rainforest sacred land. Bastard! The strong arrives, you said I wanted to kill you? At this moment, Lin Ling said lightly, causing Tang Yicheng to frown. However, he quickly smiled and nodded. Lin Ling, you misunderstand me too deeply. Previously, everyone saw you sneak attack me. You really wanted to kill me. If I wanted to kill you, why would I need to sneak attack you? But in the next moment, Lin Ling's disdainful voice floated out, causing Tang Yicheng's pupils to constrict. He could not say a word. As for the crowd, their faces froze. They previously thought that Lin Ling was too petty to sneak attack Tang Yicheng. But now, their thoughts were shaken. After all, Lin Ling was the leader of the 5th largest faction in the rainforest sacred land. If he wanted to kill Tang Yicheng, why would he need to sneak attack him? Furthermore, Lin Ling's style of doing things was open and aboveboard. Not only did he not fear the 4 ancient countries, he even dared to clash with the 4 desolate races. Hence, he needed to sneak attack Tang Yicheng. It seems like there's a secret behind this. Especially some of the older warriors. They were not novices, so they had their guesses. Tang Yicheng might not be as amiable as he appeared on the surface. After all, under the heavens, there were many people who hid daggers behind their smiles. Lin Ling looked at Tang Yicheng with cold eyes. This person had schemed against him, so he would definitely avenge him. It sure is lively. It seems like this old man has come at the right time. At this moment, in the sky, an old voice suddenly rang out. Following that, under countless gazes, the clouds in the sky parted as several figures slowly walked down. These people were dressed differently. They were topless and had mysterious runes on their bodies. Their skin was slightly dark, giving them a wild feeling. One of them was a youth about 16 years old. He tossed a copper coin in his hand as he looked down indifferently. These are the puny 6 sacred regions? His voice was frivolous and carried a condescending arrogance, causing the entire land to fall silent. Who were these people? Could they be people from the legendary Bodhi Sacred Palace? Late-stage Sacred Spirit Realm? Everyone was puzzled. Only Lin Ling's eyes flashed. This youth was only a few years younger than him, but he had already reached the terrifying late-stage Sacred Spirit Realm. These people were definitely not from Bodhi Sacred Palace. Other than that arrogant and frivolous young man, the young man behind him was also very strong. He had reached the middle stage of the Holy Spirit Realm at the age of 16. This was the first time someone had reached the middle stage of the Holy Spirit Realm in the Rainforest Holy Land. He was a true genius. A master from the outside domain? A terrifying thought arose in Lin Ling's mind. The 6 holy realms had finally encountered a powerful enemy. Young master, this place is the 6 sacred regions. Behind the youth, several elders stood indifferently. One of the elders smiled. He was leaning on a walking stick, and there was a shocking scar on his face. When the scar was cut off, his left eye was blind, leaving him with only one remaining eye. His aura was also strange and cold, causing people to feel a sense of fear. However, many people were unable to see through his cultivation. Only the 4 patriarchs and a few others were able to vaguely see through him, and Lin Ling was one of them. This old man was a transcendent realm, as far as Lin Ling knew. In the Rainforest Holy Land, besides Bodhi Holy Palace, there were no more than 20 masters who had reached the transcendent realm, but now, one had appeared so casually. It seemed that the masters from the outer lands were far more powerful. Who are you? Staring at the newcomers, Feng Bo from the Wind Clan asked faintly. We're here to collect an old debt. High up in the sky, 7 voices rang out in unison. Collect an old debt? Who do you want to collect an old debt from? Among the Night Clan, a member frowned and asked. The origins and intentions of these people were too strange. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to ask us? However, just as his words fell, the old man in the sky struck out with his walking stick. No one could see what kind of attack it was, but in the next moment, the Night Clan member let out a pained cry as saliva, tears, and snot flowed out from his eyes. His body seemed to inflate and finally exploded, *pung. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, shocking everyone present. All they could see was a black insect crawling on the ground. Was that insect the one who killed the Night Clan member? Moreover, the other party's attack had been completely undetectable. How terrifying. Many people took a step back and their faces became serious. Lin Ling, who are these people? They're so strong. Yu frowned slightly. She was from the Sparrow clan and had seen all kinds of strong cultivators, but she had never seen such a terrifying attack. They're from the outer region. They used profound martial arts to make their attacks pass through the void and appear directly in the body of the enemy. They left a venomous insect in the body. When the venomous insect took effect, the enemy died. That person's strength is probably enough to defeat any Holy Spirit Realm cultivator. Sigh. In the Rainforest Holy Land, he currently had the strongest force and strength, but compared to the outer region, he was still much weaker. He didn't know how his brother Lin Ling was doing in other places, but he hoped that he was doing well. You're too overbearing. You killed my clan member without saying anything. I'd like to see what your purpose is. Sigh. The Night Clan's patriarch, Yi Ming, naturally couldn't ignore the death of the Night Clan's members. His body strangely disappeared, and in midair, a giant palm slammed out. It was incomparably powerful. Yi Ming, after so many years, your strength hasn't improved at all. You're still a second-order transcendent. Boom. However, the one-eyed old man in the sky smiled faintly and thrust out his walking stick, *Hong Long Long. The 2 forces collided and the void exploded. Astral wind swept out like the wind of annihilation. 2 great profound worlds appeared in the sky, the sun, the moon, and the stars. The night was as dark as the sea. Ah. Boom. On the ground, a large number of people died because of the aftermath. A clash between transcendents was like a battle between heavenly kings. The power of this clash wasn't something they could resist. However, what surprised everyone was that the Night Clan's patriarch of the 4 great desolate clans was unable to gain an advantage. One had to know that in the Rainforest Holy Land, the patriarchs of the 4 great clans were equivalent to the 4 heavenly kings. Besides the Bodhi sacred palace, who could stop them? But now, they were evenly matched. This one-eyed old man's strength was too terrifying. Yi Ming, let me help you. Feng. He stretched out his hand and punched out, call the wind. Wind. A wind that seemed to come from the border of the 3 realms appeared and swept everything away. This wind was called the glass sky wind. It was said that this wind was no ordinary wind, but a wind that could melt one's body and soul. Feng Bo, I haven't seen you for many years. You still like to bully others with numbers. Trash. Behind the one-eyed old man, an old man with long hair walked out. With a shake of his body, a large number of eyes appeared on his body. These eyes shot out light that condensed on his palm, causing it to release an aura of annihilation. He then slapped out fiercely. Asterisk Kong Long Long. Asterisk the 2 great profound worlds collided again. The sky changed color, but Feng Bo's attack was blocked again. Bastard, do you think our rainforest holy land has no one? Feng. Rainmaster Mo Ping took a step forward. He could tell that the other party wasn't from the rainforest holy land, so he also took action. After he stepped out, the peacock god also took a step forward and the peacock bright monarch appeared. Asterisk Kong Long Long. Asterisk Bodhi's 7 stars amazing. Seeing the earth-shattering battle in the sky, many people had forgotten how to breathe. Maybe this was the strongest battle they had ever seen in their lives. However, what surprised him was that the ancient patriarch of the desolate race was unable to stop the enemy. This was too dreamy. The battle in the sky did not last long. Soon, the clouds dissipated and 7 figures appeared before everyone's eyes, like fake kings descending. The elders looked down at the ants beneath their feet with disdain. For desolate races? For great wastes. These voices were condescending and looked down on all living beings, causing the 4 desolate races to clench their fists. In the past, they were a proud race, and also the strongest race in the rainforest's holy land. When had they ever been humiliated like this? Furthermore, the other party was too overbearing. After arriving, they humiliated them without distinguishing between right and wrong. What was the purpose of these elders? Unfortunately, although they were angry in their hearts, in the face of a transcendent realm master, they could only rely on the 4 patriarchs. Who are you? Rainmaster Mo Ping stood proudly and said indifferently. The other party was very strong, and they could not gain any advantage unless they had a few more transcendents on their side to help. I've said it before, debt collectors. The one-eyed elder's single eye looked even more ferocious. Then, seeing everyone's puzzlement, he said with a smile that did not seem like a smile, for patriarchs, noble people often forget things. Have you forgotten the Bodhi 7 stars that you killed 100 years ago in the Bodhi ancient tree? What, the Bodhi 7 stars? The 4 desolate race patriarchs' faces changed drastically as they seemed to recall. 100 years ago, on one of the branches of the Bodhi ancient tree, monster insects ran amok, devouring thousands of lives. Later, the 4 desolate race patriarchs joined forces to eradicate the monster insects that devoured human lives. However, an accident happened during the eradication, causing the 7 monster insects to be greatly injured, but they managed to escape, and now, those 7 people? Were they the Bodhi 7 stars of the past? The so-called Bodhi 7 stars were the 7 monster insects. They were the snake, scorpion, centipede, gecko, toad, lizard, and spider. These monster insects grew from the Bodhi ancient tree and had the power to devour heaven and earth. And now, it was obvious that these 7 monster insects had taken human form. Today, they had come in such a domineering manner. Their purpose was extremely obvious. They had come for revenge. You remember now, right? Hee, you didn't think that we would meet again. The one-eyed old man snorted coldly as he gazed at the astonished patriarchs, and his voice was filled with dense ridicule. Demonic insect? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The demonic insect had transformed into a human. Today, it was likely that it had come for revenge. Today, I'm here to wipe out the 4 desolate races and take revenge for what happened back then. If God blocks me, I'll kill God. If Buddha blocks me, I'll kill Buddha. Under countless shocked gazes, the 7 old men finally erupted with surging demonic chi, as if the demon kings had descended. It looks like today's battle for the survival of the desolate race is inevitable. Although there is a great enemy pressuring us, we will bite off a piece of your flesh to destroy our 4 desolate races, even if we have to break our teeth. We martial artists never shrink from a fight. The other party had come prepared, and this battle was unavoidable. Hence, the 4 patriarchs took a step forward and shouted coldly. Although they were also transcendents, the other party's cultivation realm was the same. Furthermore, the other party had the advantage in numbers, so the outcome of this battle could be easily guessed. However, the arrow had already been knocked and had to be released. They had no way out, and could only fight with their backs against the wall. Are these still the sacred 4 desolate races of the past? Many people sighed in their hearts. The changes in the rainforest sacred land were too great. Previously, the rise of the supernova Lin Ling had alarmed the sacred land. However, before the news could be completely digested, an unknown expert had arrived and tyrannically declared that he would wipe out the 4 desolate races. And now, the sacred and ancient 4 desolate races were like ants. All of this was too surreal, and it was hard for people to accept. The heavenly meteor era is about to arrive. Lin Ling's pupils turned solemn as he looked at the sky. He knew that not only the rainforest sacred land, even the 6 sacred lands were about to undergo a change. Fortunately, I have greatly increased the strength of my family and friends. Otherwise, the great calamity would be even more difficult, and I'm afraid that there would be more casualties. Lin Ling muttered to himself again. He quietly held Yu and the others' hands. Their hands were tightly clasped together. Die. At the same time, in the sky, an evil aura rolled out. One of the old men spat out a poisonous mist at the people on the ground. Immediately, a large number of Night Clan members died. Among them, the Saint Spirit Realm experts were like ants. It was like a dream. You still have a chance to live. First, submit and become slaves for eternity. Second, show me the strength of the geniuses of the rainforest sacred land. We can send 3 people, but you can send 20. If you win, today's matter will be over. Haha, this game is pretty good, right? At this moment, the long-haired youth who had been silent all this time smiled. He tossed a copper coin in his hand as he looked at the crowd with a hint of mockery. Young master. The 7 stars Bodhi narrowed his eyes and said in surprise. Young master, are you going to intervene in this matter? Could it be that you want me to be bored and watch you play? The youth indifferently said. The 7 stars Bodhi hurriedly bowed respectfully and no longer dared to speak. It was obvious that the youth's identity was extremely terrifying. Even the 7 stars Bodhi had to give face to him. Do you dare to play? The youth opened his mouth again. The crowd below was silent. The youth's strength had reached the late stage of the Saint Spirit realm. Who would dare to play with him? Moreover, if they lost in this game, they would probably lose their lives. I hate it when people are silent because they are looking down on me. So, if you don't play, all of you will become slaves. If you refuse, the rainforest sacred land will reshuffle. The youth's eyes gradually turned cold and he stopped tossing the copper coin in his hand. His words were filled with killing intent. It was as if human life was nothing more than a blade of grass or a leaf to him. He could destroy it if he wanted to. Alright, if that's the case, I, Emozilong, will play with you. In the silence, a voice finally sounded. It was the Rain Clan's Emozilong. At this moment, his eyes were filled with determination. Clearly, he had no other choice. If he did not fight, the youth would probably slaughter the 4 desolate clans and even make everyone his slaves. Hence, as long as there was a chance, he would fight for it. The second dream, fight. The second dream, a genius from the Night Clan, also walked out. The youth's eyes were filled with smiles. The 6 sacred lands are a bunch of trash, but they have quite a number of beauties. Alright, you can live on and be my slave. We'll talk about it after you win. The second dream replied indifferently. She took a step forward and walked side by side with Emozilong. This made many people sigh. These geniuses were fearless and unafraid of death. They were the pride of the rainforest sacred land. Go for it. Many people cheered. Those girls over there want to fight. As for the youth, his eyes wandered and landed on Yu and the rest. He smiled faintly and said, "If you lose, be my slave and I'll dote on you." Previously, when the Bodhi 7 stars were fighting the 4 patriarchs, his gaze had been fixed on Yu and the rest. The more he looked, the more he liked them. Hence, he came up with the idea of having geniuses fight. He wanted to let those girls know how strong he was and be his slave. "The few of you, come out." Someone immediately walked out from behind the youth. With a wave of his hand, a huge spiritual energy hand grabbed at Yu and the rest. He wanted to bring them out in a domineering manner. Scram. Buddhist Saint Heaven splitting arapung. Pung, pung. Pung. The sword slashed, sending sparks flying. It was as if a saw had slashed the gigantic spirit chi hand. Then, under countless gazes, the gigantic spirit chi hand was split into 2. "You broke my god-slaying hand?" The person who attacked narrowed his eyes. One had to know that his god-slaying hand was imbued with profundity. It was continuous and could slash unceasingly. However, his opponent had slashed it in half with a single slash. Many people looked at the person who attacked and realized that it was Lin Ling who had been silent all this time. "I'm so excited. After the arrival of these mysterious experts, our rainforest sacred land has been suppressed. Even the 4 patriarchs were unable to gain any advantage. However, Lin Ling has finally won and brought glory to our rainforest sacred land." Many people were excited. Even the Rainmaster Mo Ping smiled faintly. At this moment, he realized that his grandson was very cute. "Hee, this is interesting. It seems that the rainforest sacred land is not full of trash." As for the youth, he revealed a curious look. He could see that the slash was imbued with the 2nd-level righteous profundity. It had the power to slay all evil. "You come out too. Let me torture you to death." Then, the youth revealed a bloodthirsty smile. He still treated the battle as a game. Lin Ling. Many people frowned. Although Lin Ling was not considered a member of the Rain clan, he seemed to have been targeted. His outcome would probably be the same as Mo Zilong and the rest. Although the game is fun, it depends on whether you can afford to play. Pung. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Previously, when the youth wanted to attack the 4 desolate clans, he did not have any impulse. However, the youth ended up attacking Yu and the rest. How could Lin Ling tolerate that? Furthermore, the other party was arrogant and overbearing. He wanted to see how great the geniuses from other regions were. "You, come out too." Pung. Lin Ling took a step forward. His cold voice floated out, causing the crowd's pupils to constrict. Lin Ling was asking the youth to come out. The young man frowned. He was clearly very surprised. After all, he was at the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm, while Lin Ling was only at the intermediate stage of the Holy Spirit realm. Yet, Lin Ling had asked him to come out. "Fine, you don't have to die, but you have to be a slave for 9 lifetimes." The young man licked his lips. Although he was angry, he was more interested in bloodthirsty mockery. "Lin Ling, I'll accompany you." Yu and the others also took a step forward and caught up to Lin Ling. Now, there were 7 geniuses from the rainforest holy land. "Tangi Cheng, you go out as well." The sparrow god of the sparrow tribe looked at Tangi Cheng and said plainly. Now that the other party was humiliating them, the sparrow tribe could not afford to lose face. Hence, the strongest supernova, Tangi Cheng, had to fight as well. Tangi Cheng hesitated. After all, everyone knew that this was a battle to the death. Moreover, they had no chance of winning. However, with so many eyes watching, he had to maintain a righteous appearance. Therefore, he braced himself and stepped into the battle. "Me too." Following that, a large number of top geniuses from the Night Clan, Sparrow Clan and Rain Clan also stepped forward. There were a total of 20 of them. These 20 geniuses are so powerful. The crowd was excited. This battle not only represented the survival of the 4 desolate tribes, it also represented the honor of the Rainforest Holy Land. All the best. Many people began to shout loudly, their blood boiling. Youth should be like this. They should face the waves with pride. They should be hot-blooded and not afraid of strong enemies. Only by facing difficulties could they open up a wider world. The game is very simple. If you win, the 4 desolate tribes will live. We will leave this place and never enter again. And if you lose, you will all become slaves. Now, all of you will enter the ancient array. The last person to come out wins. Looking at the 20 people, the young man smiled and said, "Right, I forgot to say my name. All of you are Xianxia. If you lose, you will all become slaves." Many people's expressions turned serious. This looked like a game, but it was crueler than a game. As for the 4 patriarchs, they had ugly expressions. They could choose to refuse to continue playing, but the outcome would be a life and death battle with their opponents. Eventually, the 4 desolate tribes would be wiped out. Hence, they did not seem to have a choice. Wait, aren't we fighting each other? Why did we enter the array? And the array was set up by you. Do you think this is fair? At this moment, Tang Yicheng frowned and said. He made Du Xingchen toss the copper coin in his hand. You have a problem with that? His eyes looked over calmly, making Tang Yicheng's heart tremble. He did not dare to speak for a moment. Fair? I am the rule. This is fair. Du Xingchen retracted his gaze and said. How domineering. Many people secretly clenched their fists. The young man was indeed treating them as a game. Du Xingchen tossed the copper coin again and said arrogantly, this array is very simple. It is called the Provenance Heaven-Splitting Array. It is the most common array used by the geniuses where we come from. Within the array, you can attack at will and eliminate others. And the last person to come out is the winner. I believe that you bunch of ants do not know what an array is, so I can't be bothered to explain it. Du Xingchen took a large step forward and came into the middle of the crowd. His right hand quickly tapped his glabella. After about 8 taps, a blood droplet floated out. Use your soul blood to set up the array. The moment his voice faded, 2 people immediately came to his side. They tapped their glabella with their right hand as well, causing a blood droplet to float out. The 3 blood droplets fused together, causing the area around them to turn strange. It was as if they were isolated from the outside world. It's your turn. Following that, Du Xingchen looked at Mo Zilong and company. It made their expressions change. They had to hand over their soul blood to set up an array? Bastard, we are here to spar with you, not to be toyed with in the palm of your hand. One of the desolate race geniuses said indignantly. Du Xingchen was too domineering. He was toying with them like they were ants. I've said it before. You have no choice. If you refuse, then the 7 Bodhi stars will have a life and death battle with the 4 desolate race. Du Xingchen said with a sneer. It made Mo Zilong grit his teeth as he tapped his glabella. After about 8 taps, soul blood floated out. The others did the same. They represented the 4 desolate race, and even represented the sacred land of the rainforest. Hence, they could not embarrass themselves. Even if Du Xingchen's request was excessive, they had to agree with it through gritted teeth. This array is powerful. Lin Ling frowned as he tapped out his soul blood. He could sense that although the array was set up by Du Xingchen, he was too proud. Hence, he would not use any unorthodox means to harm them. Rumble. Everyone gave out their soul blood as the Provenance Heaven-Splitting Array took shape. The entire region turned into a world of blood. The blood sea roared in the sky, while the blood sea churned on the ground. It was as if it had formed a world of its own. And outside, a person was curious, so he took a step forward. However, in an instant, his body trembled as his blood was sucked dry, disappearing into the blood sea. How terrifying. Ordinary people should not approach that array. The crowd drew a cold gasp. If that was the case, only the few people in the array would be safe. However, things were not as they imagined. At this moment, in the blood sea, everyone's bodies were trembling. It was as if their souls and blood were about to rush out of their bodies, becoming a part of the blood sea. Translator, Nyoibo Studio. To acknowledge a thief as one's father in our world, geniuses must possess willpower, battle intent, the heart of martial arts, and strength that surpasses those of the same age. Therefore, this formation is used to test these things. Today, we only sent 3 people, but you have 20 people. Moreover, we are younger than you. If you lose to us, then you will lose face. What use are you if you don't become slaves? Dou Xingqian's long hair fluttered, and his slightly childish face carried an incomparable domineering aura. It was clear that the array formation was a competition of who could last the longest. This was a competition of will, strength, talent, and the heart of martial arts. Good luck. The outsiders cheered for Mo Zilong and the others. Don't lose. The hearts of the four great clan leaders were also agitated. Life and death depended on this moment. Time quietly passed. Within the provenance Saint Heaven-splitting formation, the sea of blood roared even more violently. No. On the rainforest Holy Land side, a genius spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, his entire body was sucked dry, turning into a human skin that fell to the ground. He had died, and his blood had been sucked dry. Everyone's body began to tremble. This clash of geniuses was too terrifying. The remaining geniuses had solemn looks on their faces as they fought back with their powerful strength. Wait, I can't take it anymore. I admit defeat. Another genius cried out in alarm, making many people shake their heads. The formation was continuously exerting pressure on heaven and earth, and it was indeed difficult to resist. Trash. Dou Xingqian, on the other hand, appeared extremely relaxed as he spoke with disdain. You can't even last an incense stick's worth of time. You're worse than trash. A young man walked out from behind him. His hand turned into a blade and slashed out fiercely. That genius's eyes narrowed. When he wanted to fight back, he found that his opponent was too strong. In the end, his body was split into two, and his blood was sucked into the blood sea. According to our customs, if you want to leave this formation, you have to hold on for at least the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn. Otherwise, even if you admit defeat, you will die. After all, we have wasted our time sparring with you. How can we admit defeat just because we are afraid? The youth who had attacked slowly walked back. Too domineering. Many people stared fixedly at Dou Xingqian and the other two. In that case, even if Mo Zilong's side wanted to admit defeat, they would have to hold on for the time of 3 incense sticks. No. Another genius was crushed to death. Then, a large number of geniuses reached their limits and their bodies exploded, being absorbed by the blood sea. Those who remained were the true top geniuses of the rainforest Holy Land. Many people sighed in their hearts. Those geniuses were the top geniuses of the 4 desolate races. They were even more powerful than the elites of the martial arts hall. Usually, they were all powerful and famous, but today, against the mysterious geniuses from other domains, they were like trash. They could not even last for 15 minutes. Can you stop it? At this moment, Lin Ling frowned. He felt as if an endless mountain was pressing down on his body, and blood was about to burst out of his body. Luckily, his foundation was solid, and this sort of effect wasn't too great. Of course. Yu and the others gritted their teeth. And Yuer's body flashed with red lightning, blocking the suction force of the formation. Lin Ling nodded. Yu and the others were very strong, so he was not very worried. On the contrary, it was Mo Zilong and the others who were worried. Lin Ling, I will hold on for 3 incense sticks worth of time. Mo Zilong sensed Lin Ling's gaze and gritted his teeth as he nodded. A world of rain appeared around him, blocking the formations. Power, but it was barely enough. Lin Ling nodded again and looked at a black-dressed girl not far away. She was only at the early stages of the sacred spirit realm, but she gritted her teeth and held on. This changed Lin Ling's impression of the girl. And that girl was the second dream. The second dream might have great ambitions, but when the rainforest Holy Land encountered a calamity, she stepped forward without hesitation. Her temperament was better than many people's. Perhaps the second dream also knew that an array competition was also a competition of the rainforest Holy Land's pride. As geniuses of the rainforest Holy Land, they could fight amongst themselves, but they could not be looked down upon or humiliated by external enemies. I admit defeat. I beg you, let me leave this place. At this moment, a pleading voice sounded. It was Tang Yicheng. And since the 15 incense sticks worth of time was not up, he would be killed if he admitted defeat. Another piece of trash. Are all the 6 sacred domains producing pieces of trash? Someone from Dou Xingqian's side laughed disdainfully. It made Tang Yicheng's face turn even paler. If you want to live, fine. Be our slave. Dou Xingchen still had a relaxed expression as he played with the copper coins in his hand. I agree to be your slave. Surprisingly, Tang Yicheng did not hesitate. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed. This unforeseen turn of events made everyone's pupils constrict. Tang Yicheng was too embarrassing. Yicheng, you still have the blood of our sparrow race in your body. Vermilion God felt that he had lost all his face. Previously, the desolate race geniuses would never kneel down and beg for mercy even if they were to die. However, Tang Yicheng, who they believed to be the most benevolent and righteous, was begging for mercy without any dignity. All of this was too surreal. This disgraceful fellow. I'm certain that he was the one who was trying to harm Lin Ling. We have all been fooled. Many people's expressions turned cold. Previously, Tang Yicheng had disregarded their past grudges and shook hands with Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had attacked Tang Yicheng. Back then, everyone blamed Lin Ling for being too petty, but from the looks of it, Tang Yicheng was only putting on an act. After all, how benevolent could a person who was willing to kneel down and beg for mercy be? Heh, your family clan's elders are scolding you, but you are indeed a disgrace. The array formation could not prevent the voices from coming from outside, so Dou Xingchen smiled faintly. He seemed to enjoy the situation where he was in control of everything. Kneel down and call me grandpa, and you can live. What? Vermilion God's pupils constricted. His grandson wanted to kneel down and call Dou Xingchen grandpa? How dare you? Vermilion God roared. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Tang Yicheng, who was in the array formation, knelt down with a plop and kept shouting to Dou Xingchen, Grandpa. Although it was very humiliating, for Tang Yicheng, his life was obviously more important. Moreover, things had already turned out this way. Since he was going to become a slave, he might as well do it thoroughly. Dang, Vermilion God took 3 steps back. His face was extremely pale, he had embarrassed the entire Vermilion bird tribe. The funny thing was that before, he was still complaining that Lin Ling had not given him face and had attacked Tang Yicheng. However, now he knew that Lin Ling should have attacked him. His grandson had concealed too much. He was not a benevolent person at all. On the contrary, he was a sinister junior. In order to survive, he had acknowledged the enemy as his father. Shut up, you bunch of old fogies. I've had enough of you old fogies acting all high and mighty. My life is in my control, not yours. At that moment, Tang Yicheng stood up and looked coldly at the crowd outside the array formation. His words made those people grit their teeth. Tang Yicheng was indeed despicable. Proud of you worse than a dog or a pig. Many people shook their heads coldly. Tang Yicheng was worse than a dog or a pig. After all, the sparrow race had nurtured him, and everything he had was given to him by the sparrow race. However, the sparrow race was not willing to clash head-on with Lin Ling for him, yet he blamed the sparrow race. Such a person was heartless and only thought of himself. Even a dog or a pig was better than him. Following that, many people looked at Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling was frivolous and overbearing, he was magnanimous. He was much better than Tang Yicheng. Since you are our slave, you can lead the array formation. However, Dou Xingchen laughed. To him, this was too interesting. It was extremely rare for a grandson to defy his grandfather and call him grandfather. With that said, Tang Yicheng left the array formation. And the path he took to leave was the blood-colored bead in midair. Moments later, Tang Yicheng appeared in front of everyone. However, he quickly shot towards the Bodhi 7 stars. Clearly, he knew that he had angered everyone, so he immediately found a backer. Unfilial son, unfilial son. Everyone from the sparrow race gritted their teeth. After all, the Bodhi 7 stars wanted to wipe out the 4 desolate races. However, Tang Yicheng had acknowledged the traitor as his father. Furthermore, he had done it in front of everyone. In this world, strength represents everything. This is what Lin Ling taught me previously. And now, I have the strength to control everything. Tang Yicheng smiled faintly. Although he was a slave, he now had a stronger backer. Hence, he was somewhat happy and even proud. He knew that the sparrow race wanted to kill him, but they could not. Heh, you sure are cunning. The Bodhi Seven Stars sneered. Although they despised Tang Yicheng, they were still protecting him. After all, using him to anger the four desolate races was not a bad idea. Many people retracted their gazes and no longer looked at Tang Yicheng. Instead, they looked at the array formation and saw that there were fewer and fewer people in the array formation. 3 incense sticks time is up. Someone shouted. This meant that even if the Rainforest Sacred Land's genius admitted defeat, they would not need to die. The second dream, you won't be able to hold on for long. Leave this place. Lin Ling looked at the second dream. If it was any other time, he wouldn't have cared about the fate of the second dream, but now, his view of the second dream had changed. I know, but I want to surpass myself. The second dream gritted her teeth and spoke in a resolute voice. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The second dream was much better than Tang Yicheng. Puff, in the end, the second dream failed. Blood spewed from the corner of her mouth and her face was pale. It was a sad yet beautiful sight. At the same time, Lin Ling subconsciously took a step forward and came behind the second dream. With a gentle slap, the second dream was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. The second dream's eyes narrowed. She had risked her life to hold on for 3 incense sticks time. She did not embarrass the Rainforest Sacred Land. But when she was exhausted, Lin Ling sneaked an attack on her. Lin Ling had always hated her. Even if she tried to make it up to him secretly, it was useless. Perhaps, this is my fate. The second dream closed her eyes. Sorrow and a deep sense of loss rose in her heart. One had to know that she used to be a genius. But Lin Ling had ruined everything for her, including her cultivation. She had to cultivate again. Otherwise, she might not have reached the early stage of the Holy Spirit realm. But now, Lin Ling still wanted to destroy her. However, just as she was thinking about this, her body suddenly relaxed, and the mysterious pressure disappeared. When she opened her eyes, she immediately discovered that she was already outside the formation. He's sending me out. The second dream's heart pounded violently. She had wronged Lin Ling before, but Lin Ling didn't blame her anymore. She couldn't help but feel an indescribable joy in her heart. Even when she had suddenly improved her cultivation, that joy wasn't as strong as it was now. The second dream, you were already exhausted. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, you might not have been able to walk out of the array. Yiming from the Night Clan hurriedly supported the second dream. Although the second dream had failed, it was a glorious defeat. At least she had fought with her life to protect the dignity of the Rainforest Sacred Land. Thank you. The second dream looked at the handsome young man in the array. Hongyan's mouth opened slightly. Emo Zilong, go out. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know what was going on outside. He looked at Emo Zilong and said indifferently. The latter had also reached his limit. Emo Zilong smiled bitterly. He wanted to represent the Rainforest Sacred Land to defeat the geniuses from other regions, but he had failed. He had indeed reached his limit. I won't be unreasonable. Lin Ling, I'll leave the rest to you. You must win. Emo Zilong began to bleed from the corner of his mouth, but in the end, he strode towards the blood-red pearl and disappeared into the array. In this way, only Lin Ling, Yu, and the others were left in the array. Do your best. You're the only ones left in the Rainforest Sacred Land. Looking at the determined figures, the crowd's hearts surged. At the moment when the enemy was suppressing them, all the geniuses were suppressed and humiliated. Only Lin Ling raised the flag and supported the entire Rainforest Sacred Land. Do your best, Ling Er. Rainmaster Mo Ping also looked at Lin Ling excitedly. For the first time, the two words Ling Er came out of his mouth. For the first time, he regarded Lin Ling as his grandson. Moreover, he was the grandson he was most proud of. All of this was too surreal. One had to know that when Lin Ling arrived at the Rain Clan, Rainmaster Mo Ping was arrogant and serious. He didn't put Lin Ling in his eyes at all. He didn't even care about his name. However, his grandson had extraordinary perseverance. Even though he was looked down upon by the whole world, he still gritted his teeth and stubbornly moved forward. In the end, the entire Rain Clan accepted him wholeheartedly. He let Rainmaster Mo Ping know that he was wrong. Sorry, Lin Ling. We were wrong. On the Rain Clan's side, everyone clenched their fists tightly. Their fists were trembling. The geniuses of the 4 desolate clans had all failed. Only the youth, who they did not treat as a relative, was supporting them and fighting for them. Do your best. Everyone from the Rain clan cheered loudly. There were even some people whose eyes were moist. Ling mother is proud of you. Behind all the Rain clan's clansmen, Xianxia had also left the Ice Valley. She came to the Rain clan's valley and witnessed everything with her own eyes. She was more excited than anyone else. In the past, her family looked down on her son, but today, her family was proud of her son. This honor made even her feel extremely proud and proud. Ling, do your best. Do your best. Other than the Rain clan's people, the others were also excited. At this moment, the youth's figure had left a heavy shadow in their hearts. At this moment, the pressure from the blood sea in the array was increasing. However, Ling's eyes were resolute. Endless fighting spirit spewed out. The 100,000 small worlds in his body burned at the same time, blocking the blood sea's pressure. This child is so powerful. Over at Du Xingchen's side, the 3 of them frowned. Now that the pressure from the blood sea was increasing, it was difficult for them to withstand it. However, their opponent was just a puny junior from the 6 sacred regions. Yet, he was able to withstand everything. Young master, I'll go test his strength. Yes. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 100 flowers bloom rumble, countless black balls appeared. They were the most mysterious dark energy. Then, they shot towards Ling like a swarm of locusts. Despicable. Many people outside shouted coldly. Ling was resisting the pressure of the array, but that person was attacking Ling, making it difficult for Ling to resist. However, they had always thought that Ling's strength came from his own power. They weren't familiar with Ling's strength. One had to know that that person was only in the middle stage of the Holy Spirit realm. He wasn't qualified to challenge Ling. Peacock protection. At this moment, colorful lights appeared. Yu's body emitted a holy aura, making her seem like the most beautiful peacock goddess. Those lights surrounded Ling, blocking everything. Extreme realm. And Yuer's eyes were full of killing intent. At this moment, she seemed to have turned into an ice fairy. If someone wanted to make a move on Ling, that would be touching her reverse scale. The red lightning shot out, making the young man's pupils dilate. The girls around Ling were very powerful. What made him angry was that they were all helping Ling. This made him jealous. Bang, bang. Bang, the red lightning collided with the mysterious black balls. Spirit chi intertwined. At the same time, the colorful peacock light shrouded the area. What was extremely mysterious was that after the light shrouded the area, the red lightning suddenly split into 2, then 4, and became even larger. A rain of lightning appeared. What kind of light is that? How can it increase the attack power of others? The young man's heart trembled violently. Du Xingchen's eyes also lit up. He looked at Yu with excitement. That girl's innate talent seemed to be able to increase the attack power and defense power of others. It would be great if he could get her. Pisces under the heavens. Just at this moment, another shout rang out. The ancient black and white fish appeared, forming a Tai Chi vortex. Those black balls seemed to be unable to control themselves as they rolled towards the Tai Chi vortex. What was strange was that after the dark profound was absorbed, a white ball of light appeared. Then, it swept towards the young man who had made the move. The Tai Chi whirlpool seemed to be able to turn the opponent's attack into its own. Snake transformation. At the same time, an ancient demonic chi bloomed. The seal gate appeared, and a huge white snake slithered out. It was like a snake or a dragon, majestically swimming in the air towards the young man. All of the heaven's favored daughters took action, and the strength they displayed shocked the world, blooming like 100 flowers. So, the real geniuses of the rainforest Holy Land. The crowd became excited. All the girls around Ling were extremely powerful, which made them both surprised and envious. Because all these beautiful and powerful girls only had Ling in their hearts. No. Yu and the other heavenly beauties joined forces. They could even kill a late Holy Spirit Realm expert, let alone a middle Holy Spirit Realm expert. Therefore, the young man who attacked Lin Ling let out a terrified cry before he was drowned by a huge amount of spiritual qi and disappeared. We won. Many people waved their fists in the air. Ever since the experts from other regions had arrived, the Rainforest Holy Land had never won, even after sending out the 4 clan leaders. However, Lin Ling had killed one of them and won a match, raising their morale. Now, with the help of the geniuses, they had regained some ground. We won. Yu Yu and the other heavenly beauties looked at each other. They were extremely excited. The feeling of fighting side by side was great. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled faintly as a sense of honor rose in his heart. This was because they were the last line of defense that blocked the first wave of attacks from the Heavenly Fall era. You're ugly. If they hadn't helped you, you would have been dead. What else can you do besides relying on women? Another young man in the middle Holy Spirit realm behind Do Xingchen said disdainfully. Lin Ling didn't fight at all. He didn't look like a man at all. Relying on women is what he's relying on. Do Xingchen said casually as he tossed the copper coins. The crowd outside fell silent. Even though they won the previous battle beautifully, it was undeniable that the people from Constellation were right. This made Lin Ling feel a little embarrassed. Who cares? He's not a gentleman. He's just an arrogant and overbearing person. So, why should we care about face? Soon, someone spoke up for Lin Ling. Shame on you. You're just a good-for-nothing who relies on women. The young man who spoke was still disdainful. The corner of his mouth was full of mockery. Is that so? Lin Ling nodded calmly and unsheathed the sword in his hand. I didn't attack before because it wasn't my turn to attack. Even you don't have the right to make me attack. However, your words carry a hint of provocation. Fortunately, you succeeded in provoking me. Then, what do you want? The young man snorted disdainfully. Kill you. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. His sword was like a ray of light that came from the horizon. His murderous aura filled the air and formed a huge sword of killing. However, killing wasn't the only thing. Boundless righteousness also appeared. One was righteousness and the other was evil. Although they seemed to be opposing each other, they were ingeniously fused in the sword. Life and death sword, sky-cleaving sword. The sword light was black and white. Black represented murderous aura and white represented righteousness. It fiercely slashed toward the young man. A destructive sword aura bloomed. This was the sword of killing aura that Lin Ling had used when Annuaire was besieged. At that time, he didn't hide his murderous aura. He only wanted to kill all the enemies. However, after killing all the enemies, he realized that he didn't need to suppress his murderous aura. As long as his righteousness was stronger than his murderous aura, the murderous aura would never be able to affect him. Lin Ling's righteousness had reached the 2nd level. Therefore, he fused his murderous aura and righteousness together to form the current life and death sword, sky-cleaving sword. Righteousness was Lin Ling's forte. Murderous aura came from the ancient flame devil. The fusion of the two swords would definitely cut through everything. It reached the 3rd level of the life and death profound. This was the fusion of the 1st level of killing aura and the 2nd level of righteousness. Hong Tian, be careful. At this moment, Do Xingchen was no longer throwing copper coins. He anxiously shouted. The 3rd level of the martial profound was very powerful. As for the young man who spoke, his pupils constricted. He wanted to say something, but it was too late. The sword pierced through him, causing his pupils to condense there. However, in the next moment, he rapidly aged. His hair and teeth fell out, and his face was full of wrinkles. No. He let out a frightened voice. He was only 16 years old. How could he become old? His vitality has been taken away. Do Xingchen saw everything. He watched as the young man gradually aged and finally turned into a pile of bones. He was affected by the murderous aura before he died. Tell me, I rely on women. Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out from the ancient blood sea formation. Do Xingchen's face instantly turned ugly. Rely on women? It was obvious that Lin Ling didn't want to fight before. After all, he killed with a single sword strike. Amazing. The people outside trembled violently. Then, excited voices rose and fell. Although they didn't care about Dou Xingchen's mocking words, Lin Ling proving himself was undoubtedly better. This was like a slap to the proud Dou Xingchen. It seems that you are the strongest. A fierce battle Kong Long Long. The ancient spirit array grew even larger, and the sea of blood began to spread from the bottom of their feet. The blood-sucking pressure grew even stronger. Yu and the others also focused and resisted with all their might, but their pretty faces gradually turned pale. You guys, leave. Lin Ling said indifferently. The spirit array was several times larger than before. But Yu and the others were unwilling, but Lin Ling nodded at them. Don't worry, I will win. Okay. Yu and the others knew that they wouldn't be able to last until the end if they stayed, so they all shot towards the blood-red beads. After all, most of them were only at the early stage of the Saint Spirit realm. In this way, only 2 geniuses were left in the Provenance Saint Heaven-splitting array. Lin Ling, you can do it. The crowd outside was silent, and everyone clenched their fists nervously. However, on the surface, Lin Ling was at the intermediate stage of the Saint Spirit realm, while Dou Xingchen was at the late stage of the Saint Spirit realm. Obviously, Dou Xingchen had a higher chance of winning. Crash. The sea of blood was still roaring, and it had already spread to Lin Ling's knees. Not far away, Dou Xingchen was also in the same situation, but he still casually tossed the copper coin in his hand and said indifferently, Your martial Dao heart is very firm, stronger than the previous geniuses, but you are too weak. You can't beat me. Is that so? This ancient spirit array is not only a battle of strength, but also a battle of wills. Can you beat me? Lin Ling said indifferently. The two's gazes collided in the air, and invisible sparks blossomed, causing the sea of blood to erupt with waves. So powerful. Any Saint Spirit Realm master would die if they entered that ancient spirit array, but they are so young, and yet they can hold on for so long. The spirit array was the strongest battlefield for cultivators below the transcendent realm, but they could only look up to it, never step foot into it. Time passed quietly, and the sea of blood had already spread to Lin Ling's chest. Once it drowned him, even the Daluo immortals wouldn't be able to save him. When he arrived at the capital star, his expression became serious. This young man Lin Ling was very difficult to deal with. His foundation was solid, and his martial arts heart was too firm. Now, the sea of blood had spread to his chest. If he didn't retreat now, he would be in danger too. This was like a dream. It should be known that there were very few people in the Void Star Divine Palace who could resist him for so long. Most of them would admit defeat when the sea of blood reached their knees, but there was actually someone from the tiny 6 sacred domains who could resist him until now. Lin Ling was very difficult to deal with. He knew that he had underestimated Lin Ling. Looks like you'll have to play along with me. Fine, I'll go to Xingchen and see how much courage you have. Dou Xingchen coldly snorted. He didn't believe that Lin Ling wasn't afraid of death. He slapped out with his right hand, causing the sea of blood to roar even more violently, and the speed of its submersion increased. This was a race between the two of them against the god of death. It was a race to see who would retreat first, and whose will was stronger. So ruthless. The hearts of the 4 patriarchs trembled fiercely as they increased the speed of the sea of blood spreading. Dou Xingchen was digging his own grave, but he was worthy of being called a genius. Not only was he not afraid, he was even braver as he fought. This kind of genius who was vicious to himself was undoubtedly the most terrifying. However, Lin Ling's expression remained unchanged. At this moment, Dou Xingchen's sneering voice rang out, What, are you afraid now? Afraid? Lin Ling nodded and stretched out his right hand, slashing forward with his sword. You're not qualified to compete with me. Rumble, the sword didn't slash at the sea of blood, but at the blood pearl in the sky, causing everyone's eyes to widen. Destroying the blood pearl was equivalent to destroying the exit. Then, Lin Ling and Dou Xingchen would both die. After all, without the exit, no matter how strong they were, they would be submerged by the sea of blood. This kind of ruthlessness was terrifying. Dou Xingchen thought that by increasing the speed of the sea of blood, Lin Ling would be afraid of him, but who knew that Lin Ling's will was even more terrifying and ruthless than his, directly destroying the exit. You. Dou Xingchen sucked in a breath of cold air. Madman, he had met a madman. What, are you afraid now? Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out. This was what Du Xingchen had asked him before, and now, he was asking Du Xingchen in return. At the same time, the sword in his hand slashed out again. Crazy! Du Xingchen's face turned pale. He saw cracks appear on the blood pearl, and finally, after a moment of hesitation, his body shot out toward the blood pearl. He had admitted defeat. With the exit destroyed, how could he live? Lin Ling wanted to die with him and see who could last longer in front of the Grim Reaper, but he had admitted defeat. He didn't dare to continue playing. All of this was very ironic. He was the one who suggested the game, but he was the one who ran away. The moment he shot toward the blood pearl, Lin Ling smiled faintly, and his body shot out like a sword. In the outside world, Du Xingchen's footsteps sounded. His body appeared, and because he had rushed out anxiously, he knelt on the ground powerlessly. However, his face was ferocious. He had lost. Behind him, Lin Ling calmly walked out. His black robes made him look like a king descending, causing countless people to gasp. Then, the sound of cheers that soared into the sky rose and fell one after another. Lin Ling represented the holy land of the rainforest and won. Good job. Rainmaster Mo Ping was so excited that his eyes were wet. He didn't realize that the usually serious him was also excited at this moment. All of this was because of the grandson he had looked down on the most. As for the 7 stars Bodhi and Tangy Cheng, their complexions were incomparably ugly. They thought that with their young master moving out, no one in the tiny rainforest Holy Land would be able to stop them. However, the rainforest Holy Land had actually sent out a nameless youth to ruthlessly crush their young master, causing them to lose all face. This was simply a disgrace. Their young master could lose to anyone, but how could he lose to a piece of trash from the rainforest Holy Land? If they knew that Lin Ling was the king of saints, they definitely wouldn't be so surprised. Is Lin Ling that terrifying? As for Tangy Cheng, his heart was in turmoil. He had always thought that he was the #1 genius of the rainforest Holy Land, but this was all wishful thinking on his part. Lin Ling's strength had exceeded his imagination. Excited voices continued to rise one after another. Du Xingchen lay on the ground, his body trembling. Humiliation, a great humiliation. When my copper coin stops, everyone will die. Suddenly, Du Xingchen stood up with a ferocious expression on his face. He couldn't swallow this insult, especially when the cheers of the ants around him were like slaps to his face. What qualifications did these ants have to be proud and complacent? One had to know that he was the young master of the Void Star Divine Palace. A copper coin floated out of his hand and landed on the ground, constantly spinning. When the copper coin stops, everyone will die. The crowd stopped cheering as their eyes widened. This powerhouse from another domain had gone back on his word. Du Xingchen and the others had arrogantly said that as long as the young master of the rainforest Holy Land won, they would leave and never come back again. However, even though the young master of the rainforest Holy Land had done his best to win, the other side still wanted to kill them. You're all shameless. Someone angrily shouted. Haha, game, do you know what a game is? It's playing your game, but in the end, you'll still die. The Bodhi 7 stars and the others all laughed. They had been waiting for their young master to say those words, a game. Everyone was being toyed with like a game. In reality, their end had already been decided, and that was death. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio King of Kings, how long are you going to play with us? Everyone roared. The 4 patriarchs' faces were cold. The other party had gone too far. Haha. However, the 7 stars Bodhi and the other old man laughed even louder. They seemed to enjoy the crowd's anger. Du Xingchen slowly stood up as if he had washed away the humiliation from before. He looked at Lin Ling, wanting to see Lin Ling's angry face. Defeat me? It's not that easy. Du Xingchen's arrogant voice floated out. Do you really think I'll let you go just because you defeated me? Naive. His cold voice filled with killing intent fell on Lin Ling. Countless eyes also looked at Lin Ling. Most people were unwilling for Lin Ling. Lin Ling had won, but why did he have to die? Why did everyone have to die? Why did this battle have to happen? I'm naive? Lin Ling's face was extremely calm. He knew that the Heavenly Fall era was coming, so he knew that the Rainforest Holy Land was going to be reshuffled. Therefore, he wasn't surprised at all. Lin Ling was even more used to Du Xingchen going back on his words. He had seen many people like this over the years. Do you think I'll let you go just because I won? Lin Ling's calm voice floated out, but it was filled with killing intent. Du Xingchen didn't plan to let him go, but Du Xingchen forgot one thing. Lin Ling didn't plan to let him go either. Because the Heavenly Fall era was coming, the experts from the other regions only had one goal, and that was to massacre the 6 Saint regions. What? Du Xingchen's eyes narrowed, and a murderous look appeared on his face. He thought that Lin Ling would regret it, or even be afraid. However, Lin Ling said that Lin Ling didn't plan to let him go either. Du Xingchen's arrogance in front of Lin Ling made him look like a dancing clown. When the copper coins stop, all of you will die. Humph, Lin Ling softly said, as if he was talking about the most ordinary thing. Lin Ling, how arrogant. Even the 4 desolate race patriarchs drew a cold gasp. Previously, they were worried about the lives of the desolate race, while the experts of the other regions were dominating everything. However, only now did they realize that Lin Ling seemed to be the king, dominating everything. For desolate race patriarchs, hold back the 7 stars Bodhi. Leave the rest to me. Lin Ling's voice floated out again, causing everyone's heart to tremble violently. Leave the rest to Lin Ling? That was a total of 3 transcendent realm masters. When he arrived at the capital star, his expression was ferocious. He was the young master of the Void Star Divine Palace. Others would fear and respect him when they saw him, but in Lin Ling's eyes, he was like a mouse that was being hunted down. This? The 4 desolate race patriarchs opened their mouths, but no words came out. Where did Lin Ling's confidence come from? They looked at each other and then nodded excitedly. Previously, when they were fighting the 7 stars Bodhi, they were suppressed because they had fewer people on their side. But now, with Lin Ling's help, they were not afraid of the 7 stars Bodhi. Lin Ling, whatever you say. Rain Master Mo Ping shouted happily, causing the Rain clansmen to blink. They felt that everything was unreal. Their patriarch, Lin Ling's grandfather, was actually obeying Lin Ling's orders. Haha, Rain Master Mo, you have a good grandson. I'm so King jealous. Today, if your grandson can lead us to kill all the enemies, I don't mind acknowledging your grandson as our leader, shouted Feng Bo loudly. He was in high spirits, as if all the grievances he had suffered before had been alleviated. Lin Ling is my grandson-in-law. Peacock deity also laughed loudly. Rain Master Mo Ping looked at his old comrades who had fought alongside him for many years. All of them were fond of his grandson, and an inexplicable sense of jealousy rose in his heart. Lin Ling was his grandson, but in the mouths of these old comrades, he had become their grandson. All of you, scram. Lin Ling is my grandson. Rain Master Mo Ping shouted sternly. He was a rigid person, so he could not even tell that his old comrades were joking. Kill. As for the rainforest sacred land, the atmosphere was inexplicably raised. Everyone was boiling with excitement. So powerful. The 7 stars Bodhi saw this blood-boiling scene and their hearts trembled violently. Their gazes finally landed on Lin Ling. That youth was only 20 years old. He was dressed in a black robe and his long hair fluttered in the wind. His handsome face had an otherworldly aura, and his nose was extremely straight. He had a desolate aura. It was such a young fellow, but he had strangely raised the rainforest sacred land's morale. Was this the so-called aura of a king? It was said that in ancient times, there was a saying about the King of Kings. The King of Kings was hidden among the common people, but once he rose, he would command all the kings. He would be able to turn the tide and kill all the enemies. This kind of King of Kings was not obvious at the beginning, and would only bloom in a moment of life and death. A single sentence could affect the entire situation. For example, the rainforest sacred land. Previously, this place was lifeless and everyone was being played around like ants. However, after that handsome youth walked out, a single sentence from him caused the entire rainforest sacred land's morale to rise. It was like a battle between 2 armies, a single sentence from a king deciding life and death. Can you kill us? Taking a deep breath, the one-eyed old man among the 7 stars Bodhi said indifferently. Only now did he realize that the rainforest sacred land was not the four patriarchs, but the most terrifying was that youth. Yes. Yes. Lin Ling softly replied. His expression was still calm, as if he was talking about the most ordinary thing. Then, I'll kill you first. Kill. The Seven Stars Bodhi seethed with anger. Lin Ling's appearance was too calm, so calm that it made them feel like they were ants. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Kill. Kill. There were not many people on the Seven Stars Bodhi's side, but all of them were top masters. The crowd below stopped shouting and their eyes narrowed. They were here, they were here. Those who are not invincible in the Saint Spirit realm, don't go. Patriarchs of the 12 great desolate races, go. Kill. As the astral wind blew from the sky, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. His long hair danced wildly as he waved his right hand. 12 Zodiac Human Array. Kill. Lin Ling coldly shouted again, Hung Long Long. In the distance, 12 ancient beasts appeared and occupied a part of the world. Although there were no transcendents in this array, they were invincible in the Saint Spirit realm. 49 Flame Array, Fire Demon descends. Kill. Hung Long Long. In the sky, the Saint Spirit realm experts took a mysterious step and formed an ancient flame demon that could hold up the sky. The aura in the sky surged, causing the eyes of the Seven Stars Bodhi to narrow. Human array? The rainforest sacred land actually had a human array. In this way, the combat strength of our side won't be much weaker. The spirits of the 4 great patriarchs rose. They took a big step forward and shot towards the Seven Stars Bodhi. At the same time, the giant fire demon in the sky also strode towards the Seven Stars Bodhi. The sky had become a battlefield for transcendence. No wonder you were so confident. It turns out you were hiding such a method, but don't you think too highly of yourself? You can't stop us with this. Seven Stars Bodhi, kill that youth. Kill. Dominator you are not as strong as I imagined. The Seven Stars Bodhi and company regained their composure as they sneered. The 4 desolate race patriarchs and the fire demon array could block 5 of them, and the 12 zodiac behemoths could block 1 of them. However, there was still one person left who was enough to wipe out everything. Die. One of the Bodhi's 7 stars had transformed into a giant spider, falling down like a dome. Moreover, an endless stream of spider silk gushed out from its body. Each strand of spider silk carried with it the aura of profound mysteries. It was extremely powerful, just him alone was enough to wipe out everyone. At this moment, countless people looked at Lin Ling, who was leading them. They were worried, but when they saw Lin Ling's lack of fear in the face of danger, they felt a surge of confidence. In this short period of time, they had already treated Lin Ling as their king. I think too highly of myself? Under everyone's gazes, Lin Ling remained unperturbed. With a wave of his left hand, an ancient bronze lamp appeared. He handed it to Xianxia. As she had obtained the treasure with him, she roughly knew how to use the bronze lamp. I'll leave the remaining person to you. There's no need to say the number of times you use the ancient Buddha lamp. Even if you destroy the lamp, you will make these cruel and unscrupulous enemies pay the price. Lin Ling said coldly. All right. Xianxia gave a delighted smile as she received the bronze lamp. Following that, she gently blew at it, causing ancient Buddha flames to appear. They were mighty and holy. Chi, chi. Chi, chi. The green flames surged out, and when they made contact with the spider silk, they immediately incinerated all the spider silk in the world. It was extremely terrifying. What? In the sky, the 7 stars of Bodhi sucked in a breath of cold air. What a scorching flame. Then, he sensed that the flame was pouncing towards him. Moreover, it had an innate majesty that made his mind tremble. That was the Buddhist lamp. After all, he was a Fae, and Fae charms were most afraid of righteous Buddhas. Run. Without a second thought, the 7 stars Bodhi reverted to his human form and frantically retreated. However, he was still too slow. As he had underestimated his enemy, he was still entangled by the ancient Buddha flames. Hence, his body was being burned by the green flames that could not be extinguished. This. Everyone's eyes widened. Before this, the baleful aura of the Bodhi's 7 stars billowed forth, wanting to slaughter all life. However, Lin Ling made a move. He only used an ancient lamp and the baleful aura of the Bodhi's 7 stars turned tail and fled. Moreover, it fled at an extremely fast speed. Its panicked cries shook the heavens and earth. All of this was too surreal. Previously, the experts from other regions thought that Lin Ling was overestimating himself. But now, no, Lin Ling had absolute confidence. What a scary little devil. The 4 patriarchs' pupils also constricted. Aside from Lin Ling's powerful influence, he actually possessed such a treasure. Where did this little guy go and come back? Why did he have so many things that did not exist in the rainforest's holy land? Don't lose face, especially you, Rain Master Mo Ping. Your grandson is more capable than you, said the peacock god to Mo Ping. Mo Ping pulled a long face. Even though he pulled a long face, he was overjoyed. No matter what, his grandson was the one who could control everything. He had his blood in his veins. Kill. Kill. The morale of the 4 patriarchs soared, while the Bodhi's 7 stars and the others panicked. Lin Ling was indeed terrifying. He could control everything by himself. Then, they looked at the Bodhi's 7 stars wrapped in flames and their pupils trembled. The Bodhi's 7 stars with the body of a spider monster had already lost its vitality. It fell from midair, its body burned into nothingness. Terrifying. What kind of lamp was that? Although they were all transcendent realm masters, there were still differences between the strong and the weak in this realm. They were obviously not as strong as the old Xianxia, and most importantly, they were monster beasts, so what they were most afraid of was pure strength. So how could they resist the ancient Buddhist flames? If the Buddhist flame was not so ancient and could only be used a limited number of times, Lin Ling would have dominated the entire battlefield today. Amazing. Again. Good. And Yuer was overjoyed. She blew the ancient Buddhist flame at the other Bodhi's 7 stars, causing them to tremble subconsciously. This girl was even more terrifying than the 4 patriarchs. All of this was ironic. One had to know that after the Bodhi's 7 stars arrived, they looked down on everyone with a mocking attitude. Even the patriarchs of the 4 desolate races were toyed with and suppressed by them. However, the one who ended all of this was a nameless youth. They had been paying attention to the 4 patriarchs, but had forgotten to pay attention to that youth. The battle in the sky had undergone a drastic change compared to the previous battle. On Dou Xingchen's side, Tang Yicheng's face was extremely pale. He believed that he was extremely intelligent and had the ability to adapt according to the situation. That was why he had chosen the foreign masters. However, in just half an hour, the battle had proven that he had made the wrong choice. The foreign masters were retreating in defeat. He had chosen the wrong side. Alright, it's your turn, the first foreign genius of the Heavenly Fall era. Alright. Amidst the fierce battle in the sky, Lin Ling still stood coldly on the ground, looking indifferently at the stars. Dou Xingchen's eyes narrowed. Indeed, he had received the order from the Void Star Divine Palace to massacre the 6 sacred regions. It was just a small interlude when he was bored. However, he had not expected Lin Ling to know about this. Who told you that? Dou Xingchen said coldly. You don't need to know that. You only need to know that I have prepared a lot in order to welcome the Heavenly Fall era. Although the 6 sacred regions are indeed insignificant compared to the other regions, we also have courage. How can you destroy us as you wish? Lin Ling's light shout caused many people's eyes to flicker, especially the 4 clan patriarchs. Their hearts trembled fiercely. Perhaps others did not know what the Heavenly Fall era was, but as the 4 clan patriarchs, they naturally knew. However, they had always thought that it was just a rumor. They had never thought that it would be true. Their rainforest sacred land was about to be massacred. He has prepared a lot in order to welcome the new era. Rain. Mo Ping murmured as he looked at the huge human formation and the ancient Buddhist lamp. He suddenly realized that his grandson had grown up, and it was a growth that exceeded his imagination. Yes, although we are weak, we also have courage. How can you destroy us as you wish? Kill. Kill. The peacock deity roared, his aura becoming even crazier. Ants also had their own dignity. Even if they died, even if they were swallowed, they would break the enemy's teeth. You made a mistake by underestimating the 6 sacred regions. Therefore, as the first batch of warriors to come here for a massacre, you only have one fate, death. Die. Lin Ling took a step forward and shot towards Du Xingchen. Du Xingchen's body trembled with anger. They were invaders, so they should be like celestial emperors controlling the lives of ants. But now, they were more like ants. So the strongest in the rainforest sacred land is not the 4 desolate clans, but you. You are the king of the rainforest sacred land. But very well, I want to see how great the number 1 genius of the rainforest sacred land is. Half-demon and ant's resistance is indeed powerful, but an ant is still an ant. 3 moves, I'll kill you in 3 moves. If I fail, I'll represent the Void Star Divine Palace and never allow anyone to invade the rainforest sacred land again. Du Xingchen's arrogant voice floated out of his mouth as a terrifying aura burst out from his body. His long hair danced in the wind as the mysterious runes on his body became clearer. He closed his eyes, giving others a feeling of holiness and evil charm. Floating, he floated in the sky with his hands spread open. This was the void god physique. Countless stars appeared in the sky. They were extremely bright and gave people a feeling of incomparable tranquility. However, the people below felt their mouths go dry. The more tranquil it was, the more terrifying they felt. What was that? Void light. Finally, a cold voice floated out of Du Xingchen's mouth. He was still in a half-demon half-god state, but his voice carried the might of the heavens. Chi. Above his head, endless light shone down. Mysteriously, the sky seemed to darken, and only the top of his head was shining. The light descended from the sky and enveloped the earth. What a powerful innate emperor physique. The 7 stars Bodhi and the others sneered. That was the Void Star Divine Palace's peak astral physique. He could borrow the starlight in the sky to annihilate all life. Although Du Xingchen was weaker than them, they knew that in terms of talent, Du Xingchen was much more terrifying than them. Du Xingchen's only weakness was that his cultivation time was too short. He was only 16 years old. Everyone below the transcendent realm will die. The one-eyed old man said with murderous intent. Once the void light appeared, it would annihilate all life. Now that everyone in the rainforest sacred land was dead, the patriarchs of the 4 desolate races were no longer a concern, especially the handsome young man. They knew that he was the king of all, so his fall was the most important. Kill him. Kill. The 7 stars Bodhi and the others roared in unison. The battle had reached its climax. One was the young master of the Void Star Divine Palace, while the other was the rising king of the rainforest sacred land. The battle between the dragon and the tiger would determine the final outcome of the battle. Chi. Endless light shone down and the earth became riddled with holes. Nothing could block the light. Many people's bodies were penetrated and died. 12 people, come quickly. Tian. The heavenly concubine anxiously shouted. She told the human formation in the sky to block the light. The light was too terrifying, it could destroy anything. You've angered me, so when I said I'll kill you in 3 moves, I meant that you won't be able to last 3 breaths of time. The young man floated in the sky like a void god. His long hair danced in the wind. His eyes were still closed, but his cold voice drifted out. Whoosh, in midair, Lin Ling shot over like a meteor. I'm at the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm, and I have the 4th level of the Star Profound. That half-divine and half-demonic voice once again floated out from the young man's mouth, making people feel like they were bowing down in worship. I come from a 6-star saint realm, a disciple of the Void Star Divine Palace. That place is not a world you can understand, Ant. Accompanied by that domineering voice, the light shot towards Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's body to tremble. Was this an all-encompassing light? However, the light only caused him to pause for a moment. The 100,000 small worlds in his body erupted at the same time, shooting towards the void god once more. Although the starlight could destroy everything, the heavenly treasures Lin Ling had eaten in the ancient tomb were not for nothing. Those treasures had allowed Lin Ling's body to reach an unprecedented level of toughness. Baptism light. Sensing that Lin Ling was still shooting towards him, the void god softly said again. Chi. The starlight in the sky suddenly changed. It no longer covered the earth, but turned into a beam of light that shot towards Lin Ling. The pressure on the crowd below was greatly reduced, but they were still nervously looking at the sky. they were cheering in their hearts, "Lin Ling, you can do it." This was a battle between the top geniuses of the two saint realms. "Lin Ling, you can't lose," and Yue and the others held each other's hands. They knew that if Lin Ling fell, the rainforest Holy Land would be consigned to eternal damnation. This battle was a battle of honor, a battle of life and death. Millions of lives were tied to Lin Ling. Those geniuses who were previously jealous of Lin Ling, as well as the various major powers, all had their hearts on Lin Ling's side. Fight, he could not lose. Rumble, in the sky, the deathly starlight grew even larger, sealing off everything. The four patriarchs were worried, but they could not divert their attention to help Lin Ling. Boom, with another loud sound, the huge beam of starlight shot down, enveloping Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to disappear from everyone's sight. The beam of light was like the finger of a god, still shooting forward, causing the earth to shake violently. A 1,000-mile-wide crater appeared, and the beam of light continued to shine in the sky, causing the crater to seem as if it was about to reach the ground. How terrifying! Everyone's faces turned pale. Could Lin Ling still be alive? That terrifying attack power was probably enough to sweep through any Saint Spirit Realm expert. Leader. The Flame Legion's array formation had already dispersed, and everyone looked at the sky with worry. Lin Ling. Everyone. Could it be that the Heavenly Fall era had arrived, and no matter what they did, it would be useless? The Heavenly Fall era has arrived, how can you defy the heavens? In the sky, the Void God was still as divine as ever, and he looked like a half-demon. His ancient bloodline gave him the power to dominate the entire world. Why can't I defy the heavens? However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded in the sky, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Lin Ling was still alive, the four patriarchs had already stopped fighting, and they were all in high spirits. As for the Void God, his eyes slowly opened, and he was clearly very surprised. It had to be known that he was a rare genius in the 6-star Saint Domain, and he had defeated countless Saint Domain experts. However, in the unknown 6-star Saint Domain, a young man had blocked his starlight destruction. "I don't care where you came from, and I don't care what your goal is, but this is my home, and my family is here. Even if I die, I will protect everything." Boom. At the same time, under the terrifying starlight, a sudden change occurred. Surging flames appeared, causing the sky to change color. An ancient flame emperor elephant appeared, and its hair stood on end, as if it was the wrath of a king. You've already talked enough. What killing me in 3 moves? What coming from the bullshit Void Star Divine Palace? What coming from the heavens to destroy the sacred land of the rainforest? Enough, everything is enough. You, go to hell and talk to King Yama. Boom. A giant fist of flames descended, and that giant fist was like a meteor, burning everything, causing the starlight to erupt with flames. 4th level fire profound. The Void God's eyes widened. He was confident that he could kill Lin Ling because he knew that Lin Ling's strength was only at the 3rd level. However, he had never imagined that Lin Ling would have the 4th level, and it was the extremely terrifying fire profound. Fire and starlight were the most extreme energies in the world, and it was also the most difficult to increase one's strength. As a genius of the Void Star Divine Palace, aside from the fact that his cultivation had progressed quickly, he had also comprehended the 4th level of profound. But who would have thought that the tiny 6 Saint Domains would also have such a master? Great World Annihilation Baptism Light. Boom. The Void God no longer had the sacred and demonic attitude he had before, and he anxiously shouted, "Rumble!" In the sky, starlight constantly intertwined, condensing into an even larger beam of light that collided with the fiery fist. Boom. Will of fire pung pung pung. Under countless gazes, the Flame Emperor Dharma idol appeared, as if it had come from the earth. The fiery fist punched out, and in front of the Flame Emperor, the half-demon half-god hollow spirit appeared, his long hair fluttering in the wind. His eyes were slightly closed, and the divine starlight pillar of destruction appeared behind him to collide with the fiery fist. What a powerful force! Is this the strongest collision below the transcendent realm? The crowd was excited. Who would win and who would lose? You won't be able to hold on for long. My Tao is the same as yours, but my cultivation realm is higher than yours. At this moment, the half-demon half-god's voice rang out in the sky, as sacred and proud as ever. Yes, Lin Ling is only at the Saint Spirit intermediate stage. If this goes on, Lin Ling won't be able to hold on for long. The crowd's face stiffened. In the sky, the starlight was getting bigger and bigger, and it seemed to be suppressing the fiery fist. Lin Ling was the #1 genius of the rainforest Holy Land, but he was still weaker. Lin Ling. The 4 patriarchs shouted anxiously, but they were stopped by the 7 stars Bodhi and the others again. Chi chi chi. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as he sensed that his own flames were also being shot into nothingness by the starlight. Du Xing, a top genius from another domain, was really powerful. The rainforest Holy Land was only one of the 8 sacred domains. In terms of inheritances and cultivation resources, Lin Ling had no advantage at all. However, Lin Ling had no choice but to fight with his back against the wall. He didn't have a powerful background, an endless supply of cultivation resources, or an ancient inheritance. All he had was his firm will. Just like in the previous collision of spirit arrays, Lin Ling's will surpassed Du Xing's. I can't lose. Yes. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with madness. He had forgotten about his own safety as he stared at the fiery fist that was still flying towards him. It was the Flame Emperor's fist, flame, the combination of 2 flames. The flames rose and the flames rose. Staring at the burning flames, Lin Ling's eyes seemed to see something. This was the transformation of fire, adding fire to fire. This was flame. Flame had existed in heaven and earth since ancient times. It seemed to be extinguished, but it was everywhere. There was an ancient saying, flame without fire, which meant that flames that had disappeared from heaven and earth were reborn. In ancient times, heavenly fire would descend and burn the earth, but with the passage of time, the flames. And the heavenly earth. Fire. People flame. It. He. Two. The. Chi. At the same time, all the flames receded like a tide. The crowd's pupils shrank. Had Lin Ling reached his limit? It seems that your weak cultivation is your shortcoming. You have lost this battle. You can't change this heavenly fall era. You can't reverse this heavenly fall era. His aura. A huge starlight appeared above his head. It was as if he had opened a door to the starry sky. Lin Ling, I have to say that you are very strong. You counterattacked again and again. You almost made me waver. Unfortunately, it was just a flash in the pan. Now, you are going to die. Everyone will die. Those below the transcendent realm will die under the starry sky. The void god used his strongest trump card. The whole sky turned into a starry sky. The earth seemed to have disappeared. It was incomparably terrifying. Even the 4 patriarchs narrowed their eyes. Although the void god was not at the transcendent realm, he was definitely invincible in the saint spirit realm. His talent came from the inheritance of his bloodline. It was too powerful. A flash in the pan? The earth turned into a starry sky. Everyone questioned themselves. Was all their resistance a flash in the pan? Would they still be unable to escape death in the heavenly fall era? A sense of loss and depression spread among the crowd. Boom. However, at that moment, in the sky, Lin Ling, who had already lost his flames, once again burst out with flames. Many people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling's will was very firm. Even if the heavens wanted to destroy him, he would still continue to fight. Is it still the same method as before? The void god said in a contemptuous voice. He had seen through Lin Ling's methods. Of course, it was true. In terms of cultivation, Lin Ling was inferior to him. In terms of the martial Tao, Lin Ling was equal to him. So, how could Lin Ling defeat him? I said that I will defy this heavenly fall era. It is like my will. It is like the will of fire. Even if it is extinguished, even if it disappears, it still exists. Fire has never disappeared. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. The flames on his body became more and more vigorous. The void god smiled again. However, this smile did not last long because he sensed that Lin Ling's flames were becoming more and more vigorous. The extinguished flames were reignited and became even more terrifying. Everything was like the will of fire, just like Lin Ling's will. How is this possible? This is the profound of fire. Adding fire to fire, it is getting stronger and stronger. Who are you? The void god said in a surprised voice. I am Lin Ling. I don't have a strong bloodline, I don't have a strong background. I only have a will that does not fear the heavens and earth. Lin Ling took a step forward and shouted coldly. The sky suddenly changed. In the starry sky, ancient flame emperors appeared. Moreover, it was not just one, there were 8 of them. They were like the strongest war gods who had conquered the north and south. They ferociously punched towards the starry sky, boom, flames exploded and the starry sky turned into a world of fire, 5th level profound of fire, Flame Emperor's fist, pop. Pop, pop. Pop. The starry sky collapsed. The void god's eyes widened. Those 8 fists burned everything, even the heavens and earth. Lin Ling's profound of fire had broken through to the 5th level at this critical moment. This was too frightening. It had to be known that comprehending profound of fire was much more difficult than increasing one's cultivation base. However, Lin Ling had succeeded. The void god was not qualified to call himself a genius in front of Lin Ling. Was he going to be defeated? Why would he be defeated in the tiny 6 saint domains? He had a powerful bloodline and endless cultivation resources, but why couldn't he compare to an ant from a rural area? That's right, it was his will. He did not have Lin Ling's will to perish together with his opponent. That was the will of fire. The Void Star Divine Palace will not let you go. The 6 saint domains will be destroyed. The Void God said one last time before he was drowned in endless flames. Flame Emperor's fist burned everything, rumble, the illusory starry sky world shattered and disappeared. The sky reappeared, and everything was the same as before. Everyone looked as if they had just survived a calamity. Under the rolling dark clouds, a black-robed youth stood indifferently. Flames spewed out from his body, making him look like the Flame Emperor. Lin Ling had won. Defeated like a collapsing mountain Lin Ling. Many people excitedly looked up at the sky. There was a black-robed youth with a sword in his hand. This was a shocking sight. This youth was only 20 years old. At this age, he was considered a martial artist who had just stepped through the door of martial arts. However, this youth had accomplished what countless people could only do in their lifetimes. He was fully deserving of being the #1 genius of the Rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling has won. Go back and kill. Kill. The 4 patriarchs were shaken and their aura surged. In the most crucial battle, Lin Ling had turned the tables. They could not afford to lose. He's dead. As for the 7 stars Bodhi and the others, their faces were pale. The #1 genius of the Void Star Divine Palace had died. How could they report back? Suddenly, they looked up at the arrogant black-robed youth in the sky and their hearts trembled. Perhaps this youth was only at the middle stage of the Saint Spirit realm, but in their hearts, he was like the most mysterious cloud in the sky. They couldn't see through him and even felt fear. Perhaps in their hearts, Du Xingchen was their king, someone who could never be offended. However, Lin Ling had killed him. Thus, the shadow that Lin Ling had left in their hearts was even greater. Run! Run! Defeated like a collapsing mountain and their king had fallen. How could they have the strength to continue fighting? They all wanted to run away, but how could the 4 patriarchs let them off so easily? At this moment, the 7 stars Bodhi and the others' auras were greatly reduced. In addition, there were less than 7 of them to begin with. If the 4 patriarchs didn't seize this opportunity, they would be fools. Wild Rain! Rain Master Mo Ping shouted. His body disappeared into the curtain of rain in the sky. He looked down from above and his leg chopped down like a battle axe. A torrential storm appeared. This was a terrifying martial mystery. In the next moment, a painful roar resounded. The 7 stars Bodhi's one-eyed old man's leg had been cut off. He frantically ran away without the slightest will to continue fighting. In the past, they had escaped from the Rainforest Holy Land under the joint efforts of the 4 patriarchs. This proved that their hearts of martial arts were not firm and they were afraid of death. Today, they were running away again. Unfortunately, if they didn't run, they wouldn't have died so quickly. However, running had sped up their deaths. 90,000 Phoenix Gods. The Peacock God let out a low roar. Incomparably bright light appeared, and thousands of peacock gods seemed to appear in the sky. It was like a dream. Then, they all slapped out like peacocks spreading their tails, seriously injuring another Bodhi of the 7 stars. After Lin Ling won, the 7 stars Bodhi and the others were all afraid of Lin Ling. The crowd looked at the one-sided battle in the sky. They felt like they were in a dream. Sure enough, the battle between Lin Ling and Du Xing had ended. This meant that the battle was over. Lin Ling was indeed a key figure. No. In the sky, the 7 Bodhi stars roared in pain and anger as they gradually fell from the sky. Before they died, they stared at the black-robed young man standing proudly and deeply remembered him in their hearts. The black-robed young man was indeed the most important person. In the sky, the smoke gradually dispersed. The great battle had ended, allowing the earth to finally welcome peace. Lin Ling. But an instant later, loud shouts sounded one after another. Everyone looked at the black-robed young man with long hair, their hearts beating like thunder. In this battle, Lin Ling had become the #1 king of the rainforest sacred land. He deserved it, especially Yu and the others. At this moment, they were still holding hands, but their eyes were looking at Lin Ling. This scene was familiar. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom in the past and the Rainforest Sacred Land today. The location was different, but the people were the same. That unyielding young man had done it again. It's over. In the sky, Lin Ling smiled faintly. His strength had increased again, and at the same time, he had witnessed the geniuses of stronger regions. In this battle, he did not use the ancient flame devil, but he still won. This victory was of great importance. It also represented Lin Ling's will and fighting spirit. His gaze quietly landed in the distance. There, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and smoke billowed. But as time passed, the dark clouds quietly dispersed, revealing a patch of blue sky. It was so pure, so exciting, and so hopeful. It was hope. As long as he never stopped fighting, as long as he never gave up, then hope would appear. I can't defy the heavens? The Suxing Divine Palace destroyed me in 3 moves. What a joke. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ling raised the sword in his hand. More cheers followed. Then, they heard Lin Ling's proud voice. When the copper coin stops, the battle will be over. At this moment, the copper coin that had been thrown out by Du Xingchen lay quietly on the ground. Everything was so ironic and shocking. Just as Lin Ling had said, when the copper coin stopped, all the experts of the other regions would die. This was not a joke, but Lin Ling's promise. In the distance, Tang Yicheng's body trembled. Terrifying, too terrifying. Lin Ling had actually won. He had destroyed Lin Ling in 3 moves. Even he felt that this was a joke. Lin Ling could not be defeated. Lin Ling's unyielding will was too terrifying. Tang Yicheng. At this moment, a loud roar came from Lin Ling's mouth. You tricked me before. Now, let's see how you'll trick me again. Tang Yicheng. On the ground, everyone's gaze swept across the smoke-filled sky and landed coldly on a white-robed youth. That youth was very handsome. Compared to Lin Ling's otherworldly handsomeness, he belonged to the category of handsome men who would be remembered with a single glance. Moreover, it was a kind of feminine beauty. Unfortunately, this kind of handsomeness was very ugly at this moment. Previously, everyone had seen how Tang Yicheng had acknowledged the enemy as his father. Moreover, he had been polite on the surface, but secretly, he had schemed against Lin Ling. This kind of person was extremely shameful. Now, Lin Ling had allowed Tang Yicheng to trick him again. Everyone wanted to see how Tang Yicheng would trick Lin Ling. Tang Yicheng. In the sky, Lin Ling's long robes fluttered in the wind. He gently took a step forward, and a cold voice came out. With just one step, Tang Yicheng's handsome face trembled violently. Lin Ling's step was in the sky, but it seemed to penetrate Tang Yicheng's eyes. With a boom, Tang Yicheng's mind was shaken. That step seemed to penetrate his flesh and blood, stomping heavily on his heart. It made his Dantian Saint platforms tremble violently, as if they were about to collapse. It was too terrifying. It was just one step, but it was so terrifying. Perhaps, the shadow that Lin Ling had left in his heart was too heavy. After defeating Du Xingchen, he was completely afraid of Lin Ling. Grandfather, I was just using a trick of injuring myself to gain the enemy's confidence. With the enemy invading, the 4 desolate races will definitely be annihilated. As a member of the rainforest's sacred land, how can I allow others to trample on my dignity? Therefore, I retreated in order to advance. I used the trick of injuring myself to gain the enemy's confidence, so that I could find an opportunity to lead everyone in a counterattack. Tang Yicheng did not dare to look at Lin Ling again. His eyes looked sincerely at the ground below. He seemed to be proving that he had indeed used a trick of injuring himself to gain the enemy's confidence. Before, I was just an ordinary person. Tang Yicheng spoke again, his face filled with determination. It was as if he had paid a great price for the rainforest. However, below the ground, there was only silence. The crowd sneered. Even now, Tang Yicheng still wanted to deceive everyone? How hypocritical, how shameless, how treacherous, everything for the rainforest. Who would believe him? Grandfather, you don't believe me? Tang Yicheng saw that everyone was silent and couldn't help but anxiously shout. Even his eyes were moist, as if he had been wronged. I don't believe you. However, below the ground, the peacock god coldly replied. If it weren't for the previous matter, he would have believed his grandson. However, after being deceived once, how could he allow himself to be deceived a second time? A wolf in sheep's clothing could only catch a sheep. The flock of sheep would not be deceived again. The earth was completely silent. Everyone used silence to express their emotions, and that was disbelief. At this time, Lin Ling took another step forward, causing endless ripples to appear in the sky. Tang Yicheng's body trembled. Lin Ling was getting closer and closer. To him, each step felt like a year. He anxiously said, Lin Ling, I am now a member of the Void Star Divine Palace. That place is even more powerful than the rainforest's sacred land. Do you dare to touch me? Clearly, his ruse had failed, so Tang Yicheng had to resort to threats. However, was threats useful? Void Star Divine Palace? Sorry, I killed one before. Lin Ling's cold voice came from the sky. His expression was as calm as an ancient well, except for a thick killing intent. He had said before that if Tang Yicheng dared to trick him, he would die without a doubt. This. Retreat. Tang Yicheng subconsciously wanted to take a step back. However, just as he was about to retreat, Lin Ling's cold gaze landed on him. He didn't display any aura or strength, but this calm gaze caused Tang Yicheng to lose control of his body. He was so afraid that he didn't dare to retreat. It was obvious that he couldn't summon the slightest bit of courage to resist Lin Ling. This was very ironic. Not long ago, he had thought that he was the #1 genius of the rainforest while Lin Ling had risen like a dazzling star. He had wanted to become the person behind the scenes and steal Lin Ling's glory, so he had secretly attacked Lin Ling. But now, regardless of whether others would admit it or not, even he himself admitted that he was inferior to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, Tang Yicheng, Tang Yicheng, Yicheng, Tang Yicheng. Yicheng, Tang Yicheng, Tang Yicheng, Tang Yicheng, Tang Yicheng trash pa. Lin Ling was silent as he took another step forward. This step was more powerful than any words. It was as if he was stepping on Tang Yicheng's heart, causing it to stop beating for a moment. Indeed, the silent and cold Lin Ling was even more terrifying. At this moment, Tang Yicheng's mind was also rumbling like thunder. It was as if the entire world had disappeared, leaving only the cold and indifferent black-robed youth. He suddenly felt that provoking Lin Ling was the worst mistake he had ever made in his life. You tricked me. Finally, Lin Ling spoke, but his voice was as deep as thunder, causing Tang Yicheng's pupils to constrict. That voice was like a thunderclap that struck his Dantian Saint altar, and in the end, he let out the most painful cry of his life. His Dantian Saint altar was completely shattered, causing him to sweat profusely and blood to spurt out from his mouth. Embarrassing, you have no fighting spirit. The sparrow deity, however, shook his head. He knew that Lin Ling hadn't used his full strength, and everything was caused by Tang Yicheng's own heart demon. Because of his fear of death, when Lin Ling took that step, his mind collapsed. This was their sparrow race's new superstar. Shame, he couldn't even compare to Rainmaster Mo Ping's cheap grandson. Spare me, I was wrong. I really wanted to harm you, I just wanted everyone to think that I was the #1 genius. I was really wrong. Yes. Tang Yicheng bowed and begged for mercy, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. Yes, he was afraid of death, so he was afraid of Lin Ling. But in the end, death won over his fear, and at this moment, he calmed down. He wanted to escape from the rainforest sacred ground, go to the Void Star Divine Palace, and tell the experts there that Lin Ling had killed Do Xingchen, and he wanted revenge. Hence, when he begged for mercy, his body instantly moved. However, just as his feet moved, a figure akin to the Grim Reaper appeared in front of his eyes. A strong gust of wind assaulted him as the shadow of a leg viciously kicked out like a blade. With a bang, the tyrannical force caused Tang Yicheng to be like a cooked prawn. His body arched, and in the next instant, his body flew out like a cannonball, smashing into the ground. If you have a problem with me, then we can fight openly. Victory or defeat depends on ourselves, but what I hate the most is people who don't dare to fight and only know how to hide in the back and scheme. Of course, this isn't worth me slowly torturing you to death. The most important thing is that when the rainforest sacred grounds calamity approached, you were the first person to acknowledge the enemy as your father. Even the second dream, who I hate the most, is stronger than you. That's why I'm torturing you to death. A cold voice resounded in the sky and entered Tang Yicheng's ears. Below, many people sneered coldly. Previously, when the enemy came, the geniuses of the rainforest sacred ground didn't fear death. They resisted the enemy head-on and didn't lose their dignity. However, Tang Yicheng had lost more face than anyone else. Moreover, everyone could see that if Tang Yicheng won today, the ones who would be tortured to death would definitely be them. Because Tang Yicheng was such a person. Torture him to death. Many people waved their fists and shouted. That's right, Lin Ling was torturing Tang Yicheng to death. Although it seemed cruel and merciless, no one thought so. Because this was Lin Ling, magnanimous and magnanimous. He could kill 10,000 people in a fit of rage, but he could also save 10 million people in a fit of rage. Xiao. Just as Tang Yicheng's body was about to hit the ground, a figure shot out like a sword. In midair, the figure grabbed Tang Yicheng's neck and lifted him up high. Tang Yicheng struggled with his hands and legs. His face was pale, and he no longer had that handsome appearance. He also didn't have that confidence that he had everything under control. In front of Lin Ling's absolute strength, any of his schemes were like paper. Even his crafty schemes couldn't block Lin Ling's fist. Lin Ling, you've killed too many people. You'll definitely have a heart demon. You're the son of the devil. From the moment you were born, you existed to kill. Tang Yicheng couldn't even make a sound of pain. He could only speak these words with difficulty. Perhaps he also knew that he was going to die, but he wanted Lin Ling to bear it all. Haha. Haha. On the ground, Lin Ling's right hand was still holding Tang Yicheng's neck high. He laughed, but his laughter was very radiant, very pure, and even very clean. I used to be an ordinary person. Haha. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, flames erupted, burning Tang Yicheng. Fighting side by side, everything he did was to protect, to have a clear conscience, to live a carefree life. He, Lin Ling, had never killed, nor had he become a demon. In this world, it was difficult to judge whether it was right or wrong, good or evil. All one needed to do was to have a clear conscience and live a carefree life. A person's life was like a mayfly's dream. Everything was like Lin Ling's principle. The world's winds and clouds come from my generation. Once I enter the pugilistic world, time passes quickly. Life is nothing more than a drunken life. This was Lin Ling. The smoke in the sky gradually dispersed, revealing the blue clouds. The earth gradually calmed down. Countless gazes looked at the proud young man. Many people smiled faintly. At this moment, they seemed to be somewhat familiar with the newly risen king. He has changed his view of me. Yes. In the distance, the girl in the black dress looked at the young man who was as dazzling as a star. She gradually smiled, causing the members of the Night Clan to be secretly shocked. This was the first time they had seen Second Dream smile. This girl, who was as mysterious as the night, seemed to be smiling for Lin Ling. Linger, my son. Yes. Mo Nianchen also smiled at her son. She was gratified and proud. She had never thought that there would be a day when her father, the four desolate clans, would be led by Lin Ling to fight against foreign invaders. If Lin Ling's father was here, she felt that he would be even prouder than her. Haha, we won. Haha. Finally, someone cheered. The entire land was filled with joyful laughter. The feeling of surviving a disaster was too wonderful. Flame Legion, today your name will shake the sacred land of the rainforest. Yes. Turning around, Lin Ling looked at the familiar figures on the ground. Then, he smiled. His smile was as clean and bright as ever. The moment he raised his sword, the Flame Legion members were excited. They knelt down on one knee. Leader! Leader! The earth-shattering roar rang out. Many of the Flame Legion members' eyes were wet. A long time ago, the youth had told them that one day, they would be able to laugh proudly in this world. And now, the youth had done it. He had made them the strongest faction in the rainforest. This sense of honor from fighting side by side, this sense of teamwork from following Sir to the north and south, was too exciting. Besides them, the Saint Spirit Realm student who had defeated the fire demon was also very excited. They had studied all their lives, but today, they could finally accompany Lin Ling and become famous in the rainforest. Flame Legion. Yes. Many people's hearts were shaken. In today's great battle, that terrifying army had displayed a strength of great importance. It was deeply engraved in their hearts and would even enter the annals of the rainforest's holy land. This brat, he raised a bunch of people who aren't afraid of death. The 4 clan leaders smiled faintly. Before this, they had also seen that if it wasn't for the Flame Legion, more people would have died today. If it wasn't for the Flame Legion, they wouldn't have had enough people to stop the enemy. The Flame Legion was good, and the only person who could have led this Iron Blood Legion was that arrogant young man. Lin Ling's gaze fell on the 4 clan leaders. He smiled warmly. The 4 clan leaders had also contributed a lot. Lin Ling also liked the feeling of fighting side by side. Hee, although you're much younger than us, to be praised by you, I don't know why, but I feel a strong sense of pride in my heart. Feng Bo replied with a smile. He was a little excited, and so were the others. All of this felt like a dream. With their seniority, they were already used to being flattered and praised by others. However, no amount of praise could compare to a single sentence from Lin Ling and Yu. Lin Ling looked at Yu and the others. Yu smiled. Under Lin Ling's leadership, this group's sense of honor was even stronger. Perhaps this was the feeling of home. Lin Ling. The earth let out a loud cheer. In the distance, many people were also watching. Although they didn't know what Lin Ling looked like, Lin Ling's name was known by everyone. The student has surpassed the master. Rain Master Mo Ping sighed as he looked at the distant young man. In the end, he smiled and sadly turned to leave. It seemed he didn't dare to face his grandson. Rain Master Mo Ping. But at this moment, a cold shout rang out. Rain Master Mo Ping's body trembled. He stopped and slowly turned around. He knew that Lin Ling was angrily shouting at him. As expected, Lin Ling was going to settle accounts. Fighting side by side with you feels pretty good. However, the moment he turned around, he saw a bright smile. The young man shrugged and said to him with a smile. You stinking brat. Rain Master Mo Ping's heart seemed to have been shattered. His grandson didn't seem to blame him anymore. Instead, he told him that it felt good to fight side by side with him. This simple sentence almost made him cry. In the end, he couldn't help but curse in anger. This made his 3 old companions burst into laughter. Perhaps only the 3 clan leaders knew that the serious Rain Master Mo Ping must be incomparably excited and proud at this moment. And in order to hide his emotions, he couldn't help but curse. Play by yourselves. Rain Master Mo Ping angrily turned around and left with large strides. However, the moment he turned around, no one saw that his old eyes were already wet. That sentence of fighting side by side was more precious than anything else to him. It also meant that his grandson didn't have much resentment towards him. Father. At this moment, a soft voice floated over. It was Mo Nianchen. Chen, perhaps I was too strict with you in the past, but time has proven that you were right. Having a high starting point doesn't mean that you can reach the highest point. The most important thing for a person is their unyielding will, their teeth clenched, and their bones stubborn. This is the most important thing. I'm old now, and my vision was a bit blurry in the past. Father. Rainmaster Mo Ping's old voice floated out. He finally apologized. And at this moment, his figure seemed a little lonely. But his spine was still like a pillar, supporting the heavens and stepping on the earth. Maybe he was too snobbish, but everything he did was for the Rain clan. So, he apologized, but he was still magnanimous. Father. Father. Mo Niantian's eyes were wet. After so many years, her father had finally apologized. This was the first time he admitted defeat, and Lin Ling smiled faintly as he watched Rainmaster Mo Ping leave. In truth, he still didn't like Rainmaster Mo Ping. But after all, that old man was his mother's father. And even if he didn't like Rainmaster Mo Ping, he couldn't deny that Rainmaster Mo Ping was a magnanimous old man. Wanting face no matter what, suffering for nothing. The three clan leaders looked at Rainmaster Mo Ping and couldn't help but laugh. But in their hearts, they were moved because they knew that to make the solemn Rainmaster Mo Ping say those words, it meant that Rainmaster Mo Ping had admitted his mistake. That old man was just like that. He was stubborn all his life and was too arrogant. Today, his grandson had created an impressive battle record. The old man was happy and proud for his grandson. But because his grandson wasn't raised by him, he didn't have the face to see his grandson. But no matter what, Lin Ling's words were too precious to Rainmaster Mo Ping. Everyone, disperse. The calm before the storm. A day later, news of Lin Ling summoning the 4 great desolate races to battle spread throughout the entire Rainforest Holy Land and the 100 territories. It had to be known that in the Rainforest Holy Land, the Bodhi Saint Palace was the most powerful influence. But this place was too sacred and didn't have any contact with the outside world. Thus, many people subconsciously didn't consider the Bodhi Saint Palace. Below the Bodhi Saint Palace were the 4 great desolate races. The 4 great desolate races represented the 4 great heavens and earth of the Rainforest Holy Land. But Lin Ling, a mere 20-year-old youth, was able to summon them. This proved just how terrifying Lin Ling was. Without a doubt, Lin Ling was a rising king. Fierce. He took revenge on the Heavenly Dragon Empire, destroyed the 5 great ancient countries, and then clashed with the Rain clan. Finally, foreign enemies came and he summoned heroes to battle. Lin Ling is truly worthy of being the idol of our younger generation. He has created too many miracles. He will surely be recorded in the annals of history. The Heavenly Fall era has arrived. I hope he can lead us out of this predicament. In the restaurants, in the streets, everyone was discussing Lin Ling's name. And at this time, in the 7 profound martial house, a man was quietly sitting. His face was as calm as an ancient well, but his eyes were constantly flashing. This person was the martial house master, Skylin. Lin Ling had risen. His speed had surpassed his imagination. Now, even he couldn't touch Lin Ling, and most importantly, he knew that Lin Ling wanted to find him for revenge. This was definitely the next step of Lin Ling's plan. Book. Skylin faintly shouted. An ancient book floated out from a nearby bookcase. He carefully looked through it, and then his eyes began to shine. 6-star Holy Region, Void Star Divine Palace. With the announcement of the Heavenly Fall era, everyone knew that powerhouses were coming. But under the merciless rolling wheel of the heavens and earth, even as the martial house master, he was in danger. But now, he seemed to have found a way to survive. That was to hand over Lin Ling and have the Void Star Divine Palace accept him. Lin Ling. Skylin faintly smiled. He took out the mother and child bug and gently said, Lin Ling should have relaxed his guard against you. You can slowly approach him. The mother-child insect was silent for a moment, and then an unwilling voice came out, Disciple, I know. You don't seem to want to do it. You have to know that everything you have was nurtured by me. Moreover, I left my instant mystic sword seed in your body. I can kill you with a single thought. Skylin frowned. He could sense that his disciple was somewhat unwilling. Disciple doesn't dare. A firm voice came from the other side. Act according to the plan. Skylin shouted coldly. Then, he put away the mother-child bug. At this moment, the rainforest sacred land was in a state of tranquility. But this tranquility was only the calm before the storm. Everyone knew that the Heavenly Fall era had arrived, and they had only won the first battle. The mountain river valley was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless powerhouses of the rainforest Holy Land had come to visit. Now, the mountain river valley had become an existence that was comparable to the Bodhi Saint Palace. Even the seven profound Martial House was basking in its glory, but the Martial House Master Skyforest actually didn't have anyone come to visit. At this moment, two figures were standing quietly in the middle of the valley. They were Xianxia and Heaven Fiend Ming Wang. From time to time, they would look at the young man sitting cross-legged in the middle of the valley. They were protecting their master, Lin Ling. The late Saint Spirit Realm, it seems I'm getting closer and closer. Lin Ling didn't pay attention to the two's gazes as he thought to himself. During this period of war, he had accumulated enough experience and insight to break through to the next realm. But his current cultivation wasn't too strong. Only when he reached the transcendent realm would he be able to breathe a sigh of relief. He wasn't familiar with the transcendent realm. Currently, there weren't many people in the rainforest Holy Land who had reached this realm. The first wave of attacks is already so strong. What about the second and third waves? Lin Ling frowned slightly. Outsiders were happy that the rainforest Holy Land had survived this calamity, but Lin Ling felt that what came next would be even more difficult. Perhaps he would have to give up on the rainforest Holy Land. After all, Du Xingchen had only brought 7 people, but that was already difficult for the rainforest Holy Land to resist. If more powerhouses arrived, then the rainforest Holy Land would be like a candle in the wind. Ancient Flame Demon, Yiksha King, this is the last line of defense. If even these cards can't block them, then we'll have to give up on the rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling clenched his fists tightly. He had prepared a lot, but the ruthless world had taught him that reality was crueler than ideals. Sword of Life and Death, Level 3 Life and Death Profound. If I use Ancient Flame Demon again, I might be able to reach Level 4. Fire Profound, Level 5. Lin Ling sensed his own strength, which made him somewhat satisfied. This was because according to what he knew, the 4 desolate race patriarchs only used martial arts profundities. As for him, he was only at the sacred spirit realm, but his martial profundities had reached the 5th level. His strength was astonishing. Then, Lin Ling stood up and took a step forward. Xianxia and the other two smiled. Their master had come out of seclusion. Master, His Majesty from the 100 territories requests an audience. The ancient powerhouse of the rainforest Holy Land, Old Ancestor Reliance, wishes to see you. The two said one after another. Lin Ling was famous in the rainforest. Too many people had come because of his reputation. After all, many people had never seen Lin Ling before. I won't see him, Lin Ling said indifferently. At this moment, he did not have the time to deal with these guys. He would rather use the time to improve his strength. Xianxia and Heavenly Fiend Ming Wang laughed. This was their master, so domineering. Lin Ling walked out of the valley. At this moment, the outside of the valley was somewhat tranquil. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, and their fragrance permeated the air. Outside the valley, several beautiful figures were laughing and chatting. They were Yu and the others, and at this moment, they were planting flowers. Lin Ling was speechless. Why did girls like flowers so much? Then, he looked around and his eyes narrowed. His mother, Xianxia, was among them. She seemed to be on good terms with Yu and the others. Lin Ling was surprised. When did they get so close? Aunt Mo, these lilies are so beautiful. You're indeed Aunt Mo. Hee hee, Yu, you're such a sweet talker. Your peonies are pretty good too. Junior sister Heavenly Concubine, what are these? Why are the flowers placed so strangely? Following Xianxia's voice, all the girls looked at the smart Heavenly Concubine. This is the 8 trigram sky cloud formation. Heavenly Concubine puffed out her chest and said proudly. All the girls, Lin Ling, who was far away, she did not forget to arrange her troops while planting flowers. She was indeed the Heavenly Concubine. She had this habit in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but it did not change in the rainforest sacred ground. Looking at the beautiful scene in front of him, Lin Ling felt extremely relaxed. At this moment, his will to protect everyone was even stronger. Then, Lin Ling smiled gently and said, your flowers are very beautiful. Lin Ling. All the girls looked at Lin Ling. Their delicate faces were filled with joy. Mo Nianchen looked at Lin Ling with satisfaction. Previously, she thought that Lin Ling only had one girlfriend. Who knew that he had so many? Moreover, all of them were beauties: Yu, as light as a lotus; Yu Yun, as noble as a princess; and Yuer, as cold as a fairy, heavenly concubine, so smart that it was adorable. Visiting the Rain clan, these girls were all top-notch beauties. For Lin Ling to be able to win their hearts, it was a blessing that he had cultivated for half his life. Of course, Mo Nianchen had to admit that her son was also very outstanding. He was completely worthy of these beautiful girls. Hee. Lin Ling took a step forward and walked towards the girls. Although he had not confessed to many of the girls, their numerous life and death experiences had given them a tacit understanding. Lin Ling. Yes. The girls also walked out and ran towards Lin Ling. Previously, you said that when we were planting flowers, Lin Ling, as a man, did not come to help. If he comes out of seclusion, you will definitely punish him. In the end, he just came out and you have already forgotten your promise. Mo Nianchen said helplessly as she slapped her forehead, making the girls feel a little awkward. After a short conversation, Patriarch Extreme Flame also arrived. Gradually, everyone came. They looked at Lin Ling with excitement and pride. Perhaps they never thought that the Fire Ancient clan, which came from the tiny cloud region, would one day become the #1 clan in the Rainforest Sacred Land. After all, there were countless ancient clans in the 100 domains. To rise among the thousands of clans was not an easy task, and the person who had done all of this was Lin Ling. Well done. Now, the Rainforest Sacred Land is one of the 5 great desolate clans. Our Fire Ancient clan has taken advantage of your glory and become one of the great ancient clans. Patriarch Extreme Flame took a step forward and patted the back of Lin Ling's head. No matter how frivolous Lin Ling was or how shocking Lin Ling was, in his heart, Lin Ling was his grandson. He would never forget that childish but determined face. Grandfather. Yes. Lin Ling smiled and shouted. He had always been very respectful towards Patriarch Extreme Flame. This was because Patriarch Extreme Flame made him, who had lived 2 lives, feel familial love for the first time. Right, grandfather, we should go to the Rain clan to take a look. Yes. Mo Nianchen said respectfully to Patriarch Extreme Flame. She had met Patriarch Extreme Flame before, so she was not unfamiliar with him. That is the ancient Rain clan. Patriarch Taiyan hesitated. He knew what Mo Nianchen meant. After all, he and Rain Master Mo Ping were relatives by marriage. But after so many years, he had never seen Rain Master Mo Ping even once. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't want to see Rain Master Mo Ping, but the Rain clan was too big. He wasn't qualified to see him. So what? We're going to see him. That's Rain Master's good fortune. Lin Ling said indifferently as he sensed that Ancestor Extreme Flame's momentum had weakened. His words made Ancestor Extreme Flame's pupils constrict. That's right, Lin Ling was not qualified to go to the Rain clan? It was impossible. Brat, he's your grandfather. Mo Nianchen knocked on Lin Ling's head lightly. She knew that the Rain clan had left a bad impression on Lin Ling. No wonder Lin Ling would say that, the crowd secretly laughed. In the entire Rainforest Sacred Land, only Mo Nianchen dared to knock on Lin Ling's head. As for the others, just looking at each other was enough to make them tremble in fear. Lin Ling shrugged helplessly. He did not care about his mother's knocking. On the contrary, he liked the feeling of having a happy family. Then let's go. Following that, Lin Ling waved his hand and said. Everyone laughed. They also wanted to see how the ancient desolate clan was like. After a long time, in the Rain clan's fairyland-like valley, a large number of people arrived. They were the Fire Ancient clan. According to etiquette, they had come to visit their in-laws. As for the Rain clan, they had always been mysterious. Other than the recent war, they had never received so many people. This also showed how proud and aloof the Rain clan was. Who's there? A Rain clan member frowned. There were too many people. Furthermore, they had come to the Rain clan without informing them. This was not giving the Rain clan any face. Lin Ling. An arrogant voice came from afar, causing the Rain clan members' pupils to dilate. Lin Ling had returned. Quick, tell the clan leader that Lin Ling has returned. What was surprising was that not only were the Rain clan members not angry, they were instead ecstatic. One had to know that after Lin Ling left the Rain clan, he had never returned. This made them think that Lin Ling had abandoned the Rain clan. If an ordinary person abandoned the Rain clan, the proud Rain clan would not care. However, Lin Ling was different. If he could bury the hatchet and return to the Rain clan, it would be their honor. Lin Ling, you're back. Hee, you've grown taller. Nianchen, your son is promising. A large number of relatives rushed out and smiled at Mo Nianchen and the others. Their smiles were filled with worship and flattery. Mo Nianchen felt like she was in a dream. In the past, when her son came to the Rain clan, he was greeted with mockery and ridicule. But today, all her relatives came to greet him. They were even praising her son for being promising. This made her feel that these relatives were too realistic. However, this was also the style of the Rain clan. Hence, very soon, a strong sense of pride rose in her heart. In the past, when her relatives competed with each other, she, Mo Nianchen, was the silent one. But today, her brothers and sisters no longer had the qualifications to compete with her. This is my grandfather. Lin Ling's attitude was cold. Although he did not resent Rain Master Mo Ping, he would not have a good attitude. So this is Nianchen's in-law. He's really old but vigorous. The relatives of the Rain clan smiled. They did not mind Lin Ling's attitude. After all, this was human nature. If they had received the same treatment in the past, they would not have a good attitude either. Hee. Ancestor Taiyan was flattered. He did not expect the Rain clan to be so enthusiastic. Lin Ling, you're here. At this moment, a large number of figures appeared in the sky. They were the patriarchs of the other three desolate clans, Fengbua, Yeming, and Keishin. Grandfather, why are you here? Yu shouted in surprise. Keishin smiled and said, it's all because of this little guy. I'm here for Lin Ling. The hearts of the Rain clan's people trembled. Lin Ling's reputation was too great. One had to know that in the Rain clan, the other three patriarchs would only come if the patriarch had something important to announce. Usually, the three patriarchs were elusive and did not have the qualifications to see them. It seems like Lin Ling is more powerful than we thought. The Rain clan's people were even more polite. Not long after, a soft cough was heard. An old man walked over with large strides. It was Rain Master Mo Ping. Everyone bowed respectfully. Mo Nianchen greeted his father, and Ancestor Taiyan also smiled and nodded in greeting. Only Lin Ling was still standing proudly, as if he was not facing his grandfather, but a cultivator of the same generation. This brat, his temper is as stubborn as a bull. Rain Master Mo Ping was completely speechless at Lin Ling's attitude. However, he did not blame Lin Ling because he knew that Lin Ling did not resent him. He was just returning the cold shoulder of the past to him. Let's go in. Rain Master Mo Ping said with a smile and let the crowd follow him into the valley. However, they soon realized that Lin Ling was still standing there motionlessly. Grandson, let's go in. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Let's go in, said Lin Ling, smiling indifferently. Mo Nianchen smiled as well. She knew that Lin Ling was trying to get justice for her. Lin Ling had brought Ancestor Taiyan here today, so you sure had to call him grandson. Otherwise, it would be hard to say what kind of status Lin Ling had. It was also a form of respect for Mo Nianchen. Yushir Mo Ping also knew that, so he was very polite to Ancestor Taiyan. Even though Ancestor Taiyan was just a weak cultivator, he didn't dare neglect him. In the grand hall, the relatives of the two clans were seated. There were 2 seats at the head of the table. One was Rain Master Mo Ping, and the other was empty. This caused many people to be puzzled. Who was the one who made that seat? My in-law, this seat is reserved for you, said Yushir Mo Ping, looking at Ancestor Taiyan. Ancestor Taiyan's heart trembled violently. Yushir Mo Ping wanted to sit on the same level as him. After all, if Ancestor Taiyan sat on the lower seat, it meant that he was inferior. However, Yushir Mo Ping had given him great respect and allowed him to sit on the first seat. This old guy knows how to do it. Lin Ling was finally satisfied. Mo Nianchen shook her head helplessly. Her son was good at everything, but he could distinguish between kindness and hatred. He had lost his dignity and dignity. Yusher Mo Ping quietly looked at Lin Ling and finally felt relieved. It seemed that he had made up for his past mistakes. The banquet was incomparably lively and harmonious, as if it was the end of the year. After the meal, the hall was filled with noises. The peacock god winked at Lin Ling and smiled. Lin Ling, we have something to discuss. The other 3 clan leaders did the same. Lin Ling nodded and followed them out. In another slightly quiet room, Lin Ling and the others sat down. The 4 clan leaders' faces were a little more serious. Lin Ling, the Heavenly Fall era has arrived. What do you think we should do? Obviously, they had asked Lin Ling to come here to discuss this matter. Generally speaking, such a major event would not be attended by those who were not of high status. However, Lin Ling currently had the qualifications. What do you guys think? Lin Ling's expression turned serious as well. The 4 patriarchs represented the people of the Rainforest Holy Land. They were different from the Bodhi Saint Palace. The Bodhi Saint Palace was more mysterious and rarely bothered with the affairs of ordinary people. I think we should fight with everything we have. Even if only one of us is left, we won't retreat. After all, the rainforest is our home. How can we abandon our home? Count of Wind said coldly. I think so too. Moreover, if we can block the first wave of attacks, we can definitely block the second wave. Rainmaster Mo Ping also nodded. The 4 patriarchs spoke one after another, but Lin Ling remained silent the entire time. Grandson, what do you think? Rainmaster Mo Ping suddenly said, which made Lin Ling smile. Then, he said indifferently, if we can't win, I think everyone should leave the rainforest sacred land. What? The 4 patriarchs' eyes narrowed. He wanted them to abandon their home? Previously, only 7 people came, but they wanted us to go all out to block them. Now, even more experts from the Void Star Divine Palace have arrived. How can we stop them? Where there's life, there's hope. The rainforest sacred land is our home. However, this home is not the land, but the people. The people are my Fire Ancient clan's relatives, the Rain clan, the 4 Desolate clans, and everyone. Lin Ling said word by word, causing the 4 patriarchs' expressions to change drastically. Yes, this home was not the rainforest sacred land, but all their relatives and friends, all the people and mortals. Then what do you plan to do? Rainmaster Mo Ping asked. They had already regarded Lin Ling as the leader of the 4. As the saying went, each new generation surpassed the previous one. They had no choice but to admit that they were old. Lin Ling, just say the word and we old ghosts will follow you to the death. Yiming also said. Lin Ling's potential was too great. He knew that in the future, the rainforest sacred land would belong to this youth. If we can't stop them, we'll leave. We just need to find a place to hide and raise our strength. When we're strong enough, we can make a comeback. Lin Ling said slowly after pondering for a moment. This was a plan he had thought of before. The 4 patriarchs pondered for a moment before their eyes lit up and they nodded. Alright, I know of an uninhabited area far away in the 100 territories. Although the mountains are barren, the rivers are treacherous, and there are many demonic beasts, if we unite as one, we can still survive in this merciless world. Fengbo nodded. He had wandered the north and south in the past, so he remembered that place. Good. When the heavenly meteor era comes, if we can't beat them, we'll immediately retreat. Of course, this is our last resort. If we can stop them, that's even better. Lin Ling also nodded. But after hearing what you said before, I think it will be very difficult for us to stop them. Sigh. Rainmaster Mo Ping sighed and shook his head. The other party was too strong. There would definitely be countless transcendents coming, and they only had a dozen or so on their side. The heavenly meteor era is not a reshuffle of the rainforest sacred land. It's a reshuffle of the 6 great holy lands, so at that time, the 6 great holy lands will be united. Among them, Bodhi Sacred Palace will also come out. So, things won't be as terrible as we think. Lin Ling explained. How do you know this? The four patriarchs looked at Lin Ling, extremely surprised. Lin Ling seemed to know something they did not. Because I'm the holy son of Bodhi Sacred Palace. Lin Ling said with a smile, causing the four patriarchs' faces to stiffen. Lin Ling was actually a holy son. According to what they knew, the conditions to become a holy son were very difficult. None of the geniuses of the four desolate clans had succeeded, but Lin Ling was a holy son. This news was too shocking. Old Ghost Rainmaster, I find that your grandson repeatedly creates miracles. Every time, it makes my heart beat faster. Wow. The four patriarchs were surprised for a moment. Yi Ming said enviously. Why didn't their desolate clan have such a genius? Heh heh. Rainmaster Mo Ping smiled faintly. However, everyone could tell that he was proud and complacent. He was even happy that he had humbled himself previously. This was because only by making it up to Lin Ling would Lin Ling return to the Rain clan and become his grandson again. I'm the king of holy sons, the number one holy son of the 6 great holy lands. Seeing the four patriarchs in high spirits, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly and said lightly. The four patriarchs, being the holy son was not the most shocking news. The king of holy sons was the most shocking news. Impressive, impressive. Impressive. The four patriarchs were already at a loss for words. The king of holy sons was probably the strongest amongst the holy sons. And these holy sons included the holy sons of the 6 great holy lands. It had to be said that this news was even more shocking. What can be confirmed at present is that when the 6 great holy lands encounter the heavenly meteor era, someone will definitely inform us. When that happens, the 6 great holy lands will unite as one to fight against the external enemy. And if we fail, we will leave the 6 sacred regions. Lin Ling did not dwell on the topic of the king of holy sons. Instead, he exhorted, making the four patriarchs nod. By the way, the 4 of you are one of the few transcendents in the rainforest sacred land. I would like to ask about the requirements to enter the transcendence realm. Requirements for the transcendent realm heart. The 4 patriarchs exchanged a glance before Rainmaster Mo Ping smiled and said, once you surpass your own state of mind, you can touch upon the transcendent realm and step into the world of nirvana. Heart? Lin Ling frowned slightly. And everyone has their own heart demons and obsessions. Once you see through these obsessions and heart demons, you can succeed. However, although this is simple, it is actually very difficult. Because this is the ascension of one's state of mind, the process is far too elusive, so many masters are unable to touch upon the transcendent realm in their lifetime. Feng Bo also explained. The transcendent realm was the realm of nirvana. After reaching this realm, in addition to martial arts, a cultivator's state of mind would also be sublimated. At the same time, their lifespan would also be greatly increased. Therefore, the transcendent realm was also a dividing line for cultivators. Those who crossed it would be able to see the boundless sea and sky, while those who failed, no matter how dazzling their achievements and identity were, would eventually be reduced to dust. At present, in the rainforest holy land, besides the 4 of us, only the palace masters of the 7 martial halls remain. Some of them have reached the transcendent realm while others have not. The transcendent realm is divided into 7 realms, and we are all second-order transcendents, the strongest masters outside of Bodhi Sacred Palace. Lin Ling, you are the number 1 genius of the 6 great holy land. You may have a chance to touch upon the transcendent realm, but that does not mean you will succeed. Remember, don't be anxious, relax your mind and find your obsessions and heart demons. Obsessions and heart demons are different for everyone. There are desires, murderous desires, guilt, and so on. Others cannot help you with this, you can only rely on yourself. The 4 patriarchs all gave Lin Ling pointers, causing Lin Ling's heart to feel warm, and he nodded, thank you. Haha, we are old, the world belongs to you young people. Moreover, I like your attitude towards your family and friends, so we hope to become your family and become the guiding lights for your growth. The 4 patriarchs all said in unison. They knew of Lin Ling's deeds and knew that he was willing to fight for his family and friends, so they all envied Lin Ling's family. We're all family. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. This caused the 4 clan leaders to become excited. Lin Ling had acknowledged them. Even though the comprehension of one's state of mind is dependent on one's individual, we can still provide the greatest assistance to him." Then, Fengbo stood up and waved his right hand. A warm light enveloped Lin Ling. He was showing the process of his breakthrough in the past to Lin Ling. The other three were the same. They didn't hide anything. It had to be known that a martial artist's cultivation had always been a secret. They would not easily show it to others, but they did not hesitate to show the scene of their cultivation. This also showed how much they doted on and valued Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as an illusion of Fengbo's breakthrough appeared in his mind. Fengbo's obsession was love, while Yusher's was righteousness. The Rain clan was his obsession. Everyone's obsessions were different, but if one could see through them, they would be able to reach the other side and reach the transcendent realm. What are my heart demons and obsessions? Lin Ling muttered to himself. His mind began to recall, as if he was searching for something in the sea. Gradually, a powerful aura burst out from his body, and a sacred saint arena appeared. The fire energy of heaven and earth was under his control, and the Tai True fire also appeared. The four patriarchs sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling's talent wasn't weak, and he had probably reached the emperor physique level, but the most important thing was the fire attribute. Lin Ling's comprehension of the fire attribute was too profound. One had to know that even though they had reached the transcendent realm, their martial profundity was only at the 6th stage. Du Xingchen, as a foreign genius, had only reached the 4th stage, but Lin Ling had reached the 5th stage. This showed just how profound Lin Ling's comprehension of the fire attribute was. It could be said that in the rainforest's holy land, besides the 4 clan leaders, no one else's martial profundity was stronger than Lin Ling's. Even old Xian from the martial arts hall had not reached such a level. He's about to break through, this freak. Suddenly, the old man Yiming said in shock. The other three also narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling was about to break through again, a 20-year-old late-stage Saint Spirit realm. This was too abnormal. Lin Ling's aura grew stronger and stronger, causing the world energy to swirl around like a tornado. At this moment, the Saint platform also bloomed with dazzling light. Quick, Fengbo, take out your 1,000-wind spirit spring. Don't hide it. I'll take out the Bodhi Rain liquid. Rain Master Mo Ping was happier than anyone else. He quickly took out the precious materials he had kept for many years to help Lin Ling break through. Old Mo, you're underestimating me too much. Who said I was hiding it? Fengbo said in dissatisfaction. He took out a black copper cauldron and placed it in front of Lin Ling. The cauldron was filled with wind, like water and wind, but it had a rich world energy. Rain Master Mo Ping sprinkled the Bodhi Rain liquid on Lin Ling's body. He was afraid that Lin Ling wouldn't have enough spiritual energy to support his breakthrough. The 4 patriarchs took out their precious treasures to help Lin Ling break through. Then, they looked at Lin Ling with worry in their eyes. With the addition of treasures of heaven and earth, Lin Ling's breakthrough was like a fish in water. Sizzle, sizzle. As if the universe was collapsing, spiritual energy rushed in from all directions. The black hole in Lin Ling's dantian grew bigger, crazily sucking in the chaotic spiritual energy. This black hole was the Saint platform, the source of all Saint Spirit Realm experts' strength. Saint Spirit Realm experts relied on this black hole to control heaven and earth's energy. As time passed, the black hole grew bigger, as if it was going to swallow heaven and earth. This was the symbol of a late-stage Saint Spirit Realm expert. It seems like he succeeded. The 4 patriarchs were overjoyed. They saw the black hole shrinking, turning into a black sphere the size of a planet. It was extremely mysterious, ka. At the same time, the ground where Lin Ling was sitting sank, as if an ancient giant beast was standing there. Obviously, Lin Ling's Tai True physique had improved again, and his 110,000 small worlds had awakened at the same time. What terrifying power! Rain Master Mo Ping sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he was a transcendent, he could only admit that he was inferior to Lin Ling in terms of physical strength. The flames are even crazier. At the same time, Yiming was also shocked. Billowing flames spread around Lin Ling, making the 4 patriarchs feel as if they were in a world of fire. This was the fire profound principle, a world formed by the power of fire. But what surprised the 4 patriarchs was that even they could feel the vastness of this world of fire. One had to know that they were transcendents, 2 realms higher than Lin Ling, but they still felt as if they were in a world of fire. This showed how terrifying this world of fire was. I finally understand why Du Xingchen lost to him. This little guy's foundation and comprehension are at the level of a monster. Feng Bo sighed. Lin Ling's foundation was too solid, and it was hard to imagine how strong Lin Ling would be if he reached the transcendent realm. Chi Chi Chi. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio breakthrough in cultivation. At this moment, Lin Ling was in a wonderful state of enlightenment. Vaguely, he seemed to have seen the moment when the world was first opened. The world was gray, and that feeling was indescribable. It made him almost touch his own obsession, but in the end, he was still a little short. After 10 days, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. All of his aura was withdrawn into his body. He's awake. The 4 patriarchs had been guarding him for 10 days. When they saw that Lin Ling had woken up, they smiled. The Lin Ling gave them a feeling that he was more reserved and profound. The arrogant aura from before had disappeared without a trace. Clearly, this breakthrough had transformed Lin Ling once again. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Lin Ling smiled. He also felt incomparably clear and relaxed. It was as if his whole body was floating in the sky. He knew that this breakthrough was different from before. It was more natural, so his aura was also relaxed, as if he could sink into the world at any time. Let's test your strength. Bang! Rain Master Mo Ping took a step forward and threw a punch at Lin Ling. He used 60% of his strength in this punch. Swish, rain mysteriously appeared, like a storm. Grandfather, this punch has hit 1,000,000 times. The fist turned into rain, forming a world of rain. It can easily control the lives of others. Bang! Lin Ling stood there calmly, as if he was a newbie who didn't know martial arts. He waved his left hand, and the profound of fire appeared in his palm. He slapped out. This palm seemed calm, but it was like a meteor shower falling from the sky. Puff. Puff, the air exploded as fire and rain collided, causing explosions to ring out in the air. It seemed like a calm confrontation, but in reality, millions of moves had been exchanged. This was a spar between experts. Any other Saint Spirit Realm expert would have been instantly defeated. Your vision is amazing. Try mine. Bang. Feng Bo chuckled and pointed a finger. Whoosh, whoosh. Endless astral winds appeared. The profound of wind turned into a world of wind and swept towards Lin Ling. Sword of life and death, one sword cleaves the sky. Bang. Lin Ling's expression was as calm as ever. His right hand quickly unsheathed his sword, and the profound of life and death appeared. The sword stabbed out, right at the eye of the wind, blossoming with dazzling light. Haha, to be able to block 60% of my power, as expected of Lin Ling. Feng Bo smiled happily. Lin Ling was only at the late stage of the Holy Spirit Realm, but his battle prowess was already comparable to the peak of the Holy Spirit Realm. Of course, this was normal. Lin Ling had the powerful Tai True body. His physical strength was extremely powerful, and he also had 2 profound meanings. How could an ordinary person be his opponent? I really don't know how you cultivate. Let me try too. Yi Ming's heart trembled. He took a step forward, and the endless darkness descended. It was even more ancient and mysterious than the second dream. This was the night world. Again. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. He was facing the 3 strongest elders of the Rainforest Holy Land. I was a bit impulsive. Hearing Lin Ling's voice, Yi Ming quickly retracted his attack and smiled awkwardly. Lin Ling had fought against Yushi and Feng Bo, but he had not fallen behind. Now that he had joined the fray, it would be like bullying someone with numbers. On top of that, they were all transcendent realm old ghosts. Bullying a junior at such an age, if word of this were to spread, they would become a laughingstock. Haha. Then, the 4 patriarchs looked at each other and laughed. Lin Ling, I'm sure that you're invincible under the transcendent realm. Rain Master Mo Ping looked at Lin Ling with satisfaction. The more he looked, the more he liked him. You can't be considered a genius, you can only be considered a monster. Bird God also praised. The most terrifying thing about Lin Ling was that he had 2 profound martial essences and a powerful physical body. Secondly, he had the 5th level fire profound. After all, even they were only at the 6th level. Haha. Lin Ling chuckled. He didn't look proud because he knew that his strength was ranked at the top in the rainforest Holy Land. However, there was always a sky above a sky, and the masters from the outside world were stronger. Therefore, he had to work harder. The five of them chatted for a long time. Lin Ling also said goodbye and left. It took him 10 days to break through, so the Fire Ancient clan and the others all went back. Night descended. After leaving the Rain clan, Lin Ling walked on the main street by himself. In the sky, the night was as thick as ink, dotted with twinkling stars, causing people to involuntarily become deeply intoxicated. This was an incomparably peaceful night. The night here is the same as the night in my world. Letting the night wind blow his long hair, Lin Ling walked on the street like an ordinary person. At this moment, his heart was even clearer. The key to breaking through to the transcendent realm seemed to be clearer, his heart was being washed by the tranquility of the night. Unknowingly, it has been 5 years since I came to this world. Sometimes, I even think that I am a person of this world. Taking out a jug of wine, Lin Ling took a big gulp. The hot wine made his body feel even more comfortable. Little brother, do you want to come to the restaurant and have a jug? This is a sky night bead, the favorite jewelry of all the women in the world. Young lord, I see that you are so proud. If you want to win the heart of your sweetheart, why don't you give her a sky night bead? Along the way, the lanterns were lit and the stalls on both sides of the street were enthusiastically welcoming customers. The degree of liveliness made it seem like the main city was a city that never slept. The entire rainforest Holy Land seemed to have recovered its former liveliness. Everyone showed their strong attitude and didn't feel depressed because of the heavenly meteor era. No need for wine, I have some. Sky night beads, not bad. Give me 10. Lin Ling didn't refuse like an otherworldly expert. Instead, he laughed like an ordinary person as he strolled around. And this attitude made him seem closer to the heavens and earth. He wasn't a king right now, he was an ordinary person. Haha, the young lord is indeed straightforward. I hope the young lord can win the heart of the beauty soon. The stall owners laughed and said, treating Lin Ling as an ordinary person. They didn't know that this handsome young man was the current 5th king of the rainforest Holy Land. Not far away, several ancient Dao martial palace geniuses were chatting and laughing. However, when they passed by Lin Ling, they didn't notice Lin Ling. This was a subconscious action because Lin Ling's aura had become very ordinary. It was as if he was a member of the common people. It wasn't until they were far away that one of them frowned and said, "That person is so familiar." The others also reacted. Their pupils constricted as they tried to recall. Only then did they remember that Lin Ling had walked past them. These people immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone in the rainforest Holy Land knew of Lin Ling's name. During the semi-finals of the strongest, they had also seen Lin Ling's appearance. However, what was surprising was that they hadn't noticed Lin Ling when he walked past them. They could only recall it later. This mysterious and unfathomable strength was shocking. Rain River. At this moment, Lin Ling allowed his heart to lead the way. He casually walked forward and a beautiful river appeared in front of him. The river water was clear, and under the starlight, the pebbles at the bottom of the river glowed with a resplendent light. It was as if there were countless gems at the bottom of the river. The river wind blew, and several giant steel ships drifted along the river. Around the river, people surged. Clearly, this was a lively place. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Goodbye to the second dream, dear customer, do you want it? Tao Hong is on duty today. Stepping on the soft river sand, Lin Ling saw a few young ladies waving at him from a boat decorated with lanterns not far away. Looks like it's a brothel. Lin Ling smiled helplessly and continued drinking his wine. Although there were many experts in the rainforest sacred ground, they also had desires. Especially those independent cultivators who walked on the edge of a knife, they valued relaxation more. Hence, there were brothel places. Sir, this is the Rain Sea Millennium Crab. If you miss it, you won't have it again. As they continued onwards, they arrived at the trading grounds of some loose cultivators. Compared to the main city's market square, the trades here were much more varied and complex. Moreover, they were all done quickly, which meant that the stall owners didn't have much time to wait for customers. Snow spiritual pearl, how much is it? At this moment, a crisp voice came from the front. In front of an old man who looked like a fisherman, a young lady in a black dress asked. The young lady looked elegant and her dress was like the night sky, giving off a mysterious vibe. This snow spiritual pearl is the biggest pearl I have seen in my many years of fishing. It can cure hundreds of poisons and protect one's mind. In order to dig this pearl, I almost lost my life. Hence, 1 million middle spiritual crystals is a must. The old man who looked like a fisherman smiled. Sure. The young lady in the black dress nodded. It wasn't expensive. In fact, she was a little happy. After all, this snow spiritual pearl was hard to come by. Pearls that were more than 100 years old were even rarer. Wait, this pearl, I want it. At this moment, an untimely voice sounded. A few figures walked over from afar. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was fat and looked like a ball. Behind him, there were many young people. They looked at the young lady in the black dress in surprise and then smiled. Ning Wubua. The young lady in the black dress frowned as she stared at the person who came. She seemed to know him. Haha, the second dream, I trust you've been well since we last met. It's a pity that the blessed girl of the past has fallen to a state where no one knows her. How sad and pitiful. The fat middle-aged man stopped and spoke indifferently. No matter how pitiful I am, it's not up to you to pity me. Ning Wubua, a student of the Xiaotian Academy. You've used the name of a student to taint female disciples many times. I'm very curious why a scum like you is still alive in this world. Why didn't our powerful enemies kill you first when they came? The girl in the black dress was the second dream. She laughed coldly. These words had obviously touched upon Ning Wubua's sore spot. He was a student of Howling Sky Academy and also the son of the martial house master. In the past, he had a grudge with the second dream, and had almost had his most important place destroyed by the second dream. But at that time, because the second dream was the disciple of the 7 profound martial house master, he had been helpless against the second dream. The second dream, do you want to buy snow spirit pearls? Could it be that he was poisoned? Haha, sorry, this young master will buy it first. Ning Wubua's eyes turned and fell on the snow spirit pearls. With a wave of his hand, a huge suction force appeared and sucked the snow spirit pearls over, causing the old fisherman's face to change. But soon, a disciple behind Ning Wubua handed over the spirit crystals. Ning Wubua, don't go too far. I saw the snow spirit pearls first. The second dream frowned. The other party was obviously looking for trouble today. If a transaction item doesn't have an owner, then who can determine who it belongs to? Ning Wubua's fat cheeks moved slightly as he smiled faintly. Haha, the second dream, it's not impossible for you to have the snow spirit pearls. Accompany student Ning for a night and the snow spirit pearls will be yours. That's right. You were once a proud daughter of heaven, but now you've become a prostitute. After student Ning has his fun, we also want to have some fun. You are no longer a proud daughter of heaven. Don't pretend to be virtuous in front of us. Behind Ning Wubua, the disciples sneered. They did not fear the second dream at all. Ning Wubua was the son of the martial house master, and his cultivation was at the late Saint Spirit realm. The second dream used to have the support of the 7 profound martial house master, but was later driven out of the 7 profound martial house by Lin Ling naturally. They did not fear the second dream. The second dream was also a disgrace to the desolate race. Thus, even if they bullied the second dream today, no one would stand up for the second dream. You all want to die. Die. The second dream's face turned cold, and her aura was extremely cold. She was not a weak girl. Haha, even now you're still pretending to be virtuous. Wake up. The moment Lin Ling defeated you, your life was over. The 7 profound martial house master no longer values you. Of course, I can still protect you, just like how you gave your body to the martial house master. As long as you give your body to me, I, Ning Wubua, will make sure that no one dares to bully you in the rainforest holy land. Ning Wubua said with a lewd smile. The second dream, how pitiful. However, she sold her body in the past in exchange for the favor of the 7 profound martial house master. That's a bit cheap. If that's the case, I wonder how much money I can take out to obtain her body. The surrounding people had all heard of the second dream. At this moment, they all faintly smiled. Regardless of whether the second dream had given her body to Martial Housemaster Tianlin, it was undeniable that the second dream no longer had the majesty of the past. These voices caused the second dream's delicate body to tremble. In the past, she was an existence that was adored by all. However, after her reputation was ruined, all that adoration had disappeared. All that was given to her was ridicule and disdain, and even trampling on her character. Everyone had abandoned her, except for those who still valued her, but they were using her. Were all people so ugly? I did not sell my body. The second dream lowered her head, her beautiful eyes cold as she muttered to herself. Pretending to be noble and virtuous? You might as well directly state a price. Besides the snow spirit pearl, what else do you want? As long as you can name it, I will give it to you. My request is not high, just accompany me for a night. Ning Wubwa did not believe her, nor did he place the second dream in his eyes. Haha. Many people laughed in Schadenfreude. I know you are angry, and you also want to steal the snow spirit pearl. But don't forget your strength. You are only at the early Saint Spirit realm, but I am a scholar, and I am already at the late Saint Spirit realm. So, you cannot do anything to me. Rather than resenting me, why not resent Lin Ling? If it wasn't for Lin Ling crippling you, you would have already reached the middle Saint Spirit realm. Ning Wubwa said again. This time, his attitude was not as unyielding. He had coveted the second dream's body for a long time, so he used both hard and soft tactics. The second dream, this is your only choice. You should have been poisoned, but the antidote requires the snow spirit pearl. A disciple guessed, and the second dream's beautiful eyes narrowed. Indeed, she wanted the snow spirit pearl to try and get rid of the poison in her body, so that she would not be used by others. That's right. If you want to make a comeback, this is your only chance. Ning Wubwa said again. He saw that the second dream seemed to be moved. That might not be the only chance. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios attack. Huh? The crowd was stunned. This young man was so bold. After all, they had heard that the fat middle-aged man was the son of the Xiaotian Academy's master. He was a domineering existence in the rainforest. Yet, this young man dared to pull a tooth out of the tiger's mouth. Wasn't he courting death? Over at Ning Wubwa's side, everyone's pupils constricted. They were incomparably surprised. That guy wanted to be the hero to save the beauty, but didn't he know where he was? Only the second dream stared at the newcomer. Perhaps the others couldn't recognize Lin Ling, but how could she not? That young man was the one who changed her life. You only have one choice. Kneel down and kowtow. Hand over the snow spirit pearl with both hands. Otherwise, you won't leave here alive. Kill. Ning Wubwa's eyes turned cold. He didn't recognize Lin Ling. Of course, with his playboy character, he wouldn't care about the rainforest's sacred ground. Hence, he only knew of Lin Ling's name but had never seen him in person. Of course, even if he had seen him before, he wouldn't be able to recognize him. After all, Lin Ling was like the son of the masses. They didn't even recognize him when he brushed past the people from the martial arts hall, let alone Ning Wubwa. Haha, Xiaotian Academy is considered a sacred martial arts hall. When did such a scum appear in it? Kill. Lin Ling didn't care if Ning Wubwa recognized him. He drank his wine and smiled faintly. Seems like you've chosen to die. Kill. Ning Wubwa's eyes turned even colder. Many people frowned. Although Ning Wubwa's character wasn't good, his strength was extraordinary. Brat, no matter what your background is, you've offended Ning Wubwa. Moreover, you seem to have forgotten that you're snatching Ning Wubwa's item. Hence, no matter who's behind you, you can't justify your actions. A disciple shouted. They weren't as domineering as Ning Wubwa. Hence, their words were more reasonable. Oh, after your reminder, I did remember that I'm the one who snatched your item. I'm sorry. As for being reasonable, I've never been reasonable. Kill. Lin Ling drank another mouthful of wine and waved the snow spirit pearl in his hand. It was as though he was telling the crowd that he was the one who snatched it. This guy. The crowd was astonished. Previously, Ning Wubua was already tyrannical enough. But who knew that this youth was even more tyrannical? Not only did he snatch other people's things, he didn't even have the patience to reason with him. This guy really wanted to enrage Ning Wubua. Over at Ning Wubua's side, everyone's pupils constricted. One of the disciples frowned and said, "You are very arrogant. But let me remind you again. Apprentice Ning's father is Ning Wuxiao." Ning Wuxiao? Dog? Or a cat? Sorry, I really don't know him. Lin Ling shrugged. To be honest, he really didn't know him. Enough. Ning Wubua had been silent all this while. But at this moment, he finally let out a furious roar. Previously, he had asked his disciple to announce his identity and strength because he wanted to see the look of regret on that young man's face. However, in the end, not only was that young man not afraid, he even mocked his father as a cat and a dog. You have no way out. Those disciples knew that Ning Shuesher's patience had run out, so they took a step forward and pounced on Lin Ling. Is this young man stupid? The crowd looked at the scene where the two sides were about to clash. Then, they shook their heads helplessly. They couldn't understand why that young man was so arrogant and even more domineering than Ning Wubua. However, in their eyes, that young man was still drinking his wine calmly. He even lifted his head to look at the sky, as though he was admiring the night sky. That calm look of his made the crowd gasp once again, bang bang bang. However, in the next moment, under the gaze of countless people, that young man waved his left hand lightly. A terrifying gale swept out, and dozens of figures flew backward like kites, smashing into the distant Rain River. The weather today isn't bad, but meeting a scumbag has affected my appetite. A soft voice drifted out from the river bank, causing the place to fall silent. Bastard! Ning Wubua gathered his strength. The other party was even more domineering than him. He snatched his things, mocked his father, and finally dared to touch his people. Level 1 profound, 3 crocodile sea roaring palm. The earth shook, and the river water roared. Ning Wubua's palm slammed towards Lin Ling fiercely. That palm contained the profound world and was extremely powerful. Bang bang bang. By the river bank, everyone's legs trembled, and they fell to the ground one after another. This was too powerful. It actually affected them. Was this the strength of a late-stage Saint Spirit Realm expert? However, at the same time as they were shocked, they stared at that young man, wanting to know if that young man still had the qualifications to be arrogant. If there was an accident, then it would be the second dream. She wasn't worried about Lin Ling at all. Instead, she was still surprised that Lin Ling would help her. I'm reasonable, but I've never been reasonable to unreasonable people. Under countless gazes, the young man drank his wine and said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward. Not only did he not avoid the attack, but he also faced it head-on. A wisp of flame quietly spread out from his palm. Bang, no one saw what happened. They only saw Ning Wubua's fat body flying backward like a kite. He spat out blood in midair, and heavily smashed into the distant Rain River, causing a huge splash. Scumbag, it's better to get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will affect the mood of enjoying the night scenery. Before the crowd could react, the young man had already turned and left. He only left behind a sentence that was light but shocking. Here. A ray of light shot over at the same time. Then, the snow spiritual pearl appeared in the second dream's hand. She stood on the spot as if she had lost her soul. Her calm heart was like a stone that was thrown into it, causing endless ripples. She had lost her reputation. Everyone only treated her with ridicule and disdain. They even trampled on her. She thought that everyone in the world was like that. However, the man who pushed her into the abyss gave her a hand at the most crucial moment. All of this was like sending charcoal in the snow to her when she was already at the end of her rope. Why? The second dream muttered to herself as she looked at the slender figure leaving. Previously, she had the intention to attack that handsome young man again for her sake. However, she wavered at this moment. She didn't know why, but she didn't want to. Are you helping me because you sympathize with me and pity me? The second dream took a big step forward and chased after the slowly moving figure. However, Lin Ling smiled faintly and didn't say much. You are mocking me. So, you are helping me in front of me to prove that you are more powerful than me. The second dream continued to chase after Lin Ling and asked the answer that she wanted to know the most. However, Lin Ling still didn't say anything. Why are you helping me? Don't you know that he is the son of the master of Xiaotian Academy? You don't have to offend him just to help me. The second dream gritted her teeth. She had dreamt of that young man many times, the young man who destroyed everything she had. However, for some reason, she didn't hate him. Because of your martial arts heart. Lin Ling finally stopped in his tracks and looked at the second dream with a serious expression. Because of your stubbornness in the previous formation, I changed my view of you. So, I am helping you today not out of sympathy, but because I don't want you to fall. After finishing his words, Lin Ling continued to walk forward, leaving the second dream standing on the spot. Was this the reason? A storm is brewing. Her heart was filled with gratitude. Memories of the past flashed through her mind. She had been proud, she had been at her lowest, she had laughed, and she had also cried. She had once obtained everything that all women wanted, but she had also obtained everything that all women in the world feared the most. A dream, life is but a dream. It was that young man who had pushed her down from the divine altar, but it was also that young man who had allowed her to recognize herself. Lin Ling, thank you. A smile appeared on the second dream's delicate face. Her mood suddenly became very good. She hummed a song and walked away gracefully, disappearing into the night. She liked the quiet night very much. Perhaps that was where she belonged. You once said that I was heartless, unrighteous, disloyal, and unfilial. But when I was young, in order to live a happy life, my mother sold me to a brothel. I was born to be used by my family. How can I be filial? You said I was disloyal, but my master only used me as a chess piece. Even now, he's using me to harm you. How can I be loyal? Heartless and unrighteous, no matter what the world says about me, I am the second dream. It was as if in the second dream, she had found someone who would support her and believe in her no matter what she had become. Who frowns lightly, sleeves dance for fleeting years, who stands shoulder to shoulder with a sword at the end of the world? Who is parting today and past, lingering for several years, the flowering period is gradually far away, breaking the fleeting years. The second dream sang softly. She was no longer as mysterious as the night. Instead, she was like a very ordinary girl. Perhaps she had let go of the shackles in her heart and was herself again. It's raining. At this moment, Lin Ling had yet to return to the valley. Instead, he was standing by the window of a magnificent restaurant, quietly looking into the distance. Over there, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Hazy rain poured down from the sky, as if a storm was brewing in the tranquil rainforest. The second dream is actually a very pitiful girl. Lin Ling took a sip of wine and said indifferently. Everyone thought that the second dream was very ambitious and would do anything to achieve her goals. However, Lin Ling suddenly had a feeling that the second dream wanted to become stronger because she wanted to protect herself. Perhaps the second dream had an unbearable childhood that taught her that if she wanted something, she had to rely on herself. Everyone has a colorful life. The second dream also has its own life. No one else can participate in it. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He also had his own life. There were smiles and tears, life and death, blood and sweat. Only this life was not in vain. What is the obsession in my heart? Lin Ling had been looking for the key to breaking through to the transcendent realm. Is it the sacred land of the rainforest, the family and friends, the peak of the world? Lin Ling thought back to the heavenly meteor era. Under the merciless rolling wheel of heaven and earth, he wanted to survive and protect his loved ones. If he could save the people of the rainforest holy land, he would not hesitate to do so. Worry about the world first, enjoy the world later. Suddenly, Lin Ling had an epiphany. It was as if he could hear the voices of all living beings. It was like a second dream. They all wanted to have their own lives, but the heavens and earth were heartless and controlled everything. Chi. At the same time, Lin Ling's body shone with a golden light and the overwhelming righteous chi became even stronger. For the first time, he felt that his disciple, Yi Zhao's father, had this kind of overwhelming righteous chi. The golden light protected Lin Ling, preventing all evil from invading. Lin Ling stood under the heavens. At that moment, he was like a saint, righteous and righteous. He had never thought that because he wanted to protect his family and friends, he would also protect the sacred land of the rainforest. This would lead to his overwhelming righteous chi reaching the third level. The third level of the overwhelming righteous chi had undoubtedly greatly improved Lin Ling's defense. Coupled with his strong physical body, there were very few people in the same cultivation level who could hurt him. At the moment, except for his speed, Lin Ling's defense and attack were both extremely terrifying. The night passed quietly. Lin Ling opened his eyes and shook his head helplessly. He had wanted to find his obsession and heart demon, but he had accidentally gained a deeper understanding of the overwhelming righteous chi. Time to go back. With a helpless smile, Lin Ling jumped down from the restaurant. At the moment, outside the restaurant, it was raining. The dark clouds in the sky gave people an extremely depressing feeling. On the street, there seemed to be fewer people, but at this moment, a large number of footsteps quietly sounded from afar. The people on the street who were taking shelter from the rain blinked their eyes. There were a lot of people coming, and they were all from the martial arts palace. What are they doing? Many people were secretly surprised. At this moment, there were 7 people walking in the front, as if they were the leaders of the vast crowd behind them. Skylin, are you sure? One of the old men said indifferently. The passers-by looked at the luxurious old man carefully. After that, their expressions changed drastically. Some of them recognized that old man. That old man was the palace lord of Great Sun Clear Void Temple, Old Man Ming Kong. So the others were the other 6 martial house masters. Skylin, yes, this person was the 7 profound martial house's martial house master. Many people were even more curious. The 7 martial house masters had gathered, as well as a large number of old Xian and apprentice masters. What were they going to do? If we want to live, the only way is to capture Lin Ling. The Void Star Divine Palace has already negotiated with me. As long as we capture Lin Ling, we won't have to die. Whatever we did before, it will be the same in the future. The 7 of us will become the Bodhi Saint Palace of the rainforest. A middle-aged man said with a faint smile. He was the 7 profound martial house's Skylin. That's good. The other martial house masters coldly nodded. The heavenly fall era had arrived, and the 6 sacred domains would undergo a reshuffle. Although they were martial house masters, they knew that they could not stop the powerhouses of the outside world. So in order to survive, they could only submit to the kings of the outside world. The 7 profound martial house's martial house master, Skylin, was responsible for contacting the kings of the outside world. He had also obtained a promise that if they captured Lin Ling, they would not have to die. They would even help them cleanse the 6 sacred domains, and they would become heroes of the 6 sacred domains, and they were the first batch of people to submit. They were the first to eat crabs, so they had to grasp this opportunity. After all, if they continued to submit, the top kings of the outside world would not give them any face. Lin Ling is in the 7 profound martial house. Although his influence is enormous, with our 7 martial hall masters joining forces, it is enough to suppress him. The martial house master of Howling Sky Academy coldly shouted. He was Ning Wuxiao. Yesterday, he had heard that Lin Ling had touched his son, and this had caused him to fly into a rage. Now, he had a chance to take revenge. Father, I was careless yesterday. Today, I will wash away this shame. Ning Wubua was also in the crowd. He looked at his father and said. Yesterday, he had lost all face. He had been thrown into the river by Lin Ling. How could he not take revenge for this? Martial House Master, Lin Ling has offended his superiors. He has not followed the rules of the 7 profound martial house. We are willing to be the vanguard and capture Lin Ling alive. Horse strikers good. Skylin faintly nodded. He waved his hand and everyone followed him. That massive aura caused the entire street to fall silent. It was only when Skylin and the other powerhouses gradually disappeared that the crowd finally reacted. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was in trouble. The 7 major martial halls have gone crazy. They are risking the hearts of the world to move against Lin Ling. They will fail. After all, Lin Ling's forces are not weak. Not only that, but he has already formed an alliance with the 4 desolate races. With the 7 martial hall masters joining forces, they are not Lin Ling's match. Then, the crowd began to discuss. They stepped forward and headed towards the 7 profound martial house. In the main city, more and more people received the news. Most of them were cursing the 7 martial hall masters. After all, when the heavenly meteor era arrived, Lin Ling had led the 4 desolate races to block the enemy. He was a hero in many people's hearts. But now, in order to survive, the 7 martial hall masters wanted to capture Lin Ling alive. However, some older martial artists calmly analyzed the situation. They felt that there was a mysterious flavor to this matter. After all, Lin Ling's fame had risen and his influence was enormous. But the 7 martial hall masters still dared to capture Lin Ling. Just what were they relying on? Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the sky, thunder roared. The rain finally began to pour down, causing many people's moods to become even more depressed. The storm had finally come. At this moment, the 7 profound martial house was still the same as before. But in the mouths of the martial arts youths, Lin Ling had become the idol of the new generation. His prestige even surpassed that of martial hall master Skylin. Lin Ling hasn't come back yet. On the cobblestone path, several figures slowly walked past. They were Xianxia, Long Xiaochen, Ouyang Feiyang, and the others. Along the way, many people greeted them politely and even had a hint of respect in their attitudes. This was because many people knew that these people were Lin Ling's people. When the enemy was pressing on the border, they were the first to stand up and fight. Long Xiaochen nodded. His face was calm, but his heart was filled with joy. After all, he was only around 20 years old. He also yearned for a life where people looked up to him. Now, he had achieved it. Long Xiaochen, stop being so cocky. Will you die if you don't get cocky for a day? Ouyang Feiyang laughed from the side, making Long Xiaochen shrug his shoulders. At the same time, he remembered that fellow who had entered the 7 profound martial house with him. That fellow was really fierce. Not only was his name known throughout the world, but he had also made his companions famous. This rain is getting heavier and heavier. It's making me feel very uncomfortable. Qin Xiaolan walked at the front in her black armor, and her brows furrowed slightly as she looked up at the gloomy sky in the distance. Because your doomsday has arrived, the sky is no longer beautiful. At this moment, a fierce roar resounded. In the distant sky, several figures were rapidly approaching under the influence of lightning. Their postures shocked everyone. It had to be known that this was the 7 profound martial house, and no one had ever dared to directly fly in. Even the Lin Ling of the past had walked in from the front door step by step. Who are those people? Many proud children of heaven's pupils constricted, and then they saw 3 figures jump down. 2 of them were Golden Rock Zi and Tang Tianshu. There was also a middle-aged man in a long robe. No one recognized him, but from his clothes, they could tell that he was from the Howling Sky Academy. What is the meaning of this? Qin Xiaolan was a bit surprised. She knew that these 2 people were strong on the proud son of heaven list, especially Tang Tianshu. In the past, during the semi-finals of the strongest, he had fought with Lin Ling. But ever since Lin Ling's name had shaken the holy land of the rainforest, these 2 people would lower their heads and take a detour whenever they saw them. But now, these 2 people did not seem to be afraid of them. Nothing. Today, we came here to capture Lin Ling. And because you people were too close to Lin Ling, you will also be punished. Golden Roxy said softly, his hand proudly stroking the golden rock on his shoulder. You have only one choice, hand over Lin Ling. Tang Tianshu was also calm and collected, and said lightly. They are crazy. Many people's hearts surged. Who gave Tang Tianshu and the others the courage? Suddenly, many people had the same thought. Could it be that person? If it was him, then Golden Roxy and the others could do whatever they wanted. Golden Roxy looked at Qin Xiaolan. You seem to be Lin Ling's woman. Then I will capture you first. Whoosh, his body turned into a streak of golden light and shot toward Qin Xiaolan. His speed was extremely terrifying, and he was like a golden rock. Looks like the Academy Lord is supporting them. Many of the prodigies had already guessed that Lin Ling was in trouble today. However, at this moment, everyone heard a cold roar. Mixed divine battle. Spiritual chi surged in the sky. Long Xiaochen's body emitted a blinding light, as if he had turned into a vortex, absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Then, he took a mysterious step, and an afterimage appeared, clashing with Golden Roxy in midair. Child's play. Golden Roxy's hand was like an eagle's claw, and he still grabbed at Long Xiaochen. To him, he was not interested in who Long Xiaochen was. He was only afraid of Lin Ling. Bang, a deafening sound rang out. In midair, the two figures collided. However, to everyone's surprise, Golden Roxy's body was sent flying in the next moment. He crashed heavily onto the ground and spat out blood. As for Long Xiaochen, who was in midair, he floated down proudly. He looked indescribably mighty. You think you can catch the boss? Long Xiaochen is so strong. Many people gasped. After all, Golden Roxy used to be a prodigy ranked 20th on the prodigy roll, and Long Xiaochen was not even on the prodigy roll. But now, Golden Roxy was defeated by Long Xiaochen in one move. This was too surreal. It's Lin Ling. Many of the prodigies guessed the reason. Lin Ling must have nurtured Long Xiaochen. This made many of them jealous. With just one nurture, Long Xiaochen had become a top prodigy. Who wouldn't be jealous of such a cultivation speed? Bastard! Tang Tianshu shouted coldly. They were the vanguard, and they had to show off their strength. However, they had been defeated the moment they attacked. How could they put down their pride? Emperor Elixir Fire. Whoosh, whoosh. Golden flames spewed out like a dragon. Tang Tianshu's strength was not weak. He had already reached the early stage of the Holy Spirit realm. Let me. At this moment, Qin Xiaolan stretched out her right hand, and a black bow and arrow appeared. The arrow shone with a golden light. Then, her beautiful eyes focused and the arrow shot out. Righteous arrow. This was the righteous energy that Lin Ling had taught her. She was already half a step away from mastering the profound meaning of righteousness. Rumble. The arrow looked calm, but after it was shot, it was like an arrow god from the grasslands. It was invincible and could kill anything. Whoosh, the arrow pierced through the rolling flames and hit Tang Tianshu's right shoulder. Tang Tianshu was sent flying and crashed onto the ground. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that he couldn't block an arrow from Lin Ling's woman. He had always thought that Lin Ling was only slightly stronger than him. However, reality proved that he was weaker than Lin Ling's woman. The saber shattered, and the man died. What a disgrace. In the distance, many proud sons of heaven were shocked, and then began to laugh. Tang Tianshu and Jin Pengzi were incomparably arrogant. They had recklessly tried to capture Lin Ling, but the result was that they were worse than Lin Ling's subordinates. You two are really trash. The middle-aged man who had been watching from the sidelines finally shouted. He had wanted to see Tang Tianshu and Jin Pengzi take the chief merit, but the result was that they had been humiliated like stray dogs. This had forced him to take action. First level profound, 3 crocodile sea howling palm. The middle-aged man's fat body moved, and there was an indescribable majesty about him. Many proud sons of heaven's eyes flashed. They seemed to recognize this person. This person was Scholar Ning Wubua of Howling Sky Academy. This person was a late Saint Spirit powerhouse. You are a dignified late Saint Spirit senior, and yet you dare to attack us. Don't you feel ashamed? Qin Xiaolan frowned as she sensed Ning Wubua's aura. Why are you speaking so much nonsense? Ning Wubua coldly smiled. Not only did he not retreat, but his palms became even faster. Qin Xiaolan and the others were obviously unable to block Ning Wubua. This caused many people to frown. Qin Xiaolan and the others were in trouble. For you to be so arrogant in my 7 profound martial house, you are simply too arrogant. At this time, a solemn voice sounded out in the air. A saber fell from the sky, as if it could split the earth. It heavily chopped down in front of Ning Wubua, causing his complexion to change. A voice rose up in his heart. The peak Saint Spirit powerhouse was Old Xian. At the same time, a figure flew over from far away. This was an old man. His face was solemn and filled with majesty. He held a large saber in his hand that shined with a cold light. No one dared to look him in the eye. Old saber. Qin Xiaolan and the others were overjoyed. A powerhouse had finally arrived. Their impression of Old Saber was that he was upright and plain-spoken. He did not support Lin Ling, nor did he frame Lin Ling. He was a righteous man. But today, Tang Tianshu and the others had come to the seven profound martial house in such an arrogant manner. Old Saber naturally would come to uphold justice. Old Xian. Ning Wubua's complexion was extremely ugly, but he did not dare to act recklessly. He was Old Xian's match. Who gave you the guts? Elder Dao was still as solemn as before. He shouted coldly, causing Ning Wubua and the others to not dare to say a word. I gave it to him. As the earth was silent, suddenly, a cold voice with unparalleled majesty quietly floated out. At the same time, the earth began to shake, and a large number of figures slowly walked over, filling the huge square of the seven profound martial house with shadows. The seven figures were like pillars that supported the heavens and the earth as they walked at the very front. Wherever they passed, people would feel a sense of worship. The seven prefecture lords had arrived. The entire world suddenly became silent and oppressive. Skyforest Prefecture Lord. Many geniuses stared fixedly at the godlike man as their hearts pounded. It seemed that other than the Skywoods Manor Lord, the other Manor Lords had also arrived. What exactly were they here for? Old Dao and the other elders also frowned. 7 mansion masters gathered together. This was an extremely rare sight. Many of these 7 were peak transcendent realm masters, so what were they planning to do? Old Dao, in the 7 profound martial house, who is the greatest? Skyforest Prefecture Lord lightly said. Old Dao pondered for a moment, and then slowly nodded. Of course it is the Prefecture Lord. That's good. Today, the 7 martial hall have joined forces to capture Lin Ling. So, you can watch from the side. Skyforest Prefecture Lord's eyes were ice cold, causing many people's breathing to become heavy. It had to be known that Lin Ling was the hero of the Rainforest Holy Land. What qualifications did Skyforest Prefecture Lord have to capture him? I, Dao Nantian, am responsible for the order of the 7 profound martial house. The Prefecture Lords. Words are equal to the heavens. But I, Dao Nantian, am the law enforcement elder Xian. To capture someone, there must be a crime. I wonder what crime Lin Ling has committed. However, Elder Dao was still as upright and plain-spoken as before. This was also the first time he had gone against Tian Lin, the supreme headmaster. He has committed a great crime. The young master of the Void Star Divine Palace came to the Rainforest Holy Land as a guest, but Lin Ling was frivolous and overbearing, and killed him. This has caused the entire Rainforest Holy Land to be in a crisis, and has implicated the common people of the world. This crime is enough. Skyforest Prefecture Lord lightly said. Many people frowned. Was this really the case? Absolutely not. According to what they knew, the young master of the Void Star Divine Palace had come in a tyrannical manner, wanting to exterminate the 4 great desolate clans and make them slaves. But Lin Ling had led the 4 great desolate clans to kill the enemy and save the common people of the Rainforest Holy Land. In that earth-shattering battle, no one from the 7 martial hall had come to help, but afterwards they had called Lin Ling a criminal. This was too hateful. Many people gritted their teeth, but when they saw that the person speaking was Skyforest Prefecture Lord, they immediately did not dare to speak. The only person who dared to speak was the righteous Old Dao. This crime does not exist. When the Heavenly Fall era arrived, those ruthless rulers from other places wanted to reshuffle the cards and kill everyone. So even if Lin Ling did not do anything, the Rainforest Holy Land would have been plunged into misery and suffering. Lin Ling saved the common people of the world. Are you doubting me? Skyforest Prefecture Lord's eyes turned even colder. The so-called Heavenly Fall era is actually Lin Ling. He is the star of calamity. Prefecture Lord, you are distorting right and wrong. I'm sorry, but I can't back down. I can't save the world, but I can protect Lin Ling's reputation. Old Dao took a step forward and coldly shouted. Everyone knew who was in the right and who was in the wrong. Therefore, how could Elder Dao give in? Truly worthy of Old Dao. Many people looked at the resolute old man and secretly admired him in their hearts. But Skyforest Prefecture Lord's complexion became even uglier. He waved his hand and said, It seems that you have also been poisoned by Lin Ling and cannot distinguish right from wrong. You no longer have the position of 7 profound martial houses Elder Xian. Xiao xiao xiao, several shadows shot out. They were all Elder Xian, led by Great Sun Child. They all attacked Old Dao. This is too much. The proud sons of heaven of the seven profound martial house frowned as they saw the scene. Lin Ling had saved the common people of the world, but now he had become a sinner. But Old Dao had protected Lin Ling, and now he was immediately attacked by Skyforest Prefecture Lord. A true man walks the world with an open mind. I believe that Lin Ling is not guilty, and I believe that Lin Ling is the benefactor of all of us. I will not back down. Old Dao's face was resolute. He took a step forward, and not only did he not retreat, but he slashed out with his saber, resisting several Elder Xian attacks. Old Dao, Xianxia and the others looked at the resolute old man, and their hearts were filled with excitement. Xianxia quickly notified the powerhouses of the mountain valley to come out. Of course, even without their notice, the powerhouses of the mountain valley had already rushed out. Among them were Elder Sword, Elder Longdan, and Elder Huding. They were all fuming with anger. Martial House Lord Skyforest had gone too far, however, they had come back too late. Old Dao had faced 4 Elder Xian attacks, and had not backed down. Finally, he had died at the hands of Great Sun Child, Peng. Slay 3 men with 1 sword on the ground. The old man who still stood there like a giant stood there quietly. His iron bones were shocking. In order to protect the so-called tranquility in his heart, he would rather die than submit. Elder Dao. After the Sword Elder and the others arrived, their eyes turned red. The crowd also looked at the old man who had already died, but was still standing proudly. Tears began to well up in their eyes. Old Dao had lived a magnanimous and upright life, yet he had ended up in such a state. Prefecture Lord Tianlin was so ruthless. Protecting Lin Ling is tantamount to going against the righteousness of the world, causing countless lives to die with him. Thus, for the sake of the lives of the world, I will place righteousness above family. Elder Dao has always been unyielding, but in the end, he was deceived by Lin Ling, so he died an unjust death. At this time, Mansion Master Skyland's cold voice floated out. Many people were silent, but they were unwilling to accept this in their hearts. For the sake of the common people's lives? Who would believe that? Manor Lord Skyland had a grudge with Lin Ling. Now that he saw Lin Ling rise step by step, he wished he could eradicate Lin Ling. However, Manor Lord Skyland did not openly attack Lin Ling. Instead, he pretended to be sanctimonious and found a righteous excuse for himself. You, hypocrite! The Sword Elder's face was extremely ferocious, and he couldn't help but angrily shout. For the sake of the world, so what if I bear the infamy? Palace Master Tianlin said indifferently. He was not moved at all. His gaze was cold as he looked at Sword Elder and the others. He raised his hand once again. These people, kill them. Right now, the Sword Elder's side had the 3 Elders Xian and the apprentice masters, while the experts in the valley only listened to Lin Ling. Furthermore, they would never have thought that someone would dare to make a move against Lin Ling. Hence, they had yet to appear. On the Skyforest side, the 7 Skyforest Prefecture Masters were present. In addition to the apprentice masters from the other martial arts halls and Elder Xian, how could the Sword Elder and the rest stop them? Sword Elder and the others are in trouble. Many people's eyes flickered. There was only one question in their hearts. Where was Lin Ling? Kill. Along with the wave of Mansion Master Tianlin's hand, a large number of experts shot towards Sword Elder, causing many people to clench their teeth. Mansion Master Tianlin had come today to clean up Lin Ling's forces. As long as they were related to Lin Ling, they would all be killed. Kill. However, on the Sword Elder's side, there wasn't the slightest bit of fear. Their pupils were ice cold as they also took large strides forward. Elder Dao had died in front of them. Although they were not from the same faction, Elder Dao had died to protect Lin Ling. How could they retreat? Boom! Boom! The battle of the Holy Spirit Realm had begun, and the terrifying shockwaves from the battle instantly engulfed a large number of prodigies. They didn't even have a chance to make a sound before they were reduced to ashes. Manor Lord Tianlin is heartless. Many people crazily retreated, hiding in the distant skies as they witnessed the destruction of the 7 profound martial house. But as they looked at Martial House Master Tianlin, they discovered that his face was indifferent and emotionless. He was still unmoved, as if those disciples that had died were nothing more than ants, dispensable. We treat him as the manor head, as our master. Many people began to feel sorrowful. Pop. Pop, pop. At the same time, the battle between the apprentices was extremely crazy, and the battle between Elder Xian and the others was even more terrifying. It was just that Elder Sword and the others were facing Elder Xian from the 6 great martial halls. In just an instant, they were at a disadvantage, and their situation was extremely dangerous. Before, someone saved you. Is there anyone else this time? Is it Linling's woman? Ning Wubua took a large stride forward, sneering as he looked at Qin Xiaolan. But Qin Xiaolan's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. The battle here had happened too quickly, and there was still no one rushing over from the valley below. Kill her. Tang Tianshu and the others also rushed over. They were powerless to face the apprentices, but joining forces with Ning Wubua to kill Qin Xiaolan and the others wasn't difficult at all. Long Xiaochen, Qin Xiaolan and the others are in danger. Many people saw Ning Wubua and the others attack, and their complexions became even more dignified. But in their hearts, they began to shout, "Lin Ling, why hadn't he come yet?" Justice is in everyone's heart. You people have lost your conscience today, and you will definitely receive retribution in the future. Qin Xiaolan's valiant figure didn't retreat. The bow in her hand was pointed forward, and there was a resolute look in her eyes. She would rather die than live in dishonor. Die. Ning Wubua had already arrived. With a palm strike, the sound of a tsunami was deafening, and the sharp arrow shot by Qin Xiaolan was smacked away. His hand grabbed towards Qin Xiaolan, and his killing intent was intense. However, at this moment, an earth-shattering roar of a ferocious beast could be heard, and it caused the rain to fall from the sky. Under countless gazes, a gigantic red ape strode over from afar, and on the shoulder of that red ape, a slender figure stood there coldly. That black robe fluttered in the wind, and under that frivolous long hair, there was an extremely frightening glow in his eyes. Lin Ling is here. Many people stared at the figure that had arrived like a king, and their hearts finally trembled violently. Lin Ling was finally back. Sword severing the void. The sky was silent, as if all sound had been cut off. Everyone could only see the sword light, an extremely dazzling sword light that seemed to separate life and death. The sword came from the horizon, but what was terrifying was that it instantly appeared in the 7 profound martial house. The crowd stopped fighting and stared intently at the shocking figure that had arrived. The sword shot out, causing Jin Pengzi's pupils to widen. He discovered that this sword was aimed at him, and he wanted to move, but he found that he couldn't. Under that sword, he saw endless vitality floating in the void. Illusions of flowers, plants, and animals appeared. But in the next moment, a billowing murderous aura surged forth. The flowers withered, the plants disappeared, and the animals turned into bones. No! Jin Pengzi cried out in alarm. At this moment, he regretted becoming Ma Fengfeng, because Ma Fengfeng would have to face Lin Ling's sword, Shua. The sword seemed to freeze time, and it passed by Jin Pengzi. Then, under countless shocked gazes, Jin Pengzi's body was torn apart, split in two. But the sword didn't stop, and shot straight towards Tang Tianshu. Lin Ling. Tang Tianshu's pupils widened, and the emperor pill fire appeared on his body. But what was surprising was that the flame was very dim, as if it was afraid of the sword's aura. You shouldn't have come. An indifferent voice sounded in his ears. Then, he looked at the world one last time, and his body was also split in two. The sword still didn't stop, and it pierced through the void, cutting towards Ning Wubua. Stop. In the distance, Ning Wuxiao of the Howling Sky Academy roared. Lin Ling wanted to kill his son. He thought that the situation was settled, and that even if Lin Ling appeared, he would be captured alive. But who knew that Lin Ling finally arrived, and killed 2 people with a single sword, and even wanted to kill his son. Unfortunately, did he think that Lin Ling would stop just because he asked him to? Xiao. Under countless gazes, Ning Wubua's head flew up, and a large amount of blood spurted out from his neck. Then, he fell on his back. Killing 3 people with a single sword. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios, it's your turn. You're finally here. Staring coldly at Lin Ling, Headmaster Tian Lin said. Lin Ling, they've gone too far. They want to kill us and accuse you of being a sinner of the world. Xianxia couldn't help but let loose an enraged roar as she stood behind Lin Ling. However, she was extremely calm in her heart. Every time a calamity befell this world, this young man would protect everything with his not-so-impressive shoulders, and today was no exception. I know. Lin Ling's eyes were cold, as if he had lost all emotions. His gaze swept across Headmaster Tianlin and finally landed on the students. Wherever his gaze passed, other than the headmaster and Elder Xian, everyone's heart trembled. What kind of gaze was that? It was so terrifying. You killed Elder Dao. Lin Ling's gaze finally landed on the old man who was still standing tall. His voice was even colder. I killed him. Elder Great Sun Child took a step forward. His aged face was filled with arrogance and indifference, as if he was telling Lin Ling that he was the one who killed Elder Dao. Are you angry? This is the consequence of offending me, Elder Great Sun Child. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. The killing intent in his eyes intensified. After that, he said to Long Xiaochen and the others behind him, bring Elder Dao back to the valley. This is a sign of respect for him. Yes. Long Xiaochen and Ouyang Feiyang walked out and walked towards Elder Dao as if nothing had happened. He died for you. Even his corpse will be exposed to the sun. Who allowed you to bring his corpse away? Elder Great Sun Child narrowed his eyes and spoke like a divine king. That sentence caused many people's eyes to turn cold. How despicable. Elder Dao was already dead, but Elder Great Sun Child actually wanted to expose his corpse to the sun. However, Long Xiaochen and Ouyang Feiyang continued walking. Their expressions were indifferent, as if they didn't hear Elder Great Sun Child's threat. Didn't you hear what I said? Since that's the case, you guys can stay here and become corpses too. Elder Great Sun Child coldly said. Her body strangely floated forward. However, just as she moved, Lin Ling's cold voice also floated out. I said I will take her away, so I will take her away. You're not qualified. Elder Great Sun Child ignored her and attacked Long Xiaochen and the others. Treasured Buddha Heavenly Rainbow Finger. Countless rainbows appeared in the air, holy and majestic. These rainbows moved along with the finger, as if they were rainbows hanging high in the sky, but they were drawn by the hand of an expert. That finger pointed at Long Xiaochen and Yi Futian. Lin Ling wanted to bring her away, but she, Great Sun Child, would not allow it. She wanted to see how amazing this fifth king of the rainforest Holy Land was without a faction by her side. Righteous sword. Right at this moment, a dazzling golden sword slashed out, clashing with the rainbow finger in midair. The deafening sound of the collision shook everyone's heart. In the next moment, two figures were sent flying backwards. Among them, Great Sun Old Man was pushed back a full 200 meters while Lin Ling was pushed back 100 meters. Most importantly, Great Sun Old Man's palm was bleeding. She had actually been injured by Lin Ling's sword attack. Tian Lin's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was the #1 genius of the Rainforest Holy Land. He knew that he was very strong. However, Elder Great Sun Child was Elder Xian, so he didn't attack before because he wanted to see Elder Great Sun Child suppress Lin Ling. However, the result was that they were evenly matched. Elder Great Sun Child was even weaker. Could it be that Lin Ling already had Elder Xian's strength? You are getting more and more terrifying. That sword contained 3 levels of profoundness. Elder Great Sun Child's face was extremely ferocious. Lin Ling actually injured her. One must know how old Lin Ling was and how old was she. In the past, Lin Ling couldn't do anything to her other than relying on a faction. But today, he was able to fight her head-on. I must kill them. Elder Great Sun Child naturally couldn't take this lying down. She took a big step forward and shot towards Long Xiaochen and the others. At that moment, Long Xiaochen and the others carried Elder Dao away, completely ignoring Elder Great Sunday. Many people were shocked. Long Xiaochen and the others trusted Lin Ling so much. Were they not afraid of death? Then, many people looked towards Lin Ling, wondering how Lin Ling would deal with this. At that moment, Lin Ling's eyes were still cold. The sword in his hand was stabbed into the ground. He took a step forward and shot towards Elder Great Sun. I don't care why you came here today, but you will stay here forever, Elder Great Sun. Flames erupted in midair, causing the sky and earth to turn into a world of fire. A flame god that seemed to have come from ancient times appeared. The flames were so angry that they were bristling. A terrifying punch blasted out. Be careful. The 7 prefecture lords had been paying attention to Lin Ling. However, after Lin Ling displayed the terrifying fire fist, their eyes narrowed. Among them, Prefecture Lord Tian Lin finally shouted, but it was too late. Elder Great Sun Child thought that she was Elder Xian. Even if Lin Ling was a genius, it would take years for him to catch up to her. However, she didn't know that Lin Ling had already caught up to her and could even kill her. 8-directional Flame Emperor Fist. In the world of fire, the infernal god split into 8. It was like an emperor looking at the 8 directions. 8 blazing fists were thrown at Elder Great Sun. At that moment, Elder Great Sun's eyes were wide open. Previously, when she was fighting with Lin Ling, she didn't allow Lin Ling to take the corpse away. However, she knew that it wasn't a matter of whether she allowed it or not. When Lin Ling arrived, she was already half a step into hell. The reason why he didn't kill her was because Lin Ling wanted to take Elder Dao's corpse away first. He didn't want Elder Dao's corpse to be damaged because of the battle, therefore, Great Sun Elder Tong would definitely die. This was the infernal god's fury. Boom. The 8 fists burned everything in all directions, but the moment the 8 fists gathered at the center, it was like the most overbearing flame exploded. In the fierce flames, Great Sun Elder's face was hideous and even twisted. She wanted to make a sound but she couldn't because her voice was also burned by the flames. There was only one voice in her head. Lin Ling, invincible in the Holy Spirit realm, she was at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. However, he killed her with a single punch. He deserved to be called invincible in the Holy Spirit realm. Pop. Pop, the flames burned madly. Within the flames, a silhouette slowly walked out, exuding a sense of laziness, as though killing Great Solar Old Man was as simple as slaughtering a pig or a dog. However, when the crowd saw that slender silhouette, their hearts seemed to have stopped beating. The infernal god's fist was so terrifying. Lin Ling had indeed reached Elder Xian's level. There was complete silence. Countless gazes were fixed on the lazy young man. At this moment, Lin Ling was stretching his neck slightly. The anger in his heart was like an erupting volcano, gradually spreading. His lazy eyes suddenly froze, and killing intent rolled out from him. It's your turn. Enough. The cold voice was like a sword, ruthlessly stabbing into the hearts of the 7 prefecture lords. Their pupils constricted, and a trace of solemnity quietly rose in their hearts. Lin Ling had actually killed Great Sun Elder. The most frightening thing was that not only was Lin Ling young, but he was also only at the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm while Great Sun Elder had reached the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. One had to know that the difference between the Holy Spirit realm and the Holy Spirit realm was like the difference between heaven and earth, but Lin Ling had still done it. This meant that Lin Ling's trump card was even more powerful than Great Sun Elder's. Mansion Master Tian Lin looked deeply at Lin Ling as memories surfaced in his mind. In the past, when he knew that his junior brother Di Wuji's disciple had arrived, he didn't pay much attention to it. One had to know that even Di Wuji couldn't surpass him, so what could Di Wuji's disciple do? But now, he regretted it. Di Wuji's disciple was even more frightening than Di Wuji. That speed of growth was too crazy. If it weren't for the Void Star Divine Palace wanting to capture Lin Ling, he would have killed Lin Ling on the spot. If he didn't kill Lin Ling now, he would become a huge threat. Lin Ling, put down your butcher's knife. We don't have any evil intentions towards you. We just want to bring you to the Void Star Divine Palace. Why are you so stubborn? This will cause the death of your friends. Old Dao is one of them. At this time an old man walked out from the group of 7 mansion masters and said with a kind expression. He was the Great Sun Void Temple's elder Ming Kong. In the Rainforest Holy Land, he was looked up to and was known as the benevolent Ming Kong. This meant that he had done many good deeds. Yes, listen to Senior Ming Kong. We are doing this for your own good. Why must you let the people of the Rainforest Holy Land suffer for your selfishness? A disciple also spoke up. They were trying to persuade Lin Ling to surrender. Moreover, their faces were full of righteousness, as if they were worried about the world. Soon after, Old Xian and the other disciples spoke up and tried their best to persuade him. Even the people in the distance were moved. It was as if Lin Ling was the star of calamity of the heavenly fall era. Only on Lin Ling's side, everyone was gnashing their teeth in anger. What a powerful mouth. Bewitching people and inverting right and wrong. Shouldn't the so-called manor master, Elder Xian, and the academic be highly respected? However, you all are so hypocritical. Elder Dao's death was caused by you all, yet you blame it on us. As the prefecture lords of the 7 great divinities, you all have lost face. Moreover, you all say that you have no ill intentions. Then how do you explain your tyrannical behavior earlier? Xianxia yelled from behind Lin Ling. She came from the grasslands and had a carefree personality. What she disliked the most were these hypocritical and shameless people. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were still cold. He patted Xianxia's shoulder and walked forward step by step. Manor Lord Tianlin, you said that for my own selfish reasons, I caused the common people of the world to suffer. But you all came for the common people of the world. Then let me ask you, not long ago, that expert came and demanded everyone to be slaves. Where were you all? His ice-cold voice was filled with righteousness as it reverberated in everyone's ears, causing the 7 prefecture lords to fall silent. Even Elder Xian and the apprentice master, who had been eloquent earlier, fell silent. At that time, they had been hiding in the martial arts hall and hadn't come out. It was Lin Ling who led the 4 desolate races to stop the enemy, someone shouted in the silence, causing many people's eyes to flicker. Let me ask you again. Do you all want to capture me and make a deal with the Void Star Divine Palace so that your lives can be spared? Lin Ling took another step forward, his black robes fluttering in the wind. The 7 prefecture lords' faces turned ugly. Lin Ling's words were correct. They had made a deal with the Void Star Divine Palace to capture Lin Ling so that they wouldn't have to die. However, how could they have the nerve to say such a thing? Lin Ling, don't be so eloquent with your words. An Elder Xian frowned. You only need to answer yes or no. Lin Ling shouted coldly, causing that Elder Xian to grit his teeth. He couldn't answer. Let me ask you again. After you hand me over, all of you will live, but the others will still die. Yes or no? Lin Ling's aura was overbearing as he faced the 7 prefecture lords without fear. What? The crowd's faces changed. Were they all going to die? Human nature was selfish. Even if Lin Ling had saved many people, they still didn't want to die. Therefore, if capturing Lin Ling could make the foreign experts let them go, then they would support the 7 prefecture lords in their hearts. However, Lin Ling had said that even if they captured Lin Ling, they would still have to die. Only the 7 prefecture lords wouldn't have to die. If that was the case, why would they support the 7 prefecture lords? These people only care about themselves. They are as ugly as the 7 prefecture lords. Of course, there were many magnanimous people. Lin Ling had done them a favor, so they had always stood behind Lin Ling. At this moment, they looked at those whose faces had changed and began to mock them. If you can't answer these 3 questions, what righteousness are you talking about? Lin Ling finally stopped in his tracks and looked coldly at the 7 prefecture lords. The 7 prefecture lords frowned. The 3 questions were like brilliant heavenly punishment, making them unable to say a word. The so-called heavenly fall era is a game for the strong. Everyone here has to die because they don't like it. Even if you hand me over, everyone still can't escape death. Moreover, the great tribulation of heaven and earth is approaching. Our rainforest holy land is not united. Instead, selfish traitors have appeared. How can you face the rainforest holy land? The cold voice floated out again, causing the hearts of the crowd to waver. They quietly turned around and came to Xianxia's side. Perhaps they also knew that the great tribulation of heaven and earth was approaching. The only one they could rely on was Lin Ling. Relying on the 7 prefecture lords was just a joke. Enough. Seeing the change in the crowd's hearts, one of the Sun Moon Heavenly Sect's Elder Xian shouted coldly. Lin Ling was despicable. He wouldn't satisfy them even if he died. He even made a large number of people side with Lin Ling, causing the situation to change. Enough? Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. The sword in his hand slashed out. It was the sword of life and death. It had reached the 4th level of the profound meaning of life and death. This was the power brought about by the upgrade of the profound meaning of righteousness. The fourth level of the profound meaning of life and death was comparable to the power of the stars in the void star divine palace. Whoosh, the sword, like the pen of the judge of life and death, passed through the elder Xian's head, causing blood to spurt out from his neck. His head disappeared, but he maintained his posture of pointing at Lin Ling, as if he still had something to say. Enough, Lin Ling had said before that it was their turn. Now that the other party said it was enough, how could it be enough? Another elder Xian has been killed. Many people's eyes narrowed. Previously, when the great Sun Elder died, they were shocked by Lin Ling's strength. Now, Lin Ling told them that not only had Lin Ling reached Elder Xian's strength, but he could also kill Elder Xian easily. Why, Lin Ling? Whether we are selfish or for the sake of the world, after we hand you over, we still have a chance to live. Why do you have to be so stubborn? From the great Sun Void Temple, an elder sighed and walked out. He didn't seem to want to kill too much, so he was still persuading Lin Ling to surrender. Unfortunately, he didn't want to kill too much, but he selfishly planned for himself. Why should they give face to such a person? Fighting the strongest elder Xianpa, with a step, Lin Ling shot towards the old man. In the air, he grasped his sword with both hands. A dazzling golden light shined, shocking the world. Saint's light. The old man gently sighed, as if he didn't blame Lin Ling for attacking him. Perhaps he knew that Lin Ling simply couldn't touch him. Then, his body bloomed with a white light, sacred and inviolable. It's heavenly scholar, Elder Xian. Many proud children of heaven recognized this old man. This old man was amiable and approachable, and had a reputation on par with the 7 profound martial house's Old Saber. The difference was that Old Saber was a righteous general, but this old man was a scholar like a plum blossom in the snow. They both had a pure and innocent heart, and such people were also the most formidable. What this old man excelled in was the saint's light. By borrowing the righteous energy of the book, he was impervious to all evil. We killed Old Saber because of the situation. But I, heavenly scholar, will prove that I did it for the common people of the world, and you, Lin Ling, did it for your own selfish interests. The old man's face was still kind and amiable. He stood beneath Lin Ling's attack, but his saint's light became even more dazzling. That's right, he wanted to prove himself, he wanted to prove that Lin Ling was wrong and that he was right. His heart of martial arts was to save the world, and that was why his saint's light was so righteous. This was the righteous energy of a scholar. Unfortunately, a scholar, Lin Ling hadn't faced one before. In the past, when the saint sons of the 6 holy lands had gathered, he had faced a descendant of the book sage. Comparing righteousness and righteousness, he did not fear anyone. Righteous sword. A sword cut down from the heavens, as if it were a sword that separated righteousness and evil. Under countless gazes, the old man's pupils shrank and his body began to tremble. He wanted to say something, and even wanted to retreat, but he was too slow. His entire body was split in two. What? The entire square was silent, a deathly silence. Heavenly Confucian thought that he represented righteousness and righteousness, so he dared to receive Lin Ling's sword. But the result proved that this was nothing more than a joke. Compared to Lin Ling's overwhelming righteousness, his saint aura was far too shameful and he was killed by a single sword strike. I don't have righteousness, I only have a clear conscience. After killing another Elder Xian, Lin Ling's ice-cold voice rang out. He was still as murderous and crazy as before. His gaze suddenly landed on the 7 prefecture heads. His ice-cold eyes caused the hearts of all the students to tremble violently. Lin Ling wanted to kill them all. All of you can die now. With a slash of the sword, the aura of life and death filled the air as the crescent moon sword energy swept out. Whoosh, blood spurted out as countless students were split in half. They could not even cry out in pain, and the remaining students widened their eyes in fear. Lin Ling, don't kill indiscriminately. Some students gritted their teeth. They were existences that were looked up to in the martial hall, but today, they were being slaughtered like pigs and dogs. However, they had forgotten that regardless of whether they were students or ordinary people, in this world where the strong were respected, Lin Ling was stronger than them. They should not be arrogant, and they should not have followed the prefecture heads to capture Lin Ling. Whoosh, what answered them was a sword filled with killing intent. Wherever the sword passed, blood rained down, and a large number of bodies collapsed. It was a cruel and merciless display, however, the spectators from afar did not feel that it was cruel. On the contrary, they felt incomparably delighted. When facing selfish people, there was no need to waste words. Just kill them directly. Only death would let them know how laughable they were. You all represent righteousness, but I've killed so many students, yet your prefecture heads are indifferent. They are actually sacrificing you. Lin Ling laughed. His smile was extremely evil and even carried a hint of cruelty. The sword in his hand slashed out again, causing the expressions of the students from the martial hall to change drastically. Yes, why did the prefecture heads not stop Lin Ling? However, this was the last thought in their lives. In the next moment, their heads were separated from their bodies. Don't go too far. At this moment, an old Xian finally walked out. This person came from the Great Sun Emptiness Temple, and was the strongest of the 7 martial halls, Old Xian. Heaven's leg breaker, heaven's fall, and earth's rend. Whoosh, he leaped into the air and raised his right foot high. The sole of his foot suddenly turned pitch black, and a majestic and domineering aura was released, causing the clouds in the sky to explode. Heaven's leg breaker. Many people looked at the godlike figure and then gasped. The strongest old Xian had made his move. Don't kill him. On the side of the 7 prefecture heads, one of them coldly said. Previously, they did not make a move because they wanted someone to suppress Lin Ling. After all, their goal was to capture Lin Ling, not to kill him. However, what surprised them was that Lin Ling's strength was beyond their imagination. He had reached the point where no one in the 7 martial halls could stop him. Right now, they could only look at the heaven's leg breaker. Lin Ling, I won't kill you, but I will cripple you. You killed so many students, how can you bear to do that? In the sky, the old man coldly shouted. His body shot towards the ground like a cannonball, and the mysterious pitch-black soles of his right foot spread out like water, causing his entire right leg to turn black, as hard as steel. Level 4 Iron Profound. The Sword Elder and the others narrowed their eyes. They admitted that they were not as strong as the old man. The sky became still, as if a storm was about to arrive. Lin Ling raised his head, and a dark light bloomed in the depths of his eyes. He raised the sword in his hand and shouted, Sword of Righteousness. An incomparably bright golden light appeared, and no evil could penetrate it. Ding, a deafening sound rang out. The leg descended from the sky and chopped onto Lin Ling's sword like an axe, producing a deafening sound. Iron Profound was a type of gold profound. It was extremely powerful. A kick could move the wind and clouds, and a palm could settle mountains and rivers. The Heaven's Leg Breaker was the most difficult to deal with among all the old Xians, and the most terrifying. Using your legs to block the sword. The crowd gasped. They knew how terrifying Lin Ling's sword was, but the Heaven's Leg Breaker was able to block the sword with his legs. Is that all you've got? His body floated in the air, and the Heaven's Leg Breaker maintained its stance as he said indifferently. Cave Mountain shakes. In the next moment, an even more powerful aura erupted. His leg kicked out, and it was like an ancient giant beast that sent Lin Ling flying backwards. The tyrannical Song's sword was covered in flames. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Wherever the two of them passed, the earth erupted with waves of earth that soared into the sky. Even the earth was burning. This showed just how terrifying the impact was. The two of them, one in front and one behind, pierced through the entire 7 Profound Martial House. The 7 Profound Martial House had been thoroughly destroyed. This was a battle between the Rainforest Holy Land's peak Elder Xian. His combat prowess was terrifying. Besides the 7 martial house masters and the 4 patriarchs of the desolate tribes, who else had such combat prowess? Rumble, rumble, rumble. The situation changed so powerful. Many people had forgotten how to breathe. The strongest Elder Xian was fully deserving of the title. Young man, if you don't suffer a little, you won't know how big the world is. Under everyone's gaze, Tiansong Tui's body slowly floated down. His determined face carried a touch of indifference. Lin Ling, how is it? On the other hand, the Sword Elder was extremely worried. He didn't know how Lin Ling was doing. After all, in a battle of this level, even the Sword Elder couldn't help much. Unless Lin Ling mobilized the 12-man formation and the 49 flame formation's fire demon. However, the the 7 prefecture lords did not make a move. Instead, they used all their trump cards. The situation was not optimistic. How is Lin Ling? Naturally, he was crippled by me. Tiansong Tue heard Elder Jian's words and said indifferently. He was extremely proud, the 7 prefecture lords laughed. When Lin Ling killed Elder Great Sun, his strength was terrifying. However, after the strongest Elder Xian, Tiansong Tue, took action, Lin Ling was not his opponent. Of course, among the 7 prefecture lords, 2 of them frowned slightly. The punch that Lin Ling used to kill Elder Great Sun was not weak. Lin Ling should not be defeated so quickly. Sure enough, just as they thought about it, a cold voice sounded from the mountain range far away. Your leg is very powerful. Try my fist. Boom, far away, an ancient mountain exploded. Endless flames soared into the sky. An ancient flame god appeared. His destructive and overbearing aura shocked everyone. Whoosh, then, flames shot over like a meteor and fiercely smashed down from the sky. Fire has appeared. Yes. Many people's spirits were lifted. Lin Ling had not failed yet, and he was now using flames. 8-directional flame Emperor's fist. Boom. A huge flaming fist smashed towards Tiansong Tue. Tiansong Tue frowned. Lin Ling was very difficult to deal with. Heaven falls and earth rends, earthquakes and mountains shake, eye drawing slash. Boom. Tiansong Tue's body hung upside down. His right hand slammed on the ground and his leg shot towards the sky like a soaring dragon. Bang, when he pressed his palm on the ground, the earth instantly cracked. At a speed that surpassed the imagination of countless people, the shadow of a leg kicked into the sky. The profound meaning of iron was revealed. Up in the sky, the fire fist annihilation was unleashed. Pop. Pop, the fist and the leg collided. The void was torn apart. Profound meanings were cutting each other. However, in the next moment, under countless shocked gazes, the fiery fist roared like the wrath of the fire god. It forcibly suppressed the Heavenbreaker leg and smashed it to the ground. Boom, with a deafening explosion, the 7 profound martial house was razed to the ground. The ancient buildings tumbled in the air like straw, and then were incinerated. The earth was ablaze with monstrous flames, and a slender figure slowly walked out from the flames. Relying on others will also lead to death. Who was next? Everyone on the ground was shocked. The strongest Elder Xian had killed him with a single punch. Who would dare to step forward? The 7 prefecture lords narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling had already become an invincible existence apart from the 7 prefecture lords. Today, it would be very difficult for them to capture Lin Ling. Xiao. At the same time, on Lin Ling's side, a large number of figures had arrived. All the powerhouses of the valley had arrived, and in the distance, the winds and clouds billowed. The 4 desolate races had finally arrived. At this moment, the scales began to tilt towards Lin Ling's side. Prefecture Lord Tianlin, you bastard! Angry shouts resounded in the sky. The 4 desolate races people coldly floated in the sky, and the 4 patriarchs angrily glared at the 7 prefecture lords. The heavenly meteor era is about to arrive. Instead of uniting to resist foreign enemies, you have harmed your own people. Are you still human? Rainmaster Mo Ping coldly looked at the 7 prefecture lords. On the ground, the 7 prefecture masters were still standing indifferently. There weren't many people left behind them. Most of the arrogant apprentices and Elder Xian had been killed by Lin Ling. However, what was surprising was that the remaining people were still indifferent. There wasn't a single trace of panic on their faces. What do they want to do? Many people frowned as they looked at the 7 prefecture lords. The 7 prefecture lords coming to capture Lin Ling was a mistake, and it was bound to end in failure. But why did the 7 prefecture lords still come? And now, with the 4 desolate races and Lin Ling's factions here, why were they not panicking? At this moment, Lin Ling's pupils were flickering. In fact, he was also very surprised. Unless Prefecture Lord Tianlin was a fool, he would not dare to touch him. But Prefecture Lord Tianlin still came. What were they hiding? Sorry, in fact, the heavenly meteor era has already arrived. At this moment, the sky suddenly turned silent. A large number of figures appeared. They were majestic and imposing. These people had never been seen before, and their clothes and auras were extremely unfamiliar, and Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Indeed, there was a change in the situation. You are late. The 7 prefecture lords were like divine emperors that controlled the heavens and earth. At this moment, they finally smiled faintly. This also allowed people to tell that these people were with the 7 prefecture lords. Who are you? The faces of the 4 patriarchs became gloomy as they realized that the strength of these newcomers was quite terrifying. Several of them were transcendent realm masters, and there were simply too many of them. For a time, the 4 patriarchs were unable to maintain the upper hand and were even falling into a disadvantageous position. The experts in the sky did not pay attention to the words of the 4 patriarchs. Instead, they slowly descended to the ground with the 7 prefecture lords. This made many people's hearts turn solemn. Previously, Lin Ling seemed to have the last laugh, but he failed. They are the Water Moon Holy Land, Purgatory Shaman Sect, 6 Shaman Holy Land, Barbarian Royal Tribe, and the Scholar Bloodline of the Azure Cloud Holy Land. Prefecture Lord Tianlin said faintly, causing Lin Ling to frown. Top experts of the 6 sacred regions? Lin Ling, since I dared to come here, I'm naturally confident. I'm sorry to have made you happy for nothing. I can tell you that this group of people has been recruited by foreign experts. We are here to help cleanse the rainforest's holy land with blood. Prefecture Lord Tianlin couldn't help but laugh when he saw Lin Ling's appearance. At this moment, he was like a chess player, and after all the chess pieces were laid out, he seemed to have begun to nibble away at them. You hit it so well. Lin Ling and the others are in trouble. Many people looked coldly at Prefecture Lord Tianlin, their eyes filled with anger. Prefecture Lord Tianlin had finally revealed his purpose. You are a disgrace to the 6 sacred regions. The 4 patriarchs looked at Prefecture Lord Tianlin and finally couldn't help but shout. When foreign enemies arrived, these people were the first to surrender. They even helped the foreign experts wash the rainforest holy land with blood. They were spineless and selfish. Dead people, why do you have so much nonsense? On the Barbarian King tribe's side, a tall and sturdy man said coldly. He stared at Lin Ling. You bullied my son, young Barbarian King. Behind him was the young Barbarian King from the Holy Sun's great gathering. At this moment, he looked indifferently at Lin Ling. He had lost to Lin Ling in the past, but today, he could see Lin Ling being suppressed and humiliated. For the sake of your own lives, you're sending everyone to their deaths? Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. The battle had reached a climax. That's right. The existence of ants is for the sake of the strong. A gentle middle-aged man from the Book Sages faction walked out slowly and said, Heaven and earth are heartless. They treat all living things like dogs. Flowers bloom and wilt, spring comes and autumn comes. Life, old age, sickness, and death are the laws of heaven and earth. The weak will die at any time while the strong can go further. This is also natural selection. We are not heartless. Haha, you're really the book sage to be able to make your fear of death and selfishness sound so righteous. Lin Ling laughed. These people were more hypocritical than he thought. His laughter made the book sage smile faintly. He didn't mind Lin Ling's ridicule. However, Lin Ling's disdainful voice drifted out in the next moment. Book sage, you're just a dog and a pig. The book sage's eyes narrowed. He was the top existence in the Green Cloud Holy Ground, a transcendent realm master. Although Lin Ling was somewhat capable, how could he be compared to him? However, Lin Ling dared to scold him? Brothers, the heavenly fall era is coming. What we can do is to protect ourselves and never surrender. This is the backbone of us cultivators. Since there's an internal strife among the pigs and dogs, I'll eliminate them first and put an end to the internal strife. A great battle was unavoidable. Therefore, Lin Ling did not waste time talking to the sage of calligraphy. He raised his sword, and his black robe was like the wind of a king. Countless people in the rainforest holy land were excited. Lin Ling was still protecting them. I'd rather die than live in dishonor. Let's fight. Along with Lin Ling's angry roar, the entire sacred rainforest fell silent. Suddenly, a soaring battle intent gushed out. Everyone was united at this moment. His voice was deafening, causing the complexions of Martial House Master Skyforest and the others to turn ugly. Lin Ling, what great courage! With a single call, hundreds responded. He had actually managed to change the situation of the battle once again, raising the morale of countless people. Follow Lin Ling and kill the pigs and dogs. The four patriarchs also shouted. Then, when Lin Ling pointed his sword forward, their battle intent surged. Kill! Lin Ling took the lead and rushed forward. Behind him, everyone else moved. The mighty aura of the Book Sage and the Barbarian King tribe narrowed their eyes. They thought that after their arrival, the people of the sacred rainforest would be dominated like ants and Lin Ling would be easily captured. However, they underestimated Lin Ling's influence. Lin Ling had called Lin Ling to kill. This young man is very powerful. The people of the Purgatory Shaman sect mumbled to themselves. They had come here with two goals. First, they wanted to capture Lin Ling and survive the Heavenly Fall era. Second, they had heard that Lin Ling had an ancient secret, so they also wanted to obtain it. However, they hadn't imagined that things would be so troublesome. Kill. Was 12 people. 49 flames. The fire demon. 4 patriarchs. These were the top forces of Lin Ling's side, the 7 mansion masters, the Purgatory's patriarch, the Barbarian King, and the Book Sage were the other side. On the surface, the 7 mansion masters had more experts. However, Lin Ling's side was much more powerful. It would not be easy for them to win. The king of all, Lin Ling. As long as we kill him, we will win. Skyland's eyes were icy cold. At this moment, he no longer cared about capturing Lin Ling alive because he knew that it would be very difficult. If he could kill Lin Ling, although the Void Star Divine Palace would be enraged, they would at most punish him and not kill him. On the other hand, if Lin Ling died, he could help the Void Star Divine Palace wash the rainforest's holy land with blood. Kill. Lin Ling was the number 1 master below the Transcendent Realm, and there weren't many people who could injure him. With a single slash of his sword, countless lives were annihilated, causing many people from the Purgatory Witchcraft sect to narrow their eyes. Lin Ling was terrifying, Emperor Yan's fist. In terms of attack power, Lin Ling was the most terrifying in the Holy Spirit realm. When the ancient flames exploded, a large number of barbarian kings died. As for the scholar lineage, their soul force was immense. A large number of scholars gathered together and formed an ancient book, wanting to suppress Lin Ling. However, although Lin Ling's soul force had been damaged before, how could they possibly do anything to him? Boundless Demon Eye. The appearance of the ancient eye shattered the souls of many scholars. How ferocious! As expected of the youngest king of our rainforest holy land. Seeing Lin Ling fighting 10,000 people by himself, the morale of the rainforest holy land was greatly boosted, and everyone was in high spirits. Yu Yu and the others also laughed and followed Lin Ling to kill all the enemies. Mansion Master Tian Lin thought that Lin Ling would fall with the help of a powerhouse. Unfortunately, he underestimated Lin Ling's influence. Many people in the distance were in high spirits, silently supporting Lin Ling. Mansion Master Tian Lin's face became uglier, and he finally shouted coldly, "Move out." His voice was so soft that no one could hear it, but at that moment, a figure quietly left Lin Ling's side and flew towards Lin Ling. That person wore a long black dress, and when she passed through the sky, it was as if the most mysterious night had descended. The second dream. Yu Yu and the others had been following Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling wanted to kill the enemies, they were supporting him from the side, but when they saw the woman in the black dress, they frowned. I want to help him too. The second dream smiled, but Yu Yu and the others were still worried. After all, they also knew about the conflict between the second dream and Lin Ling. She's one of us. At that moment, Lin Ling's voice was heard, and Yu Yu and the others nodded. Lin Ling believed in the second dream, and they also believed in the second dream. The second dream's heart trembled violently. She looked at the handsome figure in front of her, and endless ripples appeared in her heart. Lin Ling was her enemy in the past, and he had harmed her once, but in the end, he still believed in her. In this world, even her master did not believe in her, but it was Lin Ling who believed in her. They were each other's enemies, and they believed in each other. Lin Ling. The second dream's beautiful eyes were wet, but at that moment, a cold voice sounded in her heart, "Why don't you attack? Do you want to die?" This voice made the second dream grit her teeth and take a step forward, chasing after Lin Ling. "Be careful." However, while she was distracted, Lin Ling's cold shout rang out. Then, he slashed out with his sword, and several people in front of him who were trying to ambush him were cut in half. Second dream finally calmed down. She had been thinking about something before, so she was distracted. It was Lin Ling who saved her. "Why do you believe in me?" the second dream asked softly. "Because you are a person of the sacred rainforest. No matter what kind of childhood you had, you are a person of this place, and you are also my person." At that moment, Lin Ling turned around and smiled. That smile was very pure, and the second dream bit her lips tightly. She wanted to say something, but nothing came out. There was only one voice in her heart. Life is like a dream. The enemy of the past was the person who left the deepest shadow in her heart today. Was all this not a dream? Who frowned lightly, who danced in the wind, who stood shoulder to shoulder with a sword? Who parted with the past and present, lingered for a few years, but the flowering time gradually passed, and the fleeting time was broken. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. Life is a dream, kill him. But at this moment, the second dream felt a sharp pain in her heart. The broken sword seed hidden in her body began to stir. And at this moment, in the distance, Manor Master Skylin was coldly looking at the second dream. The second dream was one of his hidden chess pieces, used to deal with Lin Ling. He had been preparing for this move for a very long time. From the time when the second dream and Lin Ling were opposing each other, to the time when they had buried the hatchet, to the time when Lin Ling finally admitted the existence of the second dream. And now, this move was finally starting to take effect. The effect was to plant the breaking karma mystic life sword into Lin Ling's body and devour him. "Kill him!" Manor Master Skylin mercilessly shouted. The second dream was a girl he had picked up in the past. When he first saw her, he was moved. This was because the second dream's eyes were filled with determination. It was the kind of determination to become stronger. In order to become stronger, she was willing to betray the world. Such a heartless person was very much liked by Skylin. That was why he had taken the second dream as his disciple. Of course, in an accident, he also learned that the second dream's origins were not simple. She was an extremely rare soul that lived 100 lives and reincarnated thousands of times. She was an innate baneful soul, and this information was given to him by that mysterious lord. That lord seemed to be very interested in the second dream. Pooh, the broken sword seed in the second dream's body flared up, causing blood to flow from the corner of her mouth. She was being controlled by Manor Master Skylin. "Are you all right?" Lin Ling could sense the second dream's change and could not help but frown. "I'm fine." The second dream smiled. The Manor Master had promised her that as long as she killed Lin Ling, she would be able to obtain everything. This had been her ambition since she was young. But at this moment, for some reason, her pursuit of strength was not as strong as before. "Lin Ling, do you like the night?" "I like the night very much, because only then will all the filth disappear. Tranquility will accompany me. I like the feeling of tranquility. No one will take advantage of me, no one will harm me. I can become a very ordinary girl. Also, I like singing very much." The second dream stepped forward and smiled at Lin Ling. Lin Ling frowned. What was the second dream trying to do? "Lin Ling, thank you. Thank you for waking me up. I hope you don't think of me as an enemy. I don't want to harm you." More and more blood seeped out of second dream's mouth, which made Lin Ling feel more and more uneasy. Then, he heard second dream's voice. "Mansion Master Tianlin asked me to get close to you and let the broken karma sword seed enter your body to kill you. But for some reason, I can't do it." "What?" Lin Ling's pupils constricted. At the same time, deep cracks appeared on second dream's delicate face. Her eyes turned red, and a sword shot out from within them. It was the sword seed of break miraculous life. "Bastard, you made me do it personally." In the distance, Manor Lord Tianlin's expression was extremely ferocious. Before this, second dream could activate the Kraw's mystic life sword seed to kill Lin Ling, but second dream didn't, so he had no choice but to do it himself. Lin Ling, be careful. The second dream sensed the changes in her body and shouted anxiously. She thought that if she did not use the broken sword seed, Lin Ling would be fine. But she had underestimated her master. Her master had never trusted her. Xiao. A sword shot out from her eyes. It was as thin as a silkworm's wing, and it shot towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes widened. The speed of the sword was too fast, and the distance was so close. He could not block it, but at the critical moment, a soft hand reached out and grabbed the broken sword seed. The sword seed twitched violently and could not move forward. It even made a sinister sound. I won't allow it. The second dream's beautiful eyes were filled with determination. She slammed the broken sword seed into her chest. At that moment, her body began to crack. The broken sword seed was already generating destructive power. If it entered Lin Ling's body, the one whose body would shatter would be Lin Ling. The second dream. Lin Ling's face turned pale. He watched the terrifying sword seed enter the second dream's body. Life is like a dream. I never thought that I would save my enemy. Second dream laughed softly, there was a hint of sadness in her voice. More and more cracks appeared on her body, causing her to no longer be as beautiful as before. Instead, there was a hint of malevolence in her features. However, Lin Ling felt as though his heart was about to shatter. He seemed to have guessed what had happened. He took a large step forward and embraced Second Dream. Lin Ling, I attacked you before under my master's orders. I hope you don't blame me. When I first met you, you saved Emperor Xianxia. This caused me to fail my mission. I was punished by my master to face the Heartblade prison for a year. Although it was painful, I don't know why, but I did not regret it. When I came out, my master wanted me to attack you. At that time, I finally attacked you with a cold heart. But I still failed. You are my life's nemesis. The second dream's voice became softer and softer. Her hair also turned pale. The skin on her face began to crack like paper. I was not disloyal or unfilial. My master used me. How could I be loyal? My mother sold me to a brothel when I was young. How could I be filial? After I fell from the altar, everyone laughed at me. They all wanted my body. Only you still believed in me. I am very touched. The sky is beginning to darken. Night has come. I love night. The second dream seemed to want to say everything in her life. Her eyes were already beginning to lose their sight. But she still smiled as if this was the happiest moment of her life. I have always had a dream. There is a man who loves me the most. He listens to me sing at night. Who frowns lightly, sleeves dance for fleeting years? Who stands shoulder to shoulder with a sword? Who is past and present, lingering for a few years, the flowering time fades away, ending fleeting years. Her gentle singing voice drifted across the smoke-filled battlefield. There was a touch of poignant beauty to it. The rain in the sky quietly turned into snowflakes and drifted across the world, all the battles ended inexplicably. Countless eyes looked at the young man and young woman in the sky. Then, the young woman in the long black dress shattered like paper. She drifted away with the wind, drifting further and further away. Perhaps she had been protecting herself like a hedgehog her entire life. Only after death could she be at peace. Only then could she quietly hum a song in the quiet night. As for Manor Lord Tianlin, his pupils constricted. He never thought that second dream would save Lin Ling. One had to know that second dream was a heartless person. If that was the case, how was he going to answer to that lord? The second dream. Lin Ling stood quietly in the sky. The young woman in his arms had already turned into ashes. His heart felt as if it had shattered. It was not love, but an indescribable emotion. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The descent of the ancient flame devil who frowns lightly, sleeves dance for fleeting years? Who stands shoulder to shoulder with a sword? Who parts today and the past, lingers for a few years, the flowering period fades away, the fleeting years are cut off. The gentle song still lingered in Lin Ling's ears, causing his heart to ache, as if it was being cut by a knife. Boom, at this moment, an incomparably terrifying flame erupted, burning the heaven and earth. The ancient flame emperor appeared, looking up at the sky, as if he was angry at the merciless sky for taking everything away from him. The second dream. An earth-shattering voice exploded in the sky, causing countless people to tremble in fear. At the same time, Rain Master Mo Ping's expression changed. He quickly waved his right hand, and an ancient copper pot appeared. He suddenly bit the tip of his tongue, and spat on the copper pot, using his heart's blood to release the power of the copper pot. In the sky, the souls of those who died in the battle were all sucked into the copper pot. No one saw this scene, as everyone was looking at the angry flame god in the sky. All of you must die. Ancient flame devil, come out. The merciless voice was filled with murderous intent at this moment, and it finally exploded. Heaven, take away that pitiful girl. He was going against heaven. Lin Ling. In the distance, Yu Yu and the rest had tears in their eyes. They already knew that Lin Ling was hiding the ancient flame devil, but Lin Ling planned to use that trump card only when the experts from other regions came. After all, the ancient flame devil was no small matter, and if it was exposed, it might attract more experts. Now that the 6 saint regions were in chaos, Lin Ling revealed his trump card: Prefecture Lord Tianlin, the Book Sage's bloodline, the barbarian king tribe. These people were too much. Lin Ling was using all his strength to resist the external enemies, but the internal chaos forced Lin Ling to use all his strength. The second dream is also a pitiful girl. And Yuer mumbled to herself. Her beautiful eyes were cold as she looked at the sky. Lin Ling was finally going to make his move. The battle in the sky and on the ground had stopped at this moment. Many people felt emotional ripples in their hearts. The death of the girl in the black dress made them feel sad and even touched. However, the lineage of the master of calligraphy and the barbarian king tribe were sneering. Although they didn't know what had happened, they knew that Lin Ling seemed to have gone mad. However, this was even more so. They liked to see Lin Ling go mad in anger. Only then would they feel refreshed. However, they didn't know that the crazed Lin Ling was even more terrifying. In the sky, endless smoke drifted out, and the temperature suddenly rose. It was mysterious and strange. What is that? The crowd was astonished. They felt their mouths and tongues go dry. The temperature was too high. Take his life while he's sick. Go. Young barbarian King Fugitor's pupils turned ice cold. He waved his right hand, and several experts shot into the sky. All of them were at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. A huge martial art burst out and blasted towards the mysterious smoke. Bastard! Bastard! The 4 patriarchs didn't know what had happened at all. At this moment, they all shouted angrily. The people of the barbarian king tribe took advantage of the change in Lin Ling's mood to launch a sneak attack on Lin Ling. Pung pung. However, as soon as those people got close to the smoke, their bodies were instantly burned to ashes. The strongest among them was a half-step transcendent. At this moment, his face changed and he turned around to run. He didn't know how his companions died, but it was too terrifying. Being burned to death as soon as he got close to the smoke. Was that a taboo? Unfortunately, since he dared to come here, how could he leave? In the billowing smoke, a huge tail shot out and wrapped around the master, making it impossible for him to escape. Then, the tail contracted and the master burst into a mist of blood and turned into ashes. Shock, everyone's eyes widened. What was that? The lineage of the master of calligraphy and the barbarian king tribe, who were sneering before, also stopped breathing at this moment. They wanted to launch a sneak attack on Lin Ling, but the result was that they were all wiped out. Even the last one couldn't escape. What did Lin Ling do? The smoke gradually dissipated. A 100-meter-tall flaming fox appeared, its 4 limbs sprawled in the air. Its huge cheeks revealed sharp, cold teeth. Its eyes were red and filled with monstrous killing intent. Its 2 front claws danced slightly, filled with an invincible power, causing the void to constantly tremble. Behind the flaming fox, 7 dazzling tails were wagging, intimidating everyone's hearts. Roar, with an earth-shattering roar, everyone saw that the terrifying fire beast actually smiled. That smile was bloodthirsty and murderous, making people not dare to look directly at it. Lin Ling is on the neck of that wild beast. Someone pointed in front of him in fear, causing many people to react. They guessed that the terrifying wild beast was brought here by Lin Ling. No, perhaps that wild beast was Lin Ling. This The faces of the four patriarchs, Emo Xianxia, old ancestor Taiyan, and the others changed drastically. At this moment, Lin Ling gave them a very strange feeling. There was only killing intent and a sense of demonic charm. Lin Ling has turned into a demonic beast? Mansion Master Tianlin also stared at the wild beast in the sky. He noticed that the wild beast's gaze made his soul tremble. He suddenly had a feeling that he had angered Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to turn into a murderous demon. Ancient devil. Among everyone, only the sect master of the Purgatory Witchcraft sect was excited. Long ago, he received news from his subordinates before they died that the ancient devil, the guardian god of the 6 sacred grounds, had appeared in the body of a puny youth in the rainforest sacred ground. At that time, he had been searching everywhere and finally locked his eyes on Lin Ling. However, today, Lin Ling had finally revealed that he was the ancient flame devil. This person was the master of the 6 witchcraft sacred grounds expert that Lin Ling had met when he captured the infernal deity Ming Wang. Great, if I can get the guardian god, my strength will increase greatly. The sect master of the Purgatory Witchcraft sect laughed excitedly. He had no idea that death was approaching him. Everyone on the battlefield looked at the gigantic beast in the sky. Their minds were locked on it, as though the gigantic flaming beast was the main character of today's battle. You're just deliberately mystifying things. No matter what you turn into, strength is everything in this world. The barbarian emperor's burly body moved and took a step forward. Although he was also shocked by the aura that Lin Ling released, he had no choice but to release it. How could he be afraid of Lin Ling? Beside him, the sage of calligraphy waved his right hand and a white jade fan appeared. He waved it gently and said with contempt, perhaps he did something disgraceful when he was alive. That's why he turned into a demonic beast. How ironic. How dare he call us pigs and dogs? Although the sage of calligraphy and the barbarian emperor were shocked, they were not too afraid because of their strength. Roar. In the sky, the ancient fox slowly turned its head and landed on the barbarian emperor. Its demonic eyes were filled with ruthlessness and murderous intent. Under countless shocked gazes, the fox actually laughed. All of you have to die. Everyone heard the voice of the slaughtering desolate beast. It was deep and enchanting, causing ripples in their hearts. At this moment, even their souls were trembling violently. This was because they saw that the person speaking was the youth on the neck of the flaming desolate beast. It was Lin Ling who was speaking. Swoosh. Translator, Transin editor, Transin waking up from a dream, slaughtering the world so fast. The barbarian king's heart trembled. He gritted his teeth and his right fist expanded like a giant hammer. The barbarian king's rules. The power of the transcendent realm erupted and the rule mysteries appeared. It was as if the barbarian king was the heavens and the rule mysteries. Pop pop pop, the air exploded and the world of mysteries appeared. 7th layer. In the distance, the 4 patriarchs gasped. The barbarian king was the top master of the 6 shaman holy land and so were the 4 patriarchs. However, they were obviously weaker than the barbarian king. 7th level martial profundity, that was simply enough to form a savage world. There was no doubt that the barbarian king, the scholar, the purgatory shaman sect, the 4 patriarchs, and the 7 great martial arts hall were the top masters on the battlefield today. Bang, however, under everyone's gaze, the giant ancient flame devil smiled and waved its claws gently. A dull sound was heard, it easily blocked the barbarian king's rules. Pop pop pop, the fist seemed to have hit an ancient mountain, causing endless ripples in the air. The faces of the people in the distance stiffened. The barbarian king blocked it just like that. The brute king's eyes widened. His punch with all his strength had been easily blocked by the ancient desolate beast. Furthermore, he saw the ancient flame fiend still looking at him with its head tilted. Its eyes were filled with disdain, and it had quietly changed into a murderous look. It was as though it was saying, your full strength was easily blocked by me. Then try my strength. Back off. The barbarian king's heart trembled. The ancient flame devil wanted to kill him, boom, however, it was too late. The ancient flame demon's huge right claw fiercely swung out. Cold light flickered. There was no profound meaning in it, but it was the most primitive power of a wild beast. It made the barbarian king's tall and sturdy body seem like a piece of paper. Under countless shocked gazes, a king-level warrior died. Roar, the ancient flame devil finally let out a shocking roar. On its neck, Lin Ling's hair danced wildly. His eyes were pitch black as if he had completely transformed into a demon of slaughter. How terrifying. He killed the barbarian king in one move. At this moment, many people finally understood the ferocity of the ancient Ifrit. This was the most primitive power. If God blocked it, it would kill God. If Buddha blocked it, it would destroy Buddha. If the heavens wanted to destroy it, it would go against the heavens. Roar, billowing flames gushed out. The white flames burned the air and surged towards the barbarian king clan, causing those ambitious people to let out terrified screams. After that, they were bathed in the crazy devil flames and turned into ashes. The barbarian royal tribe was completely annihilated. The whole process seemed slow, but in fact, it only took a few breaths. The 7 prefecture lords, the sage of calligraphy, and the other top experts trembled. They were even more afraid because they had awakened the ancient demon of slaughter, because the fall of the second dream was the time of awakening, and after awakening, it was time to slaughter the world. Kiki, the ancient flame demon, slowly turned its head and looked at the book sage. The book sage stood in place, not daring to move. Before, he thought that Lin Ling was just SOSO, but now he didn't dare to say that. This ancient wild beast seemed to be able to easily kill a transcendent realm master. What the hell is this? The sage of calligraphy was very confused. It's your turn. A low voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, as if the ancient flame demon was speaking. I shouldn't have come. Lin Ling, I will leave here immediately. The book sage's lineage will never step into the rainforest holy land. The book sage said anxiously. He even knelt down on one knee, and the white jade fan in his hand fell to the ground. You said before that the world is heartless and treats all living things as dogs. The weak will be eliminated, and the strong will survive. This is natural selection. Now, you are the weak, and you will be eliminated. The murderous voice floated out again, and the book sage's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling didn't intend to let him go. There is no enmity between us. The book sage gritted his teeth and said. Although there was no enmity between them, the interests involved led him to capture Lin Ling. Even if there is no enmity between us, I will kill. Today, I will kill everyone in the world. However, the book sage didn't know that he was facing the half-demon Lin Ling at this moment, the ancient flame demon filled with murderous intent. At this moment, Lin Ling was a demon. How could he reason with him? Whoosh, the book sage's eyes narrowed, and his body was covered with the saint's light. However, when the claw came into contact with the saint's light, it only stopped for a moment. Then, the book sage was split into two, and blood splattered everywhere. The ancient flame demon's claw was stained with blood, but it placed it at the corner of its mouth and licked it gently. The murderous intent became even more intense. Obviously, Lin Ling had completely let go of his mind at this moment, allowing the murderous intent to take over his mind. Another top king has died. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone on the side of the 7 prefecture lords began to quietly retreat. Kill the world. Lin Ling's eyes were still cold and emotionless at the neck of the ancient flame demon. His hoarse voice floated out, whoosh, the ancient flame demon was the incarnation of slaughter. Its body disappeared from the ground and appeared among the book sage's lineage. Blood was everywhere, and the people were in a terrible situation. Ah! Screams could be heard from time to time. Everyone from the book sage's lineage regretted coming. They shouldn't have come, they shouldn't have awakened Meng Xing. On the side of the 4 prefecture lords, everyone's face stiffened. Lin Ling had settled the battlefield alone. However, the murderous intent of the ancient flame demon was too strong. No wonder Lin Ling wouldn't use it unless it was a critical moment. Guardian God, I remember now. That's the guardian god of slaughter. In order to protect the peaceful place in his heart, he slaughtered the world. Finally, an older warrior recalled the memories he had seen in the ancient records. That's right, it was the guardian god. The guardian god of the 6 great saint lands. Many people reacted. The guardian god of the 6 great saint lands, this was a very long history. Because it was so long ago, no one could remember it before. Guardian god. Prefecture Lord Tianlin's face was extremely ugly. Lin Ling had actually obtained the guardian god, roar, murderous intent filled the air, and demonic clouds rolled. A huge figure crazily weaved through the crowd. Every time it weaved through the crowd, dozens of lives would be lost. It was terrifying. No. The Purgatory Witch Sect Lord let out a terrified cry. A moment ago, he was still excited about the appearance of the guardian god. However, at this moment, he regretted it because he couldn't obtain it at all. Instead, death was approaching. Ancient Witch King. He roared, and ancient witchcraft appeared. He waved out a large amount of grass-made witchcraft. Those witchcraft landed on the ground and turned into 2-meter-tall grass-made men. Those grass-made men were expressionless, as if they were demons from hell. Step by step, they surrounded the ancient flame demon. After that, the Purgatory Witch Sect Lord frantically retreated. Obviously, he wanted to use those grass-made men to block the ancient flame demon. Those grass-made men were all at the peak of the Saint Spirit realm. They were extremely powerful, however, could they block the ancient flame demon? Roar! The ancient flame demon roared at the sky. Layers of white flames surged out from its body. Everywhere it passed, life was destroyed and everything was burned. Whoosh. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Nightmare, 9 Changes of Life and Death. The sovereign's expression changed drastically. He once again waved out a straw doll covered with talismans. With a swipe of his claws, the sovereign's body exploded. However, many people saw that the ancient flame devil had only killed a straw doll. The sovereign had mysteriously disappeared. Witchcraft was indeed the most mysterious. At this moment, the figure of the Grandmaster appeared in the crowd. His face was covered in cold sweat. He had almost died. Luckily, he still had a way to save his life. Bang! However, in the next moment, a huge figure appeared behind him. That nightmarish aura caused the sect leader's eyes to widen. The ancient flame devil had caught up. Whoosh! Without wasting any time, the ancient flame demon's claws swept out. Blood rained down. The last of the 3 kings, the leader of the Purgatory Witch Martial School, had fallen. Over at the side of the 4 patriarchs, everyone felt as if they were in a dream. When the 3 kings arrived, they were at a disadvantage. They relied on the courage and battle intent in their hearts to resist the enemies. However, in the end, their king made a move and defeated all the powerful enemies by himself. Their guardian god, Lin Ling, was currently protecting them. Lin Ling. Everyone's spirits were lifted and they could not help but shout loudly. Kill. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The ancient flame devil was like the grim reaper weaving through the crowd. Large numbers of lives fell, but his mind was extremely calm. It seemed to be occupied by murderous intent, but strangely, he heard a clear singing voice. It was like the voice of the girl next door. Who frowns lightly, sleeves dance for fleeting years, who stands shoulder to shoulder with a sword at the end of the world. Who parts today and the past, lingers for several years, the flowering period is gradually far away, the fleeting years are broken. Today was a peaceful night. She loved peaceful nights the most. Therefore, Lin Ling made this night of slaughter even more peaceful. The past, bit by bit, rushed into his mind. The first time they met, in order to save Zichuan, Lin Ling used the girl as his support to defeat the enemy. The second time they met, the girl became a pawn and began to approach his elder brother. At that time, the girl took Lin Ling's sword. The third time they met, they were surrounded on the grassland. The girl was the last line of defense, preventing Lin Ling from leaving alive. The fourth time, the fifth time, the sixth time, Lin Ling's revenge began. The young girl's existence went from being favored by the heavens to being ridiculed by tens of thousands of people. However, the young girl did not resent Lin Ling, and Lin Ling also knew that in the martial world, one had no choice. The young girl did not want to do this, she only wanted to protect herself. Although she was greedy for glory, in reality, she also wanted to enjoy the short period of happiness in life. She was actually the same as any other ordinary girl because she also knew that she might die in the next moment. So why not enjoy that period of time? Her entire life had been lonely, and she had been used by others. Kill. A low voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Kill millions. The young girl and Lin Ling were the same kind of people. They walked the world alone, working hard to become stronger and survive. The only difference was that the paths they took were different. That was the second dream. Her life was like a dream. Sky Forest. The angry roar shook the heavens and earth. The ancient flame devil was like a crazy flame that shot towards Sky Forest. Everywhere it passed, everyone was burned to death. The other Sky Forest Prefecture lords' pupils constricted. They were also afraid. Lin Ling, you have turned into a killing demon. The great Sun Void Temple's elder Ming Kong said in fear. Xiao, the claws of the death god flashed with cold light, and a Sky Forest Prefecture lord fell. His death was extremely tragic, and he only said one sentence before he died. Run. The remaining Sky Forest Prefecture lords were even more afraid. However, how could Lin Ling let them escape? Roar, flames spewed out, and Ning Wuxiao of Shaotian Academy was entangled by the ancient flame. He painfully rolled in the sky and turned into ashes. The other Sky Forest Prefecture lords were slaughtered like vegetables. The demonized Lin Ling is amazing. The crowd in the distance witnessed this scene with their own eyes. Today was the nightmare of the 7 Sky Forest Prefecture lords. At this moment, Sky Forest Prefecture lord's face was pale. Lin Ling is here, in the sky. The ancient flame devil stopped. It was like a lazy cat strolling in the sky. Every step it took felt like it was stepping on Sky Forest Prefecture lord's heart. He looked at the approaching death. In the end, he sighed softly and laughed. Lin Ling is Lin Ling. In order to turn into a killing demon, I calculated everything. However, I neglected the human heart. I didn't know that she would die for you, and I didn't know that you would turn into a demon because of her. Sky Forest Prefecture lord seemed to know that he couldn't escape. He looked into the distance. Thousands of people were looking at the ancient flame devil. There was no fear in their eyes. Instead, there was respect and admiration. Therefore, he knew that the rainforest sacred land was Lin Ling's world, who was the king. This was the most difficult thing to determine. However, today, he could be sure, Lin Ling, the well-deserved holy king of the rainforest. You killed your junior brother, Di Wuji. Today, you killed your disciple, the second dream. Have you been using others your whole life? The ancient flame devil finally stopped. It looked at Sky Forest Prefecture lord with contempt. Its cold voice drifted out. Every man for himself. Sky Forest Prefecture lord slowly raised his head and said slowly. What a sad life. Even if you can reach the peak of the clouds, when you look back, you will realize that you have missed out on a lot. You will realize that there is no one by your side to accompany you. No one sees your pride, no one shares it. A strong wind blew, forming a heat wave that drifted into the distance. On top of the ancient flame devil, Lin Ling's long hair danced in the wind. His dark eyes were still cold. You haven't reached the peak. How can you be sure? Sky Forest Prefecture lord smiled. Who is the king? Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. Lin Ling. At the same time, an earth-shattering roar came from afar. Millions of people roared at the same time. Today, their king, Lin Ling, had reached the peak. They had seen his pride and shared it. How could it be, as Sky Forest Prefecture lord had said, that no one saw it? Sky Forest Prefecture lord frowned. In order to become stronger, he had abandoned everything. Lin Ling had also wanted to become stronger, but he had not abandoned everything. Lin Ling had a large number of people supporting him. These people were willing to fight with Lin Ling, even giving up their lives. This was the difference between him and Lin Ling. He turned around to look, but there was no one behind him. He was all alone. My master, Di Wuji, had his talent stolen by you in the past. Today, I will return it. Lin Ling gave a loud shout. The ancient flame devil's claws stretched out. A cold light flashed, and it pierced into Sky Forest Prefecture lord's chest. It continuously extracted Sky Forest Prefecture lord's talent, depriving him of everything. Sky Forest Prefecture lord's face paled, and his hair began to turn white. His body began to tremble. He realized that his cultivation had been absorbed by the ancient flame devil. He would become a waste. In the past, he had stolen the pride of his junior apprentice brother, Di Wuji, and seized the glorious position of martial house master. Today, Di Wuji's disciple had returned to collect his debt, and dominated everything. 7 Profound Martial House's current martial house master, Di Wuji. Lin Ling's pupils shrank. He saw a sword float out from the ancient flame devil's body. It was the tyrannical song sword. This sword was like a firework that shot into the sky, erupting with a brilliant light. It was like a banner that awed the world. 3 World Ghost King Martial House Master Lin Ling. Kneel. Everyone from the D family fell to their knees. Senior Sword's eyes were moist. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. In his hazy state, he looked up at the sky. Dark clouds billowed, but he could faintly see the dead seniors of the D family. Today, their vengeful spirits had returned in glory, shwa shwa shwa, all of the proud sons of heaven of the 7 profound martial house, all of them blossomed with martial arts. Their fists broke through the heavens, causing the spiritual energy in the air to become chaotic and explode into brilliant fireworks. In fact, after the Heavenfall era had arrived, the 7 great martial halls had already fallen. But at the moment of their fall, they still had to celebrate the birth of the 7 profound martial house's last martial house master. Tianlin, the second dream, was a pitiful young girl. She only wanted to be like an ordinary girl, singing songs in the quiet night. However, you brought her into the whirlpool of life and death, leaving her no choice. Today, I will punish you in place of the second dream. Come flame! Fire! Lin Ling shouted out once more. The ancient flame demon's claws that had pierced into Tianlin's chest began to burn with flames, burning away Tianlin's organs. Not only that, but Tianlin would not be burned to death, but he would enjoy a fiery purgatory. Ah! Ah! Tianlin cried out in pain. His entire body violently trembled. His skin peeled off and his hair turned white. His mind was like a dream. He had never thought that he would have such a day, nor did he think that Lin Ling, who had awakened his slaughter demon, would be so terrifying. He could only say that he had lost. He had lost everything, but he did not regret it. The winner was king, the loser was a bandit. Since he had lost, there was nothing left to say. On the day you die, no one will come to send you off. Fire! However, in the next moment, Lin Ling's cold voice floated into his ears, causing his pupils to constrict. He was not afraid of death. As a top powerhouse of the rainforest's holy land, how could he be afraid of death? But he was afraid that no one would send him off. He was afraid of loneliness, so he wanted to become the top king. That was so that through the years, everyone would still worship him and revere him, but now, there was no one. Why won't anyone send me off? Skyforest cried out in pain. The pain in his body could never compare to the pain in his heart. He lifted his eyes and looked up into the skies. The former manor lord, his master, was looking down at him with a sneer. His junior apprentice brother was the same, and so was his disciple. He was scared, he regretted it. Was he going to die alone? Interesting. Although my 100 lives lonely soul died, it also allowed the protector to appear. So, Tianlin, you don't have to die yet. At this moment, a fierce roar resounded in the air. Suddenly, the sky was filled with wailing and howling. Under countless gazes, a large number of ghosts came from afar. These ghosts were dragging a genius as if they had come from the 9 nether hell. Everyone's heart trembled violently. Who was that? Woo woo woo, ghost soldiers and ghost generals appeared. At this moment, the sky seemed to have turned into a lunar sun. The second dream of 100 lifetimes lonely souls. In this life, I should have once again died alone, becoming the heavenly fiend lonely soul of 101 lifetimes. If I had absorbed it, then my strength would have greatly increased. However, Tianlin, you let the second dream die. You deserve to die. A frightening voice resounded in the sky. However, although the 100 lives lonely soul died, the protector appeared. It was not in vain for me to come here personally. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded out as the geniuses finally stopped. The pitch-black curtain slowly opened, causing the 100 ghosts to kneel. Following which, a tall and sturdy figure slowly walked out. This person was wearing a black cloak, and black ghostly chi filled the air around him. His gloomy face gave people a sense of fear. Woo woo woo. At the same time, all the ghost soldiers and ghost generals knelt down. That person seemed to be the ghost king. Protector. Not bad. According to legend, the 6 great protectors of the 6 saint regions are one of the 72 demon gods. today, I have obtained them. My strength has greatly increased. The tall man looked at the ancient flame devil. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. And, you are very lucky to have obtained one of the 72 demon gods. However, to have such a demon god on you is simply a waste. You should give the demon god to me. I am the sect leader of the Thousand Lives Ghost sect, the Third Life Ghost King. Third Life Ghost King. The crowd in the distance gasped. Ghost King? Could it be the king of all ghosts? This person is a foreign expert. The Heavenly Fall era has finally arrived. The 4 clan leaders' faces were solemn. Then, they shouted, everyone, leave the 6 Saint regions. Yes. This person was too strong, beyond their imagination. If they did not retreat, they would all be wiped out. This was the agreement they had with Lin Ling. If the enemy was too strong, they would retreat. After all, the rainforest was their home. However, that home was a person, not a place. Soul Seal. Yes. The Third Life Ghost King roared. His body turned into rolling black smoke and appeared in front of the ancient flame devil. He slammed his palm heavily. The terrifying thing was that after this palm appeared, the dark clouds in the sky rolled. The ghosts, ghost soldiers, and ghost generals in the distance all screamed in terror. It was as if their souls were afraid of that seal. The mysterious seal appeared and slammed heavily on the ancient flame devil. The ancient flame devil's huge body flew backward. It's only the 7 tails. The ancient flame devil can't touch me yet. I will seal your soul and make the ancient flame devil an ownerless object. Then, I will be able to obtain it. The Third Life Ghost King laughed coldly. Lin Ling. Everyone in the distance shouted worriedly. Heaven and earth were merciless, and there were too many variables. They had already seen Lin Ling win a moment ago, and he would once again protect the rainforest's sacred land. However, in the next moment, the foreign experts arrived and easily dominated everything. Lin Ling's soul was about to be sealed. Under the ruthless world, the weak were like ants. When the strong were angry, all living things would be plunged into misery and suffering. Leave the rainforest's sacred land. The 4 clan leaders shouted crazily. They could only run. Can you escape? The Third Life Ghost King opened his hands. Endless ghosts flew out from his cloak. They swallowed the clouds as if they were going to devour everyone's soul. You're just a few false mortal realm experts. You don't even have spiritual energy. How dare you call yourself a king in front of me? The Tri-Era Ghost King gently slapped out with his palm, and a cold ghost fog appeared. Even though it was thousands of miles away, it still slammed into the bodies of the 4 clan leaders, causing them to spit out a mouthful of blood. So scary. The crowd's eyes were filled with confusion. In their hearts, the 4 clan leaders couldn't even block a single move from the other party. False mortal realm. The 4 clan leaders gritted their teeth as a thought appeared in their minds. It was said that in the outer realm, the real transcendents weren't like them. Those transcendents, in addition to having their mental state sublimated, had a trace of spiritual energy in their bodies. Spiritual energy was the essence of world energy. It could greatly improve one's attack, defense, and speed. It was also a reward given by the world to those who reached the Nirvana realm, but they didn't. Was this the so-called false mortal realm? They didn't belong to the real transcendence. The Holy Land's calamity, the guardian god descends. All of you, turn into this senior's ghosts. Kill. He wanted to kill all of them, and use the countless vengeful souls for his own use. Are we all going to die? Yes. Many people muttered to themselves. They were powerless to resist. Their king, Lin Ling, had his soul sealed. Who could stop this powerful enemy? Kill. I'd rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Kill. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame shouted coldly. Although he was not strong, he had seen too many things in his life, so he knew that since death was inevitable, he might as well fight to the death. Ants might be weak, but they had their pride. This was also Lin Ling's belief. He would never lose face for his grandson. Haha, then I'll kill you first, old fart. The 3 Lives Ghost King sneered and pointed with his finger. Rakshasa Demon King Finger. Kill. The finger seemed to open the gates of hell. The giant finger, along with countless ghosts, roared and charged at Ancestor Extreme Flame. Rumble. A loud explosion sounded in the sky. A true transcendent was terrifying. Dark vermilion butterfly. Kill. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A mysterious butterfly suddenly appeared in the distant sky. The butterfly spread its wings slightly, and strange sword ripples appeared. Layer upon layer, as if there were countless swords slashing at the Rakshasa demon Kingfinger. Dang dang dang. Those sword slashes were densely packed and extremely sharp. Every single one of them contained level 5 sword ultimacy. Ugh. Kill. The 3 lives Ghost King frowned. The newcomer was strong, comparable to the kid with the ancient flame devil. Dark butterfly sword. Kill. Another sword slash was unleashed. Like a butterfly flying across the sky, it was dreamy and mysterious. Finally, the gigantic Rakshasa Ghost Kingfinger stopped. Then, under countless gazes, a mysterious black butterfly flew over. On the butterfly, a girl in black stood with a sword in her hand. She stared coldly at the 3 lives Ghost King. Lai Ching. Kill. Among the crowd, Yuer and Yuman recognized the girl. The latter was an extremely powerful existence among the Holy Sons. She actually came. Today, I'm here to return Lin Ling's favor. The young girl on the butterfly said coldly. She pointed her sword at the 3 eras ghostly king in the distance. Sword chi surged, causing the 3 eras ghostly king to frown. Someone had come to disrupt his plans? Courting death. But it didn't take long for his pupils to narrow. He sensed an ancient aura from the mysterious black butterfly. It was a type of devil chi that came from the darkness. One of the 72 demon gods of the heavens, the dark vermilion butterfly, one of the guardian gods of the 6 great sacred grounds. The 3-era Ghost King spat out. He was extremely surprised. Another guardian deity had appeared. One of the 6 guardian deities, Lin Ling is one, and that young girl is another. The crowd seemed to have guessed something, and all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Today, 2 protectors of the Holy Lands had appeared. Good, good, good. It seems that my luck is very good. In one trip, I obtained 2 guardian deities. The Trailokia's Ghost King laughed coldly. His smile was filled with satisfaction, as if he had already obtained 2 protectors. Then he growled, "The protectors are strong, but with your strength, do you really think you can control them? Do you really think that's all there is to my attacks?" Woo, woo, woo. The severed Rakshasa Ghost Kingfinger in the sky was now shot by tens of thousands of ghosts. Like moths to a flame, the Rakshasa Ghost Kingfinger enlarged again, and headed straight for Ancestor Taiyan and the others. This change caused Lai Qing's beautiful eyes to narrow. She looked at the silent ancient flame devil on the ground and couldn't help but roar, "Lin Ling, wake up. If you don't wake up, your family will all die." But on the ground, the ancient flame devil's soul was sealed, so it stood there motionless. "I hope I'm not late." But at this time, countless white bones floated over. These white bones formed a massive white bone ship that shined with a cold light. And on top of this white bone ship, a young man held a sword in his hand, his aura majestic as he looked down upon the common people of the world. "Bone sword!" shouted the young man in a low voice. The gigantic white bone boat collapsed and transformed into a gigantic white bone sword. The sword ferociously slashed towards the Luosha demon Kingfinger. That sword was filled with murderous intent, it was filled with an extremely strong destructive chi. Kacha. What was terrifying was that the sword cut through countless ghosts, turning the Rakshasa Ghost Kingfinger into ashes. Wisps of ghosts floated in all directions. Ka ka ka. Then, the white bone sword collapsed again, forming an ancient demon god as large as the ancient flame devil, the white bone devil god. The crowd quieted down. There were too many experts here today, as if all the taboos in the world had appeared. That is Heavenly Sovereign Bone Saint. On the Rainforest Holy Land side, many elders trembled. They knew the white bone devil god too well, because that was their Rainforest Holy Land's guardian god, Heavenly Sovereign Bone Saint. Then, many of the Rainforest Holy Land's people's faces changed dramatically. Today, the 6 Saint region's great calamity, the 3 guardian gods had appeared. Just as the rumor said, the guardian gods would come when the six saint region's great calamity, and they saw that those who had the guardian gods were all from the younger generation. They were the ones who held up the sky of the six saint regions. He's back. Elder Jian looked at the young man on the white bone devil god with excitement, and tears finally came out. I'm back. On the white bone devil god, the youth's long hair fluttered in the wind. That arrogant and unruly face of the past once again appeared in front of the world. He was Sakura. Lin Ling, wake up. At this moment, there was a tinge of anxiousness in Sakura's eyes as he looked coldly at the ancient flame devil who had sunk into silence. However, the ancient flame devil remained motionless. 3 tutelary deities have appeared. The Trailera's Ghost King was surprised, but he was not afraid. Although the 72 demonic gods in the sky were extremely terrifying, it was obvious that the person controlling the demonic gods was just a young man. His strength had not matured yet, so he could not stop him. 10,000 ghosts set out, exterminating all living things. The Tri-Era Ghost King roared and opened his arms. More ghosts rushed out from his cloak. These were all disciples of the Thousand-Era Ghost sect. They were just being carried by him. Kill. Countless martial artists who cultivated the ghost Tao appeared. Every punch and palm was filled with ferocious ghost chi, shocking the world. You and I will stop them. Sakura frowned, then looked at Lai Qing on the butterfly in the distance and said. No need. I will fight the Trailera's Ghost King with you. They will naturally be protected. Lai Qing's face was still cold. After saying that, she stepped on the dark vermilion butterfly and rushed toward the Trailera's Ghost King. Sakura's eyes flickered. Looking at Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others behind him, he finally gritted his teeth and shot toward the Trailera's Ghost King. The Heavenly Fall era has finally arrived. We have been paying attention to the 6 saint regions, but we did not expect it to start in the Rainforest Sacred Land. Stop the enemy. Everyone, leave the Rainforest Sacred Land. Bodhi Saint Palace has arrived. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio 72 Demon Gods and Yu Man Yun, how is Lin Ling? Come. Among the crowd, a handsome young man looked at Yuer and Yu Man Yun. He was Yonggan, the young man who fought side by side with Lin Ling in the ancient tomb. Among them were saint princes such as Dian Tong and Shi Yue. Everyone is here. Come. And Yuer and Yu Man Yun looked at each other. Their eyes were moist. They thought that everyone was going to die, but in the end, everyone was here. Hee, we're here to return Lin Ling's favor. Come. Dian Tong looked at Yuer and the others and smiled. All the saint princes smiled as well. Their blood began to boil. In the great battle of the ancient tomb, Lin Ling had led them to resist the foreign cultivators and even saved everyone. Today, they were once again fighting side by side with Lin Ling. This feeling made them very excited. This was the honor of fighting as a team. Fight. Come. And Yuer and the others nodded heavily. Hee, I'm stronger than them, so I'll fight the Ghost King with Lai Qing and the others. Yonggan smiled and looked at Ancestor Taiyan. Lin Ling's grandfather, Lin Ling saved my life in the past. Today, as long as Lin Ling doesn't retreat, I won't retreat. Come. Swoosh. After he finished speaking, he flew towards the Tri-Era Ghost King. His words excited the people of the Fire Ancient clan. These people were all here for Lin Ling. How could Lin Ling make so many people respond to his call and make all the experts of the 6 saint regions fight for him? Dian Tong, Shi Yue, and the other saint prince's eyes were filled with jealousy. That kid got lucky. Come. Under countless gazes, Yonggan was like a saint descending. His body emitted a sacred light. He waved his right hand and a 7-colored gourd appeared. Then, he struck out a mysterious seal. Sorry, I'm also one of the 6 guardian gods, 7 treasures golden reed. The crowd's eyes widened. Another guardian deity? Moreover, it didn't seem to be in the form of a desolate beast, but a guardian god in the form of a divine weapon. With this, 4 guardian gods had appeared in the 6 sacred realms. Lin Ling was the ancient flame demon, Sakura was the bone saint Empyrean, Lai Qing was the dark vermilion butterfly, and Yonggan was the 7 treasure golden reed. These people of the younger generation were all geniuses. Maybe we can win. The four patriarchs and ancestor Taiyan shouted excitedly. Every time the Holy Land faced a great calamity, the protectors would appear. Today, 4 protectors had appeared. Although all of this was like a dream, if Lin Ling could obtain a protector, the others would naturally have their own opportunities. Our 6 saint realms are truly united today. In the sky, in addition to a large number of holy sons, there were many ancient masters. They were the top masters of the 6 saint realms. Among them, the current holy king of the Bodhi sacred palace was also present. Many people in the rainforest Holy Land looked up to that man. Was that the legendary holy king? In addition to the holy king of the other saint realms had also come. At this moment, their hearts all calmed down. That man is the holy king? Rain Master Mo Ping looked excitedly at the black-robed man in the sky. He finally had the chance to meet the legendary figure. The holy king was stronger than them. He should have reached the true transcendent realm, Chi. At this very moment, after the rainbow-colored gourd appeared, the endless spiritual chi in the sky was sucked in, forming a vortex. The opening of the gourd was extremely dazzling, and a destructive shockwave shot towards the 3 eras ghostly king. The 3 eras ghostly king frowned. More and more guardian deities had appeared. Dark North Demon God, if you don't appear, I will take all of these protectors for myself. Boom. Facing the terrifying shockwave, the 3-era Ghost King's face was still calm. He seemed to know that he was not the only one who had come to the rainforest Holy Land. I'm just watching the show. What's more, the person controlling the 3 protectors is only a youth. He hasn't matured yet. There's no way you can't stop him. Boom. A faint laughter drifted out. On the ground, on the rocks and mountains, a large number of figures quietly appeared. These people were all dressed in white robes. The men were handsome and otherworldly, and the women were as beautiful as fairies. Under the lead of a middle-aged man, they slowly walked over. They seemed to have been here for a long time, but had not appeared. They were just watching the show from the sidelines. In other words, they were waiting for the protectors to appear. Whether it was the second dream or heaven forest, their existence was to wait for the protectors to appear. And now, they had waited. If not for the death of the second dream, Lin Ling would not have exposed the ancient flame devil. Everything was going according to their plan. These people were from the Dark North Demon territory. The person in the lead was an existence comparable to the 3-era Ghost King, Dark North Demon God, Rumble. At the same time, the 3-era Ghost King used a mysterious martial art with both hands. It was as if he had opened the gates of hell, causing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood to appear. He blocked the light of Yangon's 7 treasures golden reed, and then casually faced the attacks of the 3 protectors. The 3-era Ghost King has been in the cycle of reincarnation for 3 lifetimes. 3 lifetimes of martial arts, 3 lifetimes of martial arts. As expected of a Ghost King, Dark North Demon God was not surprised by the 3-era Ghost King's strength. The latter had recultivated for 3 lifetimes, which meant that he had cultivated for 3 lifetimes more than an ordinary expert. How could he be weak? Beside him stood a young man who was about 18 years old. He was also dressed in a white robe and had an elegant demeanor. His long hair was a bewitching purple. At this moment, he was looking forward with a faint smile. There are quite a lot of beauties in this rural area of the rainforest. Xianxia, do you want the 4 protectors? Dark North Demon God asked calmly. The purple-haired young man smiled and nodded. I want the protector of the fire fox. It's a bit evil, and just right for me. Good. It's yours. Dark North Demon God's eyes shone with a doting light as he nodded slightly. What? There are foreign experts? As for the rainforest Holy Land, everyone's expression changed drastically. Previously, they had Saint Kings and other strong cultivators, and 4 protectors had appeared. They had thought that they would be able to stop the enemy, but who would have thought that there would be strong cultivators from other regions? Moreover, those strong cultivators were even more sinister. They had arrived a long time ago, but they had been slowly watching the show from afar. Everything they had done was to make the protectors appear. These experts were toying with them like cats. The 72 demonic gods in the sky are strong, but you can't stop me right now. Unless all 6 of your protectors come. At this very moment, the 3 Lives Ghost King cackled from the ground that was riddled with holes. He spread out his hands and a mysterious esoteric world appeared. Let me show you my innate saint physique. Come back. Endless ghostly chi filled the air, and shadows appeared on the ground and in the sky. They were the people Lin Ling had killed before. They were actually resurrected. What kind of power was this? It could actually summon the dead. Translator, Nyoibo Studio 5th Guardian of the Holy Land. This youth wasn't old, but the viciousness in his heart was even thicker than that of a martial artist who had cultivated for hundreds of years. It had to be known that there were millions of lives in the rainforest Holy Land, but in his mouth, they weren't even worth mentioning. Kill them, but leave all the women behind. I want to use them for cultivation, especially those few that are devastatingly beautiful. The purple-haired young man shouted again. His martial arts seemed to be related to women, so he did not let any of them go. His gaze landed on Yu and the other girls, and then he licked his lips. Kill. The warriors of the Northern Dark Territory shouted coldly and rushed toward the rainforest sacred land. Now that the Northern Dark North Territory had joined forces with the Tri-Era Ghost King, the situation in the rainforest sacred land was not looking good. Let me help you. Sakura had the deepest feelings for the rainforest and he immediately shouted coldly. There's no need for that. The 3 of you should focus on suppressing the 3 Lives Ghost King. We'll hold them back. At this time, the Holy King of the Bodhi Sacred Palace said indifferently. He then looked at the people of the rainforest sacred ground and said, everyone, leave the 6 saint regions. The experts here are too strong. This is all I can do. The people of the rainforest Holy Land were excited. The legendary Holy King was too mysterious. They had never seen him before, but today they knew that on the day of the Holy Land's calamity, the Holy King would stand up and protect them. Leave the rainforest. Everyone shouted loudly. They couldn't win, so they could only leave. Can you escape? Cold laughter came from the northern dark nether region. All the holy princes were stunned. They were the top geniuses of the Holy Lands. If they didn't fight, who would? Kill. Under Great Expansion Eye's furious roar, all the holy sons went out to battle. They are saving us. The eyes of Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others became moist. They gritted their teeth and took a deep look at their home. Then, they led the group away. Today, foreign enemies were pressuring them, and they had no choice but to leave their homeland. This process seemed simple, but everyone's hearts were heavy. After all, this was the place where they had been born and raised. They were reluctant to leave, but they were certain that one day, under the leadership of the new king of the 6 sacred regions, they would make a comeback. Why aren't you attacking, evil god Dark North? The 3rd generation Ghost King said in a low voice when he saw a large number of people retreating from the rainforest Holy Land. It's not my turn to attack them. If they can escape, then it's their fortune. If they can't, then they'll die. He couldn't be bothered to do anything. In fact, he and the violet-haired young man even sat down, sipping wine as they watched the carnage unfold. You are as evil as ever. No one can see through you. However, if you don't want to kill them, I will. After I subdue the 3 guardian deities, everyone here will die. Black clouds gushed out from the 3 Lives Ghost King's body and covered the sky, making it hard for Sakura and the rest to resist. Although they were divine protectors, they were still too young and couldn't display the power of a divine protector unless all of them appeared. However, this was simply impossible. At present, being able to find 4 divine protectors was already a great blessing. Rumble. The surging attacks were like the collapse of the heavens and the earth, causing a huge vortex to appear in the sky above the rainforest. The retreating crowd's pupils constricted. They knew in their hearts that those experts were blocking the incoming enemies to buy time for them. Mengyun, it's time for you to display your strength. At this moment, over at the Water Moon Holy Land, the people of Tai martial sect were also there. One of them, an old woman, looked at Yu Yun and made Yu Yun and an Yuer softly greet her as master. Turn into a demon. The old woman looked at the 2 girls dotingly and then said to Yu Yun. Yu Yun hesitated for a moment before nodding in the end. Rumble, the ancient sealed door appeared, and a huge white armored snake slowly slithered out. This snake was extremely beautiful, as if it had a mind of its own. There were 2 horns on its forehead, which made many people puzzled. What exactly was that? Father, I want this girl, okay? At this moment, the violet-haired young man was eating grapes. His eyes immediately revealed a hint of excitement. Tisk, TSK. This game is getting more and more fun. Just like the book said, people can unleash their potential in times of crisis and unleash everything they have. Now, another guardian god has appeared. Evil god North Darkness smiled gently. His smile was filled with excitement. Today's luck was pretty good. Before the other experts arrived, he had actually found so many of the 72 demon gods. Okay, this girl is yours. Then, evil god North Darkness nodded. Rumble, at this moment, the white snake finally slithered out of the sealed door, emitting an aura that made all living beings in the world revere it. In midair, Yumanyan's clothes seemed to be torn apart. Her seductive body shot towards the beautiful white snake. At the same time, the old woman looked deeply at Yumanyan and Anuer. Disciples, Master can only help you up to this point. Life essence, unseal. The old woman's hands kept dancing. Every time she moved, essence blood floated out and condensed in midair, turning into a mysterious symbol. Finally, it slapped towards the beautiful white snake, Chi, Chi. The white snake's body trembled as if something had been unsealed. An incomparably sacred white light bloomed, and the snake transformed into a dragon. An exquisite white dragon with white scales and 2 dragon horns on its head appeared. This dragon was extremely holy, as if it was the most beautiful dragon in the world. It roared angrily, and white light bloomed like ripples. Doors opened under the ground, and a huge beast walked out from each door, the Water Moon Holy Land's guardian god, the Great Illusion White Dragon King. Mengyun, this dragon is as beautiful as you. The old woman smiled as if she was looking at the proudest masterpiece in her life. Finally, her body shattered and turned into ashes. The Great Illusion White Dragon King was a secret of the Water Moon Holy Land, and it had long since been discovered by Yu Mengyun. It was just that these powerhouses had not announced it to the public. If they wanted to unseal the Great Illusion White Dragon King, they would need the old woman to sacrifice her life. Master. As she looked at the fallen old woman, tears flowed from Anuer's beautiful eyes. As for the others, their hearts fiercely trembled. In today's great calamity, those ancient powerhouses had used their spines to block the tribulation clouds that pressed down from the sky. Woo woo, the beautiful White Dragon King also let out a sobbing sound as tears flowed out from her clear eyes. Mengyun, don't let your master down. Kill the enemy. On the Water Moon Holy Land side, many experts roared. This caused the White Dragon King to look angrily at the 3 Lives Ghost King. Following that, she led the mighty demonic beast army over. The 4 guardian deities want to fight me? Unfortunately, they are still lacking. The Great Illusion White Dragon King is said to be able to summon ancient desolate beasts at its peak. Now, it can only summon weak demonic beasts. There are only a few ferocious beasts. The 3 Lives Ghost King smiled faintly. He was still fearless. Kill. The 4 guardian deities moved out one after another to suppress the 3 Lives Ghost King. You must win. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Ling had awakened. Fight. Rumble, Ghost Chi and Spirit Chi surged. The surging attack shook the mountains and rivers, causing the earth to crack. However, even with the appearance of the 4 guardian gods, they still couldn't suppress the 3 Lives Ghost King. Datura Flower. A mysterious martial art appeared in his right hand. The Datura flower from the Bridge of Helplessness appeared and blasted towards Sakura. Then, the 3 Lives Ghost King looked at the Great Illusion White Dragon King. He knew that this guardian god who could summon monsters was the most difficult to deal with. I'll seal your soul first and obtain the Great Illusion White Dragon King. The 3 Lives Ghost King's eyes were filled with greed. Among the 72 demon gods, there were strong and weak ones. Among them, the Great Illusion White Dragon King was ranked very high. He was even stronger than the Dark Vermilion Butterfly and the other guardian gods. Pop. Pop, pop. The pitch-black palm struck out, causing the sky to change color. A huge gray stone tablet appeared in midair and pressed down on the Great Illusion White Dragon King. 3 words were engraved on the tablet, Soul Seal. Yuman, watch out. On the dark vermilion butterfly, Lai Qing anxiously shouted. However, at this moment, the White Dragon King's monsters were fighting against those who had been resurrected. These people were also very powerful. There was the Barbarian King, the Scholar, and the Palace Lords. Therefore, Yuman couldn't be distracted. Save her. The various Saint Kings all roared furiously. The guardian deity was their final trump card. If it was sealed, then they could only lose. Moreover, the guardian deity was the light of dawn. All of them could die, but the guardian deity of the younger generation could not die, because it was the soul of the 6 saint realms. In your dreams. The cultivators of the northern dark territory blocked the Holy King. There were many strong cultivators among them, and there were more than 100 transcendent realm first-layer cultivators. No one could save Yuman. At this moment, Yu and the others were also fighting against the strong cultivators. However, at this moment, they all had tears in their eyes. Was Yuman going to die in front of them? Lin Ling, you said that you would protect everyone. What are you doing now? Yu suddenly shouted. At this moment, the ancient flame devil was still silent on the ground. The young man who had blocked all the storms for them in the past seemed to be tired now. He seemed to have finally collapsed. Those women are all calling Lin Ling. That young man from before made me very uncomfortable. The purple-haired youth said coldly. All the women he liked were called Lin Ling. This made him extremely jealous because he felt that all the beauties in this world belonged to him, the northern heretic. Lin Ling, Dream Clouds is about to die. If you don't stand up now, you'll regret it. The heavenly concubine, Xianxia and Yuer, and the others all shouted at the ancient flame devil. They also knew that Lin Ling was tired. At the moment when countless strong cultivators were pressuring them, it was the handsome young man who blocked everything. Therefore, the young man was qualified to rest if he was tired. However, this was not the time to rest. Voices were of no help to Lin Ling at all. However, at this moment, the long-haired young man on the ancient flame devil's body slightly moved his eyelashes. In his soul sea, the ancient grey stone tablet bloomed with dazzling light and sealed his soul. However, he could faintly hear the cries of his women, of his relatives, of everyone calling out to him. Patriarch Extreme Flame, Yu, the 4 clan chiefs, there were far too many people calling out to him. How can I be sealed here? Break for me. At this moment, monstrous waves appeared in the vast soul sea, crazily crashing against the ancient soul sealing tablet. It was like an ocean crashing against a rock. Although it was weak and insignificant, it would eventually penetrate the rock. Nothing was impossible. It all depended on whether Lin Ling would do it or not. Just like his life, no matter what kind of danger he faced, he never gave up. Rumble. Finally, above the vast soul sea, a pair of ancient eyes appeared. They were like the eyes of a primordial heavenly venerate, coldly looking at the soul-sealing tablet. This gaze saw through all life in the universe and saw through the long river of time. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, the soul-sealing tablet finally cracked, turning into a large amount of rubble that fell into the soul sea. At the same time, the soul-sealing tombstone was moving towards the White Dragon King. The 3-era Ghost King laughed coldly. 4 protectors had appeared. To be honest, the 3-era Ghost King was a little afraid. If all the protectors had come, he might have had to avoid them. But now, he could seal 1 protector. Rumble. The soul-sealing tablet was already in sight. The White Dragon King raised his head, his clear eyes narrowing. Soul-sealing tablet. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Under countless gazes, the sleeping ancient flame devil finally woke up. It turned into a flaming meteor and appeared before the White Dragon King. Its huge claws slammed down heavily. The most frightening thing was that in the center of the claws, a mysterious soul-sealing imprint appeared and clashed heavily with the soul-sealing tablet. Rumble. Soul-sealing tablet against soul-sealing tablet. In the next moment, cracks appeared on the soul-sealing tablet from the 3-life ghostly king and it finally exploded. Chi. Endless flames burned the heavens at this moment. The huge body of the fire fox looked at everyone as if it was looking down on the world. The entire battlefield was dead silent. Lin Ling had awakened. At this moment, the 5 guardian gods had gathered. Lin Ling. After a short moment of silence, cheers came from the sacred ground of the rainforest. Lin Ling had awakened. This was the return of the king. The six holy king smiled slightly. That little guy was indeed like a cockroach. Every time there was a great calamity, he would step through it and make a comeback. No wonder we have been watching them for so long. The holy king of the Bodhi sacred palace smiled faintly. He had never met Lin Ling, but in truth, he had been secretly watching Lin Ling. He had also personally witnessed that tenacious youth rise step by step. It was a strange feeling, as if he was watching his own junior grow up, and Lin Ling was everything to the sacred ground of the rainforest. He was everyone's hope. How is this possible? The three-life ghostly king's eyes narrowed. That youth had actually broken his soul-sealing tablet. The most frightening thing was that the youth had not only broken his soul-sealing tablet, but also learned it. In fact, it was even stronger than his soul-sealing tablet. Could it be that the youth's soul power was stronger than his? One had to know that he had recultivated for 3 lifetimes. His soul power was the sum of all 3 lifetimes. 5 guardian gods, attack. A cold voice came from Lin Ling's mouth. His eyes were still as cold as ever, but they were filled with determination. The huge ancient flame devil shot towards the 3-life ghostly king. His attack caused the other 4 guardian gods to be filled with fighting spirit, and they all pounced on him. Lin Ling is the guardian god king. The crowd watched the earth-shattering battle, and their hearts were filled with excitement. Rumble, the 5 guardian gods attacked at the same time. The flames of slaughter, the sword energy of destruction, the bones of silence, the light of hope, and the demonic beasts of the common people finally suppressed the 3-life ghostly king. Bastard! The 3-life ghostly king's face was extremely ugly. After the little guy named Lin Ling woke up, he had a mysterious power that changed the situation of the battle. Everyone was filled with fighting spirit. It was a kind of momentum that would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Demon sealing seal. It should be noted that a single guardian god, such as the ancient flame devil, was enough to force Yan to dodge in the past. Now that the 5 guardian gods were gathered, they represented slaughter, destruction, nirvana, hope, and life respectively. Their attack power was not as simple as one plus the other. The 3 lives ghost king was naturally forced to retreat. He's just an ant from the countryside. What qualifications does he have to be arrogant? Father, I'll go and meet him. At this moment, the purple-haired young man from evil god Bei Ming's side took a step forward and shot towards the ancient flame demon. Despicable. Many people from the rainforest Holy Land shouted angrily. Previously, evil god Bei Ming and his son were like otherworldly masters who disdained to make a move. However, after Lin Ling woke up and the 5 guardian gods suppressed the 3 lives ghost king, they immediately went back on their words and attacked when they saw that the situation was not good. These masters could never be trusted. You're bullying us with your numbers. You're too shameless. However, what angered everyone was that the purple-haired young man pretended to be prejudiced and said that the 5 guardian gods were bullying them with their numbers. The purple-haired young man rushed over with his transcendent strength, causing a large patch of purple to appear in the sky. Lin Ling's cold eyes finally moved. His eyes were calm, but there was an indescribable anger in them. The purple-haired young man's eyes narrowed. In that short moment, he was actually a little afraid. This was a great humiliation for him. Evolving the universe, controlling life and death, controlling illusion and destruction, great purple heaven cloud palm. Hung long long, in midair, the clouds rolled over and formed a huge palm that slammed towards the ancient flame demon. This palm had reached the 7th level of martial profundity. It was extremely terrifying. Roar. On the ground, Lin Ling's heart moved. The ancient flame demon gave up on the 3 lives ghost king and rushed towards Xianxia's huge palm. For him, today's enemies were all cruel and unscrupulous. They looked down on human life, so it didn't matter who he fought first. Chi chi chi, the 7 tails swept fiercely and slashed towards the cloud palm like sickles. Then, with a clang, like the sound of metal colliding, the thick cloud palm was split into 7 pieces. Amazing! Lin Ling's control of the guardian is even stronger than the others. The 6 holy king were all shocked. Among all the protectors, Lin Ling was probably the strongest. This strength came from his familiarity with the ancient flame devil. Of course, they did not know that this was not the first time Lin Ling had used the ancient flame devil. At this moment, the ancient flame devil was like Lin Ling's right hand. In the sky, the purple-haired northern heretic's expression changed. He did not expect Lin Ling's ancient flame devil to be so powerful. In his eyes, the huge body was already charging towards him. It was ruthless and murderous, and its claws swept over. So fast. Northern Evil shouted in a low voice as he spread out his hands, "Cold evil chi." Evil chi gushed out, and if it touched a Holy Spirit realm expert, it could make them lose their mind and kill them in the end. The purple evil chi protected Northern Evil like a dragon against the ancient flame devil. Unfortunately, the ancient flame devil was no weaker than Northern Evil. "Die for me," Lin Ling shouted coldly. The ancient flame devil's huge claws swept out and swept away all the evil chi. Northern Evil's expression changed again as he shouted, "Evil Shadow Doppelganger." Poochie, the powerful claws swept out, but two Northern Evil boys appeared in the sky. One of them was torn to pieces, while the other disappeared. At the same time, the purple-haired boy appeared on the ground with an ugly expression. In the sky, a strand of purple hair drifted down with the wind, causing the whole battlefield to fall silent. Although Northern Heretic dodged quickly, the ancient flame demon still managed to injure him, cutting off a strand of his long hair. One had to know that Northern Heretic came from the powerful sacred domain and had reached the transcendent realm at such a young age. Even the patriarchs of the 4 great clans would have to face him in the underworld, but Lin Ling was able to injure him. This undoubtedly raised the morale of the Rainforest Holy Land. "You're very lucky." On the ground, Northern Evil's expression was ugly. He had dodged quickly before, otherwise, he would have been injured. It was a great shame that a puny country boy could injure him. Of course, he didn't say that Lin Ling was able to injure him. He just said that Lin Ling was very lucky. "You foreign masters joined forces to wipe out the 6 sacred domains, but you won. That's a wheel that represents the ruthlessness of heaven and earth. You can't blame us because we deserved to die. However, we joined forces to resist, so in your words, we were bullying you with numbers. You came from a powerful sacred domain, so you attacked me. If you won, you're a genius and we're trash, but if you lost, you're saying that I was lucky. Are foreign geniuses also thick-skinned?" In the sky, Lin Ling looked coldly at the boy at his feet. His sarcastic voice drifted out like the wind, cutting into Northern Evil's heart like a sword. His face instantly turned pale. Shame, this shame was even greater. Haha. On the other side of the 6 Holy Kings' side, mocking laughter rang out like a wave. Even the 3 Lives Ghost King looked coldly at Lin Ling. This young man was even more difficult to deal with than the other guardian gods. Previously, the 3 Lives Ghost King had managed to seal Lin Ling's soul by surprise, but in the end, he had failed. Now, he wanted to see how the top genius from the Northern Dark Evil territory would fight against the puny youth from the 6 sacred domains. "I'm thick-skinned? Today, I'll stand here and let you see how you can shake me. Come at me, puny country boy." Northern Evil's long hair fluttered wildly. He couldn't tolerate a country boy looking down on him and mocking him. He was the son of the Northern Dark Evil god, a first-layer transcendent realm genius. Lin Ling took a deep breath. In all fairness, the other party was indeed very strong. If he didn't have the ancient flame devil, he wouldn't be his opponent at all. Even with the ancient flame devil, it would take a lot of effort to kill the other party. The other party had a mysterious evil chi protecting his body. It seemed his innate talent wasn't weak, perhaps even surpassing the king physique. However, no matter how strong Lin Ling was, he had to fight. There was no way out, so Lin Ling didn't think about his own safety. He just wanted to fight. Xiao, flames shot towards the ground like a meteor. In midair, the ancient flame devil's huge claw slammed down. An ant will always be an ant. I was just playing with you before. This time, I'm serious. On the ground, Northern Evil's purple hair fluttered in the wind. He was full of domineering and evil chi, as if he was the king of evil. In the next moment, purple chi erupted from his body and intertwined into a dragon, turning into an ancient evil god. The evil god opened his eyes and looked towards the world. This was a saint physique. The mighty evil chi rushed towards Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's mind to sink. as if he was about to fall into a deep sleep. This evil chi was too terrifying. When it comes to geniuses, the 6 sacred regions will never lose to anyone else. Lin Ling bit the tip of his tongue to wake himself up, his eyes burning even more fiercely. Soul-sealing seal. In his mind, an extremely ancient soul martial skill appeared. It was the soul-sealing seal of the 3-era Ghost King, but it was even more terrifying than the 3-era Ghost King's soul-sealing seal. The one who controlled this soul-sealing seal came from the broken stone tablet in the Spirit Sea. Translator, Naibo Studio. Sorry for the wait. On the ground, Northern Heretic's heart trembled violently. He wasn't afraid of Lin Ling in terms of strength and cultivation realm. However, he was a little afraid when it came to soul power. The gigantic stone tablet smashing down from the sky made him feel as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. He couldn't even move. This kid has really learned my soul-sealing seal, and it's even bigger than my soul-sealing seal. 3 lives. Ghost King sucked in a breath of cold air. How could that young man's soul power be so strong? This was beyond logic. Xianxia, be careful. Right at this moment, a beam of purple light shot through the sky and picked up Northern Demon. In the next moment, it vanished on the spot. Xia was saved. Rumble. At the same time, the stone steel smashed down, causing the ground to shake. Countless souls trembled violently, and they were dazed for an entire breath of time. The soul attack was indeed terrifying, and even the people far away were affected. If the stone steel smashed into Northern Demon's body, no matter how strong he was, his soul would be shattered into pieces. Lin Ling was truly powerful. Using the ancient flame demon to protect his body, he was able to use his soul force attack, a power that could even injure a transcendent realm master. On the ground, the gigantic body of the ancient flame devil appeared. Lin Ling looked into the distance with disappointment in his eyes. In the end, Northern Demon still managed to escape. Lin Ling then laughed coldly. Before this, you were just playing with me and I was lucky enough to injure you. But why are you asking for help now? You people from the powerful Saint Realms are truly shameless. In the distance, Northern Heretic's face was extremely ferocious. He had thought that once he attacked, teaching Lin Ling a lesson would be as easy as flipping his hand. However, he had been defeated in 2 moves. He had to run away in disgrace. He, a genius, had lost all face. You, shut up. Evil North roared furiously. Your previous pride has disappeared. Instead, you're angry out of humiliation? On the ground, Lin Ling chuckled. His casual rebuttal made Northern Demon's eyes turn red. His arrogance had indeed disappeared. Xianxia, there's no need to waste words on people who are about to die. 3rd generation Ghost King, are you going to make a move? If you don't, then I will. If I can get rid of these 5 guardian gods, then I want 4 guardian gods. The wretch god Dark North barked coldly. He had finally decided to make a move. Off in the distance, the eyes of the 3 lives Ghost King flickered. He wanted more protectors. But then, he smiled sinisterly and nodded. Fine. If you can deal with them, I only want 1 protector. Previously, he had fought against the 5 guardian gods. He knew that when the 5 guardian gods worked together, their power and battle prowess were extremely terrifying. Evil God North Sea's strength was on the same level as him. He knew that it would be difficult for Evil God North Sea to defeat the guardian gods unless the 2 of them worked together. Alright, those 4 guardian deities are mine. The evil god of Dark North's long hair fluttered in the wind as he spoke in a domineering and confident manner. If all 6 of the guardian gods had come, then I, the evil god of Dark North, would have had to dodge their attacks. But 5 of them are nothing. He gently raised his palm, and an even greater amount of evil chi condensed. It was vast and mighty, forming a mysterious evil chi world. Art of the evil god, a noble thought. He struck out with his palm. Without any complicated martial arts, he could crush everything with just his strength. Attack. At this moment, the 5 protectors were resonating in their hearts. It was as if they had fought side by side since ancient times, resulting in an innate tacit understanding. Moreover, each of them represented a world. They represented slaughter, nirvana, hope, and so on. After joining forces, their world became even larger. This was the guardian god's human formation, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. The guardian gods landed behind the ancient flame devil, shining with dazzling light. The ancient flame devil's fox mouth burned with colorful flames. Flame of the guardian gods. Boom, with the power of the 5 guardian gods, a flame that looked like the origin of fire shot out, stirring the world. It was as if Pangu was splitting open the sky. At the same time, the evil god of Dark North Sea's pupils constricted. He only realized how terrifying the guardian gods were after personally fighting. The giant palm in front of him cracked and emitted green smoke, as if it was being burned. Evil King 10 Disaster Sword. At this critical moment, the evil god of Dark North Sea pulled the void with his right hand, and a long purple sword appeared. The sword was thousands of miles long, and it was extremely shocking. Evil world slaying. He slashed out fiercely, and the evil energy carried with it a destructive aura, as if he wanted to kill all living things in the world. Boom. At this time, the gorgeous and colorful flames finally shot over. Those flames were like pillars, but they continued to spiral, suppressing an extremely terrifying power. In an instant, they pierced through that huge palm, and started to resist the evil king's 10 tribulations sword. Pop. Pop, pop. On the ground, a sword blocked the raging flame pillar, and it was a shocking sight. So powerful. After Lin Ling and the others joined forces, their strength increased several times. If the 6 guardian gods appeared, we might not have to die today. Many people were excited. The guardian gods were indeed the totems of the 6 saint regions. Many geniuses looked at Lin Ling, and at this moment, their hearts were filled with deep admiration. The earth was pressing down, and the experts of the older generation were helpless. The new generation of geniuses blocked the heavenly tribulation and became the star of the world. How could they, as the younger generation, not yearn for such a dazzling moment? Unfortunately, yearning was yearning. Many of them could not do it, but Lin Ling could. The guardian god's inheritance battle technique. At this moment, evil god North Darkness's face was extremely ugly. He had underestimated the guardian god's joint forces. Break. 4 emotions returned to 1. In the end, evil god North Darkness unleashed his full strength and slashed out with his sword. The terrifying flame pillar was split into 2, and the sword radiance did not stop, as if the sky was also split into 2. His strength was truly terrifying. Is this what you mean by not worth mentioning? At the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice drifted out from the ground, and evil god North Darkness narrowed his eyes. Not worth mentioning? Now, he did not dare to say that. No wonder the 3 Lives Ghost King asked him to fight. It turned out that he knew how difficult it was to deal with the guardian gods. You're the same as your son, shameless and disgraceful. Sakura, Yonggan, and the others sneered, and the anger that evil god North Darkness had just extinguished was ignited again. Moreover, as his aura weakened, the 6 Saint King's side rose steadily, and killed many martial artists of the Dark North regions. You're just borrowing the power of the guardian gods. Without the guardian gods, you're just ants in the countryside. Evil god North Darkness snorted coldly. However, you're too arrogant. You've only won a small battle, and you think you can suppress me? Unless the 6 guardian gods gather together. Is that so? Then aren't you also borrowing the power of the outer regions? If you grew up in the 6 saint regions, you're just an ant. In the face of the arrogant voice of the evil god of North Darkness, Lin Ling only smiled coldly. To the evil god of North Darkness, this kind of attitude was undoubtedly more infuriating than his defeat. After all, he was clearly just an ant, but he dared to disregard him, the emperor of millions. You mean the 6 guardian gods? Lin Ling said indifferently, and then smiled. Sorry, I've waited for a long time, but it's a long journey, so I've kept you waiting. Kept you waiting? Translator, Nairobi Studio. The descent of King Xianxia, one of the 6 guardian deities, is the Xianxia king, but his whereabouts are unknown. Why do you say we've been waiting for a long time? The trailer's ghost king also frowned. Chi. At the same time, the ground behind the Northern Darkness evil god started to tremble. It was as if something terrifying was awakening from its slumber. The oppressive atmosphere made the Northern Darkness evil god's heart sink. What exactly was approaching? Unfortunately, his gaze was locked onto Lin Ling and the others, and he did not pay attention to what was behind him. It's here. Finally, Lin Ling shouted coldly. Boom, the ground exploded as a gigantic fiend celestial charged out from the ground. His massive fist was accompanied by gale-force winds as he viciously smashed it toward the evil god. What? Evil god North Deep narrowed his eyes. He wanted to block the attack, but it was too late. He was hit by the terrifying power, and his body flew backward like a kite. He smashed heavily into the ground thousands of miles away. The power of that power made people gasp, roar, under countless gazes. The pitch-black demonic god with chilling fangs appeared before everyone's eyes. His burly body was like a mountain, and billowing murderous aura emanated from him, causing many people's eyes to widen as a terrifying thought occurred to them. The Xianxia king had arrived. Instantly, the entire place fell silent. This was the gathering of the 6 guardian gods. The great calamity of the 6 holy domains, the guardian gods have gathered. The 6 holy kings were incomparably excited. Finally, they were all here. Sorry, I'm late. At the same time, the Xianxia king spoke in a low voice, and then he strode towards the 5 guardian gods like a giant. His voice sounded familiar, but the murderous aura he emitted was very unfamiliar to them. Big brother, I didn't expect to fight alongside you today. Xianxia king bellowed again, causing Sakura's pupils to constrict. Big brother? This guardian deity called him Big Brother? Who owned it? Today, the guardian gods have gathered. We will do our best to stop the enemy and teach them a lesson. We would rather die than live in dishonor. Xianxia king said to the people from the rainforest holy land. I would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Familiar, this was too familiar. The extreme flame ancestor, the 4 patriarchs, and the others all felt their hearts tremble violently as they looked at Lin Ling on the ancient flame devil. A terrifying thought arose in their minds, but they weren't too sure. Where did you come from? The holy king of the Bodhi sacred palace sucked in a cold breath. I am Lin Ling. The Xianxia king finally raised his head. His deep voice shocked everyone. It was Lin Ling. The Xianxia king was Lin Ling, and Lin Ling had obtained 2 guardian gods. Everyone's eyes widened as if they were witnessing the most unbelievable thing in the world. However, when they looked at the Xianxia king's eyes, they found that they were very familiar. It was the kind of aura that would rather die than live in dishonor. And this was the conviction of their banner, Lin Ling. Lin Ling. His roar shook the heavens and earth. At this moment, the guardian deity King Lin Ling's name was well deserved. Haha, second brother, you've always made Big Brother unable to see through you. Big Brother originally wanted to release the guardian deity to make you, this brat, envious. Who knew that you have 2 guardian deities? Sakura was astonished and couldn't help but shout out. The other guardian deities also became spirited. Lin Ling was like their leader, forever leading them forward. Kill. 2 voices floated out at the same time. It was the Xianxia king and the ancient flame devil. Their powerful auras made the northern darkness evil god and the 3-era ghost king extremely wary. That little brat actually had 2 guardian deities, Xiao. The ancient flame devil was the fastest. It turned into flames, but it didn't pounce on the 3-era ghost king. Instead, it pounced on the old man hiding in the ruins. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Although he was in a deep sleep, he heard the words of the 3-era ghost king. He knew that Mansion Master Tianlin was also a pawn. The real mastermind was the 3-era ghost king. The second dream was a lonely soul of 100 lifetimes. She was raised by the 3-era ghost king, and the function of the second dream was to become the 3-era ghost king's nourishment. No wonder the second dream always had a kind of sadness. Perhaps she knew her fate. This was the game of the strong, and the sorrow of the weak. Tianlin, you can die now. Lin Ling roared. His gaze fell on the smiling Tianlin in the distance. When the 3-era ghost king came, Tianlin was lucky enough to survive. But now, Lin Ling had to kill Tianlin. At this moment, Tianlin maintained his smile. Although he wasn't afraid of death, it was better to live. When the 3-era ghost king came and dominated everything, he saw the hope of living. Besides, he could see how Lin Ling and the others died. But who knew that Lin Ling would wake up and come to kill him? 3-era ghost king, save me. Tianlin's pale face screamed out. I'm here. Can you kill me? 1,000 souls slaughtering the city. The three-era ghost king roared. Lin Ling didn't come to kill him. Instead, he went to kill Tianlin. Tianlin was one of his people. How could he let Lin Ling kill him so easily? Chi. Chi, chi. Flames exploded. The souls that pounced on the ancient flame devil were all burned. Ghost lock imprison God. Seeing that his first attack had no effect, the Trailokia's ghost king unleashed his full power once more. His clothes were torn apart, and his true form was finally revealed. It was a ghost king whose body was completely black. His body seemed lighter than the wind as he crossed the void and appeared in front of the ancient flame devil. His ghostly claws flashed with cold light as they swept out, bang, but at the critical moment, a terrifying giant fist came and blocked the three-era ghost king's ghostly claws. It was the Xianxia king and Lin Ling were the same person. The two guardian gods working together were obviously more coordinated. Three-era ghost king, very impressive. You can dominate the lives of others for thousands of generations. Today, I want to see how strong a ghost king like you is. When the Xianxia king blocked the three-era ghost king's attack, the ancient flame devil seemed to resonate with him. Its 7 tails were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, and its claws slashed out with the soul-sealing imprint. At present, only the soul-sealing imprint could pose a threat to the three-era ghost king. 10,000 ghosts cry, explode. The three-era ghost king roared anxiously. His body exploded, and he dodged the 7 tails of the ancient flame devil. Countless ghosts burst out from his body, but they were all burned to death by the flaming tails. These ghosts were his soul. Now that they were destroyed, he had wasted several years of his cultivation. However, although his soul was destroyed, it allowed him to dodge Lin Ling's soul-sealing imprint. This result enraged the three-era ghost king. The soul-sealing imprint was his ultimate skill, but Lin Ling had learned it. Moreover, he was giving him a taste of his own medicine. Amazing. The ancient flame devil and the Xianxia king are like the same person. They can unleash the power of the guardian gods. Lin Ling's soul power is very strong. The 6 holy kings couldn't help but shout in joy. The ancient flame devil and the Xianxia king blocked the three-era ghost king. They were stronger than the other 4 guardian gods. Swoosh. Translator, Transin editor, Transin to fight or not to fight? Do you think you can still live? A deep voice came from Lin Ling's mouth, causing Skylin to tremble. He stared blankly at the 2 demon gods, no longer having any thoughts of resistance. Lin Ling had hidden his strength too deeply. Only after erupting with his full strength did he discover that Lin Ling could already fight with a top powerhouse from the outer regions. How could he fight? How could he resist? He never imagined that with the arrival of a powerhouse from the outer regions, he would still die. Why? Why did he have to die? Skylin's heart was filled with unwillingness. Facing a powerhouse from the outer regions, Lin Ling still dominated everything. Why was this? You have calculated everything under the heavens, but have you ever calculated that you would die today? The deep voice came again, causing Skylin's eyes to narrow. Yes, he had calculated everything under the heavens and controlled the second dream, but he had never calculated that he would die today. No, he was not wrong in calculating everything under the heavens, but he also would not have calculated that he would die today. The only one he had not calculated was Lin Ling. He had not calculated everything about Lin Ling. Lin Ling had too many secrets that he did not know. He could not calculate everything. The second dream has a master like you. It is truly a mistake in life. But she has woken up from her dream. Everything is over. As a friend, I will let her go in peace. I will let you accompany her. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with killing intent. No, don't. Skylin fell to his knees, kowtowing and shouting, Third Life Ghost King, save me. He can't save you. I can't defeat him, but he can't defeat us either. So, he can only watch as you die. Xianxia King also shouted, causing the distant Third Life Ghost King to grit his teeth. But there was nothing he could do. He could not save Skylin. The ancient flame devil and Xianxia King had joined forces. He could not shake them at all. It was a tie. As for evil god Dark North, who was rushing over from the distance, his complexion was also ugly. All of this was far too ironic. He had arrogantly arrived here and should have dominated everything. But after arriving here, he discovered that although the 6 sacred domains was a rural area where martial artists were no different from ants, there was still a peak genius here that wasn't any weaker than a foreign realm. Even he was helpless against him. What a disgrace. He was the evil god of the northern underworld, but he was stopped by a nameless young man. Die. The ancient flame devil opened its mouth and spat out a torrent of flames that burned Skyforest. Skyforest looked at Lin Ling with unwillingness in his eyes. Finally, he was reduced to ashes. The mansion master of this generation had finally fallen. In the distance, the crowd was shocked as they watched this scene. All sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. The heavenly fall era had arrived, and before foreign enemies had arrived, internal troubles had come one step ahead. The 7 martial house masters had come to the 7 profound martial house full of confidence, but the result was that all 7 martial house masters had been exterminated. This made the people of the Rainforest Holy Land realize that if the heavens brought disaster upon them, they could still survive, but if they brought it upon themselves, they could not. Good, well done. After a brief moment of silence, the sound of cheers rose and fell. Skylin, that despicable villain, had finally died. Do you still want to fight now? Is it you, the proud third life ghost king, or the shameless evil god of northern darkness? Ignoring the cheers of the crowd, the Xianxia king and the ancient flame devil stared at the 2 powerhouses coldly. The other 4 protectors did the same. At this moment, they no longer feared these 2 powerhouses. The 2 powerhouses had ugly complexions. Should they fight? If they fought, they might not necessarily win. The Xianxia king and the ancient flame devil were the most difficult to deal with. But if they did not fight, then they would have come here in vain and lost all face. If we join forces, we still have a chance to exterminate you. The evil god of northern darkness coldly said, not willing to be at a disadvantage. That will be difficult. But if you want to try, then I will accompany you. At most, we will fight for 3 months. Of course, I cannot guarantee that your noble son will survive. Atop the ancient flame devil, Lin Ling coldly smiled. His words caused the evil god of northern darkness's pupils to narrow. He looked at the purple-haired youth. Yes, he did not fear the protectors, but his son was different. He would inevitably be killed by the ancient flame devil and the Xianxia king. You cannot kill me. The purple-haired youth, Evil North, coldly shouted. He clenched his teeth. He had become a burden? It had to be known that he was a genius. He had come with pride, and now he had become a burden. Soul-sealing seal. Lin Ling coldly shouted, his voice shaking the world. Retreat. The purple-haired young man, Northern Evil, narrowed his eyes and retreated instinctively. The terrifying soul-sealing tablet was still a nightmare in his heart. However, after retreating for a few hundred meters, he realized that Lin Ling had only shouted softly and had not attacked. Lin Ling had not attacked, but he had retreated. He had lost all his face. How could he say that Lin Ling could not kill him? Haha. Countless people in the Rainforest Holy Land laughed. The son of the evil god? He was just a piece of trash. You. Evil North's body trembled, and his eyes turned red. Lin Ling looked indifferent. He did not care about him at all. Now that the 2 protectors were here, he had used all his trump cards. Of course, he was not afraid of a genius like Evil North. So, do you want to fight or not? Lin Ling coldly shouted again. The 3 lives Ghost King and Evil North fell silent. It was ironic. The 2 of them had come here to massacre everyone, but now they did not dare to speak or fight with their lives. Perhaps they did not have Lin Ling's spirit, who would rather die than live in dishonor. The 2 of them were shocked. They would remember Lin Ling's name. After Xianxia King arrived, he had turned the tide and saved the Rainforest Holy Land. I will fight with you. At this time, a pair of ancient eyes appeared in the sky. One eye was white and the other was black. Together with the sun, moon, and stars, it was as if they could see through the universe. As Lin Ling looked over, his soul force violently trembled as a terrifying thought appeared in his mind. The people from the Void Star Divine Palace had arrived. He had never forgotten about the people of the Void Star Divine Palace, and he had always been on guard against them. However, he did not expect them to be more terrifying than the 3 lives Ghost King and Evil North. Void Star Divine Master. The 3 lives Ghost King and Dark North Demon God's hearts trembled. They had been too slow. It had to be known that during the Heavenly Fall era, the Heartless Sovereign Emperor wanted to destroy the 6 saint domains. Therefore, they had rushed over after receiving the news. Their goal was to obtain some benefits. However, although they had arrived early, they had underestimated Lin Ling of the 6 saint domains and had failed to obtain any benefits. And now, the people of the Void Star Divine Palace had arrived. Then, they would not be able to obtain any benefits. 3 lives Ghost King, Dark North Demon God, you dare to touch my prey? You dare to use my name to start the Heavenly Fall era? In the sky, the mysterious pair of eyes looked at the 2 powerhouses. With just a glance, the 2 of them vomited blood and staggered backwards. This is the true Heavenly Fall era. In the distance, the people of the Rainforest Holy Land were in a daze. Their eyes were blank and even lost. When facing the 3 lives Ghost King and the other powerhouses, they had united and barely managed to resist. But facing the God King in the sky, a sense of helplessness rose in their hearts. Ants should know their own destiny. If the Heavenly Fall era wants you dead, then you will die by the will of the heavens. Who told you to resist and even kill one of us? The ancient eyes were like the majestic might of the heavens, sweeping over all. Pung pung pung. A large number of people's bodies exploded, instantly dying. There were people of the Rainforest Holy Land and also people of the Dark North Demon God's domain. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios' undiminished arrogance. At this moment, everyone panicked. When the strong were angry, the weak were like ants. Their lives were not lives at all. Bang, 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 vengeful spirits floated in the sky, and people kept dying. Enough, they are all humans, they all have their own homes. Roar. The 6 Holy King roared at the sky, but the sky only sneered, as if it was complaining that they did not accept the fate of heaven and insisted on resisting. Ants are not humans, it is the same whether they have a home or not. Roar. The eye in the sky was still blooming, and the light of death slaughtered the earth. The 6 Holy King could not block that eye and fell one after another. Lin Ling, Sakura, Lai Qing, Yonggan, Yuman Yun, leave the Rainforest Sacred Land immediately. The Holy King of Bodhi's Sacred Palace roared. They could not all be killed, and someone had to leave alive. The 6 guardian gods were the hope of the 6 sacred regions. All saint sons, kill and destroy the enemy. Roar. With a determined roar, all the saint sons moved out, charging fearlessly at the emotionless eye in the sky. However, in just a moment, a large number of saint sons died. They were all good people, and even if they died, they would not be killed standing there. They would die on the path of the martial artists. The process of slaughter seemed slow, but in reality, it was only a few breaths of time. This also showed the terrifying strength of the sovereign of heaven and earth. On the ground, the 6 guardian gods looked at the sky, their eyes wet and red. Their people had all died on the path of the charge. The emotionless will of heaven and earth finally rolled towards the Rainforest Sacred Land. Retreat. Roar. Sakura's eyes flowed with tears, but he suddenly shouted. Leave this place. Roar. Yonggan also gritted his teeth. He hated the master of the sky. That master destroyed their home, but they had to leave, because they were the last light of revenge of the 6 sacred regions. So, the guardian gods all rushed into the distance, leaving the vision of the eye in the sky. Only the ancient flame devil and the Yiksha king did not retreat. They both looked at the sky coldly. At this moment, Lin Ling finally knew how weak he was. A strong cultivator could kill everyone with a light attack. He could not do anything to help. The dead saint sons were those who had fought side by side in the past. They were all very young, and many of them had not even married or had children. But they did not hesitate. In order to protect the guardian god, they used their own bodies to block the light of slaughter in the sky. They were good. Moreover, Lin Ling sensed that those merciless eyes were beginning to look at Yu and the others, as if they wanted to slaughter the entire world. Enough! A furious roar came from Lin Ling's mouth. At this moment, the earth and the sky became silent. The clouds in the sky stopped moving, the wind stopped moving, and time was frozen. The only thing that could still move was his emotionless eyes. At this moment, he was staring at the stubborn young man on the ground in shock. What kind of talent did this young man have? He was actually able to freeze time. No matter who you are, no matter what god you are, there will be a day when I will step into the ninth heaven and tear your head off. On the ground, Lin Ling's eyes were red as he stared at the god eyes in the sky. His eyes released a dazzling light as he stared at the ancient eyes in the sky. You dare to kill me? I am a god, you dare to disrespect me? In the sky, a low voice sounded like thunder. Where did this god come from? If a god is not evil, why do you hold the fate of millions of creatures in your hands? Why should I respect such a god? On the ground, Lin Ling's eyes were still filled with determination and killing intent. You are a bit different from them. You seem to have a talent that even I cannot see through. Your disrespect to me, I can ignore it. You can live, but you want to kill me? This is the same as seeking your own death. You dare to be arrogant in front of me? The ancient eyes in the sky were still shocked by Lin Ling's ability to freeze time. Seeking my own death, what is there to fear? I have come to this world, I have fought, I have loved deeply, and that is enough. If I can live, but I cannot laugh, then what is the use? Even if you can kill me, I will not stop being arrogant. I will kill you. Lin Ling took a step forward, and the ancient flame devil and Xianxia king both roared at the sky. Their killing intent was unprecedentedly firm. Even if his opponent was an ancient god king, Lin Ling would still step into the 9 heavens and tear off the god's head. In order to save the guardian god, the holy sons had died in the charge. How could Lin Ling disgrace them? Then today, I will kill you. The ancient eyes seemed to understand Lin Ling's determination and finally gave up on their curiosity about Lin Ling. Those eyes of slaughter silently looked at Lin Ling. At the same time, the ability to freeze time ended. Countless people looked at the proud and aloof youth on the ground in shock. This youth was still as arrogant as ever. Celestial Venerable Void Star, what is the point of bullying the weak? But at this moment, a deep voice resounded in the sky. Blue light blossomed, and the sky seemed to turn into the sea, washing away all the smoke and slaughter. A middle-aged man wearing a sea blue robe slowly walked over. Venerable Sea Calming. The ancient eyes in the sky said in a cold voice. They seemed to recognize this person. What is the point of being a god in front of the weak? You are not a god. The so-called gods are just stronger martial artists. The blue-robed middle-aged man said indifferently. His right hand formed a complicated seal, and after 7 or 8 seals, surging seawater blocked the ground, creating a layer of seawater between the sky and the ground. This was a heaven-defying technique that was extremely formidable. In the Heavenly Fall era, the 6 sacred domains are going to be reshuffled. This is the will of the higher-ups. Do you dare interfere? The ancient eyes said indifferently. The blue-robed middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling on the ground, and the ancient eyes in the sky flashed. I don't dare. However, just because the 6 sacred domains are going to be reshuffled doesn't mean that everyone has to die. Moreover, starting today, that brat is a member of my sea-calming heavenly palace. Do you still dare to kill him? If that youth was a member of sea-calming heavenly palace, then it would be troublesome to kill him. Are you deliberately causing trouble? Is it worth it for him? It is. The blue-robed middle-aged man was still looking at the youth on the ground. Do you want to obtain the 72 demon gods? The ancient eye suddenly asked. Although the 72 demon gods are very strong, there is more than one demon god, so I have no interest in them. Celestial Venerable Su Xing, if you let them go, will the mine in the southeast of Xianpeng province belong to your Void Star Divine Palace? The blue-robed middle-aged man finally looked at the sky. He was not afraid of the killing light of the ancient eyes at all. The ancient eyes in the sky flickered, as if hesitating. For the sake of insignificant ants, you are willing to use that mine to save their lives. Venerable Sea Calming, it is hard to guess what you are thinking. However, I agree to your conditions. Aside from the people of Sea Calming Heavenly Palace, everyone here will become slaves. I believe that Venerable Sea Calming won't interfere in this matter. The blue-robed middle-aged man pondered for a moment and finally nodded. The Heavenly Fall era was not something he could decide. Therefore, he could only protect the people of Sea Calming Heavenly Palace. There was nothing he could do about the others. After all, the 6 sacred domains were as vast as the sea. How could he make everyone a member of Sea Calming Heavenly Palace? Rumble. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Dinghai Tianfu. This world is like this. You either become an ant or a demon. You can only continue to grow stronger and become arrogant. Otherwise, you will be slaughtered by others. The blue-robed middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling indifferently. His words caused Lin Ling to frown. That's right. Either he would be arrogant for the rest of his life, or he would be reduced to ashes. Heavens, there was no other path for him to take. Come to the Sea Calming Heavenly Abode, and you will have the chance to be arrogant for the rest of your life. The blue-robed middle-aged man waved out a piece of cloth, which landed on Lin Ling's body, and then disappeared into the sky. That piece of cloth was a map. Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture. Lin Ling murmured. He didn't know why that mysterious expert would help him, but the most important thing now was that he had to leave the 6 saint regions. Only then would he be able to live a life of unbridled arrogance, no longer having his life controlled by experts. At this moment, in the void, the blue-robed middle-aged man strode out and disappeared from the rainforest sacred ground. In the distance, a beautiful figure stood there quietly. She looked at the blue-robed middle-aged man and smiled. In this world, there are so many lives. Why did you save him? Could it be because of the 72 demonic gods in the sky? However, that young man is very powerful. At such a young age, he has already controlled 2 great demon gods. Among them, the ancient flame demon is not weak among the 72 demon gods. If it can become his talent, then he will have an extraordinary talent of the holy physique. No, this kid's talent isn't as simple as it seems. The blue-robed middle-aged man smiled and shook his head. I'll help him for 2 reasons. First, Empyrean Voidstar came. That child didn't show any signs of weakness when facing Empyrean Voidstar. Moreover, he did it for his hometown. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. This moved me. In the future, if my Sea Calming Heavenly Palace faces a calamity and he has the ability to help, he definitely won't hesitate. Secondly, this kid's talent isn't simple. He can freeze time. Although it's only for a short period of time, it reminds me of the ancient top 10 talents, the Eye of the 3 Plates. The greatest characteristic of this talent is the ability to freeze time. According to legend, above the top 10 talents, there's a talent that can see through the river of time. That's even more terrifying. Hee, no wonder you helped him. His talent is not weak. If he can grow, he will definitely be able to assist you in the future. The beautiful figure in the air smiled and said. Then, the 2 of them walked side by side. The world was heartless. Everyone yearned for the power to dominate everything. Therefore, there were no eternal friends or eternal enemies. Venerable Sea Calming helped Lin Ling because of his own interests. Of course, another reason was that he liked Lin Ling's daring nature. At this moment, the rainforest's sacred land had a tranquility after a storm. The Tri-Era Ghost King and the evil god of Northern Darkness both left. They were furious that they had come here for nothing. They had not obtained a single one of the 6 guardian deities. The Tri-Era Ghost King, in particular, was even more sullen. Not only had he not obtained what he had yearned for, even the soul-sealing imprint had been learned by Lin Ling. In addition, a portion of his power had also been absorbed. As for the 6 saint regions, except for a few people, everyone was enslaved. They were to go to a mine in the southeast of Xianpeng province to mine for the rest of their lives. Ling that expert came for you. We don't have to die. Although we're enslaved, at least there's still hope. Ancestor Taiyan and the others walked over. Lin Ling had also returned to his human form. He walked towards the crowd with a solemn expression. In the Heavenly Fall era, he had not been able to turn the tide and save all his friends and family. Ling we don't blame you. We all believe that one day, you'll bring us back to our hometown. So, we're all waiting for you. Mo Nianchen looked at Lin Ling lovingly. Then, she took a step forward and hugged her son. In her heart, Lin Ling had already done well. At least the 6 saint regions had not been completely reshuffled. I've spoken with the 4 clan leaders. There's a secluded paradise outside the 6 saint regions. We'll go there. After all, the 6 saint regions are no longer suitable for living. The holy king of the Bodhi palace said calmly. Lin Ling nodded at him with gratitude. But that's only a portion of us. Most of us will still be enslaved, the other holy king said regretfully. Don't worry. I promise everyone that one day, I'll return. Lin Ling looked at the sky and nodded firmly. The next day, the crowd left one after another. Some of them did not need to be enslaved by the Void Star Divine Palace because of Lin Ling. They left the rainforest and went to live in a secluded paradise. At the same time, they were also waiting for Lin Ling's next return. Rain Master Mo Ping handed an ancient copper pot to Lin Ling and explained the pot's function. After the second dream had died, the pot had absorbed a large amount of souls in the sky. Perhaps, the second dream's soul was inside. This unexpected news made Lin Ling happy. He carefully put away the copper pot. Although he and the second dream did not have any kind of love, the second dream had died for him. So as long as there was a chance, Lin Ling would not let it go. If the heavens wanted to destroy the second dream, Lin Ling would definitely defy the heavens. The 4 patriarchs led everyone away, making the rainforest even more peaceful. Lin Ling, we're leaving too. One day, we'll return and save our hometown. Lai Qing and Yonggan also left, heading to Xianping province. Only by going to a stronger martial stage could they become stronger. The blood feud of the rainforest was deeply engraved in their hearts. Lin Ling, the sea-calming heavenly palace is not suitable for too many people, so I won't be accompanying you. Remember, come find me when you're in Xianping province. Sakura also looked at Lin Ling and handed a jade tablet to Lin Ling. It recorded Sakura's whereabouts. It turned out that Sakura had gone to Xianping province when he went out to train. He only found out about the rainforest's heavenly fall era by accident. As for his guardian, it was originally hidden in his bloodline. Okay. Lin Ling nodded heavily. Everyone was going to Xianping province, so they would meet there. Then, everyone left, leaving Yu Yu and the others looking at Lin Ling. In fact, they wanted to go with Lin Ling, but the sea-calming heavenly palace was not suitable for too many people, so they had to separate from Lin Ling. Moreover, the previous heavenly fall era made these girls realize that they were too weak and could not help at all. Therefore, they also wanted to walk their own path of martial arts and become stronger. Mengyun, come with me. Lin Ling looked at Yu Yu and the others with some reluctance, then smiled slightly. Yu Menyun was the only one among the girls who had a guardian, but it was extremely unstable. Once it reached the demon transformation stage, there would be some kind of side effect. Therefore, Lin Ling asked Yu Menyun to go with him. Then, Lin Ling saw the reluctant gazes of the girls. He smiled and said, "It's not like we won't meet again. It's just a short separation. Moreover, it won't be long before you hear my name in Xianping province." Okay. Yu Yu and the others had tears in their eyes, but they all nodded heavily. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Xianping province. 3 days later, Yu Yu and the others left. Lin Ling wasn't too worried about them because the combined strength of those beautiful girls was extremely terrifying. Even if they couldn't face a strong enemy, at least it wouldn't be a problem for them to retreat unscathed. At night, 2 figures stood quietly on a mountain peak. Behind them was an enormous red-furred ape. Both of them looked at the mountains and rivers in the world, and their eyes revealed a trace of determination. The pride of a generation. Finally, a handsome young man said. At this moment, he seemed to have overcome his inner demons and obsession. It was the key to breaking through to the Holy Spirit realm. Mengyun, let's go and see how proud the experts of Xianping province are. Clenching his fist, Lin Ling's lips curled into a proud smile. He was going to stir up a storm of blood in Xianping province. Swoosh, the 3 figures jumped down from the mountain peak and headed into the distance. On the ground, a ghostly eye looked at the 3 of them. Then, a head with shiny teeth smiled and sank into the ground. He was the other Lin Ling, Yiksha King. Yiksha King hadn't left the rainforest sacred land. Instead, he was hiding under the ground. At the same time, he was absorbing the essence of the earth and becoming stronger. In the distance, Ancestor Tai Yen, the 4 clan leaders, Mo Nianchen and the rest were looking at a certain direction in the sky. In the end, they smiled. Everyone in the rainforest sacred land had become slaves. A large number of saints had died. Only they were lucky enough to survive. This blood feud was deeply engraved in their hearts. However, they knew that it wouldn't be long before the pride of the rainforest sacred land made a comeback. Go, spread your wings and soar. We'll wait for you in your hometown. Everyone shouted. Then, the long line slowly moved into the distance. It didn't feel good to leave their hometown, but they could endure it. The 6 saint regions were vast and boundless. Unless one was a top expert of the Holy Spirit realm, ordinary people wouldn't be able to leave this place in their lifetime. This was because the borders of the 6 saint regions were barren and filled with demonic beasts. Sky-severing sword. At this moment, in the vast green mountains, the young man and the young woman were walking side by side. Wherever the sword light passed, huge demonic beasts would fall. Behind them, the red-haired monkey let out cheerful cries. It found the demonic pills on the demonic beasts and swallowed them, making itself stronger. Xianxia province is a truly large region in the world. There are countless sacred realms, and the 6 sacred realms are just a small part of it. The young man looked at the map in his hand and sighed at the vastness of the world. I wonder how the experts over there are. We are about to leave the 6 sacred regions. Yu Mingyin's heart leaped with joy. To be able to go to a more powerful world was something that was extremely exciting for any martial artist. No matter how strong he is, I will still cut him down with my sword. The young man smiled gently. He took a step forward and shot forward like an agile leopard, causing Yu Mingyin to smile. It seemed that Lin Ling had become even crazier after the incident in the rainforest. Perhaps, he had found the obsession and inner demon in his heart. Rather than being dominated by others, it was better to be arrogant for the rest of his life. Lin Ling, have you found the soul of the second dream? After smiling, Yu Mingyin caught up with Lin Ling and asked. Not yet. That copper pot has absorbed too many souls. It's difficult to find which one is the soul of the second dream. Therefore, I hope to find someone capable in Xianxia province to help me find the soul of the second dream among the thousands of souls. Lin Ling stopped and replied with a smile. This was also one of his goals for this trip to Xianxia province. The second dream was a pitiful young girl. She thought that she had woken up from her dream and had entered the reincarnation cycle again. However, this time, Lin Ling would save her and end her fate of being a lonely soul for 100 lifetimes. She still hadn't woken up from her dream. One day later, Lin Ling finally stepped out of the 6 sacred realms. The spiritual energy in front of him was surging toward him. The spiritual energy was even denser. The sky was blue, and the white clouds were floating. It gave people a feeling of being in a fairyland. No wonder the foreign masters are so strong. How can one's cultivation speed be slow in such a spiritual land? Lin Ling's eyes exuded a strong fighting spirit. He wanted to become stronger, and now that he was in a stronger place, he had the opportunity to grow. Spiritual yuan is one of the indispensable powers of the transcendent realm. Lin Ling pondered as he led Yu Mingyin forward again. When he was fighting the 3-era ghost king, his ancient flame demon's 7 tails slashed out and destroyed a large number of the 3-era ghost king's soul. In the process, the ancient flame demon had also absorbed an indescribable power. At this moment, this power was hidden in Lin Ling's body and was circulating around the sacred platform. Previously, when the ancient flame demon killed Tian Lin, the ancient flame demon could absorb the energy in Tian Lin's body. This seemed to be one of the ancient flame demon's divine abilities. Therefore, Lin Ling knew that the ancient flame demon's attack had the ability to absorb the opponent's energy. Although it was only a trace of that energy, it gave Lin Ling a terrifying feeling of pressure. He didn't know if that thread-like energy was the legendary spiritual yuan. Stretching out his right hand, the thread-like spiritual yuan appeared in his dantian and emitted a dazzling light. The suppressive power was extremely terrifying. Currently, my fire profound has reached the 5th level, and my life and death profound has reached the 4th level. Coupled with this thin spiritual yuan, there should be few opponents in the Saint Spirit realm who can match me. With a touch of confidence, the two crossed the ancient mountain range. This place was like a paradise, but also like a wild world. The monster beasts here were even more terrifying, and of course, it also seemed to be more chaotic. Stop. Are you people from the 100 Gates Palace? Just as they arrived at a canyon, several figures appeared in front of them. These people were extremely powerful, all of them at the peak of the Saint Spirit realm. Moreover, their purpose for coming here was very clear. They were here to kill and rob. The Great Xianpeng region is all-encompassing. There are more than a dozen places similar to the 6 saint realms, and many 7-star and 6-star saint realms. However, the law of the universe that the strong are respected still remains unchanged. Stopping his footsteps, Lin Ling looked at the people in front of him indifferently. Strength was indeed an indispensable factor in traveling the world. Fortunately, there weren't any transcendents among them. Of course, being able to casually encounter a peak Saint Spirit Realm master just by walking around showed how terrifying Xianpeng province was. Sorry, I'm not from the 100 Gates Palace. Do you need something? A soft voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. Yu Manyan also smiled. The other party seemed to want to kill and rob, but their strength was a little weak. Good. You can die now. A one-eyed man on the other side sneered. He didn't say much and directly attacked. They seemed to be used to robbing, so they knew that only the dead would speak. Late-stage Saint Spirit Realm. Take my fist, Great Whirlwind Fist. His body leapt out in midair, his right hand behind his back. Then, he waved it in a circular trajectory. A terrifying thing happened. A dragon-like wind appeared, stirring up the world. This was the martial profound. The world behind him had already turned into a world of wind. As for the others, they all sneered. Second level martial profound. Translator, Nyoibo Studio arrive at Dinghai Tianfu Hihi, are you scared now? Unfortunately, it's too late. The others thought that Lin Ling was scared. I'm not afraid, I'm just surprised. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head, which made the people in the distance laugh disdainfully. This young man was only at the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm, and he didn't seem to be a member of the Heaven's Mansion. How dare he be so arrogant? Aren't you shocked because you're scared? Don't tell me you're from the countryside and this is your first time seeing the profound meaning of martial arts. One of them mocked. I'm not surprised because I'm afraid. As for the fact that he's from the countryside, that's true. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's right hand, and he looked extremely calm, causing the people in the distance to feel quite surprised. Lin Ling was from a rural area, but he did not seem to fear them at all. What was that young man doing? However, I also have the profoundness of martial arts. Sky-severing sword. Without any superfluous words, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he slashed out with his sword. Whoosh, the wind broke, and the man died, fast, incomparably fast. The eyes of the people in the distance widened. A battle between a late Holy Spirit Realm expert and a peak Holy Spirit Realm expert. This battle had ended too quickly. Although this person came from the countryside, it is very likely that he is a genius. That is a 4th level martial profoundness. Moreover, it is a very mysterious martial profoundness. Those people were alarmed. They knew that in Xianpeng province, there were some geniuses who could not be measured by common sense. Run. They could be considered experienced. They knew that they were no match for him, so they immediately retreated. Fire, burn. However, at this moment, a deep voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Billowing flames turned into fiery fists that swept forward. Moreover, this time, Lin Ling was trying to use the strength of his spiritual source. Boom, the taboo fire of heaven and earth erupted in the mountain range. The flames soared into the sky, as if an ancient volcano was erupting. How could those people withstand it? They were instantly turned into ashes. The facts told them that although Lin Ling came from the countryside of the 6 sacred domains, as a genius of the 6 sacred domains, he was not someone that anyone could bully. Let's go. Lin Ling's cold expression disappeared and was replaced by a sunny smile. It was as if the person he had just killed was not a human, but an ant. The sea-calming heavenly prefecture is in the east. Yu Manyun was also used to it. After the heavenly meteor era, they had seen too much and knew that it was better to be arrogant than to be dominated by others. Xianpeng province was vast and boundless. If it weren't for the map, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to find Calm Sea Heavenly Palace. Along the way, Lin Ling and Yu Manyun also met other masters. There were as many transcendents here as there were hairs on an ox, and they were all true transcendents, not fake mortals. Sky Hill City was where Dinghai Sky Prefecture was located. From afar, it looked like a giant city made of steel. It was much larger than any city Linling had ever seen. Compared to it, the main city of the Rainforest Holy Land was not even worth mentioning. When they got closer, they discovered that the city was on top of an ancient mountain range. The mountain range was surrounded by cliffs, and in the depths of the cliffs, unknown flames were constantly spewing out. Only a chain connected Sky Hill City. From time to time, powerful cultivators would step on the chain and rush into the city like locusts. It seems that Divine Marshal Sky Hill City can't be entered without reaching the Emperor Spirit Realm. Linling couldn't help but sigh. The cliffs and flames were the difference between ordinary cultivators and masters. Without strength, one couldn't enter the city. Zhang Tai, how's the operation going north to kill monsters? The monster race is too arrogant. I only killed a few transcendents, but in the end, a monster king great senior who surpassed the transcendents appeared. We were forced to retreat. When Linling arrived at the chain at the foot of the mountain, the surrounding cultivators were also entering the city. They were discussing animatedly, which made Linling gasp. Transcendents? Monster beasts? How powerful are they? The Sea-Calming Heavenly Mansion has issued an order to go to Eastern Lai to kill the demon sect. Youths below the peak of the Saint Spirit Realm are not allowed to participate. Even those over 25 years old are not allowed to participate. Many of the younger generation rushed down the chain. They seemed to be going to complete a mission. These people were all at the peak of the Saint Spirit Realm, and some of them were even half a step into the transcendence. Their mental state had already been sublimated, and they were only a step away from refining their spirit chi. Amazing. Linling sighed again. They were all geniuses, but the geniuses of the 6 sacred regions couldn't compare. After all, he was the king of holy sons, but he was only at the late stage of the Saint Spirit Realm. I wonder how you, Big Brother, and the others are doing. Linling looked into the distance. The geniuses he met in Sky Hill City were all very powerful, and Yu and the others should be the same. However, the more powerful the geniuses, the more Linling's fighting spirit boiled. Sooner or later, he would surpass them. Meng Yun, enter the city. Putting away Little Flame, Linling stepped on the chain with Yu Yun and shot into Sky Hill City. When they passed by the chain, Linling discovered that the flames under the cliff were extremely terrifying. Even he felt the heat. In Sky Hill City, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. The streets were even wider, enough for hundreds of horses to walk side by side. Moreover, the city exuded an indescribable aura that made people feel like they were worshipping it. They mentioned a military order before. Could it be that the Sea-Calming Heavenly Mansion is an existence similar to the General's Mansion? Linling looked at the map and said as he walked. Linling, why do you think that powerhouse helped us? Yu Yun asked curiously. Linling found it hard to guess. After all, to a powerhouse, their lives were like ants, dispensable. It was impossible for the other party to help them out of sympathy. Of course, there was no lack of people like Linling. If he saw something that resonated with him, he would also help. Powerhouses had this kind of freedom and pride. If they wanted to help, they would do it. There was no need to ask for a reason. The Sea-Calming Heavenly Palace seems to be in the city. While thinking, Linling looked at the map. He was secretly surprised. It seemed that the Sea-Calming Heavenly Palace's reputation in Sky Hill City wasn't low. Being able to build it in the city explained everything, and as they got closer, a majestic mansion appeared in the distance. The mansion was filled with majesty, and indeed, it was more like the mansion of a general. A large number of young elites entered the mansion in an endless stream. The majority of these young elites were clad in armor, as though they were generals heading out to war. There were no guards in the mansion, allowing Linling and Yu Yun to easily enter. After stepping through the gate, a vast square appeared before their eyes. The young generation gathered in groups of 3 to 5. The weakest was at the late-stage Saint Spirit Realm, and there weren't many of them. The stronger ones were transcendents. So many powerhouses. No wonder the owner of the Divine Eye gave face to the Sea-Calming Heavenly Palace. It turns out that there are so many powerhouses here. Linling sighed inwardly. Chen Quan, accept my challenge. At this moment, a cold shout rang out in the square. causing many people to look over with expectant gazes. A young man in black armor stood majestically in the square. He held a halberd in his hand and coldly looked at a young man in white robes under a maple tree in the distance. They seemed to have a conflict, so they used force to resolve it. Most importantly, the sea-calming heavenly palace didn't seem to oppose this kind of battle. Moreover, from the looks of it, they seemed to be used to it. Wu Ping, you are not my opponent. The young man in white robes leaned against the maple tree as if he was savoring the beauty of the maple tree. Wind, forest, fire, mountain, how many times do you want to lose before you give up? If it wasn't for the fact that killing is forbidden in sea-calming heavenly palace, you would have died countless times already. The white-robed young man finally walked out slowly. Even half-step transcendents have differences in strength. Just because you have a strong mental state doesn't mean you have refined your spirit chi. Without spirit chi, you're just a false mortal realm cultivator. Cut the crap. Cut the crap. Take my halberd. Cut. The black-armored young man's face turned ugly. The other party said that if it wasn't for the fact that killing was forbidden in sea-calming heavenly palace, he would have died countless times already. This meant that he had already lost to the white-robed young man many times. Ice mirage, ice spear. Cut. The long halberd in the black-armored young man's hands seemed to stir up the seasons, causing frost to fill the square in June. This was not an illusion, nor was it the effect of world energy, but a real winter. This meant that his martial profundity had reached the point of perfection, allowing him to create a world of ice with just a wave of his hand. So cold. Cut. Many people's eyes narrowed. Wu Ping was indeed a half-step transcendent genius. Cut. Cut. Facing the black-armored young man's halberd, the white-robed young man's face remained calm. He gently pushed out his palms and finally slammed them into the ground. Hong long long. The ground shook and a large number of ancient trees were uprooted, making the black-armored young man look as if he was walking through an ancient forest. Great profound ice mountain. Cut. The black-armored young man struggled to move forward, as if he had been humiliated. His halberd swept out fiercely, freezing the ancient trees and turning them into ice sculptures. Mountain. Cut. The white-robed young man seemed to be toying with his opponent. He rushed forward and used his finger as a sword, blocking the halberd with a clang, while his right hand slammed out heavily. Hong. The sky exploded as an ancient mountain fell, suppressing the black-armored young man below. Your strength, attack, and defense are all very strong, but unfortunately, they have no effect on me. Cut. The white-robed young man turned around and left indifferently, as if he thought he had already won. Bastard, die, Chen Quan. Cut. At the same time, the ancient mountain exploded and a figure rushed out, slashing his halberd like the sun and moon towards the white-robed young man. You won't stop. The young man in the white robe finally lost his patience. Under the gazes of countless people, his body disappeared. A terrifying flame palm shot towards the young man in the black robe, causing the young man in the black robe's expression to change drastically. He almost dropped the ice halberd in his hand. Only then did he realize that the flame palm belonged to the young man in the white robe. Wuxia, wind and fire of mountain forest. At the same time, everyone heard a low shout. Then, the white-robed young man attacked. His speed was very fast, like the wind, like a mountain, like a forest. His fists and palms kept coming, making the black-armored young man unable to defend at all. He was beaten until he kept vomiting blood. Formless style is said to have a total of 108 styles, Chen Quan's strongest skill. Even if a first-order transcendent realm master were to be struck by it, they would still be severely injured. Many people's faces turned grave. Amazing. Lin Ling also sucked in a breath of cold air. The white-robed youth's moves were somewhat similar to his overlord sword art. They both used continuous moves to crush the opponent, shua shua, wind, mountain, forest, fire. These 4 attacks bombarded the black-armored young man, making him unable to fight back. However, this was not the end. The white-robed young man was already standing in front of the black-armored young man, looking up at the moon, as if he was resting, but also as if he was preparing for something. Wind. Finally, a soft voice floated out from his mouth and a huge wind character appeared in the square. Forest. fire, mountain. Then, 3 other characters appeared, shocking the world. Wind, forest, fire, mountain appeared. Hong. As if it was the strongest attack, when the wind, forest, fire, mountain appeared, the black-armored young man seemed to have been struck by lightning. His body flew out and smashed into the ground, coughing up blood. The attack of a half-step transcendent was terrifying. The square was silent. Amazing, for martial mysteries. In the crowd, Lin Ling was shocked. There were so many geniuses here. Chen Quan, good job, I'll definitely defeat you next time. On the ground, the black-armored young man was seriously injured, but after swallowing a pill, he quickly recovered. That guy even took a precious 9 revolutions life-extending pill. Many people were not surprised by the black-armored young man's recovery speed, but they were surprised that the other party had used such a precious pill in a simple exchange of pointers. However, after thinking about it for a moment, everyone understood. The guy named Wu Ping did not want to lose face, so he wanted to leave here with his full strength. After all, being beaten like a stray dog, unable to even stand up, was simply a disgrace. Of course, although he had recovered, he probably did not dare to fight again. Scram! Scram! After recovering his strength, Wu Ping strode forward and many people stepped aside. Although Wu Ping had lost face, in the end, he was still a half-step transcendent. His talent seems to be an emperor body, the same as my Tai Yi true body, but his cultivation realm is very high, reaching the half-step transcendent realm. His state of mind has undergone a transformation, but he has yet to condense his own spirit qi. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Yu Mingyun, who was beside him, nodded in agreement. She couldn't see through Lin Ling's strength, so after listening to Lin Ling's explanation, she was a little more familiar with him. She was shocked. A random genius from another region had strength comparable to the 4 clan leaders. This was too abnormal. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was more familiar with the world of martial arts. Above the emperor body was the saint body. As long as they were in the same realm, the Holy Land would inevitably suppress those with emperor bodies, unless the gap in their martial mysteries was too great. As for cultivation realm, it was still the foundation. The higher the realm, the stronger the strength. If I don't use my spirit qi, I'm afraid I won't be his opponent at all. Lin Ling felt a little pressured. If the ancient flame demon had not absorbed a strand of the Trailokyama Ghost King's spiritual yuan for him, he would have had to use the ancient flame demon as his trump card if he encountered any opponents in the Blackpung region. His realm was too low, this was a flaw. He had to quickly improve it. Where did this monkey come from? Are you making fun of me? Just as Lin Ling was thinking, a cold voice came from in front of him, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flash. A monkey? He involuntarily turned his head and saw Little Flame sitting on his shoulder eating a pear as if he was watching a good show. Although Little Flame had a satisfied expression on his face, this was very normal. After all, the other people had also been watching the battle between the geniuses. This monkey, if you want to die, kneel down and admit your mistake, then get out of here. Wu Ping said coldly. He had just lost face and was in a bad mood. When the monkey saw him, not only was he not surprised, but he was also eating an apple. His innocent eyes made Wu Ping boil with anger. I don't think we're in the middle of the road, and it's eating its own fruit. It's not shouting at you. Don't tell me we don't even have the right to watch you fight in the square? Lin Ling thought it was funny. I don't care. Anyway, the monkey must die. You can't leave here if you don't kneel down. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Sure enough, a punch. Who is that? He's only at the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm, but he dares to talk to Wu Ping like that. Many people in the distance were surprised. The late stage of the Holy Spirit realm was the lowest cultivation level in the Sea-Calming Heavenly Prefecture. Moreover, this young man was unfamiliar. No one had seen him before. At this moment, everyone was looking at Wu Ping. Wu Ping also knew this, so he became even more aggressive. He had lost before, so if he defeated this newcomer in a domineering manner, he would be able to regain some of his lost face. It seems that I've met a mad dog. What else can I say? If I don't beat you to your knees today, I won't come to the Sea-Calming Heavenly Prefecture. Seeing Wu Ping's aggressive manner, Lin Ling's face became indifferent. He was not a newcomer, and he had seen many cases of the strong bullying the weak. Yu Yun, on the other hand, chuckled. It was their first time here, so they didn't want to cause trouble. However, they wouldn't take it lying down when others used them as punching bags. In this world, one either had to keep a low profile or be arrogant. Obviously, both she and Lin Ling chose not to be arrogant because it could intimidate others. The crowd was stunned. They all thought that the young man would put down his pride and beg for mercy. Who knew that the young man would be so arrogant and ask Wu Ping to kneel? Are you talking to me? Wu Ping was also stunned. Do you know who I am? I'm the West conquering general of the sea-calming heavenly prefecture. I'm from the west of Shanping province. I participated in the battle against the demon race and pacified the west. I'm from the 7-star Blood Phoenix domain. I'm the pride of the holy region. Why do you ask me to kneel? Haha. Wu Ping was so angry that he laughed. The crowd also laughed. As for the white-robed young man, Chen Quan, he was still leaning against the maple tree. Although he had defeated Wu Ping, it was undeniable that Wu Ping was also very powerful. He had to use his full strength to defeat Wu Ping every time. With one punch, Lin Ling acted as if he didn't hear the laughter around him. Haha, Chen Quan, heaven's destined one, needed several moves to defeat me. Do you think you're a half-step transcendent? Or do you think you have a saint physique? Wu Ping laughed. Wu Ping Yang, fist of the 8-directional flame emperor. Lin Ling did not waste any more words. Boom, surging flames erupted, and it was as if a small volcano had appeared in the square. The intensity of the flames made many of the peak Saint Spirit Realm geniuses feel their mouths go dry. Level 5 fire profound. Everyone's pupils constricted. Then, they saw that one punch had turned into 8 punches, all heading straight for Wu Ping. What? The power of spiritual source? At the same time, the white-robed young man, Chen Quan, narrowed his eyes. He was also a half-step transcendent and his state of mind had undergone a qualitative transformation, but he was still condensing his spiritual yuan. However, a newcomer at the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm had succeeded even faster than him. Rumble, the scorching hot fists blasted out like heavenly fire. Impossible. Wu Ping's face changed dramatically as he thrust out his ice halberd, but the ice around him instantly melted. Although his cultivation realm was higher than Lin Ling's, he was obviously unable to block Lin Ling's spiritual qi. After all, this was a power only a transcendent realm master could possess. On top of that, Lin Ling's comprehension of the fire mysteries was far too profound, causing the flames around him to burn even more fiercely, like the most primordial fire in the world, making it even more difficult for Wu Ping to resist. Boom, with a loud explosion, the entire square seemed to shake. Under countless gazes, Wu Ping's body was sent flying and he half knelt on the ground, coughing up blood. This scene was extremely familiar. Wu Ping had also been defeated with serious injuries. Now, history was repeating itself. The only difference was that Chen Quan had used several moves to defeat Wu Ping, but this strange young man had only used one punch. The young man had said before that he would make Wu Ping kneel, and now he had done it. It really was a single punch. Many people were shocked. What was the origin of this young man, Xiao? At the same time, a figure crossed the sea of flames and appeared in front of Wu Ping. A large sword was inserted between Wu Ping's legs, causing Wu Ping's pupils to shrink and his face to turn pale. That's not a monkey, it's my brother, Xiaoyan. You want my brother to die? A cold voice floated in front of Wu Ping, causing Wu Ping to look over. The handsome black-robed young man in front of him was extremely cold, as if he didn't speak, that sword would cut off his private part. It's my brother. Wu Ping swallowed hard. If his private part was cut off, he would be unable to perform sexual intercourse. GG. At this moment, a fiery red shadow shot over and landed on the shoulder of the black-robed young man. It picked up a pear and ate it again. Moreover, there was a mocking smile on the monkey's face. This bastard. Wu Ping cursed in his heart. Previously, he wanted to regain some of his pride, but in the end, he was defeated again and again, causing even the monkey to mock him. Don't curse Xiaoyan in your heart. Otherwise, I will cut off your private part. However, just as this thought appeared in his heart, the cold voice sounded again, causing Wu Ping's forehead to be filled with cold sweat. How terrifying, the monkey actually knew what he was thinking. Hand over the medicinal pill that you took before. The voice sounded again. Obviously, Lin Ling had taken a fancy to Wu Ping's rare medicinal pill. I exchanged it for countless battle merits. Wu Ping was unwilling to give up. Pa, the sword was between his legs, and it was getting closer and closer. I'll hand it over. Wu Ping gritted his teeth and roared, handing over the medicinal pill that could recover injuries and spirit qi. However, Lin Ling calmly took it and said at the same time, "This is my first time here. I didn't snatch this medicinal pill, but you gave it to me. Am I right? Am I right?" Wu Ping's eyes were filled with anger. This guy was very smart. He seemed to know that there was a rule in the sea calming heavenly palace that forbade him from forcibly snatching other people's belongings. Was he trying to seal everyone's mouths? Pa, the sword moved closer again, causing Wu Ping's lower body to feel the coldness of the sword. Yes. Wu Ping could only say sullenly. Thank you. Lin Ling tossed the medicinal pill in his hand and turned to leave indifferently. Not far away, Yu Yun was waiting for Lin Ling with a smile. She was also very interested in that magical medicinal pill. Who is this guy? He defeated a half-step transcendent when he's only at the late-stage Saint Spirit realm. He's too abnormal. He seems to be a newcomer. He's already so strong when he just arrived at the sea-calming heavenly palace. This newcomer isn't simple. That's not necessarily true. When he first arrived at the sea-calming heavenly palace, many people were astonishingly talented. However, as time passed, they would also be surpassed by others. Perhaps, this newcomer is just a flash in the pan. Many people were discussing animatedly. They were curious about Lin Ling's origin. As for the white-robed young man, Chen Quan, he looked at Lin Ling with fear. Although he didn't admit it, he believed that Lin Ling might be stronger than him. After all, he defeated Wu Ping in a few moves, while Lin Ling only used one punch. This explained everything. Of course, he didn't know that that punch was also Lin Ling's limit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought so. Meng Yun, take it. Lin Ling recognized the medicinal pill in his hand and asked Yu Yun to take it. The first deterrence between the two of them seemed to be effective. At least, it had saved them a lot of trouble. Who dares to cause trouble in the sea-calming heavenly palace? At that moment, a large number of young men in armor walked out. Their armor was all blue. It seemed that their identities weren't simple. Venerable sea-calming sir, it's him. He stole my 9 revolutions life-extending pill. Wu Ping struggled to his feet and pointed at Lin Ling. You're from sea-calming heavenly palace. Sir. A handsome young man in the disciplinary team looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling's brow furrowed. This group of people was more like an army than anything else. The most terrifying thing about them was that they were all transcendents. Of course, they were all in their 20s, much older than Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was here because of the reputation of sea-calming heavenly palace, so he wasn't really a member. Kill him. Kill. The young man in the lead shouted coldly when he saw Lin Ling's silence. Kill? Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Kill me just like that? Not even giving me a chance to explain myself? Cold words is really cold. Many people's faces changed. The young man in the lead was obviously targeting the newcomer. After all, he didn't even give the newcomer a chance to explain himself. This also showed that cold words didn't like the newcomer, but this was normal. Cold words had just become the captain of the disciplinary team, so he naturally wanted to make an example out of the newcomer to prove his authority. ****. Several transcendent realm masters surrounded Lin Ling, their eyes filled with a cold light. Stop. Yes. However, right at this moment, a clear and melodious voice resounded, and then a woman in red armor walked out. Her figure was exquisite, and coupled with her gorgeous armor, she seemed like a goddess of war. Orange armor. Many people's eyes narrowed. There were 7 types of armor in sea-calming heavenly palace, each representing the 7 colors of the rainbow. The higher the color, the more merits and the higher the status. orange armor was extremely rare. In terms of status, it was several times higher than cold words also frowned. However, this was his first time as a captain, so he couldn't lose face like this. Orange armored general, we are upholding the rules of Calming Heavenly Palace. This person has violated the rules. Even if you are a general, you don't have the right to stop him. Under the orders of the Venerable, I'm here to bring Lin Ling to see the Venerable. The woman in orange armor said coldly. Everyone's eyes narrowed. This newcomer can see the Venerable? One had to know that Calming Heavenly Palace had many geniuses from various saint domains, but none of them had the chance to see the Venerable, except for a few monstrous geniuses. However, when those geniuses first arrived at the Calming Heavenly Palace, their strength had already reached the Transcendent Realm 3rd level, while this newcomer was only at the late Holy Spirit Realm. It was a dream. Ling Yan's pupils constricted. The person he wanted to kill was fated to meet a supremacy? A Transcendent Realm Master, how awe-inspiring, wanting to kill a chicken to warn the monkeys, but unfortunately, you can't kill me. Lin Ling smiled coldly, which made Ling Yan snort coldly. A newcomer at the late stage of the Holy Spirit Realm dared to be so arrogant. Don't fall into my hands next time, or else I'll kill you. Ling Yan said coldly. The same goes for you. Lin Ling turned a blind eye. In order to prove his power, the other party wanted to use Lin Ling as an example. He wanted to kill Lin Ling without saying a word, so why should Lin Ling give him any face? Lin Ling, you two come with me. As for that monkey, you can't enter the mansion. There's a spirit mountain behind the mansion. Everyone's spirit beasts and mounts are placed there. Unless you become a 7-colored general, you can take away your spirit beasts and walk around as you please. The woman in orange armor looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded, then patted Little Flame's head. The latter giggled and didn't seem to be reluctant. The eyes of the woman in orange armor flashed. The monkey didn't seem to be reluctant. It seemed like it was the same as Lin Ling. It was their first time in a foreign land, and they weren't shy at all. Let's go. The woman in orange armor turned and left, while Lin Ling and Yu Manyun followed. As for Little Flame, he was taken away by someone else. Along the way, the interior of the mansion wasn't as lively as the outside. It was quiet everywhere. The doors, corridors, and other objects were engraved with ancient runes, giving the entire mansion a sacred feeling. Not long after, Lin Ling arrived outside an ancient mansion. This mansion wasn't very big, but it was extremely elegant. The Venerable is inside. You two go and see him. Remember, don't forget etiquette. The woman in orange armor seemed to worship the Venerable, so she reminded them. Lin Ling nodded and looked at Yu Manyun. Then, he stepped into the mansion gently. The mansion was filled with bamboo. After crossing the cobblestone path that was filled with green bamboo, Lin Ling and Yu Manyun entered a hall. The hall was burned with an unknown plant, and a fragrance filled the air. However, it wasn't strong, and it made them feel comfortable. Lin Ling and Yu Manyun also felt that their cultivation was closer at this moment. In the hall, 2 figures were sitting cross-legged quietly. They were filled with a sacred and majestic feeling. The 2 of them were a man and a woman, and they looked to be in their 30s. Lin Ling had seen the man in a loose blue robe before. He was the man who had helped him in the past. You're here. A soft voice drifted out, but it was like a Buddha's voice. It made Lin Ling's spirit tremble. In the hall, the man in the blue robe opened his eyes, and his expression was indifferent. You're a fast learner. You know that being dominated by others is not as good as being arrogant. That's why you shocked everyone when you first came to my Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. His words seemed to be praising, but they also seemed to be blaming. No one knew what he meant. Senior, please forgive me for my rashness earlier. Lin Ling cupped his hands politely. The man in the blue robe's expression was still indifferent. However, the woman beside him kept looking at Yu Manyun. Then, she smiled and said, Are you willing to learn martial arts from me? Yu Manyun's heart trembled. She looked at Lin Ling. When she saw Lin Ling nodding, she quickly knelt down and bowed. I'm willing. She didn't expect that the powerful woman would be willing to guide her after just one meeting. Hee hee, get up. The woman smiled and nodded. The man in the blue robe's expression still didn't change. He slowly said, "Do you know why I helped you?" "I don't know," Lin Ling said bluntly. In fact, he was also very curious. "I, Venerable Si Kongming, have known since I was young that there is no free lunch in this world. Therefore, I helped you because I want you to help me in the future and do things for me." "That's all," the man in the blue robe said indifferently. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Then, he smiled. In fact, he had always been curious about why the other party was helping him. Now, he finally understood. To put it bluntly, it was a deal. If he helped Lin Ling today, Lin Ling would help Venerable Si Kongming in the future, and this kind of direct and efficient transaction was obviously better than being unfathomable. Everyone here is the same. If you want to become stronger, you have to do things. It's very simple. As for helping you, there is another reason. It's because you are a piece of jade that has yet to be carved. Therefore, I took a gamble on you and offended Celestial Venerable Void Star for you. The man in the blue robe picked up his teacup and took a sip. Offending Celestial Venerable Void Star is not good for me. Therefore, you have to help me with 3 things. This is a promise. As long as it doesn't violate my principles, I agree. Lin Ling nodded without hesitation. Translator, Transin editor, Transin 3 things. Of course, there are countless talented people in this world, but many of them fall. You can't be complacent. Thank you, Venerable One, for your guidance. Lin Ling said politely, I wonder if Venerable One can see what kind of talent I have. He should have seen it when he looked at the sky god's eye and froze time, but he didn't know if he could see it. You haven't awakened your talent yet, so I can't see it. The blue-robed man shook his head and said, the greater the talent, the stricter the requirements for strength. When your strength reaches the standard, your talent will be completely revealed. So for now, you should focus on improving your strength. You're still too weak. The early stages of cultivation are divided into 3 stages. First, mortal body realm, which is divided into 10 stages of body tempering, martial spirit, earth spirit, and heavenly spirit. The second is the immortal realm, which is divided into the king spirit realm, emperor spirit realm, and saint spirit realm. The third is the transcendent realm. At present, you are about to step into this realm, but this realm is also the limit of a weak saint domain. You're still in the realm of leaving your mortal body, which is the immortal realm. However, your foundation has barely met the requirements. Next, go to the floating heavenly fish and refine yourself. Let your mortal body completely leave your mortal body. Lin Ling nodded. This might be the difference between him and the experts of the other realms. It seemed that he had to go to the floating heavenly fish, which should be in the Si Kongming heavenly palace. Your emperor body is the Tai Yi true body, which is a bit weak in Xianping province. However, your foundation is fire, and your fire profound has reached level 5. This is not bad, so you can accept the inheritance of fire. Before you went to Sky Tomb City, you saw the flame under the chains. It's the Sea Heart Flame, an earth fire level flame. The flames of your 6 saint realms are mortal fire, so they're much weaker. Sea Heart Flame. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. When he came to Sky Tomb City on the chains, the flames under the chains made him feel hot. It turned out that they were earth fire level. It seemed that fire was also divided into levels. The flames he comprehended before were all mortal fire level. How to get the Sea Heart Flame, here are some pointers. Go see for yourself. The blue-robed man took out a jade slip for Lin Ling to take. Then, Lin Ling heard the blue-robed man say, remember, don't go there if you're not competent, no one can save you if you're dead. Venerable, thank you for your pointers. Lin Ling nodded gratefully. Is Heaves heavenly too? Is heavenly's tea have heavenly heavens tea ute is heavens? Another jade slip was shot over. It was the mission given to him, and Lin Ling received it again. My Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture is similar to a military prefecture. War achievements are very important. If you complete the task of forging, you will also be able to obtain a lot of war achievements, which may even exceed your imagination. You may go, the blue-robed man finally said. After Lin Ling bowed, he turned and left. Let me ask you something. Do you want to find Empyrean Void Star for revenge? However, just as Lin Ling was about to step out of the door, a soft voice drifted over. Yes. Lin Ling stopped and nodded. There will be a day when I return and save my hometown. I will get justice for the dead holy sons. Do you know the difference between you and him? Venerable Si Kongming's voice drifted over once more. I'm younger than him. Lin Ling didn't answer. Instead, he resolutely replied and strode away. Venerable Si Kongming's eyes trembled when he heard that. That little guy was saying that he didn't have any advantage in challenging the Void Star Divine Palace. The only advantage he had was that he was young and unafraid of death. He's just like you from back then. The woman said with a faint smile after Lin Ling and Venerable Si Kongming left. Venerable Si Kongming's solemn expression disappeared when no one else was around. He rubbed his nose and said, "Is that so?" Very similar. Before you became Venerable Si Kongming, you were just like him. Perhaps he will surpass you in the future, the woman said again. He is indeed an unpolished gem. Therefore, it might be possible. Venerable Si Kongming smiled as he looked into the distance. He seemed to be reminiscing about the struggles of his youth. At that time, he had also been full of vigor. However, aren't you making things difficult for him by asking him to find that foul-tempered old geezer in Dongfu? You should know that that old geezer doesn't even give you face. The woman suddenly laughed. If it was easy, I wouldn't have asked him to do it. However, speaking of that old geezer, I'm also very angry. That old geezer has a bad temper. I asked him to help me refine a sacred tool, but that old geezer kept making things difficult. Alas, I hope that little guy can complete his task. After leaving the mansion, Lin Ling took out the first jade slip and looked at it. The sea heart flame was of the earth fire grade. If he could obtain it, Lin Ling's innate talent would become a sacred innate talent and reach the earth grade. According to the jade slip, the sacred innate talent was divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. An earth grade innate talent was very terrifying. As for the ancient flame devil and Xianxia king, they could also become Lin Ling's sacred innate talent and reach the heaven grade. Of course, these were Lin Ling's trump cards and couldn't be easily exposed. Therefore, Lin Ling usually used his own innate talents. Therefore, he had to obtain the sea heart flame. However, it was very difficult. He needed at least a sacred tool to protect it. Only then could he enter the mountain and absorb the flame. Sacred tool. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He had 2 of them before. One was the ancient Buddha burning lamp, but it was used up during the Heavenly Fall era. The second one was the 3 Realms cloak. However, the 3 Realms cloak didn't have any defensive function and could only be used for concealment. It seemed like he couldn't get close without a sacred tool. Lin Ling opened the second jade slip. Venerable Si Kongming wanted him to find Old Man Dongfu and refine the fire heavenly sea cover. The mysterious treasure was also a sacred tool. If Venerable Si Kongming couldn't complete it himself, it would be even more difficult for me to complete it. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He didn't think much about it and headed to the floating heavenly fish. The so-called floating heavenly fish was in the Si Kongming heavenly prefecture and wasn't difficult to find. Along the way, Lin Ling saw many geniuses wearing armor. Lin Ling, this place is really like the general's residence. Everyone is wearing armor. However, those armors are very beautiful. I wonder when we can wear them. Yu Manyan said excitedly. Armors are divided according to strength. It won't be long before we can all wear them. Moreover, those armors are good spiritual tools. Lin Ling said with a smile. Not long after, the floating heavenly fish appeared. It was a giant fish made of bronze. It floated in the air and emitted dense spiritual energy. A large number of figures stepped on the clouds and shot into the floating heavenly fish. It must be something like a cultivation room. Here, let's completely cleanse the flaws of our bodies. Floating heavenly fish, you, big brother, they should be cultivating hard right now. We can't embarrass them. Lin Ling took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. Right now, everyone was working hard to become stronger. Everyone wanted to wash away the shame of the past, and Lin Ling was the same. The floating heavenly fish could make up for the gap between a weak saint domain and a great territory. It was something that every genius who wanted to go to a great territory had to experience. Lin Ling would naturally seize this opportunity. The two continued forward, and before long, a huge stone tablet appeared. Carved on the stone tablet were the bones of a giant fish in the sky. This fish was also called the floating heavenly fish and had a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. After it was killed by a master, a spirit array was set up and it hung in the sky, becoming a rare cultivation room. Whether it's humans or monster beasts, the weak are dominated, and the floating heavenly fish is the same. Lin Ling sighed. Because it could help one's cultivation, the floating heavenly fish was killed by others. This was the truth of heaven and earth, the sorrow of the weak. Are the two of you newcomers? At this moment, behind the stone tablet, an old man in green armor said lightly. This person was sitting cross-legged, and if he didn't speak, he would seem like a stone statue. Newcomers? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. The old man had easily guessed that he was a newcomer. Only newcomers don't have armor. The old man seemed to know what Lin Ling was thinking and asked Lin Ling to look over. He saw that most of the young elites heading to the floating heavenly fish were wearing white armor, with a few wearing black armor. With a little merit, you can get white armor, and with 1,000 merit, you can exchange for black armor. In Sea Calming Heavenly Palace, except for a few proud people who don't like to wear armor, most people wear armor to represent their status. You two are wearing robes, so you should be newcomers. The old man said again. Lin Ling and Xianxia nodded. They really didn't have any merit. Newcomers going to the floating heavenly fish for the first time don't need to pay merit. You can enter at will, but if you still haven't reached the transcendent realm this time, you'll have to pay merit the next time you come. The old man explained and closed his eyes again. Thank you, senior. Lin Ling was more familiar with the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture. Everything here seemed to require battle merits, and armor represented one's status. After that, the two of them flew toward the giant fish in the sky. The entrance was at the mouth of the fish. As soon as they stepped in, the two of them felt a strong spiritual energy rushing toward them. It was a strange feeling, as if their bodies were wrapped in invisible small fish. It was hard to imagine what it would be like inside. After entering, it was as if there was a universe inside. The most eye-catching thing was a huge crystal fish bone. It stood there like a pillar, surrounded by tiny crystal fish bones. It was extremely mysterious. As for the space between the fish bones, there was a floor laid out. Large amounts of youths were gathered there. They wore armor and had cold expressions. Hee, I didn't expect 9-colored domains-ling Hushan to also come to the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture. That guy is extremely famous. Even I have heard of him in the 7-star sanctuary. Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture is very famous in Xianpeng Province. All the famous geniuses come here. Look, that's the Black Lightning Ghost. He's already come to the floating heavenly fish island 100 times, preparing to break through to the transcendent realm. The sounds of conversation continued to ring out. No armor, only robes? Those two are so stupid. They just came to the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture and didn't do missions to earn merit. Instead, they immediately came to the floating heavenly fish island. What a waste of their first free opportunity. Many people also saw Lin Ling and Yu Yunyun walking in. So many people. Yu Munyun was secretly surprised. Her cultivation was the weakest here, at the early Holy Spirit realm. Even Lin Ling, who was at the late Holy Spirit realm, was the weakest. They are the geniuses of the various sacred domains. Lin Ling nodded, ignoring the strange gazes around him. He had heard before that this was a cultivation room for those below the transcendent realm. This meant that the geniuses here were not beyond the transcendent realm. He wasn't afraid of such strength. Sweeping his gaze, he saw a large number of rooms built by the crystal bones. Some of the rooms emitted light, and many fish as thick as a finger could be seen swimming in them. Some of the rooms had no doors but were dark. Which of those doors can be used for cultivation? Lin Ling frowned. At this time, someone beside him said, "You two must be new here." "My name is Ning Quebec." If there are fish in those cultivation rooms, it means that there are people. Those fish are the row of the floating heavenly fish. If there are more fish gathered, it means that the cultivation room is better. The dark door means that no one is cultivating. Lin Ling turned his head and found that the young man who spoke was about the same age as him. However, he had a baby face and gave off a good feeling. "Thank you." Yuman hurriedly said. Ning Kei's face instantly turned red, as if he was extremely shy. Lin Ling was a little surprised. Was this guy a cultivation maniac? He had never talked to a woman in his life, so he was so shy. My name is Lin Ling. Lin Ling also said his name, which made the other party laugh. Then, he explained that Lin Ling had been in Dinghai Divine Prefecture for half a year and had made several military exploits. He could be considered half an old man. Lin Ling listened quietly. It was his first time in the big domain, so it was not wrong to be modest. The three of them talked as they walked, as if they were old friends at first sight. However, Yuman occasionally interrupted, and Ning Kei's face would turn red. He even secretly said to Lin Ling, "Brother Lin Ling, your wife is so beautiful. She has been in Dinghai Divine Prefecture for half a year, and she is the most beautiful warrior I have seen." These words made Lin Ling somewhat happy. Men liked others to praise their partners. There's a cultivation room here, and it looks very big. Yes. After a moment, Lin Ling stopped and looked at a cultivation room. The door was closed, and there was no one around. However, Lin Ling and Yuman both smiled. This was a two-person cultivation room, which was very suitable for the two of them. Wait, someone is watching this cultivation room. Yes. At this moment, Ning Kei pulled Lin Ling's arm and said. This made Lin Ling puzzled. Someone is watching? Do you see that one-eyed man? He has been staring at this cultivation room. This cultivation room is built at the neck of the fish, so the cultivation effect is the best. Ning Kei said in a low voice. If he likes it, then he can enter and cultivate. Why is he looking at the door? Yes. Lin Ling did not understand what the one-eyed man meant. However, his voice was not as soft as Ning Kei's, which made many people around secretly laugh. He was indeed a newcomer. He did not know that this was Dinghai Divine Prefecture, not a sect. This place was extremely cruel, like an army. Because that cultivation room needs a lot of military merits, and you are a newcomer. You don't need military merits to enter the cultivation room for the first time. Therefore, if you open the cultivation room, that person will rob you. Even if others use military merits to open the door, he will rob you too. Ning Kei explained. Then he is too cheap. Although I don't know how to obtain military merits, it must be very difficult. How can he rob the military merits that others risked their lives to obtain? Said Lin Ling with a smile. His voice wasn't soft, which made even more people around him laugh. Their laughter was very loud. He thought that he was childish enough, but who knew that Lin Ling seemed to be even more childish than him, as if he had never come out to adventure. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Heavenly Fish Diagram. Sister Mengyun, please persuade him. Sister Mengyun. Ning Kei was worried, but Yuman smiled. She knew that although Lin Ling's cultivation seemed weak, he was not weak at all. Furthermore, he had a lot of trump cards. It was good enough that Lin Ling did not bully others, but others wanted to bully Lin Ling? That was a dream. My man is not someone you can bully. Yuman said with a smile, which silenced Ning Quebec rumble. The door of the largest cultivation room slowly opened. At the same time, everyone's eyes narrowed. That youth was so arrogant. Ning Kei had already explained everything, but he still dared to open the door. At the same time, the one-eyed youth opened his eyes, and his long dark green hair danced like snakes. Get lost, this place is mine. Go. He did not say much, but his words seemed to shake the entire floating heavenly fish diagram. Rumble, he reached out his hand, and endless black light appeared. He was like a wild beast from the wild world. The peak of the Holy Spirit realm, the younger brother of the Black Lightning Ghost, the black-haired ghost. The crowd's eyes narrowed. Among the geniuses below the Transcendent realm, the black-haired ghost was not weak. He had 6 levels of ultimacy, and the ultimacy of the bear gave him great strength, 6 levels of ultimacy, that was more powerful than the genius of the Suxing Divine Palace that Lin Ling had killed. It would be easy for him to fight the 4 patriarchs. The bear paw seemed to come from the void. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He could feel that the other party was very strong. If it was before, he might not have been able to defeat him. but now, he wanted to see how strong the other party was. He also wanted to see the means of the geniuses of the major domains. Overwhelming righteousness. Go. He stretched out his left fist and fiercely collided with the bare paw. A dull sound rang out. This was not a collision of spiritual chi, but a collision of strength. Time seemed to stop. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling was as immovable as a mountain, while the black-haired ghost was like a bear. However, he could not move Lin Ling at all. Get back. Go. At the same time, a low shout rang out. Lin Ling's entire body released spiritual chi. The 110,000 small worlds erupting at the same time. The overwhelming righteousness made him holy. Thud thud thud, the black-haired ghost took a step back. His pupils constricted and he could not say a word. Dream clouds, go in. Lin Ling said indifferently. In terms of physical strength and defense, he didn't fear any genius. Hee hee. Yumanyan smiled and walked towards the door under countless envious gazes. The cultivation room is right here. Who dares to snatch it? Next time, you'll have to get the hell out of here. If you're crippled or injured, don't blame me. Lin Ling's cold voice drifted out. He was domineering and arrogant. In the world of the great regions, if he wasn't domineering, others would be domineering towards him. Therefore, he would rather not reduce his arrogance. Many people fell silent. This newcomer was not simple. Then, they looked at the black-haired ghost and realized that he was also silent. The black-haired ghost didn't seem to dare to provoke the newcomer. It was obvious that when the black-haired ghost unleashed the 6th level of ultimacy, although he was on par with Lin Ling, he felt that Lin Ling didn't unleash his full strength. Therefore, he didn't dare to fight anymore and was even a little scared. Of course, his guess was right. Although he had the 6th level of bare ultimacy and was extremely strong, Lin Ling didn't unleash his spiritual chi. He relied on the small worlds and the overwhelming righteousness to block him. If he unleashed his spiritual chi, killing him would be extremely easy. Brother Ningke, thank you. Thank you. Lin Ling thanked him and dream clouds entered the cultivation room. Ningke's mouth was still wide open and he was shocked like thunder. Every year, there would be newcomers from the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture, but very few of them could suppress everyone except for those exceptional geniuses. However, Lin Ling did it today. The most terrifying thing was that compared to those geniuses, Lin Ling's advantage wasn't his cultivation speed, but his power to fight beyond his level. If he reaches the peak of the Holy Spirit realm, wouldn't he be able to fight against a transcendent? Ningke thought in horror. At the same time, Lin Ling and Yuman Yun entered the cultivation room. An indescribable feeling arose spontaneously. It was pitch black inside, making them feel as if they had entered a world of the universe. Swoosh! Swoosh, fish swam over, each as big as a finger. They swam around, emitting a mysterious light. This. Wow! Lin Ling and Yuman Yun were both shocked. Were these the floating divine fish? At the same time, the spiritual chi that rushed over was even denser. It was spiritual chi. Every little fish was spiritual chi, and they were even more powerful than the spiritual chi in Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling, I'm going to break through. Wow! Yuman Yun said in surprise, then sat down cross-legged. Lin Ling also laughed. As expected of the cultivation room of the great domain. He then sat down cross-legged and looked at the divine fish around him. Obviously, this was a place to condense spiritual chi, and spiritual chi was one of the indispensable powers in the transcendent realm. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and let the spiritual chi around him enter his body. First, he awakened the small world in his body. Pop pop pop, the rich spiritual chi made the small world awaken crazily. The effect was many times better than the Bodhi liquid. One by one, the small world awakened. As time passed, the number reached 200,000, and it still didn't stop. 21, 22, and finally reached 300,000. The Tai True physique had finally reached the peak stage. It could be said that below the saint physique, Lin Ling's talent was the strongest. He was also at the peak of the emperor physique, and no one could compete with him. After 300,000, that was the limit. Lin Ling used the spiritual chi from his cultivation to stabilize the saint altar and the spiritual chi in his body. The stronger the saint altar, the more likely Lin Ling would be to break through. And the more powerful the spiritual qi, the stronger Lin Ling would be. These were two different paths, but more than that, Lin Ling still used it to strengthen his spiritual qi. The effect of breaking through now wasn't great. After all, Lin Ling still wasn't clear about his obsession, so he couldn't break through to the transcendent realm. When Lin Ling opened his eyes, he noticed that Yu Yun's cultivation had reached the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm. Her progress was faster than his, but this was normal. After all, Yu Yun didn't have any other trump cards except for the guardian deity. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had many, so his growth was much slower. Those fish, their swimming trajectories are so mysterious. Then, Lin Ling looked at the fish around him. There were more and more fish, tens of millions of them. On the surface, they seemed to be swimming casually, but they seemed to be carrying a kind of mystery. Lin Ling's eye of time appeared in his eyes and began to record the swimming trajectories of the fish. There are a total of 81 diagrams. After a long time, Lin Ling was shocked. He had been paying attention to the swimming movements of the fish. There were a total of 81 diagrams, and each one was extremely mysterious. And there were more and more fish. My head hurts. Lin Ling frowned. His soul force was tired. He hadn't tested this state in a long time. After a short rest, Lin Ling looked at the diagrams again. This time, he was tired again, but he lasted longer. Lin Ling discovered that his soul force had improved. Those heavenly fish diagrams could improve soul force. These fish are too mysterious. Let me try. Lin Ling had an idea in his mind. With a thought, the fish moved according to his idea and laid down new heavenly fish diagrams, which shocked Lin Ling. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Black Electric Ghost 9981, must be simplified. At this moment, Lin Ling's interest was piqued. When he was arranging the heavenly fish, his soul power increased crazily. This caused his eye of time to open up again. Not only could he see time, but Lin Ling could also remember anything. That kind of calmness and meticulousness had reached an extremely terrifying level. There were tens of millions of fish. If one fish did not swim well and was slightly off, Lin Ling could see it. The entire situation and the details were seen through by Lin Ling. If one had to give an example, it would be a copy. It was as if he had copied it. Amazing. The higher the level of martial arts, formations, and so on, the harder it is to learn, but I can remember it at a glance. Lin Ling was overjoyed. His eyes had finally transformed again with the increase of his strength. Of course, it was mostly caused by the increase of his soul power. This heavenly fish picture has been simplified into 9 pictures. It contains endless mysteries, including movement techniques, meditation techniques, and even cultivation techniques. It is very suitable for everyone to cultivate. Lin Ling had an idea. The next time he returned to his hometown, he would take out the heavenly fish picture and let everyone improve their strength. Although he went out to cultivate, it was not for a long time. It would not be long before he went back to take a look. As for the new place where his family and friends lived, they also left a mark for Lin Ling. This picture is very suitable for Yu Yun. It has the effect of suppressing demonic aura. This is very suitable for Yu. It is an offensive martial art. Yu's defense, speed, and can even assist others. But her attack power is too weak. Lin Ling analyzed the 9 pictures and chose the most suitable one for him. The more Lin Ling looked at the 9 pictures, the more complicated they were. Moreover, he found that as long as he visualized the heavenly fish picture, his soul power would continue to improve and recover faster. While Lin Ling was visualizing, Yu Yun had already woken up. She looked at the mysterious scene around her and immediately gasped. Unfortunately, she was currently breaking through continuously and was no longer suitable for cultivation. Otherwise, she would not have missed this opportunity. Then, she saw that Lin Ling seemed to have entered a state of enlightenment. She didn't disturb him and pushed the door open. At this moment, a large number of people had gathered outside. They were all looking at the terrifying scene at the door. Countless heavenly fish had entered this cultivation room. What's inside? After Yu Yun came out, someone asked curiously, but Yu Yun didn't say much. She frowned and looked at everyone. What else could have happened? That place has attracted all of the floating heavenly fishes, little heavenly fish. If one cultivates inside, the effects will be 10 times greater than normal. Someone said enviously, making many people's eyes reveal greed. 10 times? This was too frightening. I say, you guys are too greedy. Shouldn't such a rare scene be shared with everyone? I feel that everyone should take turns to use this cultivation room, said another. Yes. Many people chimed in. You guys are going too far. This cultivation room has always been empty. You guys didn't use it at that time, but after we entered, you want to take turns using it. Yu Munyun finally couldn't help but ask. At that time, there weren't so many heavenly fish swimming here. However, many people felt that Yu Munyun was too greedy and overbearing. She actually wanted to take it all for herself. Yu Munyun's pretty face turned ugly. She knew that the heavenly fish phenomenon was caused by Lin Ling, but these people thought that it was a natural phenomenon, so they wanted to share the benefits. I don't care. Anyway, you guys can cultivate, and we can cultivate too. Let's mind our own business. Get out of the way. I want to enter this cultivation room. Someone finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Then, a large number of voices sounded. Everyone wanted to enter. How dare you? Yu Munyun shouted angrily. Lin Ling was currently comprehending. If they entered and disturbed Lin Ling, what would they do? Moreover, these people were also martial artists. They should know that others were most afraid of being disturbed when they were cultivating. However, they ignored this taboo for their own sake. Woman, you're too greedy. Yu Munyun blocked the way. Everyone was furious. Alright, get out of the way. I saw this cultivation room first. If you want to cultivate, you have to do it after me. At this time, the crowd was separated. A young man with long red hair and black armor strode over. Behind him was the black-haired ghost. The two of them strode forward, causing many people to make way for them. Black lightning ghost. Many people's pupils constricted. They shook their heads helplessly. How unlucky. The black lightning ghost actually saw such a rare cultivation room. Then, they sneered at Yu Munyun. Previously, Yu Munyun didn't allow them to enter the cultivation room. However, now that they had attracted an even more powerful existence, Yu Munyun would probably regret it even more. Brother, that brat entered this cultivation room. Behind the red-haired young man, the one-eyed young man shouted coldly. He didn't expect that the cultivation room Lin Ling entered would have such a change and attract countless sky fish. He's really a lucky brat blessed by the heavens. However, we can also take a share of the glory. Let's go in. The red-haired young man moved his black fist slightly and smiled faintly. You can't go in. Yu Munyun stopped them again. However, the surrounding people laughed. This time, they wanted to see how Yu Munyun would stop them. You're talking to me? The red-haired young man laughed. This is the floating sky fish. You should know who is not to be trifled with. Get out of here. Brother, I'll do it. Previously, I was at a bottleneck in my cultivation. That's why I let that brat take advantage of me. However, if he appears in front of me again, I'll definitely cripple him. Moreover, the floating sky fish can kill people. Killing him is extremely easy. The one-eyed young man, the black-haired ghost, took a step forward and said. His stocky body emitted a strong aura as if an ancient bear king had descended. He slapped his palm towards Yu Munyun, pop. Pop, when the strength reached the limit, the power wasn't any weaker than spiritual energy. So fierce. The others took a step back. Although they also wanted to enter the cultivation room, they didn't reach the level of ruthlessness. However, the Black Lightning Ghost brothers could. They grew up in the savage forest since they were young. There was nothing that they didn't dare to do. You're going too far. Yu Munyun clenched her teeth. She wasn't a match for the black-haired ghost unless she used the guardian deity. Let me do it. At this moment, the door slowly opened. A figure stepped out and punched towards the black-haired ghost's huge palm. Bang, a dull sound echoed. Under countless gazes, the black-haired ghost staggered back. Following which, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His right hand drooped down and his bones were completely shattered. A figure coldly appeared in front of Yu Manyun. It was Lin Ling. He's out. Many people's pupils constricted as they looked at the cold black-robed young man. Previously, the black-haired ghost had said that he fought with the newcomer because he was at a bottleneck in his breakthrough. Therefore, he didn't use his full strength. However, the black-haired ghost should be at his peak. The outcome was even more shocking. The black-haired ghost's right arm was crippled by the black-robed young man. Against a transcendent realm master, you crippled my right hand. The black-haired ghost's single eye turned ferocious. However, after meeting the gaze of the black-robed youth, he was inexplicably afraid. Although he was talking tough, he was terrified when he saw the youth with his own eyes. He didn't have the strength to fight back. You said that you can easily kill me? At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. He didn't know what was going on outside, but the fact that the one-eyed youth dared to attack Yu Manyun was enough for his killing intent to fill the air. It seemed that he was too merciful before and didn't kill them all, which led to endless trouble. The black-haired ghost fell silent and didn't dare to speak. He found that the youth was even colder than before. Speak. Lin Ling coldly shouted, causing the black-haired ghost's heart to tremble. He subconsciously hid behind the black lightning ghost. His cowardly appearance made the crowd feel like they were dreaming. The black-haired ghost was really afraid. Your physical strength is at least 20 tons. No wonder you're so arrogant. At this moment, the black lightning ghost, who had been silent all this time, said indifferently, unfortunately, your weak cultivation is your weakness. Do you think that you can dominate everything with your late-stage Saint Spirit Realm cultivation? Dominate you? That's enough. Lin Ling coldly looked at the black lightning ghost. The other party's aura was similar to the one-eyed youth's, so they must be acquaintances. Moreover, the one-eyed youth had lost to him before, so he shouldn't have the guts to come again. Now that he appeared again, it was obvious that he relied on this red-haired youth. Brother, kill him. The black-haired ghost hid behind the black lightning ghost and coldly said. Arrogant and overbearing when facing the weak, but can only hide behind the strong. You're just a piece of trash. You want your brother to kill me? Fine, I'll show you what your so-called reliance is. Lin Ling coldly shouted and unsheathed the tyrant song sword. He was like a sword, combining his killing intent and righteousness. Many people's eyes narrowed. At this moment, they realized that this newcomer was stronger than they had imagined. What a strange martial profundity. So this is your capital. Unfortunately, it's too weak. The red-haired youth's eyes flickered. Lightning snakes appeared around his body, forming a world of lightning. The lightning was strong enough to kill any Saint Spirit Realm master. Stay away. Many people's expressions became serious. The black lightning ghost was rumored to be the most terrifying existence in the floating skyfish, and it was about to seize one of the rainbow armors and break away from the black armor. Judging from its current strength, it indeed had the qualifications to do so. Lightning Claw. With a cold shout, a huge claw of thunder grabbed at Lin Ling fast, incomparably fast. One had to know that the speed of lightning had always been the fastest, making it impossible for people to guard against it. Moreover, in addition to its speed, it also had a ferocious and domineering power. It was one of the most difficult powers to cultivate in the world. Sky-severing sword. Lin Ling coldly shouted and pointed his sword forward. His killing intent and righteousness fused together, forming a powerful life and death profound. In the past, once the life and death profound was used, the opponent would be robbed of their chance of survival. However, it was clearly ineffective now. That lightning could block everything and wreak havoc. Clang, a deafening sound rang out. In midair, the sword and the claw collided. The life and death profound splashed everywhere, and the lightning snakes seemed to wreak havoc in the void. Those lightning snakes wrapped around Lin Ling, but they were blocked by Lin Ling's righteousness. If Lin Ling hadn't awakened 300,000 small worlds, he wouldn't have dared to be careless in this first confrontation. The black lightning ghost was obviously more than twice as strong as the black-haired ghost. I'm just playing around. Do you have to resist with all your strength? Looking at the indifferent youth holding the sword, the black-haired ghost's red hair danced wildly in the wind. How can you be sure that I'm using all my strength? After the tyrant song soared, Lin Ling coldly said. That sentence instantly caused the black-haired ghost's pupils to narrow. His left hand was still like a lightning claw, but his right hand pointed out, finger shooting star. An even more powerful force erupted. With one finger, the universe was stirred, and a lightning vortex appeared. It was shocking. Terrifying. Is that the power of the transcendent realm? Many people felt their mouths go dry, as if their bodies had been struck by lightning. They knew that although that finger was at the 6th level of martial profundity, it probably contained a trace of spiritual yuan. Spiritual yuan couldn't increase one's comprehension of martial profundity, but it was the foundation that could greatly increase the power of martial profundity. Once spiritual yuan is used, any Saint Spirit Realm cultivator will be obliterated. The one-eyed youth sneered. He knew his brother's strength. Spiritual yuan. The terrifying lightning finger shot out, causing Lin Ling's pupils to flicker. Then, he realized that his sword was still held by the claw, leaving him with only 2 choices. 1. Abandon the sword. 2. Resist with all his might. Sword cultivator, if you lose your sword, you won't need to use it anymore. As if he knew Lin Ling's thoughts, the black lightning ghost laughed. He wanted to force Lin Ling to abandon his sword. He wanted to proudly take this newcomer's sword. Since he had used a trace of spiritual yuan, his opponent had no other choice. Why do you want to abandon your sword? However, in the next moment, a sneer floated into his ears. In front of the black lightning ghost's eyes, Lin Ling didn't abandon his sword. Instead, he stretched out his left hand, causing flames to erupt wildly. The giant flame god appeared behind him, and the raging flame fist met the lightning finger head-on. Bang, flames, scorching hot, yang, lightning, swift, overbearing. At this moment, they collided madly. How is this possible? The black lightning ghost gasped. He could feel that the newcomer's flames were extremely terrifying. They contained 5 levels of martial profundity. Of course, the most powerful thing was that it seemed to contain the power of the transcendent realm. This was impossible. You're not the only one who has spiritual yuan. At the same time, a cold voice floated in the black lightning ghost's ears, causing him to finally understand, his opponent also had spiritual yuan. Bang, the black lightning ghost's body flew backwards. Obviously, the amount of spiritual yuan he used before was not as large as Lin Ling's. After being tempered by the heavenly fish diagram, Lin Ling's spiritual yuan was no longer the size of a hair, but the size of a finger. Pung pung pung, the black lightning ghost flew backwards, his body burning with flames. He slammed into dozens of people and landed heavily on the crystal fish bone. The crowd was silent as their pupils constricted. The black lightning ghost was defeated. The one-eyed youth's face changed drastically. Obviously, he did not expect the gap between him and Lin Ling to be so big. After all, his brother was sent flying after a few moves. I'm just playing around. Do you have to resist with all your strength? Under countless gazes, Lin Ling waved the sword in his hand. His long hair danced wildly as he laughed arrogantly. At this moment, many people did not dare to speak. They were lucky that the black lightning ghost wanted to enter the cultivation room first. Otherwise, they would be the unlucky ones now. This newcomer was more complicated than they imagined. Bang! At the same time, a terrifying aura erupted from the crystal fish bone. The black lightning ghost walked over step by step. He was injured, but it was not fatal. However, the injury on his body could not compare to the humiliation in his heart. He was a powerhouse, but he was sent flying by a newcomer. Spiritual yuan, it seems that you're confident. A cold voice floated out, causing many people's hearts to tremble. It seemed that the black lightning ghost was not defeated yet. Unfortunately, you think you can defeat me with this? The black lightning ghost shouted again. He looked at Lin Ling, wanting to see Lin Ling's dignified expression. Soul-sealing what? The black lightning ghost is a transcendent. Many people's faces changed drastically. They didn't know at all. They only knew that the black lightning ghost was very strong. One had to know that the floating heavenly fish didn't allow transcendence to exist, but the black lightning ghost actually ignored that rule. The black lightning ghost's pupils constricted. He wanted to slowly reveal the news because he wanted to see the newcomer's regretful and scared expression. But who knew that the newcomer saw through him and still faced him calmly? This made him even angrier. He didn't know that Lin Ling's eye of time had improved again. He was calmer now and could analyze the situation. It was because of this calmness that Lin Ling knew that although the Transcendent was strong, he could still win, and this was also the first time Lin Ling fought a Transcendent. Although you know my background, so what? In the world of martial arts, strength is everything. You don't have the strength to resist me. You will die in the end. The Black Lightning Ghost still stepped forward step by step. The black fists in his hands unclenched. Finally, a lightning chain appeared on his wrist, but it was broken at this moment. The lightning chain broke and a powerful aura erupted. He was a transcendent first realm cultivator. This is a half-step sacred artifact, the lightning bracelet. It allows me to hide my strength and increase my lightning power by 50%. Although using a sacred artifact to win against you is somewhat unfair, in this world, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. You don't have the qualifications to say anything. The Black Lightning Ghost's face turned even colder. His body bloomed with lightning like an octopus. Oh, I forgot. I've told you so much, but a newcomer from the countryside like you probably hasn't seen a half-step sacred artifact before. How terrifying. The people around seemed to have forgotten to breathe. No wonder the Black Lightning Ghost could enter the floating heavenly fish. It was because of the half-step sacred artifact. Moreover, increasing lightning power by 50% was too terrifying. One had to know that the Black Lightning Ghost was a transcendent first realm cultivator. This was already difficult to resist. If his lightning power was increased, even a transcendent first realm cultivator wouldn't be his opponent. This newcomer is just a flash in the pan. Then, many people looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but shake their heads. Sister Meng Yun, hurry up and inform the punishment team outside. Otherwise, Brother Lin Ling will be in trouble. Ning Ke quietly approached Yu Yun and said worriedly. Yu Yun shook her head. Although she was also worried, she saw that Lin Ling was still calm. Naturally, she believed in Lin Ling more. Don't worry, that guy has been through hundreds of battles. He's not as simple as you think. Yu Yun said softly, which made Ning Ke's heart tremble. It was as if he had met Lin Ling for the first time. When he first met Lin Ling was like a newcomer who was easy to talk to, so he thought Lin Ling was a newcomer who kept a low profile and was weak like himself. However, who would have thought that this kind of approachability was only for friends? When facing enemies, that kind of ferocity was many times stronger than his. As long as I get hit, I can kill you. At this moment, the Black Lightning Ghost took a step forward. Between its two fists, thunder bloomed. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling still stood calmly. A large number of runes flashed through his eyes as he analyzed the situation. The next moment, he gradually smiled. You said that I haven't seen a semi-divine weapon. Sorry, I really haven't. Because I have a divine weapon, the Three Realms Cloak. Boom! With a cold shout, Lin Ling disappeared from everyone's sight, causing the Black Lightning Ghost's punch to hit nothing. A divine weapon? Everyone's expression changed. This newcomer actually had a divine weapon? Most importantly, Lin Ling seemed to have disappeared between heaven and earth. No one could detect a trace of him. Insignificant skill, electric eyes. The Black Lightning Ghost sneered. Lightning snakes appeared in his eyes as he scanned the surroundings. However, in the next moment, his expression turned ugly. Lin Ling had disappeared. It was not a concealment martial art, but the power of a saint artifact. Bastard, do you only know how to rely on the power of the divine weapon? Boom! The Black Lightning Ghost roared. He was a strong man in the transcendent realm, but he was helpless against a newcomer in the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm. Do you only know how to talk? Then why don't you talk about your divine weapon? In the void, Lin Ling's disdainful voice drifted out, layer upon layer. No one knew where his real body was. Hee hee, the Black Lightning Ghost is angry. The crowd was secretly laughing. Previously, the Black Lightning Ghost had said that the winner was king and the loser was a bandit. Relying on a divine weapon to win didn't mean anything, but now that Lin Ling had used a divine weapon, the Black Lightning Ghost was angry. Saying that Lin Ling only knew how to rely on a divine weapon was tantamount to slapping his own face. You, go ahead and hide. You're only in the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm. You can't touch me, and I can kill you with a single punch. If you have the ability, you can hide it for the rest of your life. The Black Lightning Ghost suddenly sneered. Yes, although that newcomer hit his figure, he didn't have the strength to touch the Black Lightning Ghost. Many people suddenly understood. A Transcendent Realm Master was so overbearing. Even if he stood there and let you attack, you couldn't do anything. Come out, you cowardly turtle. How can you talk about the martial Tao? The Black Lightning Ghost's aura grew stronger as he humiliated Lin Ling. His gaze suddenly fell on Yu Munyun and shot over. I'd like to see which one you choose between your life and your woman. Despicable. The Black Lightning Ghost's strength is in the Transcendent Realm. Originally, it was a little unfair to fight a newcomer, but now he's using underhanded tactics. Many people's eyes narrowed. In order to force Lin Ling to come out, the Black Lightning Ghost actually resorted to unscrupulous means. Hide, let's see how you hide. At this moment, the Black Lightning Ghost had already appeared in front of Yu Munyun. His terrifying thunder fist blasted over. Do you really want me to come out? At the same time, a voice that seemed to come from the underworld sounded. The Black Lightning Ghost sneered. Come out? He was waiting for this moment. He had no fear of Lin Ling because Lin Ling couldn't touch him at all. The moment you come out, you'll die. However, at this moment, a cold voice entered everyone's ears. In their eyes, a black-robed young man with a black cloak appeared behind the Black Lightning Ghost. His palm carried an indescribable power as it fiercely slapped out, soul-sealing seal. Everyone's soul trembled. They seemed to see an ancient stone tablet falling from the sky, making them feel like they were worshipping it. As for the Black Lightning Ghost, his eyes were wide open. In addition to seeing the divine stone tablet, he also saw the mighty soul sea and a pair of terrifying demon god eyes. That kind of power made him afraid. He said that Lin Ling didn't have the strength to shake him, but now, with one move, he was afraid. The moment Lin Ling appeared, he seemed to have stepped into the underworld of hell and would never be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Seal your soul. Under countless gazes, a palm heavily slapped out, causing the Black Lightning Ghost's body to tremble and his soul to collapse. A wisp of green smoke disappeared into the void under countless horrified gazes. Only the tall figure still stood in front of everyone's eyes. A Transcendent Realm first-level expert was killed. Although the Black Lightning Ghost's strength was stronger, it was obvious that his soul force was no match for Lin Ling. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Murderous intent. The scariest thing was that the newcomer was only in the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm and he wasn't wearing any armor. That guy, where did he come from? Impossible. The one-eyed youth shook his head. His brother, a first realm of Transcendent, was killed. How could this be possible? Is this what you're relying on? Very weak. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out, causing the one-eyed youth's face to turn pale. He shouted angrily, I'm under General Cold Words, you can't touch me. I don't know you. Lin Ling's disdainful voice floated out from his mouth. He slashed out with his sword, causing a ghastly sword wound to appear on the one-eyed youth's neck. His eyes widened as if he couldn't believe that he was going to die. He didn't know that the moment he wanted to kill Lin Ling, no matter who was behind him, he had to die. The black-haired ghost is dead. The surrounding people didn't expect that the black-haired ghost brothers would die here. Who else was there before? At the same time, Lin Ling looked at the crowd indifferently. The armored youth's eyes narrowed and they couldn't say a word. This newcomer wasn't someone they could deal with. Scram, if anyone else comes within 3 breaths, I'll kill them. Kill. Lin Ling shouted again. The crowd trembled in fear and left. After 3 breaths, there was no one left. Amazing. Wow. Ning Ke looked at the scene in shock. Lin Ling had arrived later than Ning Ke, but with his strength, he was probably able to wear the black armor. There were countless generals in the Dinghai Divine Prefecture, and it was extremely rare for someone to be qualified to wear the black armor. This Lin Ling might be from a higher-level divine region. After that, the 3 of them left the floating celestial fish. This time, they had spent a lot of time cultivating. Yu Mingyun's cultivation level had increased greatly. Lin Ling's cultivation level hadn't increased, but his strength had increased greatly. Most importantly, he had obtained the 9 celestial fish pictures. Mingyun, after you turned into a demon, the side effects are very serious. Here's a heavenly fish portrait that is suitable for you. It can calm your mind and prevent you from being invaded by demon aura. Lin Ling took out one of the heavenly fish drawings and handed it to Yu Mingyun. This is? Yu Mingyun looked at it carefully for a moment, and her pretty face became serious. This heavenly fish painting was very mysterious. It actually calmed down the demonic aura in her body. Humans and demons were different. Since humans cultivated demonic arts, it was naturally difficult for them to control their demonic arts at the beginning. Therefore, every full moon, the demonic aura would wreak havoc and she would be in so much pain that she wished she was dead. Moreover, every time she used the great illusion White Dragon King, the demonic aura in her body would become denser. This was similar to the murderous aura of the ancient flame devil. However, after obtaining the heavenly fish painting, she realized that the demonic chi in her body seemed to be under her control. If this continued, she might be able to use the great illusion White Dragon King at will. The martial way of the great regions is even more vast and mysterious. This diagram is probably the innate ability of the floating heavenly fish. Lin Ling said with a smile. After coming to Shanping province, he was able to further explore the secrets of the martial way. It was obvious that he was right to lead the 6 sacred regions. I also prepared the heavenly fish painting for Yu and the others. We can take it out when we go back next time. Okay. The two of them chatted as they walked. After that, Lin Ling told them his plan. He wanted to go to Skytomb City to find the old man of Dongfu, so he asked Yu Mingyun to wait for him at Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. Yu Mingyun immediately nodded. She also knew that Lin Ling wanted to become stronger. After that, Lin Ling bid farewell and left. The reason why he wanted to find the old man of Dongfu was because firstly, Lin Ling still wasn't clear about his obsession. Therefore, breaking through to the peak of the Holy Spirit realm didn't have much effect. Secondly, he wanted to obtain the Sea Heart Flame and complete the task that Venerable Sea Calming had entrusted to him. After Lin Ling left Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture, in a garden in the prefecture, a young man in blue armor was facing a terrifying frost scarlet dragon. This dragon was a combination of fire and water. It was ferocious and difficult to deal with. However, the young man took a step forward and pointed his finger. As if he was reversing the universe, an illusory figure appeared behind him. It was as if he came from the demon domain. The sharp power split the frost scarlet dragon into 2. Blood spurted out and fell to the ground. One side was ice and the other side was fire. It was a shocking sight. Congratulations to General Cold Words for increasing your strength greatly. Someone said respectfully to the young man. This made the young man Cold Words smile faintly. In the transcendent realm, he didn't have many opponents now. General, the Black Lightning Ghost brothers have been killed. At this time, a young man in blue armor walked in. What? Cold Words' eyes narrowed. The Black Lightning Ghost brothers were his people. In the past, they came from the same sacred region and fought side by side. But today, they died. Xiao, he didn't move but strangely floated forward. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the young man in blue armor. The latter's face turned pale. Although he was also a transcendent realm cultivator, he obviously wasn't a match for Cold Words. Who? Cold Words shouted coldly. It's that newcomer. The newcomer without any armor. The newcomer who can meet the Sea Calming Venerable. A terrifying aura erupted from Cold Words. His eyes turned black and white. He had just become the captain of the disciplinary team and wanted to punish the newcomer as a warning to the others. However, a newcomer dared to defy him and now even dared to kill his people. What's his background? Cold Words shouted again. The young man in blue armor immediately said, according to Ning Ke, he's only from the 8-star sacred region. He shouldn't have any strong background. He's courting death. I'm from the 6-star sacred region, but even I don't dare to be arrogant in the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture. Yet, he dares to ignore the heroes. This person must be killed. The dense killing intent caused the garden to turn bone-chillingly cold. Everyone bent down, their faces pale. Cold Words was a transcendent realm cultivator. Although his cultivation base wasn't high, he was vicious and merciless. In the past, in order to achieve military merits, he sacrificed millions of people to become the captain of the disciplinary team. Such a person was an existence that couldn't be provoked. That newcomer was dead meat. Skytomb City was as vast as the sea, and there were as many experts as there were clouds. Lin Ling had no choice but to hide himself. After all, he had many enemies, including the Three-Era Ghost King, Dark North Demon God, and the Void Star Divine Palace. If any of them sent out their experts, he wouldn't be able to stop them. As for the old man of Dongfu, he wasn't hard to find. He seemed to be extremely famous even in Xianpeng province. Thus, Lin Ling quickly found the old man's residence. Of course, the problem was how to get the old man to refine the Fire Heavenly Ocean cover for him. Lin Ling didn't have much confidence in this, so he could only try his luck. "Do you have a name card? Or do you have an appointment?" In front of the gate, two transcendent guards looked at Lin Ling indifferently, causing Lin Ling to feel helpless. Transcendent guards? No wonder the old man of Dongfu didn't give face to venerable Calming Heavenly Prefecture. "Well, I came because of your reputation," Lin Ling said with a smile. The two experts looked at each other and shook their heads. Every year, there are young people who want to learn forging skills from Sir Dongfu. Unfortunately, there are countless geniuses in the great domain. How can everyone become Sir Dongfu's disciple? "Little guy, you'd better be down to earth. Sir's teachings are right." Lin Ling still smiled. People under the eaves had no choice but to lower their heads, so he could only smile. "Acquaintances, many thanks, big brothers." Lin Ling was overjoyed as he strode away. Although he still didn't have a clue, at least there was a glimmer of hope. The Heavenly Universe Temple was one of the more famous treasure trading halls in Skytomb City. Today was the day of the auction, so there were many cultivators here at the moment. Fortunately, there was no requirement to enter this auction, so Lin Ling was able to easily enter. Wearing a large cloak, Lin Ling came to the vast square. A stone platform floated in the center of the square, which was used to display the items to be auctioned. The surrounding cultivators sat in rows and rows, chatting and laughing. However, their eyes were indifferent as they stared at the stone platform, trying to find something that caught their eye. The weakest is at the peak of the Saint Spirit realm, and most of them are transcendents. Sensing his surroundings, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He was still too weak. It seemed that he had to obtain the Sea Heart Flame as soon as possible. At the same time, the auction had already begun. On the stone platform, the first item to appear was the Saint Artifact, 9 Dragon Treasure Pagoda. The starting price was 100 Source Stones. Source Stones were a product of world energy that surpassed spirit crystals and were priceless. Suddenly, the auction hall was filled with voices, causing Lin Ling's eyes to narrow. The moment a Saint Artifact appeared, everyone went crazy. He also wanted to obtain the Saint Artifact, but it was obviously impossible as he didn't have any Source Stones. A moment later, the Saint Artifact was obtained by an old man. The old man smiled faintly. When a cultivator reached the transcendent realm, any advantage could lead to victory. With a Saint Artifact, his strength could increase by 30%. Next, the auction began again, but the treasures were obviously not as valuable as the Saint Artifact. Heart Demon Obsession Pill. It can allow one to recall their entire life and has a 30% chance of finding their heart demon obsession. It is the best pill to break through to the transcendent realm. As the voice rang out, 2 colorful pills floated above the stone platform. These pills had illusions, such as the Sea Market, Star Tower, Pink Skulls, and so on. The auction hall was a little quiet. Most of the people present were transcendent realm masters, so they didn't care about these pills. Only the younger generation's eyes lit up. 10 million high-rank spirit crystals. A young man shouted, and then someone else followed suit. This pill was obviously not as valuable as the Saint Artifact, so the price was spirit crystals. So expensive. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He was interested in that medicinal pill, and it was quite important to him. As for high-grade spirit crystals, Lin Ling had some of them. Back when he had destroyed the 4 ancient kingdoms, Great Qin had given him a lot of loot. As such, he waited for a while before calling out a price. 20 million upper spiritual crystals. As soon as the price was announced, many youths angrily looked at Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was wearing a large cloak, and with his soul force covering his entire body, no one could see his appearance. 25 million upper spiritual crystals. However, as soon as Lin Ling finished speaking, another person competed with Lin Ling. It was also a cloaked man. Lin Ling frowned and gnashed his teeth. He shouted, 30 million. This price was his entire fortune. If the other party increased the price, he would be helpless. The other party was silent for a while, as if his heart was aching. He even glared at Lin Ling fiercely before calling out a price of 35 million. This made Lin Ling feel helpless. He had missed out on this medicinal pill. Haha, these 2 medicinal pills are mine. In the distance, the cloaked man shouted excitedly. However, at that moment, a laughing voice sounded out, no one wants to compete? Then, it's my turn. Although I don't care about these 2 medicinal pills, I don't want to see what you bought. 50 million upper spiritual crystals. As soon as the voice sounded out, many people gasped. The inner demon obsession pill was not worth this price. At most, it was worth 20 million spirit crystals. However, the other party had raised the price by 50 million spirit crystals. Obviously, he wanted to suppress the cloaked man. You! The cloaked man shouted angrily. He was so angry that he forgot to hide his voice. Lin Ling, who was far away, narrowed his eyes. That voice sounded familiar. Was that guy here too? I'm from the Northern Dark Nether territory. I know who you are. So, how can I let you get the inner demon obsession pill? On the other side of the stands, a purple-haired young man was drinking wine. He did not even look at the front. The Northern Dark Nether territory. Many people narrowed their eyes. Although this force was not as powerful as the sea-calming heavenly prefecture, it was still a force to be reckoned with. It seemed that the medicinal pill would belong to the Northern Dark Nether territory. It's him. Looking at the purple-haired young man, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. However, he quickly hid his murderous intent. The purple-haired young man was the Northern Dark Nether who had come to the rainforest sacred land to kill people. He did not expect to meet his enemy here. Lin Ling remembered how arrogant the Northern Dark Nether god was when he came. If it were not for the arrival of the 6th Holy King, the rainforest sacred land would have been destroyed. How could Lin Ling not remember this grudge? I didn't expect that I would be bidding against him. If I had known, I wouldn't have bid. Lin Ling looked at the cloaked man on the other side and smiled. He noticed the murderous intent in the cloaked man's eyes under the brim of his hat. He knew that the cloaked man had failed in the bidding. He seemed to be planning to kill Lin Ling and steal the pill. However, it was not a bad idea. The Northern Dark Nether was in trouble. The auction was still about medicinal pills. Every time the cloaked man took a fancy to a certain pill, the purple-haired young man would snatch it away. The cloaked man trembled in anger. Is it fun? This is just the beginning of a nightmare. The Northern Dark Nether was still drinking. He did not even look at the cloaked man opposite him. He knew that the cloaked man had an irreconcilable hatred for him. Unfortunately, this was Shampung province. The cloaked man did not even know where he was before killing him. Of course, he did not know that the person who wanted to kill him was not a cloaked man. The next item was some rare heavenly treasures. Demon Essence Diamond. On the stone platform, a pitch-black crystal stone appeared. This crystal stone emitted a dense black chi, and that was an astonishing devil chi, which affected many people around the spectator stand. This treasure was probably rare in the world. We don't know the exact function of this treasure. We can only let the discerning people buy it. The starting price is 200 primordial stones. The auction was silent. No one knew the function of the treasure. Naturally, no one would waste their money. After all, this treasure was more expensive than the first holy artifact. It seems that no one knows the function of this treasure. A helpless voice sounded. It seemed that the auction was about to put away this treasure. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. His eye of time quietly appeared. Not only did he see the growth process of the demonic aura, but his eyes also seemed to be able to copy the demon essence diamond into his mind. He seemed to be able to see the flaws and loopholes of this mysterious gem at a glance. This is the only material to refine the demonic dragon blade. Yangon, this old man wants this stone. At this moment, a dignified voice rang out. It was an old man in purple robes with a jade crown on his head. This person had a square face and was dignified without being angry. He had a handsome mustache on his face and he slowly stroked it, exuding an aura of arrogance. It's old man Dong Fu. Many people looked at the old man with shock in their hearts. Old man Dong Fu was one of the top 10 blacksmiths in Xianpeng province. He often traveled around and had his own residence in many places. He was also one of the existences that couldn't be provoked in Xianpeng province. He's old man Dong Fu. Lin Ling was also secretly shocked. Looking at the old man's calm and arrogant aura, it was no wonder he didn't give face to Venerable Si Calming. It seems that if I want to get close to him, I have to catch him off guard. Lin Ling said helplessly. The task Venerable Si Calming entrusted to him was more difficult than he had imagined. Lin Ling could only remember this person, but as for how to move his heart, Lin Ling had no clue. Haha, the world has been blinded by the world. No one knows what a true treasure is. After old man Dong Fu obtained the demon essence diamond, he smiled proudly. He seemed to know the use of this treasure. Then he exclaimed, "Perfect, perfect." Perfect? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. In his eye of time, the demon essence diamond wasn't perfect. It could only be said to be 70% perfect, but old man Dong Fu said it was perfect. Lin Ling smiled. He seemed to know how to get close to this troublesome old man. The auction continued, but Lin Ling didn't have the heart to watch. Instead, he was paying attention to the cloaked man. After a long time, the auction ended. Evil North smiled as if he didn't know anything. He walked out of the heavenly palace with large strides. At the same time, the cloaked man walked out with large strides and quietly followed. Evil North, you almost destroyed my hometown. Today, I will definitely kill you. After the cloaked man walked out of the heavenly palace, his aura changed. He hid his figure and followed Evil North. Obviously, he wanted to kill and steal the treasure. Everyone is working hard to cultivate so that they can free their hometowns as soon as possible. As for the enemies of the past, they must be dealt with one by one. The cloaked man muttered to himself as he walked forward. He still remembered the deaths of those chosens. At that moment, Beixia was casually walking away from Tianling City. Whoosh, stepping on the chains, Northern Evil was like a nimble dragonfly. After he left, another person stepped on the chains and quietly followed him. However, neither of them saw that after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, another young man wearing a cloak followed him with a smile. Inside a mountain range, Northern Heretic finally stopped. This place was next to a green pond with birds chirping and flowers blooming. The grass was green like a cushion. Beixia seemed to be enjoying the scenery. He plucked a flower and sniffed it. You've been following me for so long. Why haven't you come out yet? The mountain range was still quiet. Only a gentle breeze blew, causing the grass to sway. If you don't come out now, I'm going to leave. You won't have the chance to do anything when I return to the Northern Dark Territory. Beixia added. Amazing. I used the 7 treasure golden reed to hide my aura, but you still managed to sense it. You're worthy of being the son of Northern Dark Evil God. Finally, a faint laughter drifted out. A cloaked man walked over from afar. He took off his cloak and revealed a handsome face. It was Yangon. We don't have to talk about our enmity. Moreover, you've obtained the inner demon obsession pill. Don't blame me for killing you and stealing your treasure. Yangon said coldly. He was looking forward to seeing Northern Evil's surprised expression. However, Northern Evil was still sniffing the flower. His purple hair danced in the wind. I'm sorry. You've been following me for so long. Didn't you know that I was the one who lured you out? Eh? Yangon narrowed his eyes. He had secretly followed Northern Evil and thought that Northern Evil would be surprised. However, Northern Evil had already sensed it and lured him out. I already knew that you were from the 6 holy regions in the Yinyang Sky Palace. Moreover, I even snatched your heart demon obsession pill. How could you let go of this pill? Therefore, I already knew that you were following me. Xianxia smiled faintly as if everything was under his control. So what if I know? I have the Guardian God's 7 treasure golden reed. Even if you're only a realm 1 transcendent, I can still kill you. Yanggan's eyes turned cold. Although Northern Evil knew his intentions, he still dared to follow him. Naturally, he had some confidence in himself. The 72 demon gods of the heavens were famous in the Xianpeng province. However, they were obtained by trash like you. What a waste. Without the 72 demon gods, you're nothing but an ant. Northern Evil threw the flower in his hand and finally took a step forward. However, the heavens still blessed me with your demon gods. I'm sorry. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Come out. Shoo shoo shoo. At the same time, a towering wave erupted from the silent pool. The willow tree beside the pool also quietly transformed. A person in green clothes slowly walked out, and from the mountain range, another 3 figures shot down, a total of 5 people, each of them a transcendent realm master. 3 of them were even at the realm 2 transcendent realm. This was an inescapable net. Yanggan had been fooled. If he was facing Northern Evil alone, he wouldn't be afraid. However, if he was facing 5 transcendents at the same time, that might not be the case. Your guardian god isn't as strong as Lin Ling. If Lin Ling was here, I might have to send 100 transcendents here. But you, 5 of you plus me, are enough. Northern Evil's long hair fluttered in the wind. He looked extremely evil. Your 7 treasure golden reed is mine. Shoo shoo shoo. Several people rushed towards Yanggan, all of them laughing at Yanggan's naivety. He didn't know that the young master of Northern Evil had set a trap for him. Bastard! Yanggan roared. His opponents were toying with him. A 7-colored gourd appeared in his hand. The gourd began to gather world energy and the opening of the gourd shone brightly. The 7 treasure golden reed was a half-material, half-demonic item. In fact, it was an existence similar to the ancient flame demon. Its attack power was very strong and it could break countless martial arts. However, its weakness was that it took too long to charge up. Moreover, Yanggan's cultivation was too low, so he couldn't use the full power of the 7 treasure golden reed. 7 treasures divine light. The light shot out towards one of the second-layer transcendents. That person's eyes narrowed. He used his martial profundity and stepped into the void. He was scared, boom, however, the 7 treasures divine light could slay immortals and gods. No. A painful cry rang out. Even though he hid in the void, he was still killed by the 7 treasures divine light. Kill. The rest of the people took the opportunity to attack Yanggan. Yanggan didn't have the strength to fight back. Sorry, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You're not the oriole. However, at that moment, a sneer sounded from the ground. Scorching flame spewed out from the distance. The demonic flame burned the ground. What? The faces of Northern Evil and the others changed drastically. Someone had ruined their plan. What was worse was that they thought they were the oriole when they tried to lure Yanggan, but the other party had compared them to the mantis. Flames, it's him. It's time for your pride to end. Yanggan could not suppress his excitement. He slowly turned around and saw an ancient fire fox the size of a mountain slowly walking over with an evil charm and indifference. Its 7 tails wagged lazily, and its fox face was baring its fangs. It was like the most unrestrained demon king in the world. At this moment, Yanggan's body trembled even more violently. It's really Lin Ling. Ancient flame demon! Exclamation point. Xianxia and the others' faces changed drastically. They had seen the ancient flame demon's madness in the rainforest Holy Land. When the ancient flame demon teamed up with the Xianxia king, even the 3-era ghost king had to flee. It could be said that the ancient flame demon was the most terrifying of the 6 guardian gods. Lin Ling, this has nothing to do with you. Xianxia shouted angrily. He had almost obtained the 7 treasures golden reed, but Lin Ling had mysteriously appeared and caused trouble. How hateful. Lin, don't get yourself into trouble. The northern dark underworld is not something you can mess with. The Transcendent Realm Masters also shouted angrily. Provoke the Northern Nether Evil Territory? The huge ancient flame demon gradually appeared in front of everyone. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he stood on the fox's neck. His long hair danced in the wind as he laughed. Xiao, in the next moment, the ancient flame demon appeared in front of one of the Transcendent Realm Masters. The Transcendent Realm Master narrowed his eyes and asked, "What do you want to do?" "I want to provoke the Northern Nether Evil Territory." Its terrifying claws swept out fiercely, stirring up the clouds and slaughtering everything in its path. Boom, the Transcendent Realm Master was split in two and blood splattered everywhere. He was only a first realm transcendent, so he obviously couldn't stop the ancient flame demon. Xianxia stood there in a daze. His fists were trembling. "You dare to kill him?" "Haha." Lin Ling smiled faintly, but his smile was extremely cold. "Dare not. When the people of the Northern Nether Evil Territory came to the Rainforest Holy Land to slaughter them, why wouldn't they dare?" Therefore, Xiaxia's words were useless. He thought that because he was the son of the Northern Nether Evil God, Lin Ling wouldn't dare to kill him. Whoosh, dazzling flames tore through the void as the ancient flame demon once again appeared in front of a Transcendent Realm Master, its huge claws slashing out as if it wanted to crush the earth. Soul-sealing seal, dazzling soul characters appeared on the claw, causing the Transcendent Realm Master's face to change dramatically. His hands moved rapidly, becoming illusory as he pushed out with his palms, space-shattering palm. This martial art was extremely profound. It was the profound meaning of space, and it could tear apart space and crush the opponent into pieces. However, he was only a first-order Transcendent Realm cultivator. With such a cultivation, even if Lin Ling didn't use the ancient flame demon, he could still kill him with his full strength, not to mention the ancient flame demon that even Yen feared. Bang! The claw collided with the pair of palms, causing space to shatter, causing the claw to ripple like a wave. However, the ancient flame demon's defensive power was too powerful and was able to instantly restore itself. At the same time, a soul-sealing soul attack appeared, completely overwhelming the Transcendent Realm Master. Pop! Pop! His soul was sealed, and Lin Ling's soul force was too big, so it instantly shattered. In just a few breaths of time, only 3 people were left. "I don't dare?" A cold voice came from Lin Ling's mouth as he looked towards Xianxia and smiled. But this smile was still cold and filled with a thick sense of ridicule, causing Xiaxia's face to become extremely ugly. How could Lin Ling not dare? "Attack, both of you are Transcendent Second Realm cultivators. Even if you can't win, you can at least stall for time. As long as you don't underestimate your enemy, I've already called for more people to come. When the time comes, both of them will die." Xiaxia roared. As the 16-year-old Northern Dark Demon Territory's #1 genius, his temperament was also extremely good. He knew that the remaining people were afraid, so he had said these words to give them confidence. "Yes, young master." The 2 Transcendent Second Realm Masters were indeed a little afraid, but now they were filled with confidence. Indeed, they couldn't kill Lin Ling, but Lin Ling might not be able to defeat them. Most importantly, in their hearts, they believed that the 2 people who died before were only killed by Lin Ling because they underestimated him. "I admit that the ancient flame devil is very powerful, but martial arts in the world don't represent attack power. You, don't even think of touching us." The 2 of them looked at each other and their bodies became strange, as if they had turned into reflections on the water surface, illusory and moving. Soul-sealing seal. The ancient flame devil was extremely fast. Devil flames burst out and pounced towards one of them, but it missed. "I'm getting more and more confident. Looks like we were all shocked by the name of the 72 demon gods and forgot that the one controlling the ancient flame devil is only a Saint Spirit Realm cultivator." A cold voice drifted out, and the 2 of them became strange, running on the ground and in the sky, as if they were treading on water. This was the shattering profound, and it had reached an extremely terrifying level. It could shatter the void, allowing one's body to pierce through the void. The void and the heaven and earth were originally not on the same plane, but to be able to pierce through the void so easily, this power was undoubtedly terrifying. A Transcendent Realm cultivator is indeed powerful. Not far away, Yonggan's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling could not attack the 2 experts at all, and under the explosion of flames, the 2 experts could actually dodge the flames in the narrow space. 7 Treasures Godly Light. Yonggan also attacked. Although his attack power was terrifying, it still missed. Hee hee, two useless things. In the void and the heaven and earth, the two experts laughed coldly, as if they were toying with ants. Northern Heretic also let out a sigh of relief. No matter how strong the 72 demon gods were, if the person controlling them was too weak, it was all just empty talk. Swoosh, Lin Ling was expressionless. The ancient flame devil under him pierced through the sky, attacking with its claws and tail, as well as devil flames, but every time it missed. They have discovered my tracks, and they didn't use their eyes to do so. Lin Ling muttered to himself, somewhat unable to see how the other party dodged his attacks. Haha, you're quite smart, knowing that we didn't use our eyes to detect your attacks. One of the two experts laughed coldly. We didn't use our eyes to detect it. Lin Ling watched as the two experts disappeared and reappeared continuously, and saw invisible ripples in the sky. Every time the two appeared, the ripples would spread out, and if not for the Eye of Time, he would not have been able to see the ripples. No, they didn't use their eyes, but they used the shockwaves in the void to detect his attacks. One must know that any martial arts, even the most ordinary movements would bring about shockwaves in the heaven and earth. For example, a normal punch would cause a shockwave to appear, it was just a matter of the strength of the shockwave. A stronger attack would naturally cause a stronger shockwave, while a weaker attack would cause an undetectable shockwave, but it would still exist. The two of them must have sensed the shockwaves to detect his attacks. Your arrogance should end. With a low voice, the ancient flame devil disappeared in the sky and pounced towards one of the two experts. The voice was calm, but it also carried a shockwave, just that it was extremely weak. However, the two of them had a deep understanding of this domain, so they clearly heard that sentence. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Yuri scared, their hearts trembled violently as they stared at the huge figure. They suddenly realized that the ancient flame devil was still as crazy as before, but there seemed to be some changes. Be careful. One of them shouted. The ancient flame devil's flaming claws swept over. He felt the shockwave. Petty tricks. Another person laughed coldly. He stepped into the air and dodged the claw attack. However, when he reappeared, the ancient flame devil appeared in front of him again. The ancient flame devil was like an illusion, causing him to draw in a cold breath. The ancient flame devil used the fragmentation intent again and disappeared into the air. However, when he reappeared, the demon-like figure quietly appeared. The demonic eyes stared coldly at him, and the claws swept over. Impossible. I can sense his shockwave and avoid his attack trajectory, but how can he catch me? That expert's face turned pale as he saw the claw sweeping towards him. That claw seemed to be the most ancient claw in the world, a claw that he couldn't avoid even if he ran to the ends of the earth. Shockwave. He learned how to comprehend shockwaves. Suddenly, a terrifying thought arose in that expert's mind. He used the trajectory of the ancient flame devil's attack to sense the shockwave and avoid the attack. However, if the ancient flame devil could also sense the shockwave, then no matter how he dodged, the ancient flame devil would still chase after him. As long as it hit, the result would be a one-hit kill. Heaven, earth, void, no matter what kind of attack it was, there would be a shockwave. The ancient flame devil's attack had a shockwave, and so did his shatter profound. If someone sensed it, he would be able to step into the void to dodge it. In fact, it would be like walking on flat ground. On flat ground, the ancient flame devil could kill him as easily as killing a chicken. A fearful genius. The last thought of his life rose in his mind. The giant flaming claw swept over and turned him into dust. As long as he could grab hold of his figure, he would naturally be able to kill him in one strike. How is that possible? The other expert sucked in a breath of cold air. This was all too surreal. Whoosh, at the same time, the flaming body of the ancient flame devil shot over like a fox running in the sky. Oh no! That person was scared. He stepped into the sky, causing invisible ripples to spread out in the sky. He hid in the void. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's Eye of Time had already seen through the shockwave. The transformation of the Eye of Time allowed Lin Ling to remain extremely calm. He could even replicate the most mysterious martial arts in the world. Naturally, he could replicate the ability to comprehend shockwaves. That was close. As soon as that person walked out of the void, he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Not necessarily. However, the sun in front of him was blocked, and the enormous ancient flame devil was already waiting for him. Its huge claws were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, and it viciously swept out, tearing apart the expert's body and organs, causing him to cry out in terror, "No!" That expert's eyes widened, and an indescribable feeling welled up within him. "I regret it so much." Previously, he shouldn't have been so confident. He shouldn't have thought that the ancient flame devil wouldn't be able to kill him because of his powerful movement technique. The result of his confidence was death. In the sky, flames burned the expert's corpse, causing Northern Evil and Yangon, who were on the ground, to be speechless. As expected of the King of Saints, the prodigy of the Rainforest Holy Land. Especially Yangon, his heart was not only shocked, but also filled with deep admiration. One had to know that although he had the powerful 7-treasure golden reed sword, it was completely ineffective against those 2 second realm transcendents. After all, no matter how sharp a sword was, it was useless if it couldn't cut through its target. Lin Ling was the same, but he had personally witnessed Lin Ling comprehend the opponent's profound meaning, break it, and finally kill him. This comprehension ability was simply monstrous level. These people's spiritual yuan is too weak, not comparable to the 3-world Ghost King. At this moment, in the sky, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Killing those transcendents had increased the spiritual yuan in his body, but it was obviously not as effective as the 3-world Ghost King. "It's your turn." Suddenly, the ancient flame devil's head turned towards Northern Evil, causing him to tremble violently. "You can't kill me." "Why?" In the sky, the ancient flame devil slowly walked down. "My father is demon god Bei Ming. If you kill me, he will definitely kill you." Northern Evil took a step back. He was afraid. In fact, he was afraid the moment Lin Ling arrived, because Lin Ling had defeated him in the past and left him with a huge heart demon. However, his pride did not allow him to retreat, but now, he had to retreat even if he didn't want to. "Even if I don't kill you, he will kill me, so what?" Lin Ling's cold voice floated out of his mouth, causing Northern Evil's eyes to narrow. Yes, his father had returned empty-handed from the Rainforest Holy Land and suffered great humiliation, so he had to kill Lin Ling. Why would Lin Ling give him face? "We can talk." Although Northern Evil was proud, he still lowered his noble head. "Haha, you're afraid." Lin Ling laughed, his voice filled with ridicule, causing Bei Xia to grit his teeth. This Lin Ling was going too far. One had to know that Bei Xia was a genius from the Great Territory who had reached the Transcendent Realm at the age of 16, while this Lin Ling was from the countryside and hadn't even reached the Transcendent Realm yet he dared say Bei Xia was afraid. "I'm not." Northern Evil refused to lose face. "Really?" The ancient flame devil rushed down from the sky like an ancient beast, causing Northern Evil's eyes to widen. "I'm really afraid." He still wanted to deny it, but Lin Ling personally asked him to admit that he, a top genius, was afraid of Lin Ling from the countryside. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. "Sorry, I'm very interested in the treasures on your body, so even if you're afraid, you still have to die." The ferocious claws swept down from the sky, causing Northern Heretic's face to turn pale. He roared, "Lin Ling, how dare you kill me?" Unfortunately, these words were obviously feeble and powerless. Moreover, the louder voice in his heart was regret. He regretted it even more than the cultivators who had died before. After all, he possessed natural talent, a status that was revered by others, and endless cultivation resources. In the future, his name would definitely shake the entire Xianpeng region. However, he had offended Lin Ling, and everything had become a dream. Peng. No pain could describe the taste of death. Northern Evil's long purple hair fluttered as he was cut in two. "The moment you came to the Rainforest's Holy Land to slaughter, you already had half a foot in hell." Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out, becoming the last words Northern Evil heard in his life. "Lin Ling, you're amazing. Everyone was killed by you." Yangon walked over in amazement, watching Lin Ling loot Northern Evil's body. Although the guardian god is powerful, it only represents a sharp sword. The real strength depends on the person who wields the sword. Lin Ling smiled, then left with Yangon. After a full hour, a large number of people arrived. When they saw the dead bodies, they were all stunned. "The young master is dead." Finally, someone shouted in horror. The Northern Dark Territory was going to be in complete chaos. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and Blacksmiths gather, who is it? Evil God Bei Ming roared. However, it wasn't difficult to find the murderer of Bei Ming's death. From the flames left at the scene and the fact that Sky Tomb City was nearby, it was easy to guess that it was Lin Ling. Lin Ling had the ancient flame devil, so it wasn't difficult for him to kill his son. Lin Ling, this evil god will kill you and make sure that your family will never be able to reincarnate. Unfortunately, although he was angry, he didn't dare to go to the sea-calming heavenly palace to ask for them. Furthermore, the rainforest holy land belonged to the Void Star Soul Palace, so he didn't dare to offend them. As for Lin Ling's family, he could only search for them slowly. Lin Ling, you're amazing. You've only left the 6 sacred regions for a short time, but your strength seems to have improved. At this moment, Lin Ling and Yonggan appeared in Sky Tomb City. When Lin Ling heard Yonggan's words, he smiled and shook his head. I'm just borrowing the power of the ancient flame devil. Besides, Xianpeng province is full of strong masters. I'm nothing now. Yes. Yonggan felt the same way. He looked at the streets, where transcendents were everywhere. It gave him pressure, but it also gave him motivation. By the way, why are you here? Lin Ling asked. Then, he learned that Yonggan had been paying attention to the Heavenly Palace's auction. The Heavenly Palace was very famous in Xianpeng province, and there were auctions everywhere. Therefore, Yonggan came for the Sky Tomb City's auction. He didn't know that the sea-calming Heavenly Palace was in Sky Tomb City, so they were lucky to meet each other. By the way, let's split the loot. They came to a quiet restaurant and booked a private room. Lin Ling began to check the loot. There were 2 heart demon obsession pills, 100 origin stones, and many other pills, treasures, and so on. Both of them were delighted. They had made a fortune by killing people and robbing people. No wonder Xianpeng province is more chaotic than the 6 sacred regions. It's like a wild world. It turns out that killing people and robbing people can make you stronger. Lin Ling was speechless. You can't be thinking of going down the path of killing others and seizing their treasures, right? I've had this thought before. It's hard to differentiate between good and evil in this world. Everyone kills for the sake of becoming stronger. But why can they kill while we can't? Yonggan's eyes were cold. In the world of martial arts, if you were merciful, you would be killed. Strength was everything. That's true. Lin Ling nodded in agreement, then asked Yonggan where he planned to go next. I plan to go to the north to take a look. It's even more chaotic there, but heroes are born in troubled times. Yonggan's eyes were filled with determination. Lin Ling sighed in his heart. When he first met Yonggan, this person was magnanimous, free, and unrestrained. He wasn't a cold-blooded person. However, the upheaval in his hometown caused Yonggan to become completely heartless. Of course, Yonggan couldn't be blamed for this. This was caused by the heartless world. Then I wish you a safe journey. Lin Ling didn't stop him. Everyone had their own path of martial arts. He couldn't interfere. Moreover, although Xianpeng province was vast and boundless, there would be a day when they would meet. You too. Now that you've killed Northern Evil, Northern Darkness Evil God will definitely guess that it's yours. You're under more pressure than me. Don't worry. I'm in Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. He won't dare to touch me. The 2 of them spoke again. Yonggan finally left, while Lin Ling walked towards the old man of Dongfu's residence. Previously, when he went to visit the old man, he wasn't confident. But now, he was a little more confident. At the same time, in Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture, Yu Menyun met the woman by Dinghai Venerable's side, Madame Yu Qin. She had a high status and was extremely powerful. Previously, she had said that she would help Yu Menyun cultivate. While the 2 were chatting, Madame Yu Qin learned that Lin Ling had gone to visit the old man of Dongfu. She couldn't help but smile in astonishment. My husband entrusted Lin Ling to visit the old man of Dongfu. That wasn't set a time. Lin Ling could visit in a few years. I didn't think that this little guy would be so impatient. Madame Yu Qin said helplessly. Elder Yu Qin, is that old man of Dongfu very hard to get along with? Yu Munyan felt that something was wrong. If Lin Ling went to visit like this, he would be late and suffer a great loss. Madame Yuqin nodded. This person has a strange temper and is one of the top 10 blacksmiths in Xianpeng province. Many ancient experts have to give him face. Naturally, he is hard to get along with. Do you know how many times my husband has visited him? After saying this, she saw Yu Munyan's puzzled expression. She smiled and said, a total of 20 times. He only asked him to refine a saint tool, but he was rejected 20 times. Also, the old man of Dongfu didn't give my husband any face. There was even one time where he made my husband wait for 3 whole days. So hard to get along with. Yu Munyan said helplessly. No wonder Dinghai Venerable gave Lin Ling no time limit. It's fine. It's good to let Lin Ling suffer a little. At least let him know that in the 6 sacred domains, Lin Ling can dominate the world. But in Xianpeng province, he is only at the beginning stage. Young people can see themselves more clearly and be down to earth after suffering some hardships. Madame Yuqin didn't say much on this topic and brought Yu Munyan to her mansion. However, Yu Munyan was a little worried about Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling had already appeared at the gate of old man Dongfu's mansion. What surprised him was that at this moment, the gate was filled with people. It seemed that they knew that Sir Dongfu had returned, so many people came because of his reputation. Sir said today that he won't refine anything. Outside the gate, the Transcendent Realm Guard said indifferently, causing many people to shake their heads helplessly. Almost half of them left. These people obviously came to ask old man Dongfu to refine a treasure. The remaining half still had many people, and all of them were young people. Sir, we didn't come to ask Senior Dongfu to refine a treasure. We came because of his reputation and want to become Senior Dongfu's forging apprentices. A young elite said respectfully. Obviously, they were here to be apprenticed. Sir Dongfu didn't refuse this point. I'll go inform him. One of the guards said and walked into the mansion. Outside the gate, everyone was looking forward to it. Looking carefully, their origins were extraordinary. All of them were dressed in luxurious brocade robes, and the clothes they wore were extremely mysterious. One of the young men took out a luxurious box. After opening it, a cold aura spread out. He took out some fruits and ate them with a smile. Obviously, his box could preserve the freshness of the fruits. Moreover, it was self-freezing. It would be of great help when they went out for life experience. That looks like a refrigerator. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. This kind of treasure was like the refrigerator he encountered in the last world. Of course, it was more convenient than a refrigerator. At least, it could be carried around. Another person smiled and took out an exquisite box. Pouring his spirit chi into it, a fragrant smell suddenly filled the air. A small pavilion appeared, and 2 puppets served him. Amazing. Lin Ling could see that these people seemed to be blacksmiths, and their skills were extremely powerful. End of chapter 1097. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.